The Myth of the Machine. By Lewis Mumford. Chapter 1. New Explorations, New Worlds. 1. New Vision. The period that opened at the end of the 15th century has been called the Age of Exploration, and that characterization covers many of the events that followed. But the most significant part of this new exploration took place in the mind, and what is more, the cultural new world that was opened up still was attached, in fact, even in the Western Hemisphere, to many obscure ramifying roots in the Old World, roots that pushed through heavy layers of soil into the debris of ancient cities and empires. What was truly new for Western man was the exhilarating sense that, for the first time, every part of the planet was accessible, and offered opportunities for daring adventure, for active economic intercourse, and even, at least for more reflective minds, for self-enlightenment. Both the earth and the skies lay open to systematic investigation, as never before. If the bright starry heavens invited exploration, so did the dark continents across the seas, and so, eventually, did the still darker continent of man's cultural and biological past. Broadly speaking, then, two complementary kinds of exploration beckoned Western man. While they were closely related to their point of origin, they moved in different directions, pursued different goals, though often crossing, and at last merged into a single movement, which increasingly sought to replace the gifts of nature with those more limited fabrications of man which were drawn from a single aspect of nature, that which could be brought under human domination. One exploration focused mainly on the sky and on the orderly motions of planets and falling bodies, on space measuring and timekeeping, on repetitive events and determinable laws. The other boldly traversed the seas and even burrowed below the surface of 4. The earth, seeking the promised land, lured partly by curiosity and cupidity, partly by the desire to break loose from ancient ties and limits. Between the 15th and the 19th centuries, the New World opened by terrestrial explorers, adventurers, soldiers, and administrators joined forces with the scientific and technical New World that the scientists, the inventors, and the engineers explored and cultivated. They were part and parcel of the same movement. One mode of exploration was concerned with abstract symbols, rational systems, universal laws, repeatable and predictable events, objective mathematical measurements. It sought to understand, utilize, and control the forces that derive ultimately from the cosmos and the solar system. The other mode dwelt on the concrete and the organic, the adventurous, the tangible, to sail uncharted oceans, to conquer new lands, to subdue and overawe strange peoples, to discover new foods and medicines, perhaps to find the fountain of youth, or if not, to seize by shameless force of arms the wealth of the Indies. In both modes of exploration, there was from the beginning a touch of defiant pride and demonic frenzy. Moved by this new world vision, audacious sailing ships breached the geographic barriers that had too long kept the peoples of the earth apart. Through these openings during the next few centuries, the first trickle of explorers turned into a torrent of emigrants who poured into the Americas, into Australia and New Zealand, into Africa, to seize and settle in their own style great areas of the earth, whose indigenous inhabitants had hitherto led a relatively self-centered life. From the outset in the 16th century, the leaders of European society fervently believed that a great cyclical change in the life of man was about to take place. Poliziano, the imaginative Florentine humanist, promptly declared that the discovery of the New World by Columbus would bring about a beneficent change in human existence, while only a century later the Calabrian monk Campanella, excited by Bacon and Galileo, hopefully hailed with equal fervor the new world of astronomy, physics, and technology, embracing in fantasy the still nameless mechanical and electronic inventions that were bound, he felt sure, to transform human society. After outlining the main features of his ideal commonwealth, the city of the sun, Campanella observed that according to contemporary astrologers the coming age would have more history within 100 years than all the world had had in the 4,000 years before. Granted a little charitable latitude, that prophecy proved remarkably correct, the wildest imaginary inventions fell far short of the actual achievements that in a few centuries came to pass. From the beginning this subjective faith in a new world that would transcend all past human achievements took hold of the most sober minds. It had the same effect upon Western man as the flinging back of the shutters and the opening of 5 windows in an ancient house that had been sealed up for many winters and had fallen into disrepair. Those who breathed the fresh air of spring were not content to live longer amid the moldy rafters and the cobwebs, even when the heirlooms in their ancient quarters were still serviceable and beautiful. Though they might hesitate at first to demolish the entire dwelling, they began to throw out old furniture, renovate unoccupied rooms, install new conveniences. And the more daring were ready to abandon the old mansion altogether in order to start life afresh, at least spiritually, in the wilderness or even on the moon. Writing to his friend Michel de Montaigne, Etienne de la Boétie said, "When at the threshold of our century a new world rose out of the ocean, it happened because the gods wished to create a refuge where men under a better sky can cultivate their fields, while the cruel sword and ignominious plague condemn Europe to perish." A similar mood, a similar desire to make a fresh start united the scientists with the inventors, starry-eyed writers of utopias with swaggering pioneer backwoodsmen. The New World vision seemed to enlarge and exalt every human possibility, even though the explorers and pioneers, in turning their backs on the Old World, did not in fact leave the cruel sword or the ignominious plague behind them, for their smallpox, measles, and tuberculosis decimated those natives whom their guns did not exterminate. When the active period of discovery and colonization was over and the promised land still lay below the horizon, much of the original faith and fervor was transferred from the exploitation of the indigenous New World to that of the machine. But in fact these two different approaches to the New World, one aimed at natural resources to be discovered and appropriated, the other at mechanical power and artificial wealth, to be fabricated and profitably sold, had never from the beginning been far apart. Both impulses had sprung out of a militant medieval background, just as the ascetic, life-renouncing, orderly habits of early capitalism had sprung out of the medieval monastery. 2. The official date for the opening of the New World has long been fixed as that of Columbus' first voyage, though by now one has reason to suppose that sundry other blinder, more tentative thrusts were made in the same general direction, possibly by Irish monks, Norse rovers, and Breton fishermen, and finally by sailors from Bristol between 1480 and 1490, as 6. Carl Sauer has recently pointed out. Certainly the Greek cosmographer's picture of the Earth as a globe had become known, if not generally accepted, even before the 15th century, and significantly, the abstract model of the mechanical New World was framed in lines of latitude and longitude on 15th century maps well before 1492. It was through a similar set of pre-Cartesian coordinates that the Renaissance painters, a whole century before Descartes, began to look at the world and plot with accuracy on their canvases the relation between near and distant objects, defined by receding planes in space. In turn Columbus, though in no wise an intellectual leader, commanded the scientific means to plot his voyage and ensure his return through the astrolabe, the magnetic compass, and the existing sailing charts, means that gave him the self-confidence to set forth on his tricky voyage and hold to his course in the face of his doubting crew. Thus long before the industrial changes brought about by coal and iron, by the steam engine and the automatic loom, these earlier technical advances which, like the extensive use of wind power and water in mills, originated in the Middle Ages, had wrought a far more significant change in the human mind. The latter-day practice of dating this cultural change from the 17th century is a parochialism due originally to lack of historic information among technicians and lack of technical information and insight among historians. From the 13th century onward there was persistent, fruitful intercourse between these two areas. Our current views of both the terrestrial and the mechanical new worlds have been falsely colored by the opaque religious prejudices of the leaders of the 18th century Enlightenment. Thinkers like Voltaire and Diderot, judging medieval institutions by the decayed survivals of their own day, took for granted that the Middle Ages were a period of besotted ignorance and superstition, and in their desire to throw off the influence of the established church, they converted the High Middle Ages, one of the great moments in European culture, into a neo-Gothic horror story, assuming that no serious progress had been made in any department until their own period. This anti-Gothic obsession resulted not only in the devaluation of medieval achievement but also in the wholesale destruction of buildings and institutions that, if preserved and renewed, might have helped to humanize the rising power system. Now that competent medieval scholarship has removed these blinders, we can appreciate that the groundwork for the age of exploration was laid by a series of technical advances that began in the 13th century, with the introduction of the magnetic compass and gunpowder from China. Indeed, from the 10th century onward, European society staged a kind of dress rehearsal for the period that followed. This had started with the clearing of the forests by the monastic orders and the founding of feudal pioneer settlements and new cities on the eastern and southern borderlands, and the first settlers in the New World, so far from starting life anew, carried with them their typical medieval institutions and continued the same processes. Even the American log cabin came from Sweden. See the chapter The Medieval Tradition in Sticks and Stones, 1924. On this view, the bold sorties and bloody conquests of the Norsemen, raiding Ireland and England, seizing the Orkneys, settling in Iceland, invading Sicily, conquering Normandy, finally reaching Persia, were the first wave of later conquests and colonizations, and set the same pattern of ruthless intimidation and berserk destruction. So, too, the series of crusades in the Near East must be regarded as the earliest manifestations of Western imperialism, culminating in the Fourth Crusade, which, without the faintest pretext of pious purpose or self-defense, went out of its way to sack and devastate the Christian realm of Byzantium. Again, the exploration of the perimeter of Africa by the Portuguese, beginning with Prince Henry the Navigator, 1444, set another ugly precedent, for it brought back Negro slaves. This resuscitated slavery, an institution that had been dying out along with serfdom in feudal and urban Europe, and thence this inhuman practice was spread by the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and the English to the New World. As for the equipment that made these conquests and exploitations and enslavements possible, the armor, the crossbows, muskets, and cannon, these new technical facilities gave the Europeans who commanded them, though vastly outnumbered, the power to overcome the aborigines. Their grim audacity and their utter ruthlessness were not only supported but magnified by their superior weapons. What is more, the easy successes this achieved reinforced the new power complex that was coming into existence. If the New World exploration did not come to anything like its happy expected fulfillment even in North America, where the odds were more favorable, it was because the new colonizers and settlers brought so much of the Old World in their refined equipment and their brutal customs with them. The wonder is rather that the hopeful dream has remained alive for so long, for some of its original luminosity still dazzles and blinds the eyes of many of our contemporaries who continue to pursue the same archaic fantasies, planning further voyages through outer space. Contemporary space-age prophets, who proclaim space exploration as the endless frontier and astronauts as the coming pioneers, throw an unrealistic glamour over both the past, and even more, the future of such efforts. To cap this whole process, the increasing sale of indulgences within the Roman Catholic Church, farming out the concession to dispense these to international financiers on the best capitalist principles, enlarged a practice that was already a scandal in the time of Boccaccio. This system announced more brazenly than by words that henceforth there was nothing on earth or in heaven that could not be bought for money. That very belief, in words that tied together financial and spiritual profit, issued forth in so many words from the mouth of Columbus. Gold is excellent, gold is treasure, and he who possesses it does whatever he wishes in this life and succeeds in helping souls into paradise. This utterance needs no italics. From the beginning there was an inner contradiction in Western man's attitude toward the New World, not merely between the dream and the muddy reality, but between the desire to extend the influence of Christianity under royal power and command to distant parts of the world, and a seething dissatisfaction with these same institutions at home, which nourished the hope that at least on the other side of the planet a fresh start might be made. On one hand, the Christian missionaries sought to convert the heathen, by fire and sword if need be, to the gospel of peace, brotherhood, and heavenly beatitude. On the other, the more venturesome spirits wished to throw off the constraining traditions and customs, and begin life afresh, leveling distinctions of class, eliminating superfluities and luxuries, privileges and distinctions, and hierarchical rank. In short, to go back to the Stone Ages, before the institutions of Bronze Age civilization had crystallized. Though the Western Hemisphere was indeed inhabited, and many parts of it were artfully cultivated, so much of it was so sparsely occupied that the European thought of it as a virgin continent against whose wildness he pitted his manly strength. In one mood the European invaders preached the Christian gospel to the native idolaters, subverted them with strong liquors, forced them to cover their nakedness with clothes, and worked them to an early death in mines. In another, the pioneer himself took on the ways of the North American Indian, adopted his leather costume, and reverted to the ancient Paleolithic economy, hunting, fishing, gathering shellfish and berries, reveling in the wilderness and its solitude, defying orthodox law and order, and yet, under pressure, improvising brutal substitutes. The beauty of that free life still haunted Audubon in his old age. Nowhere were these contradictions more flagrant than in North America. The very colonists who threw off their allegiance to England and justified their act in the name of freedom, equality, and the right to happiness retained the institution of slavery and exerted constant military pressure upon the Indians, whose lands they systematically seized by fraud and force, shamelessly described as purchase, sanctified by treaties the United States government has repeatedly broken and still keeps breaking at its own convenience. But an even more tragic paradox sullied the New World dream and made it impossible to begin life afresh under a new sky. For the high cultures that were already established in Mexico, Central America, and the Andes were not in any sense primitive or new, still less did they represent more acceptable human ideals than those the Old World cultures had put forward. The conquistadors of Mexico and Peru found a native population so rigidly regimented, so completely deprived of initiative, that in Mexico, as soon as their king, Montezuma, was captured and unable to give orders, they offered little or no overt resistance to the invaders. Here, in short, in the New World was the same institutional complex that had shackled civilization since its beginnings in Mesopotamia and Egypt: slavery, caste war, divine kingship, and even the religious sacrifice of human victims on altars, sometimes as with the Aztecs on an appalling scale. Politically speaking, Western imperialism was carrying coals to Newcastle. As it turned out, the wilderness that Western man had failed to explore was the dark continent of his own soul, that very heart of darkness which Joseph Conrad depicted, released by its distance from Old World sanctions, throwing off archaic taboos, conventional wisdom, and religious inhibitions, and obliterating every trace of neighborly love and humility. Wherever Western man went, slavery, land robbery, lawlessness, culture wrecking, and the outright extermination of both wild beasts and tame men went with him, for the only force that he now respected, an enemy with equal power to inflict damage on him, was lacking, once his feet were firmly established on the new soil. Within half a dozen years after Columbus landing, the Spaniards, a contemporary observer estimated, had killed off 1.5 million natives. Emerson noted, significantly, in his essay on war, that the celebrated Cavendish, who was thought in his times a good Christian man, wrote thus to Lord Hunsdon, on his return from a voyage round the world, September 1588. It hath pleased Almighty God to suffer me to circumpass the whole globe of the world, entering in at the Strait of Magellan, and returning by the Cape of Buena Esperanza, in which voyage I have either discovered or brought certain intelligence of all the rich places of the world, which were ever discovered by any Christian. I navigated along the coast of Chile, Peru, and New Spain, where I made great spoils. I burned and sunk 19 sail of ships, small and great. All the villages and towns that I ever landed at, I burned and spoiled. And had I not been discovered on the coast, I had taken great quantity of treasure. For one humane Captain Cook, who saw no point in imposing Britain's savage penal laws upon Polynesian natives that thieves are hanged in England, I saw no reason why they should be shot in Otaheite. There were uncounted Vasco da Gamas, who cold-bloodedly hanged from his masthead the fishermen of an East Indian port he visited, innocent people he had hospitably invited aboard his vessel in order to terrorize the population on shore. These ferocities remained a stigma on New World methods, and they continued through the centuries along with forced labor and outright 10. Enslavement. The treatment of the natives of the Congo under King Leopold or those of South Africa under Verwoerd and his successors, are fossilized mementos of this original terror and brutality. Not merely slavery but genocide gained ground with the New World exploration. Again, this practice was not unknown in Europe, for it had been employed with the sanction of the Church against the Albigensian heretics of Provence in the 13th century and has continued to recur, without producing any sufficient moral reaction, into our own time. Witness the Turkish massacre of the Armenians in 1923, Stalin's deliberate starvation of millions of Russian peasants in 1931-32, the German massacres of the Jews and other vilified nationalities in the 1940s, to say nothing of the indiscriminate attacks on urban populations in the Second World War, initiated by the Germans in Warsaw in 1939 and Rotterdam in 1940, but also sedulously imitated, in contravention of the once accepted rules of war, by the demoralized leaders of Britain and the United States. These New World practices, enslavement and genocide, formed another secret link with the anti-human animus of mechanical industry after the 16th century, when the workers were no longer protected either by feudal custom or by the self-governing guild. The degradations undergone by child laborers or women during the early 19th century in England's satanic mills and mines only reflected those that took place during the territorial expansion of Western man. In Tasmania, for example, British colonists organized hunting parties for pleasure, to slaughter the surviving natives, a people more primitive, scholars believe, than the Australian natives, who should have been preserved, so to say, under glass, for the benefit of later anthropologists. So commonplace were these practices, so plainly were the Aborigines regarded as predestined victims, that even the benign and morally sensitive Emerson could say resignedly in an early poem, 1827, "Alas, red men are few, red men are feeble, they are few and feeble and must pass away." As a result, Western man not merely blighted in some degree every culture that he touched, whether primitive or advanced, but he also robbed his own descendants of countless gifts of art and craftsmanship, as well as precious knowledge passed on only by word of mouth that disappeared with the dying languages of dying peoples. With this extirpation of earlier cultures went a vast loss of botanical and medical lore, representing many thousands of years of watchful observation and empirical experiment, whose extraordinary discoveries, such as the American Indians' use of snake root, reserpine, as a tranquilizer in mental illness, modern medicine has now, all too belatedly, begun to appreciate. For the better part of 4 centuries the cultural riches of the entire world lay at the feet of 11. Western man, and to his shame, and likewise to his gross self-deprivation and impoverishment, his main concern was to appropriate only the gold and silver and diamonds, the lumber and pelts, and such new foods, maize and potatoes, as would enable him to feed larger populations. Years passed before objects of art like those presented by Montezuma to Charles II would be exhibited in Europe for their value as works of art, or even shown in an American museum of art. Yet Albrecht Dürer, who examined this Spanish collection, had no doubt about their aesthetic value. "Never," said Dürer, "have I seen anything that warms my heart so much as these things." Those who turned these works of art into ingots of gold did not share his insight or enthusiasm. Unfortunately, the hostility that the European displayed toward the native cultures he encountered he carried even further into his relations with the land. The immense open spaces of the American continents, with all their unexploited or thinly utilized resources, were treated as a challenge to unrelenting war, destruction, and conquest. The forests were there to be cut down, the prairie to be plowed up, the marshes to be filled, the wildlife to be killed for empty sport, even if not utilized for food or clothing. In the act of conquering nature, our ancestors too often treated the earth as contemptuously and as brutally as they treated its original inhabitants, wiping out great animal species like the bison and the passenger pigeon, mining the soils instead of annually replenishing them, and even, in the present day, invading the last wilderness areas, precious just because they are still wildernesses, homes for wildlife and solitary human souls. Instead, we are surrendering them to 6-lane highways, gas stations, amusement parks, and the lumber interests, as in the Redwood Groves, or Yosemite and Lake Tahoe. Though these primeval areas, once desecrated, can never be fully restored or replaced. I have no wish to overstress the negative side of this great exploration. If I seem to do so here, it is because both the older romantic exponents of a new life lived in accordance with nature, or the later exponents of a new life framed in conformity to the machine, overlooked the appalling losses and wastages, under the delusion either that the primeval abundance was inexhaustible or else that the losses did not matter, since modern man through science and invention would soon fabricate an artificial world infinitely more wonderful than that nature had provided. An even grosser delusion. Both views have long been rife in the United States, where the two phases of the New World dream came together, and they are still prevalent. Yet the hopes so often expressed in the 16th century, later idealized by the Romantic movement in the 18th century, were not without a foundation. Indeed, there was a moment in the 19th century when they seemed, in the North Atlantic states, to be almost on the point of realization in a new type of personality and in a type of community that 12. Offered its gifts to all its members, to each according to his need, from each according to his ability. The New World, once its incoming inhabitants had found their roots, captured their imaginations. In its vastness, in its ecological variety, in its range of climates and physiographic profiles, in both its teeming wildlife and in the hoarded treasure of food plants and trees, the New World was a land of promise, indeed a land of many promises for both body and mind. Here was a natural abundance which promised to lift the ancient curse of slavery and poverty, even before the machine lightened the burden of purely physical toil. The coastal waters teemed with fish, clams, oysters, and game was so plentiful that in the frontier settlements domestic beef and pork sold at a premium. Those who were at home in the wilderness, like Audubon, never lacked food, despite mortgages and debts. The belief that a better society would be possible in the New World stirred many a company of immigrants, from the Jesuits of Paraguay to the Pilgrims of Massachusetts and the later Hutterites in Iowa. Thus almost until the end of the 19th century the secret name of the New World was Utopia. For 4 centuries the intellectual leaders of the new exploration prospected and ransacked every part of the planet. Through Captain Cook or Darwin they went on long, difficult voyages, making oceanic and meteorological observations and bringing to light the countless marvels of marine zoology. Through Schoolcraft and Catlin and Lewis Morgan, as with Spencer and Gillen in Australia, they surveyed and made graphic records of the indigenous cultures, already gravely disturbed by the intrusion of Western man. Through Layard they uncovered Nineveh, or with Stevens made known through description and drawing the first great Mayan ruins, while through Orelstein and Raphael Pumpelly remote Turkestan and Inner Mongolia, once the seat of thriving cultures, became known again. Though this first exploration was swift and necessarily superficial, It uncovered ways of life that reached back into a distant past, bringing to light forgotten cities and neglected monuments, revealing the vast variety of languages and dialects, to be numbered by the hundreds even in small tracts like New Guinea, along with the myths, the legends, the forms of plastic and graphic art, the systems of notation, the rituals and laws, the cosmic interpretations and religious beliefs of mankind. Thus, during the centuries when the agents of mechanical uniformity were steadily gaining the upper hand, reducing or defacing natural variety in the interest of speed, power, and financial gain, these other explorers moved toward the opposite pole, and early and late revealed for the first time the immense cultural variety of mankind, the rich compost of human history, which almost matches the original abundance and variety of nature. As a byproduct, almost by accident, this worldwide exploration in 13. Space was complemented by an equally decisive historic exploration in time, that which was mischaracterized by Jacob Burckhardt, an historian of genius, as the Renaissance. The unearthing of both Greek and Roman antiquity from its surviving documents and monuments was only a single incident in a much wider survey of the human past. As geographic exploration loosed the spatial bonds to a particular soil and culture, so these new temporal explorations loosed the bonds to the immediate present. For the first time the human mind began to move about freely in both past and future, picking and choosing, anticipating and projecting, released from the provincial presence of an over-insistent here and now. Through both natural history and cultural history, Western man discovered many significant aspects of his nature that have been left out of the purview of quantitative scientific investigation. If the present generation has now lost the sense of this liberation, it is because all too soon 17th century science imprisoned the mind in an ideology that denied the realities of biological self-transformation and historic creativity. Though other cultures like the Sumerian, the Mayan, and the Indi coupled human destiny with long vistas of abstract calendar time, the essential contribution of the Renaissance was to relate the cumulative results of history to the variety of cultural achievements that marked the successive generations. By unburying statues, monuments, buildings, cities, by reading old books and inscriptions, by re-entering a long-abandoned world of ideas, these new explorers in time became aware of fresh potentialities in their own existence. These pioneers of the mind invented a time machine more wonderful than H.G. Wells' technological contraption. At a moment when the new mechanical world picture had no place for time except as a function of movement in space, historic time duration, in Henry Bergson's sense, which includes persistence through replication, imitation, and memory, began to play a conscious part in day-to-day choices. If the living present could be visibly transformed, or at least deliberately modified from a Gothic to a formalized classic structure, so could the future be remolded, too. Historic time could be colonized and cultivated, and human culture itself became a collective artifact. The sciences actually profited by this historic restoration, getting a fresh impetus from Thales, Democritus, Archimedes, hero of Alexandria. For the first time, it would seem, the future, however untried, was more attractive than the past, as the experimental and the novel took precedence over the well-tested and the traditional. Even a monk like Campanella, in the heart of the church, would express this new sense to perfection in a letter to Galileo: the novelties of ancient truths, of new worlds, new systems, new nations are the beginnings of a new era. The fantasy of a new world, which seized Western man in so many forms after the 15th century, was, then, an attempt to escape time and the 14 cumulative effects of time, tradition and history, by changing it for unoccupied space. This took many forms: a religious form by breaking away from the established church and its orthodoxies, a utopian form by founding new communities, an adventurous form by conquering new lands, a mechanical form by substituting machines for organisms, and trading. Physical changes, in which time exists only as wear and tear, for organic changes, in which time leaves a permanent record. Finally, the New World took a revolutionary form, an attempt to make over the ways and habits and goals of a large population, in which all these modes of escape were more or less combined in a single complex, the new heaven and earth that would come into existence once royalism, feudalism, ecclesiasticism, and capitalism should pass away. This attempt to make a new beginning rested on the valid perception that at various points something had profoundly gone wrong in man's development. Instead of accepting this as ineradicable, as an integral defect, for which the theological name had been original sin, and instead of submitting to it as fatally ordained by the gods, Western man, in his growing self-confidence, wanted to wipe the slate clean and begin all over. And therein lay a trap, for in order to overcome time, in order to begin anew, it was imperative for him not to run away from his past, but to confront it, and literally to live down its dramatic events within himself. Until every generation did this consciously, examining its hoary tradition in the light of new experience, evaluating and selecting every part of its heritage, man could make no fresh start. In one mind after another that effort was begun. But at too early a point it was abandoned. So it remains an urgent task for our own day. 3. Outer conflicts and inner contradictions. There is always a disparity between ideal professions and actual achievements, at very least, a gap in time. This is part of the natural history of human institutions and should not give rise to callow cynicism. But in the case of the gap between the vivid New World dream and its actual translation, the contradictions are so numerous and the achievements so spotty and smirched that they almost defy any systematic treatment. Part of the difficulty springs from the fact that the explorers and adventurers carried with them a heavy admixture of old world traits, many of which in the course of thousands of years had proved lethal, without inciting any serious attempt to weed them out. Neither cutting loose from the old world in space, nor making a breach with its past, proved easy. Looking back we can now see that the proposal to wipe the slate clean and begin afresh in the new world was based on an illusion, or rather a series of illusions. As in the typical myth of Robinson Crusoe, the treasured Bible of both land pioneer and industrial enterpriser, survival in the new world was possible only if valuable lumber and tools could be salvaged from the old world wreckage. In the act of conquering the Americas and establishing trading posts and colonies elsewhere, from the Cape of Good Hope to Java, the invaders could maintain themselves only by drawing heavily upon the new technology, with its guns, steel knives, machetes, and hardware of all kinds. From the beginning the mechanical New World sustained them, and with every fresh invention their debt to the machine became heavier, as the canal, the steamship, the railroad, the telegraph brought the two new worlds ever closer together. The more prosperous the New World settlement, the less use it had for its own primitive foundations, once dearly prized, later sentimentally over-celebrated. In the United States this contradiction between ideal aim and act characterized the westward march of the pioneer. One sees it even in the career of Audubon, a spirit deeply enamored of the wilderness, devoting his whole life to observing and depicting the birds and mammals of North America, but almost wrecking these intentions by sinking all his working capital into a steam sawmill, a premature mechanical enterprise that landed him in bankruptcy. The very immigrants who turned their backs to the seaboard settlements in search of independence and freedom, not merely demanded the active aid of the central government in establishing canals, highroads, and railroads, but called upon national troops to protect their settlements and to extrude, expropriate, and, when resisted, exterminate the aborigines who stood in their path. What were the Indian reservations but early concentration camps? Though the philosophers of the 18th century Enlightenment, Diderot no less than Rousseau, believed in the natural goodness of man, The actual conduct of the new exploration had demonstrated too often the biblical truth that the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. What Jehovah told Noah and his sons was equally true of New World man: the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, and upon all the fishes of the sea, into your hands are they delivered. These ancient words, as applied to the Americas, strike an ominous note whose significance was brought home by one of the greatest of exploratory scientists, Alexander von Humboldt. In this paradise of the 16 American forests, he wrote, as well as elsewhere, experience has taught all beings that Benny Goodnighty is seldom found together with power. That state meant has universal application. Yet in the present century it was possible for the American historian Walter Webb to write a history of the American frontier, regarded by some eminent scholars as a classic work, emphasizing the frontier's contributions of wealth, freedom, power, with only 2 sentences on slavery, as a secondary windfall in the whole work. Nevertheless, both the economic and the cultural gains from the new exploration were genuine, and one would do ill to belittle them, any more than to make light of the accompanying gains of technology. For the first time, in spite of all the ensuing errors and mischiefs, modern man became conscious of the planet that he occupied as a whole, in all its richness and diversity of habitats, ways of life, cultural achievements, ecological partnerships. Even the most brutal whaling voyage brought back, not merely oil and whalebone, but some knowledge of climates and ocean currents, of tropical fruits and vegetables, of Indians and Polynesians and Micronesians, who lived a different life, at a different tempo, and for a different purpose than the heirs of civilization, as Melville's character Jackson called it. Through this exploration the abstract cosmos of space and time and gravitation, established independently by scientific observations, with scientific instruments, was brought down to earth, an earth teeming with life. As the range of settlement widened, the astonishment and delight over nature's gifts grew. Once the planet was opened up, mankind proved far richer than the stay-at-homes had ever supposed. Von Humboldt, exploring the Orinoco forest, cannot conceal his excitement. Within 3 months he had collected 1,600 plants and found 600 new species. As never before, it would seem, a new curiosity, a new passion for discovery, a new delight in unearthing rare minerals, identifying strange plants, sampling exotic fruits and vegetables and collecting their seeds, seized Western man. The old Paleolithic quest, with its finding and picking, its searching and collecting, its tasting and sampling, began anew on a grand scale. In North America passenger pigeons by tens of thousands blackened the sky, and in the prairies the strawberries grew so thick that the horses' fetlocks, one traveler reported, seemed covered with blood. 4. The New World man was first of all a prospector, and as a food gatherer he had an appetite for wild and gamey things. Even before A.R. Wallace, Audubon had tasted and sampled all the birds he killed, and reported that he found flickers disagreeable because they fed on ants, herring gulls too salty, but starlings delicate. Once more Western man peered more intently and searchingly into what lay under his feet, not only seeking veins of marble or pockets of gold and silver, but likewise seams of coal, pools of mineral oil, mines of 17 metalliferous ore, and in the course of these probings he uncovered and pondered over bones he had not had the wits or the scientific background to notice before, such as the bones of elephants in Siberia, where no wild ones were known. Looking farther afield, he found the huge remains of reptiles that, he later realized, had roamed the earth eons before the mammals appeared. Though it was long before these scattered findings could be brought together and intelligently digested by the empirical and historical sciences, The story of the technical and scientific advances that were made after the 16th century cannot be properly told, still less evaluated, without reference to this exhaustive exhibition of the contents of the earth, an exploration that is still far from ended, since we have only begun to tap the depths of the earth and the sea, or to reckon with the vast but long invisible world of microorganisms. To equate all our many-sided technical advances with the invention of the power loom, the steam engine, and similar mechanical agents, is to cover up a large part even of utilitarian progress. From the 16th century on, the capital accumulation of first-hand knowledge of nature easily matched the increasing capital investments in ships and mines and mills and factories, and who shall say which brought higher returns? Many of the best minds in the arts joined in this search. Leonardo da Vinci, finding fossils in the Tuscan hills, laid the foundations for both geology and evolution, for he surmised that where the shells were found, the ocean in which they flourished must once have covered the land, while Dyer, according to Panofsky, collected bones, shells, quaintly shaped nuts, rare plants and stones, and many other contemporaries established similar collections. Here, too, a start had been made in the Middle Ages, in terms of course of its own supernatural ideology, for what were the relics of saints, bits of hair and bone, patches of garments, vials of blood, wood from the true cross, but examples of the same indiscriminately acquisitive spirit and even the same appreciation of the magic and wonder of life through its most concrete if superstitious manifestations. In the 15th century such collections became secular, and their patrons exhibited their cabinets of curiosities, which kept on increasing and expanding until they became the public institutions we now call museums. The early Tradescant collection became famous, as did that of Sir John Soane, the London architect, in the 18th century, with its great variety of architectural objects. Living collections, in zoological gardens and botanic gardens, vied at the same time with those of inanimate objects. The voyages of Captain Cook to the Pacific Ocean significantly first planned for astronomical observation of the transit of Venus brought back a rich store of botanical and anthropological information, as did Darwin's famous voyage in the Beagle. Captain Cook would record that, even in the bleak Tierra del Fuego, his scientists, Mr. Banks and Dr. 18. Solander, returned from shore with above 100 different plants and flowers, all of them wholly unknown to the botanists of Europe. In their fixation on the feats of the physical sciences and their related technologies, Victorian interpreters and many of their latter-day successors overlooked the immense importance for the later processes of industrialization performed by the new exploration. The organic sciences, zoology, botany, paleontology, with their exhaustive inventories of forms and species have been given a lower status than those that fall within the abstract framework of mathematics, mechanics, and physics. But it is time to redress this one-sided view. At every point in development the two modes of science, the concrete, the empirical, and the historical on one hand, and the abstract and mathematical and analytical on the other, have both been necessary for forming an adequate picture of reality. If anything, the finders and collectors have served the needs of life more fruitfully than the fabricators and the manipulators. In short, long before the age of terrestrial discovery had reached a barren climax in a few daring acts like the ascent of Mount Everest or the on-the-spot identification, discovery, of the North and South Poles, the adventurers and prospectors, the miners and hunters and collectors, the geologists and botanists and zoologists, had begun to put together, for the first time, a picture of the earth as not merely the dwelling place of man, but as the seat of organic evolution and the home, a rare and wonderful home, of life itself in all its concrete immensity and diversity. They brought forth long-buried achievements, to which the archaeologists and the paleoanthropologists have been adding, during the last century, a crowning touch. Without this exploration, which brought together man's hitherto unplumbed past existence, and thereby opened up even greater future potentialities, man's sense of his own dignity and destiny would have been permanently overshadowed by the astronomical discoveries of the 16th century. In the perspective of history, the cultural gains from the new exploration should count more heavily than the immediate material gains that came through trading beads and trinkets for furs, hides, and ivories, or through controlling the markets of decadent kingdoms and empires. The eventual economic wealth, through the opening up of immense areas of unexhausted land for cultivation, the cutting down of vast quantities of timber, and the exploiting of mineral resources of every kind was, of course, indisputable, but all these advances were only continuing if at a faster pace a movement already begun in the Middle Ages, and up to the 19th century had been little affected by New World wheat, maize, or cotton, or Australian wool. In the long run, it was the cultural interchanges that would prove important, and it was Western man's unreadiness for cooperative two-way intercourse, his egoism, his vanity, his reluctance to 19. Learn from those he conquered, and not least his calculated ferocity that actually wiped out many of the potential advantages of the new exploration. Even from the standpoint of industry, Western man needed to explore the whole planet to make the fullest use of its technological potential. Turgot in the 18th century believed that Europe's mission to colonize and civilize the world was a necessary requirement for its own development, and that belief, Frank Manuel points out, was shared even by such later reformers as Condorcet and Saint-Simon. And though in time Western man accomplished this, he would probably have been far more successful had he paid closer attention to the cultures he disrupted and destroyed, for in wrecking them he was reducing his own intellectual working capital. Though 18th century industrialism did not need New World products to fabricate its new machines or utilize coal as a source of power, just the reverse, at first by the 19th century the New World's contributions of maize and the potato and the yam made it possible to shift an increasing number of workers from farming to manufacture. In turn it was the New World market for textiles, brummagem jewelry, glass beads, and hardware that offered the most profitable outlets for mass production. As for the debt of our present technology to primitive societies, it would remain huge if only a single contribution were taken into account, that made by the obscure tribe of Amazon Indians who had learned the uses of their native rubber plant and had produced, before the white man encountered them, not merely rubber balls, but syringes and raincoats. No 20th century invention is more remarkable than this imaginative utilization of the rubber tree's sap, a feat even more spectacular than the first extraction of metals or the melting of glass. Without this primitive exploitation of the wild rubber plant, originally limited in its botanical distribution, the modern world would possess neither natural nor artificial rubber, for which the natural gum served as a model. And without rubber, obviously, all motor transport would screech to a halt. Still another contribution of primitive cultures, Peruvian bark, the source of quinine, made it possible for Western man to gain a hold in the malaria-ridden areas of America, Africa, and Asia. In sum, the last 4 centuries of prospecting and exploring have been fully as important to our major technological development as the fabrication of power machines or the development of electric communication. With the standard picture of the Industrial Revolution as an affair primarily of coal, iron, and steam, the significance of this search has been belittled or completely overlooked. But only a small portion of the metals and rare earths necessary for an advanced techniques exists on any one continent: manganese, magnesium, chromium, thorium, tungsten, platinum, iridium, aluminum, helium, uranium, to say nothing of petroleum and coal, have only a spotty planetary distribution. The discovery of these elements by chemists, and the opening up of these resources, was the necessary preliminary to any wider system of invention and fabrication. Even today, despite the near miracles performed by synthetic chemistry, manufacturing molecules to order, chemists and biologists are renewing the practice of systematically prospecting the seas, suspecting with good reason that the denizens of the ocean, some of whom learned to produce high-tension electricity long before man, have kept many other valuable secrets to themselves. A few of these discoveries, be it noted, had a regressive side. Two of the oldest plants, the opium poppy and hemp, not discovered but spread further, had long been a bane to man. And though the new stimulants, tea, coffee, yerba mate, must be largely counted as benefits, perhaps even as active contributors to the intellectual vivacity of Europe from the 17th century onward, the worldwide adaptation of tobacco, not as a ceremonial incense as with simpler peoples, but as a chronic addiction, if not a neurotic compulsion, deliberately inculcated for commercial profit, must be put on the debit side. So, too, the abundance of grain and potatoes, which lowered the cost of making gin, whiskey, and vodka, encouraged periodic bouts of drunkenness, among the poor and exploited, as a means of offsetting the brutal industrial regimen. But even with such qualifications and deductions, the advantages that accrued from this far-reaching territorial exploration and interchange were immense. And many of these redoubtable advantages owed little at first to mechanical industry, rather, the other way round. Without this vast increase in mineral resources, raw materials, and food plants, the changes, usually attributed solely to the physical sciences and invention, would have been retarded, or in some cases have proved impossible. While all too little noted, the transoceanic explorations of Western man had still another effect, namely on the development of the exact sciences themselves. Long-distance sea voyages, out of sight of land for weeks at a time, demanded for their success more than a courage close to foolhardiness, though even the latter, as in the case of both the Norsemen and their Hawaiian contemporaries, seems to have been possible mainly through a close observation of the flight of land-based birds. Navigational skill required exact science. It was on the sea that the main procedures of the scientific method itself were first worked out. It was the mariner's need for astronomical information, quite as much as the demands of astrological prediction, that turned the European mind to exact solar and stellar sightings. And it was the need for safety in approaching land, to take soundings and accurately record their measurements, that made quantitative observation a habit among seagoing peoples, while the 21. Need to respond to, and if possible forecast, the changes of weather led to constant observation of the clouds, the winds, the color and motion of the water. The plotting of the ship's course and the transcription of topographic data to maps instituted the higher bookkeeping of science. And finally, the keeping of the ship's log, the prompt record of observed events, set the meticulous pattern of the laboratory notebook, while the constant cartographic correction of hypothetical or sketchy information by closer first-hand observation again predated the methodology of the experimental sciences. All these practices were registered and reinforced in the scientific mind. Modern science's original debt to navigation is no less than its debt to capitalist accountancy, and it was on that double foundation that the abstract structure which the 17th century identified with cosmic reality came into existence. 4. At the beginning, I suggested, the two forms of exploration, terrestrial and technological, had a common source, and for long remained in constant interplay. For a few centuries, Western man, or at least a wakeful minority, believed it would be possible to make the best of both worlds. We are now sufficiently far away from the original New World pictures, v.Hitch linger only as after images, to see that they did in fact have much in common. Both movements, to begin with, were characterized by an unconcealed hostility to the past, though to different parts of the past, they openly gloried in discontinuity, if not in outright destruction. In the 18th century these contrasting attitudes were summed up in the personalities of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Denis Diderot, the first exalting the primitive, the unsophisticated, the older peasant folkways, despising formalized order and favoring spontaneity and simplicity, the second, though personally hankering after the open sexual freedom of the Polynesians, trusting rather to the intelligence than to instincts and natural feelings, and eagerly investigating the processes of mechanical invention and production. The fact that these two men began as friends only underlines their symbolic roles. Beneath both attitudes toward the past was the sense, which had appeared at earlier points in history, notably in the 6th century BC, that formal civilization had somehow gone wrong, and that its most successful institutions had retarded and restricted, rather than furthered, the full development of man, though it had made possible great collective assemblages of manpower that transformed the environment and energized the 22 mind enterprises that no earlier tribal community or village had even dared to conceive. The state, the official religion, the bureaucracy, the army, these resurgent institutions of civilization were capable indeed of effecting great constructive transformations of the environment, but the human price of their success was heavy: the class structure, the lifetime fixation of function, the monopoly of land and economic and educational opportunity, the inequalities of property and privilege, the chronic savagery of slavery and war, the fears and obsessions and paranoid ambitions of the ruling classes, culminating in mass destructions and exterminations. In short, a nightmare. Such constant miscarriages of power and organization offset the genuine claims that could be made for the system, and raised serious questions, at least in the minds of the oppressed and the enslaved, about the value of civilization itself. These doubts encouraged the notion that if only the past institutions and structures of civilization were destroyed, men would be happy, virtuous, and free. Rousseau expressed this idea in its most extreme form in his prize essay for the Academy at Dijon, in which he castigated the demoralizing effects of the arts and sciences, those features of civilization about which people had the fewest doubts. The notion that many of the ways of civilization are in fact not beneficent but injurious had been expressed in one way or another in many of the axial religions and philosophies, and had taken the form of a yearning for a more elemental mode of life, a return to the village, the bamboo grove, the desert, seeking detachment from the compulsions and harsh regimentations demanded by the mega-machine as the price of wealth, peace, and victory in war. Once the traumatic effects of civilization were acknowledged, the elder prophets taught, one might be born again, and begin life over on a sound basis, defying sterile tradition, framing new laws, exploring strange environments, throwing off old restraints. These impulses were reaffirmed in that great migration to the wilderness areas that marked the colonization of the New World, for the pioneers perforce left civilization behind them and acted, as Longfellow put it, so that each tomorrow finds us farther than today. That retreat, unfortunately, was open only to a venturesome minority. The underlying notion of improvement by movement curiously bound together both the roving frontiersmen of the New World and the mechanical pioneers, who have for the last 300 years devoted no small part of their energies to speeding every form of mechanical transportation. The more rapid the movement, the greater the improvement was accepted as axiomatic. Behind both efforts was the belief that farther meant not only farther away in space but farther away from the past. That part of the environment which came under the influence of Rousseau and his followers. 23. Was, in so far as it sought primitive environments and simpler modes of getting a living, a return to a deliberately archaic existence. It was in effect an attempt to begin all over again at that point in Paleo and Neolithic cultures before the new institutions of civilization had conquered and overwhelmed the small scattered farming communities. For a brief period, almost a century, it looked as if this latter effort might partly succeed, and even when it succumbed to the new forces of industrialism, it left traces on American life that have not yet entirely disappeared, though they are now happily sublimated in the conservation movement, and in efforts to preserve residually some portion of the near-primeval wilderness. The evidence for this brief success is known to all students of pioneer settlements. There, the class distinctions, the regimentation, the legalized inequalities of Old World institutions were, if not absent, at least only faintly and intermittently present. Not merely was arbitrary political power, as exercised under kingship and feudal authority, curbed by representative government, but in New England at least there was a healthy development of communal autonomy, alike in the congregation-governed churches, the free schools and libraries, and the town meeting that handled local public affairs. Living in small, partly self-contained communities, where each member was forced to count on his neighbors for help, whether to raise a roof or to shuck corn, or to band together, as in a mining camp, against desperadoes, they seemed for a while to have found a way to overcome the basically one-sided modes of class exploitation introduced by civilization. Even the economic division of labor tended under these conditions to disappear. George Perkins Marsh, the linguist and geographer, one of the extraordinary minds that emerged from this background, observed in a lecture on the English language, except in mere mechanical matters, and even there far more imperfectly, we have adopted the principle of the division of labor to a more limited extent than any modern civilized nation. Every man is a dabbler, if not a master, in every knowledge. Every man is a divine, a physician, and a lawyer to himself, as well as a counselor to his neighbors, in all the interests involved in the sciences appropriately belonging to these professions. Emerson's essay on self-reliance confirmed this attitude. Marsh did not exaggerate, nor did he over-idealize, this condition. For a brief period, roughly between 1800 and 1860, or at latest 1880, it seemed that the principles of Rousseau and Diderot might, at least in a few favored areas, be effectively reconciled. The romantic and the utilitarian personality were learning to live side by side, not merely coexisting but prospering together. The typical figures of this period did not recoil from science, mechanical invention, or industrial organization. On the contrary, they embraced all these new potentialities within the framework of a larger 24. Life that included man's natural and his humanistic inheritance. While Thoreau, for example, responded to the natural environment, exploring every wood, field, and riverbank around Concord, he furthered his family business, pencil making, by utilizing a new process for purifying graphite which he found in a scientific review. This same ready wholeness of response characterizes and unites the other leading minds of this new world. Galaxy, Audubon, Olmsted, Emerson, Marsh, Melville, Whitman. They were neither hermits nor primitives, but in their minds at least they had thrown off the frayed and soiled clothes of all previous civilizations. This new world utopia, this promised land, was soon buried under the ashes and cinders that erupted over the Western world in the 19th century, thanks to the resurrection and intensification of all the forces that had originally brought civilization itself into existence. The rise of the centralized state, the expansion of the bureaucracy and the conscript army, the regimentation of the factory system, the depredations of speculative finance, the spread of imperialism, as in the Mexican War, and the continued encroachment of slavery, all these negative movements not only sullied the New World dream but brought back on a larger scale than ever the Old World nightmares that the immigrants to America had risked their lives and forfeited their cultural treasures to escape. As a result of this setback, the mechanical New World displaced the romantic New World in men's minds. The latter became a mere escapist dream, not a serious alternative to the existing order. For in the meanwhile, a new God had appeared and a new religion had taken possession of the mind, and out of this conjunction arose the new mechanical world picture, which, with every fresh scientific discovery, every successful new invention, displaced both the natural world and the diverse symbols of human culture, with an environment cut solely to the measure of the machine. This ideology gave primacy to the denatured and dehumanized environment in which the new technological complex could flourish without being limited by any human interests and values other than those of technology itself. All too soon a large portion of the human race would virtually forget that there had ever existed any other kind of environment, or any alternative mode of life. 25. 5. Contrast with medieval naturalism. To grasp the nature of this approaching ideological transformation, one must contrast it with that which prevailed in Europe toward the end of the Middle Ages. Such rudimentary scientific knowledge as the Middle Ages possessed, beyond the elements of geometry and astronomy, was largely passed on through the medical schools, beginning with the most influential, that of Salerno. Apart from the direct experience of the organism that physicians necessarily have, the desire for knowledge of nature largely took the form of a series of questions, put almost at random, about the natural world. Brian Lawn, in his treatise on the Salernitane questions, referring to a late manuscript that seems to date from around 1300, observes that though these questions derive from many ancient sources, not more than 10 deal with abstract, Aristotelian physics and metaphysics, and only 2 deal with the soul or intellect. The questions as a whole, he points out, are almost entirely confined to mundane subjects, such as anthropology and medicine, zoology, botany, mineralogy and alchemy, experiments, meteorology, and geography. Emphasis is laid on experiment and alchemy. Only scholarly courtesy led Lawn to group these questions under what would now be the appropriate scientific disciplines, for positive science was still centuries away. The questions range from why does the resounding echo repeat words and why is dry old age still prone to sleep, to how is it that milk or fish is changed into nourishment? Why does the savage unicorn curb his fierce wrath with the virgin's embrace? Or what causes rain, winds, and lofty clouds? These questions characterize minds that were only beginning to awaken to the natural world, still confused, still unable to take their bearings, still largely dependent upon Greek and Roman tradition, even for the questions themselves. Compare these questions with the medieval artists' accurate answers: this is ivy, this is a hunting dog, this is a peasant mowing, this is a sly old priest. Though in both cases the mind was handicapped for lack of an abstract framework and method, the craftsman was nearer to nature and a science based on nature than the learned scholar, putting these random questions in Latin verse. Not that the medieval mind lacked facility for dealing with abstractions, quite the contrary. In Science and the Modern World, A.N. Whitehead, himself a distinguished mathematician and philosopher, pointed out that the extraordinary refinement of abstract thought among Christian 26 theologians, with their deep faith in an orderly, coherent, and intelligible world, provided the strongest possible underpinning for rational science, since scholastic theology not only presumed a corresponding rationality in the universe, but assured the investigator who took it for granted of his ultimate success. What distinguishes the system of the logical abstractions developed by the scholastics from those that scientists later developed was that the real world, for the medieval mind, was the invisible one, that toward which all earthly life was only a preparation. The ultimate concern of the axial religions with death, with non-being, with an afterlife, deprived these religious abstractions of any immediate application to technology, though no small part of the mental energy of the great minds of this period was spent in forging ingenious links, or rather weaving gossamer threads of connection, between these ultimate abstractions: God, the Holy Ghost, angels, immortality, heaven, hell, and the concrete civic and domestic practice of the community. Science itself, and with it, later, a science-oriented technology, did not begin to flourish until the medieval ability to deal logically with imaginary entities and hypothetical relationships came back through fresh developments in mathematics. The question of how many angels could dance on the point of a pin no longer is absurd in molecular physics, with its discovery of how broad that point actually is, and what a part invisible electronic messengers play in the dance of life. What medieval theology lacked was not rigorous abstractions but a coeval ability to enter into and understand concretions, in all the richness and density and integrity that organized life presents. Here aesthetic naturalism had a contribution to make. The most limited handicraft worker, if he wished to qualify for his guild, still had to report to his masters on coming back from his travels what he had seen with his own eyes and copied with his own hands. Artist craftsmen transferred this new knowledge to images in stone, wood, and painted parchment, on church porches and pews, in calendars and books of hours. One finds scene after scene from daily life, not treated as an evidence of some more ultimate spiritual revelation, but enjoyed immediately as direct bearers of both aesthetic form and spiritual meaning. The sculptors of gargoyles and chimeras, as Lynn Thorndike observed, were not content to reproduce existing animals but showed their command of animal anatomy by creating strange compound and hybrid monsters, one might almost say, evolving new species which nevertheless have all the verisimilitude of copies from living forms. It was these breeders in stone, these Burbanks of the pencil, these Darwins with the chisel, who knew nature and had studied botany and zoology in a way superior to the scholar who simply pored over the works of Aristotle and Pliny. 27. This recovery of nature through observation and exact representation preceded the revival of learning and was far closer to the original Greek tradition of science than the sedulous imitations of dead classic forms or the pious reading of time-worn and mangled Greek texts. Arising out of daily work in the free cities, under the guidance of autonomous guilds which had evolved high standards of workmanship and competence, this process of naturalization continued to grow, and it is not surprising that by the 16th century it had developed further in the transformation of the craftsman into the full-fledged artist, alike a worker, a thinker, an organizer, and a creator, exploring every aspect of experience in or outside his trade by the same method. The artists of the Renaissance opened a direct passage from naturalization to humanization. First the Holy Trinity takes on purely human form. Then the saints and the pagan gods begin to disappear, too, leaving the natural landscape of Ruysdael and Constable, the natural man of Rembrandt or Hogarth, or even the lowly peasants of the brothers Le Nain, as a sign that every part of the natural world open to human culture had been entered. In this process the craftsman and the artist had preceded by whole centuries the natural philosophers or scientists. What is more, the new mechanical inventions of the clock and the printing press exercised a profound influence upon the scientific mind. Not surprisingly, in the final articulation of the New World picture, it was an earlier advance in medieval techniques, the development of glass lenses, that brought about the decisive change, for the astronomical observations that were first made with such difficulty by Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, using the naked eye, were vastly widened, and the process itself was lightened, through the invention of the telescope. Heliocentrism was accepted slowly. Indeed, it had little effect upon the learned world for a century after Copernicus. Even today the common sense view, that the sun moves around the earth, suffices for most men. But the telescope and the microscope made a profound difference, for the infinite and the infinitesimal, the macrocosm and the microcosm, ceased to be merely speculative concepts. They revealed, at least potentially, the ideal limits of significant visual experience. These two artifacts of glass techniques wrought a far more radical transformation of human life than did the steam engine. What had once been purely religious concepts attached to an afterlife, infinity, eternity, mortality, were now related to actual time and space. With that, the once enclosed, self-contained and self-centered world of Christian theology was no longer credible. But religion itself was not excluded, for a new religion had in fact secretly come into existence, so secretly that its most devout worshippers still do not recognize that it is in fact a religion. Chapter 2. Return of the Sun God. 1. Solarology. N. So much for the long series of technological changes that, beginning perhaps as early as the 11th century, came to a climax in the age of exploration. But as it happened, the most decisive technical improvements that took place in the 16th and 17th centuries lay outside the immediate province of technology, for the great event that presided over all other activities and transformed the Western outlook upon life was a religious phenomenon, the return of the sky gods, and especially the sun god. Not that the religion of the sun god had ever entirely disappeared. In the new institutional practices derived from solar theology, which took shape in the Pyramid Age, the major outlines of the great civilizations had been traced, and the practice of this religion of the sky gods, centered in the person and authority of the divine king, had spread, whether by spontaneous reinvention or by actual human contact through persons or ideas, over the entire earth, exercising political and military control, and performing by means of great collective machines astounding feats of geotechnics, building canals, irrigation systems, massive walls, temples, and cities. The deity that presided over the new religion and the new mechanical world picture was no less than Adam-Re, the self-created Son, who out of his own semen had conceived the universe and all its subordinate deities. Except more ancient none orto without the aid of the female principle. To establish the directness of this succession one need only remember that it was in the course of correcting the astronomical calculations of the Greco-Egyptian astronomer Ptolemy, 2nd century AD, that Copernicus arrived at the notion that the Earth, instead of being the center of the universe, actually swept in a predictable orbit around the Sun. By giving the 29 Sun a central position, Copernicus was in effect a better Egyptian than Ptolemy. If there is any one point at which one may say the modern world picture was first conceived as the expression of a new religion and the basis of a new power system, it was in the 5th decade of the 16th century. For not merely was Nicolaus Copernicus De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium published, but likewise Vesalius' treatise on anatomy, De Humani Corporis Fabrica, also 1543, Jerome Cardan's Algebra, The Great Art, 1545, and Fray Castero's Enunciation of the Germ Theory of Disease, De Contagione et Contagiosis Morbis, 1546. Scientifically speaking, that was the decade of decades, unrivaled until our own century. If the reader doubts that this was a religious as well as a scientific and ultimately a technological revolution, let him withhold his dissent till I have assembled the proofs. The usual way of interpreting the Copernican revolution is to assume that its most shattering effect was to break down the theological assumption that God had made the earth the center of the universe and that man was the ultimate object of his attention. If the Sun was actually the center, then the whole structure of dogmatic Christian theology with its unique act of creation, with the human soul as the central interest of God, and man's moral probation on earth in preparation for eternity as the divine consummation of God's will threatened to collapse. Viewed through the new glasses of science, man shrank in size. In terms of astronomical quantities, the human race counted for little more than an ephemeral swarm of midges on the planet itself. By contrast, science, which had made this shattering discovery by the mere exercise of common human faculties, not divine revelation, became the only trustworthy source of authentic and reputable knowledge. But such conclusions, however obvious they may seem now, were not immediately made by those who were most deeply captivated by the new religion. For 3 centuries Western man tried to make the best of both worlds without transcending in thought their self-imposed limitations. The immediate effect of the new theology was quite different. It helped to bring back to life, or to rejuvenate, the old components of the power system deriving ultimately from the Pyramid Age in both Egypt and Mesopotamia. As in the first volume of The Myth of the Machine, I do not confine the term Pyramid Age strictly to Egyptian culture, or to the 4 centuries, 2700 to 2300 BC, when pyramids of increasing size were actually built. I use it rather as a brief way of referring to the changes that took place during the 4th millennium BC, both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, marked by a typical constellation of institutions and cultural inventions, the cult of divine kingship, astronomical time measurement, the written record, the division and specialization of labor, organized conquest. 30. By war, and the building of imposing monumental structures, temples, palaces, walled cities, canal and irrigation systems, not least the assemblage of the once invisible megamachine. While Egypt is the classic locus of the Pyramid Age, this usage does not imply either unique Egyptian leadership or the direct influence of Egypt on any other culture. Yet the fact that this complex of institutions, if not always the pyramid form itself, is found later in widely separated cultures, not only in China, Turkestan, and Iran, but in Cambodia, Thailand, Peru, and Mexico, would seem to justify this special designation * by resuming its ancient central position in the minds of the ruling classes. The sun actually became God once more. This took place not merely because the sun was the chief source of power on earth, as it actually is, but because the sun was the central point of reference in the motions of the planets, including the earth, the mechanical regularity already achieved in machines, above all, in clockwork, provided the miniature replicas of absolute cosmic order. In the course of less than a century the sun changed its position in the minds of learned observers. It was no longer a satellite or servant, but the master of human existence. In terms of the new deity, all complex phenomena must be reduced to the measurable, the repetitive, the predictable, the ultimately controllable. First in the mind but eventually in the organization of daily life. The sun, God, the symbol of centralized power, became the model of perfection for all human institutions, and the priesthood of science, whose mathematical measurements had first disclosed and utilized this source of cosmic order lacked the faintest premonitions of the possible consequences. In all innocence, astronomy and celestial mechanics laid the foundation for a more absolute order, political and industrial, similar point for point to that which underlay the Pyramid Age. But 4 centuries were needed before the great pharaonic invention of the Pyramid Age, the megamachine, could be assembled again. The association of the new astronomy with the revival of divine kingship and centralized political power was no mere accident, still less is it a meretricious conceit. The greatest Western monarch of the 17th century, Louis XIV, despite his piety as a Catholic prince, dramatized his absolute authority by calling himself Leroi, the Sun King. And even before Louis XIV, Norton, in A Christian Familiar Comfort, compared the state to heaven and Queen Elizabeth and the council to the primum mobile or controlling sphere. The Roi Solile is indeed, adds Tilliard, one of the most persistent of all Elizabethan commonplaces. Once this central authority was established, the other functionaries of the ancient. For a fuller discussion, see the section Archetypes or Genes. In the City in his Tory, page 90, and chapters 8, 9, and 10 in The Myth of the Machine, volume 1. 31. System all reappeared, dressed in only slightly different costume, the priesthood, the army, the bureaucracy. With their assistance, the whole cult became operative again, working toward a system of absolute power capable of conquering and controlling great masses of men, widening the bounds of humane empire, as Francis Bacon said, to the affecting of all things possible. The first mark of the sun god's ascendancy, then, came not in technics, but in government. The new religion reinforced both ideologically and practically the belief in power, inordinate and unqualified power. Scientific thought, Bertrand Russell once observed, correctly interpreting the scientific outlook, is essentially power thought, the sort of thought that is to say whose purpose, conscious or unconscious, is to give power to its possessor. The worship of the sun god was the outcome of the same constellation of interests that had prompted and revived observation of the planets in astrology. Now astrology had long before been condemned by Saint Augustine and other Christian theologians as a pagan superstition, incompatible with belief in God's exclusive providence and man's free will. With the later corrosion of Christian faith, astrology assumed a special role as a supplementary religion, and the pursuit of occult information, based on the correlation of the exact hour of a person's birth with the conjunction of the planets, demanded not merely exact time measurements but close observations of the heavens. Thus astrology fostered astronomy, as alchemy fostered chemistry. These pursuits were more important by reason of the method than for their reputed results. Copernicus and Kepler both cast horoscopes, and it was by such close observation of planetary movements, as well as by tedious mathematical calculation, that Tycho confirmed Copernicus' conclusions and made possible Kepler's final correction. From the beginning astronomy had flourished under court patronage. The establishment of the solar calendar was from the outset one of the substantial attributes of royal authority wherever kingship spread, and it was a generation after Copernicus' treatise that in 1582 the spiritual monarch of Christendom, the Pope of Rome, ordered the latest revision of the calendar. It is not for nothing that the Vatican still maintains its own astronomer, if only to regulate its movable feasts. Every European court had its astrologer in residence, just as their predecessors had done in Egypt and Babylonia thousands of years before. Without this intense interest in astrology, science would not have received the support that it enjoyed from kings and men of affairs, a support that belies the popular notion that modern science originally had a difficult uphill fight. But astrology made still another contribution to exact science. It established as a canon of faith a belief in the strictest sort of determinism, for it interpreted singular life events in terms of collective statistical 32 return of probabilities, based on data originally gathered from a mass of individual biographies, collected and collated, it is reported, by royal mandate. Thus, royal patronage had not merely promoted stargazing but laid the ground work for the more austere and pragmatically useful determinism of the physical sciences. Once firmly embedded in the mind, this unprovable assumption would even lead a proud mathematician to boast that from a sufficient knowledge of a single event the position and state of every other particle in the universe could be predicted. That unfortunate exhibition of intellectual hubris laid the foundation at an early date for the dubious alliance between scientific determinism and authoritarian control that now menaces human existence. What astronomy did under the original influence of astrology was to transform a purely religious concept of heaven, attached to an after life infinity, eternity, immortality to the observable movements of physical bodies traveling through boundless space whose distance increased with each further improvement of the telescope. The enclosed, self-contained, man-centered world of Christian revelation was in this new perspective no longer credible. That this new world, which gave primacy to light and energy and motion, was quite as subjective and anthropomorphic as the older view remained to be discovered. But there is no doubt about the immediate effect upon the astronomers themselves. As Butterfield observes, Copernicus rises to lyricism and almost to worship when he writes about the regal nature and central position of the sun. It was in this state of emotional exaltation that the sun god was reborn and the ancient megamachine reassembled and eventually rebuilt. Though Galileo was no mystic like Johannes Kepler, and though he was reluctant to disturb the prevailing Ptolemaic description of the planetary movements, he shared the same emotions as Copernicus, all the more because the newly invented telescope brought him much closer to the fixed and moving objects in the sky. He who gazes highest is of the highest quality, said Galileo, and in the dedication of his dialogue on the world systems he proudly added, the turning to the great book of nature, which is the proper object of philosophy, is the way to make one look high. Hence if ever any persons might claim to be signally distinguished for their intellect from other men, Ptolemy and Copernicus were they that had the honor to see farthest and discourse most profoundly of the world's systems. Unfortunately, in seeking to read the book of nature more faithfully, the new thinkers repeated the error made by Thales and Aristarchus. Unthinkingly, they banished the thinker himself from the picture as poor, emptirically and arbitrarily as Socrates, and after him the Christian Theo-33 Geans, had turned their backs on nature. Not until astronomers discovered that a source of error in their observations was the length of time it took the nervous system to transmit a message from the eye to the brain did they realize that no part of the external world was wholly extraneous to man, or could be investigated except by utilizing man's physiological aptitudes and cumulative cultural inventions, that the very notion of a universe independent of man was itself a peculiarly human achievement, dependent upon human history and human consciousness. Plainly, it was not the new truths that astronomy disclosed about the vastness of physical nature, but old truths man neglected about himself that diminished his stature and importance. Those who looked upward and outward and forward, and were prepared to traverse astronomical distances, forgot to look downward and inward and backward. The sun god had dazzled and blinded them into conceiving scientific reality as a landscape without figures, forgetting the artists who had spent countless generations painting it, and without whom the universe in its vastness was literally unthinkable. The new world that astronomy and mechanics opened up was in fact based upon a dogmatic premise that excluded from the outset not only the presence of man but the phenomena of life. On this new assumption, the cosmos itself was primarily a mechanical system capable of being fully understood by reference solely to a mechanical model. Not man but the machine became the central feature in this new world picture, hence the chief end of human existence was to confirm this system by utilizing and controlling the energies derived from the sun, reshaping every part of the environment in conformity to the sun god's strict commands. In the acceptance of this mechanical orthodoxy, man was to find his salvation. Though the religion of the sun god, which shaped the new power complex, was to have immense practical consequences, political, military, economic, it would be an error to believe that these were the motives originally in view. It was the numinous and luminous aspects of astronomy, achieved by its very detachment from pressing human concerns, that seemed to offer a new promise of salvation, not tainted by corrupt human motives. In a world still embattled in relentless theological controversy and enmeshed in ideological confusions, the new astronomy brought a clarifying order that in itself evoked, to use a then current phrase, the music of the spheres. This new world of light and space, disinfected of the human presence, was until our own time a refuge from the dogmatic brawls and savage religious persecutions that characterized the 16th and 17th centuries. As late as the 18th century, indeed, the words most often on the lips of scientists, when they contemplated the new system of nature, 34, so majestically revealed by Newton, were order and beauty. Though the silence of infinite space frightened Pascal, it was this very silence and distance that gave comfort to many harassed spirits. If one ignores the religious aura that hung over the great scientific discoveries in the period between Copernicus and Newton and never entirely faded away, one misses the hidden subjective contribution of the new outlook and its great source of sacred power. While the Christian heaven shrank, the astronomical heaven expanded. Such mighty changes as have taken place during the last 3 centuries could proceed only from a profound religious reorientation, one that permeated every aspect of existence. Only on such assumptions can one account for the immense authority that the astronomical and mechanical world picture exerted and still exerts over many of the most able minds. Unfortunately, just as behind the terrestrial exploration stalked demonic and criminal impulses that crippled its utopian hopes, so behind the benign order and geometric beauty of the new science an ancient power system had begun to re-establish itself, on a scale never before conceivable. So far from reducing human affairs to insignificance and discouraging all worldly ambitions, the new cult paradoxically promoted an immense concentration on the mastery of earthly life, exploration, invention, conquest, colonization, all centered on immediate fulfillment. Now, not the hereafter, was what counted. In fixing their gaze on the sky and on the movements of physical bodies, the scientific revolutionists were only continuing an austere religious tradition that goes back to the beginnings of civilization, if not before, and more immediately, they were resuming a practice that looks back to the Greeks. When Pythagoras was asked why he lived, he answered, "To look at heaven and nature." That struck the new scientific note. Similarly, Anaxagoras, de Santillana points out, when accused of caring naught for his kind and his own city, replied by pointing at the heavens and saying, "There is my country." The exchange of the Christian's universe, focused on man's existence and his ultimate salvation, for a purely impersonal universe without a God except the blazing sun itself, without a visible purpose or desirable human destination, might seem a bad bargain, indeed, a pitiable loss. But it had the compensatory effect of making science the only source of meaning, and the achievement of scientific truth the only ultimate purpose. Dr. Henry A. Murray has given this skyward orientation a name, ascensionism. He associates it not only with the practices of astronomy, but with a general cycle orientation toward brightness, levitation, flying, climbing, upward pointing and moving, perhaps even with hierarchic order, in which the highest unit or the highest person represents the utmost in power, intelligence, or numinous authority. But Murray has also pointed 35 out that the actual environment becomes more empty of living organisms as one ascends toward the symbolic mountaintop, and the air likewise becomes rarer and harder to breathe, less capable both physically and figuratively of supporting human life. It is not by accident but by inner necessity that, in order to do justice to the forces of life, in the Egyptian pantheon the sun god, Adum-Re, was counterbalanced by Osiris, the friend of man, the teacher of agriculture and handicrafts, the god of life and death, of burial, resurrection, and renewal, that god who in another form became the center of the Christian universe. For those who may still feel that I am exaggerating the subjective, emotional, religious attractions of the new cosmic order that centered in the sun, let me cite the words of Kepler. They are all the more persuasive since, in his scientific capacity, Kepler was able to overcome an old ideological bias in favor of a perfect figure like the circle sufficiently to discover, after many efforts to evade this conclusion, that the actual orbit of the Earth about the Sun was an elliptic one. Listen, then, to his description of the Sun, in which the two heavens, the ancient one of Christian theology and the new one of astronomy and exact science, merge and become one. In the first place, he says, lest perchance a blind man deny it to you, of all bodies in the universe the most excellent is the sun, whose essence is nothing less than the purest light, than which there is no greater star, which single and alone is the producer, conserver and warmer of all things. It is a fountain of light, rich in fruitful heat and most fair, limpid and pure to the sight, the source of vision, portrayer of all colors, though himself empty of color, called king of the planets for his motion, heart of the world for his power, its eye for his beauty, and which alone we should judge worthy of the Most High God, should he be pleased with a material domicile and choose a place in which to dwell with the blessed angels. Much of this description is of course factual, but Kepler's rhetoric is the language of religious adoration, perfervid, exalted. And it does not weaken the case for regarding sun worship as the renascent religion to discover that Copernicus and Kepler were not alone. Tilliard, again, points out that the sun in Elizabethan times was widely considered the material counterpart of God. The contemporary author of the Cursor Mundi, indeed, came close to downright heresy from any Christian view, for he described the sun as God the Father, the sphere of the fixed stars as the sun, and the intervening ethereal medium as the Holy Ghost. By a queer accident, the time span between Copernicus' treatise on the revolution of the planets and Newton's law of gravitation was roughly the same as that between the building of the first step pyramid in Egypt and the construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Where history is on the march, thanks to kings, heroes, or empires, Mircea Eliade observes, the sun is supreme. 36. Sun God. No one can doubt that history was on the march in the Western world from the 16th century on, or that it was the kings of Portugal, Spain, England, and France, monarchs by divine right, who seized the initiative. in conquering and colonizing with their own peoples large portions of the planet. Meanwhile, the more circumscribed ventures of the Venetians, the Genoese, the Florentines, or the Hansa cities, the leaders in the first wave of migrations and conquests, faded away, for they were unfavored by the magic of divine kingship, and therefore unattached to the new cosmic seat of power and the myth that supported it. In establishing the Sun as the center of the planetary system, Copernicus unwittingly had likewise made Europe the center of the twin new worlds that had come into existence at the same time, the new world of geographic exploration and the new world of the machine. The latter proved to be an even greater and richer empire, open to colonization by the mind, than that claimed by military conquest and settlement. Eventually, one particular place in Europe, the astronomical observatory at Greenwich, became the recognized fixed point for time reckoning in both new worlds, and by the opening of the 20th century Britain was the center of the only global empire in history, since, unlike Genghis Khan's domain, it was the only one that could honestly boast that the sun never set on its territory. But the claim was presumptuous and, as with all the other contemporary colonial dominions, the new establishment proved ephemeral. As it turned out, the recent removal of this observatory from its original site has coincided, with poignant if unintended symbolism, with the decline of the British Empire. This historic parallelism is almost too exact. 3 centuries passed before the full consequences of this transformation were worked out, or could be taken in as an interrelated whole, that is, before the regularities observed in the heavens, even in such an event as the predicted trajectory of Halley's comet, which duly returned on SCHED Yule, could be transmitted to every mode of organization, mechanical or human. In order to understand the immense consequences of the changes that confront us today, some of which threaten to arrest or even totally destroy the possibilities of further human development, we must trace in detail the subjective and ideological foundations of these twin New World explorations. In the chapters that follow, I purpose to center attention almost exclusively on the new world of the machine, and on the human consequences of this technology to the life, prosperity, and health of modern man. Now, the seeds that suddenly flowered in the 16th century had long been buried in the soil, ready to sprout at the right moment. There was not a single idea in the new scientific and mechanical system that had not existed in some form before. Celestial mechanics, astronomical measurement, heliocentrism, empirical observation and experiment, the dis-37 discovery that the Earth itself was a spheroid, the belief that change alone is real and stability an illusion, Heraclitus, that matter, however massive, is composed of minute particles like motes dancing in the sun, the atomism of Leucippus and Democritus, of Epicurus and Lucretius. In short, the main assumptions of post-16th century science had all been formulated, if only crudely, by the Egyptians, Babylonians, Chinese, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, before the separate shards were dug up again and pieced together. What is more, the two key sciences, astronomy and geometry, were an integral part of medieval higher learning with its special gift for handling metaphysical abstractions. But a moment came, a moment prolonged for perhaps 2 centuries, when these valuable insights interacted and coalesced under direct influence of the sun god into a single system of power and organization, represented in diagrammatic form by the depersonalized mechanical world picture. That diagram, so widely applied in techniques and so usefully applicable, was then mistaken for reality itself. In turn, purely mechanical forms were superimposed upon every manifestation of life, thereby suppressing many of the most essential characteristics of organisms, personally, ties, and human communities. This mechanistic conversion proved all the easier because the older myths and confused collective dreams were themselves fading away before the rising sun itself. All this had far-reaching consequences. Whereas many of the older ideologies had mistakenly accepted a static, earth-centered world, with only the most limited possibilities of change, mostly of a cyclical or apocalyptic order, the new ideology fostered an intense interest in space, time, motion, in their widest cosmic setting, not the setting in which organisms actually function in their earthly habitat, intermingled with other organisms, and pursuing their own further life. Potentialities. Abstract motion took possession of the Western mind. The rotation of the Earth, the majestic geometric path of the planets, the swing of the pendulum, the arc described by hurtling projectiles, the exact motions of clockwork, the rotations of water wheels, the accelerated motion of sailing ships or land vehicles, all these now commanded interest in their own right. Speed shortened time, time was money, money was power. Farther and farther, faster and faster, became identified with human progress. The language of daily speech no longer sufficed to describe this insistently dynamic world or serve to direct it. For this purpose new symbols and logical operations were needed, those of algebra, trigonometry, the differential calculus, vector analysis. While there is no real analogy between a planetary system and a machine, they share the properties of motion and measurability, and so the abstract advances first made in astronomy and mechanics proved serviceable, both in direct and round. 3g. About ways, to mechanical invention in every department, for in both it was necessary to exclude qualitative organic factors and concentrate upon quantities. This relation was reciprocal. The increasing use of artillery in warfare called for better scientific data to make sighting more accurate, and this in turn called for the spyglass to supplement the naked human eye. Precisely the same kind of military demand led to the development of the computer today. So it is hardly strange that the arsenal at Venice served as one of Galileo's best laboratories, and that his observation of the swaying lamp in the cathedral at Pisa brought about the application of the pendulum to the improvement of timekeeping in clocks. In turn, metaphors and analogies derived from the machine were applied shrewdly, if coarsely, to organisms. To reduce life to its quantitative mechanical and chemical components seemed an infallible method of eliminating the ultimate mystery of life itself. Among the most original and fruitful contributions to the study of living organisms in the 17th century were Harvey's observations on the circulation of the blood, whereby he described the heart as a pump with pipes called veins and arteries, whose blood flow was regulated by valves. While Borelli made similar efforts to interpret the locomotion of animals in equally mechanical terms. Both were admirable contributions, as long as their descriptive limitations were not taken as those of the living organism itself, for life was the filterable virus that teasingly escaped through the pores of this new mechanical container. This new outlook did not take possession of society by any sudden breakthrough. It is only in retrospect that events of the 16th century assemble themselves in a recognizable mechanical pattern. Rather, the new ideology seeped into the common mind through 1,000 cracks and fissures, against which no peremptory prohibitions of ecclesiastical edicts, aimed at a single book or a special doctrine, could in the long run have any effect. Actually, despite conflicts and skirmishes with the Church, science produced no martyrs, though there were in fact religious martyrs, like Michael Servetus, and humanist martyrs, like Giordano Bruno. The fate of the latter, who defiantly challenged the Church's doctrines, contrasts with that of Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and Descartes, who discreetly sidestepped martyrdom, and who therefore could not be effectively silenced. Fear of the implacable Inquisition, it is true, often delayed publication and retarded the circulation of fresh knowledge, but pride and vanity on the part of individual scientists, seeking to establish priority and concealing fresh discoveries in anagrams and similar disguises, played a similar part in the retardation of new ideas. Whatever the Church might say or do, the fact is that kings and emperors, from Frederick II of Sicily onward, repeatedly accorded scientists their favor. 39. Once, indeed, scientists decided to exclude theology, politics, ethics, and current events from the sphere of their discussions. They were welcomed by the heads of state in return, and this remains one of the black marks against strict scientific orthodoxy. With its deliberate indifference to moral and political concerns, scientists habitually remained silent about public affairs and were outwardly, if not ostentatiously, loyal. Thus their mental isolation made them predestined cogs in the new mega-machine. Aware of this political neutrality, Napoleon I, while he favored mathematicians and physical scientists, distrusted humanists and excluded them from his circle as troublemakers. Even under the provocation of the military misuses of nuclear power as an instrument of genocide by the United States government in 1945, the nuclear physicists, however humanly apprehensive and morally concerned not a few of them were, never went so far as to propose a general strike of scientists and technicians. Only a brave minority disdained the patronage and the rewards that the government offered for their acquiescence, if not their active cooperation. Science, I repeat, produced many saints, dedicating their lives with monastic devotion to their discipline, but no notable rebellious martyrs against the political establishment. Yet, as we shall note later, that alienation and renunciation are at last perhaps underway. 2. These, then, in barest outlines, were the two new worlds that took possession of Western man in the 16th century, the geographic New World and the mechanical New World. And to these I have ventured to add a third New World, the New World of historic time, which has during the last few centuries widened the entire human horizon. This conquest of time has in subtle ways changed modern man's perspective and opened new possibilities of releasing him from the grip of his unconscious past, with its buried traumas and its futile repetition of attested errors. But that consummation still lies ahead. What I purpose to account for now is the way in which the first two initiatives went wrong, in their translation from imagined possibilities and projects to their actual expression. How is it that the period of terrestrial exploration and settlement was conducted with such flagrant brutality, with 4q. such disregard for traditional human values, with so little regard for the future, though it was usually in the name of a better future that so much of this effort was made? And how is it that the development of science and invention, with its intent to liberate man from the burdens of heavy toil on a meager subsistence level, imposed new burdens, new diseases, new deprivations, in a routine that lacked all direct contact with the sun and the sky and other living creatures, including his own kind? In short, how did the brave new world of Shakespeare's The Tempest become the derisive brave new world of Aldous Huxley, now vulgarly pictured as the inexorable destiny of modern man? To these questions no one can yet give more than a tentative and imperfect answer. Yet, certain clues to this gross miscarriage are not lacking. Both movements came during a period when in Europe the great fabric of Christian belief, embodied in the ceremonies, rituals, dogmas, and daily practices of the Church, had begun to disintegrate. By the 17th century, conditions in Western Europe had so far improved that the morbid fear and anxiety, the despair and disillusion, that had prompted the spread of Christianity throughout the Roman Empire no longer tallied with reality. For the moment, the dance of death seemed over, so it was no longer heaven, but on earth, that men began again to look for salvation, and it was not by prayer and good works and divine grace, but by their own strenuous and systematic efforts that they sought to improve their condition. Gradually heaven, that shining place in the mind, faded from the sky. It was to the stars and planets that kings, counselors, and learned men turned to foretell their fate and map their courses accordingly. Even earlier, when Louis XI asked his trusted courtier, de Joinville, whether he would rather be healthy in this life and be damned for eternity, or be a leper and be saved, Joinville unhesitatingly rejected salvation at the price of leprosy. That was a secret turning point. Whatever their adhesion to the outward ceremonies of the church or their belated profession in the panic of their deathbeds, more and more people began to act as if their happiness, their prosperity, their salvation were to be achieved on the earth alone, by means they themselves would if possible command. If God was not dead, man at least had become alive. With new bodily vigor, confident, audacious, sexually exuberant, climbing mountains he had once feared, traversing seas that had never before beckoned him, and in general, as I have observed before, translating 5 of the 7 deadly Christian sins into positive virtues, topped by pride, the special sin that caused Lucifer's fall from heaven. Centuries passed before the New World ideology displaced verbal professions of Christian faith, and to make the passage to the New World of the machine slower, a counter-movement to recover the inner life took place, beginning with the Franciscans and the Waldensians, then with later 41 Protestant sects, while saintly rebels within the church managed, at the height of New World aggression, in Peru, in Yucatan, in Paraguay, to recapture, in their care for the pagan natives themselves, some modicum of Christian grace, and even began there to preserve some written memorial of the life they had once lived. But in the end the new forces triumphed. Power in all its forms went to men's heads like the strong drinks, brandy and whiskey, they had recently learned to distill. Freed from the Christian superego, or too often perversely incited by the superego, murder and lust became rampant under the guise of missionary zeal. Exploration was merely the first stage of exploitation, and with it came back war, slavery, economic pillage and piracy, and environmental destruction, the ancient trauma of civilization, which has been imprinted upon every advanced culture ever since. The discovery that the world is always at the mercy of merciless men had been made by those 5th millennium hunting chiefs and proto-monarchs whose bloody maces had subdued the unarmed gardeners and farmers of Egypt and Sumer, and in the very act of inventing, organizing, and diffusing the genuine goods of civilization, some of which, like iron tools, eventually benefited the conquered groups, the new power complex only repeated and magnified the errors of the old. Yet with every step forward that Western man made into the New World, with its promise of natural abundance, social equality, personal autonomy, mutual aid, and all these brave, vivid promises, newly made, seemed within the pioneer's grasp, he took 2 steps backward into his civilized but savagely brutalized past, and repeated methodically all the sins that had accompanied the otherwise valuable achievements of the Pyramid Age. The promise of a great forward movement was authentic, but the regression into the past, the sinking back into the original perversions of power, was no less real. Against such forces, the salutary romantic reaction that began in the 18th century proved hopelessly naive and eventually impotent. By the middle of the 19th century a considerable part of this new culture nevertheless had escaped many of the disabilities incrusted in all previous civilizations, without forfeiting the residual advantages of the Old World traditions. In the free states and territories of North America slavery was banished. Gone, too, were lifetime labor at a single occupation, watertight divisions of labor, excessive caste divisions between occupations and professions, between mental and manual labors. Gone was the secret knowledge confined to a restricted, self-favoring group, gone the authority of an inviolate priesthood and an all-powerful monarch, gone remote control through a bureaucracy whose own prosperity depended upon the life, health, and prosperity of the divinely appointed king, gone at least after 42. The American Revolution were the compulsions of an alien army cold-bloodedly executing the will of the sovereign. All these burdens had been removed or greatly lightened, if not everywhere, still in large patches, while thanks to the printed book and improved direct communication by telegraph, the forerunner of other forms of instantaneous communication, the tribes and nations began to sense and, to a degree, experience their interdependence. not least, with the eager use of many labor-saving and energy-multiplying devices, and with the spread of automatic machines, the burden of life cramping overwork was light. And early in the 19th century an English observer had calculated that a stevedore, unloading bags at a Liverpool dock, staggering under a heavy load, might trot some 48 miles in the course of a day. But in every industry, that inhuman load was slowly being lifted, machine power was replacing muscle power. In short, there were large areas in which the mechanical New World had joined with the terrestrial New World to modify, if not completely undermine, the practices of all ancient power systems. If the latter brought a loss of specialized efficiency in certain areas, it promised, in return, an increase in human dignity and self-respect. These were not little benefits and ameliorations, and they largely explain the confident exultant note that one finds at the climax of this move. Meant in the mid-19th century, in the writings of Emerson, Whitman, and Melville, for the latter, even in the darkest pages of Moby Dick, still felt that the Declaration of Independence from the past and its constraints, not just from the British rule, had made a vital difference. But one might easily spoil one's case by making the New World achievement seem more complete and more permanent than it actually was, so various qualifying admissions remain to be made. Let me then give full weight once more to the ways in which the romantic dream had fallen short or betrayed its own promises. By formal declaration the Northern American states had abolished slavery, but the shovel gangs of the Irish and Chinese immigrants who built the railroads were, during their working span, hardly to be distinguished from slaves, if only temporary slaves. Republican government had promoted civil justice, along with law and order, to such an extent that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts showed such a low rate of violence or crime that Daniel Webster could boast without exaggeration that no one had to lock the door of his house at night. But these democratic communities were nevertheless part of a national state that waged merciless war all through the 19th century upon the rightful original occupants of the soil, the American Indians, that still shamelessly robs and mistreats their descendants, and that had despoiled Mexico of millions of acres of land in an infamous war. 43. Theoretically, the New World polity favored equality and actually distributed freely vast tracts of land to those who would work them, but it surrendered public lands for the benefits of private lumber, railroad, mining, and oil magnates, thus increasing economic inequality and promoting the rich and unscrupulous at the expense of all other citizens. In short, war, oppression, human alienation, and economic exploitation all remained. One need not pile up these negative examples. Enough to say that there was hardly an ideal possibility or achieved benefit that was not endangered, even in such a self-governing country as the United States, from 1830 on, or that was not effectively subverted by 1890. New World man, if one may put the case paradoxically, dug his own grave before he was out of the cradle. So when one considers the three components of the New World dream, the utopian, the romantic and naturalistic, and the mechanical, one must realize that the first two had vanished as tangible possibilities well before the last frontier had been conquered. This left the mechanical power impulse dominant. Even in the New World itself it was the other part of the New World vision, the possibility of enlarging human powers through systematic scientific investigation and mechanical invention, that actually conquered, not merely conquered, but sought to gather to itself the prerogatives of nature and the promises of utopia. Until the 19th century, the geographic New World and the mechanical New World had seemed to offer equal benefits. To many, indeed, the territorial New World seemed a more attractive alternative, an escape route into a realm of effortless abundance and wealth, or a return to primeval simplicity and good-natured felicity, while if the mechanical New World seemed to lead to the same destination, it was by an altogether different, somewhat duller route. As long as the territorial refuge was open, at least as a possibility, the growing regimentation of life could be accepted. As a temporary inconvenience, not necessarily a permanent oppression, the frontiers beckoned to those who preferred to get their living from the land. For long the territorial New World thus served as a safety valve, at least in the mind, and when it was most open, between 1814 and 1914, even the poor, the exploited, the desperate were not without hope. They could not only dream of a promised land across the ocean, but could even freely migrate thither. In the nature of things, it was impossible to maintain this balance between the two new worlds, for as the population of the planet increased and as all the good land in the sparsely occupied continents was taken up by farmers and herders, the province of the machine widened, and it dominated increasingly not merely the process of manufacture but every other aspect of life. The original New World dream thus faded away, or rather it retained a hold on the mind only by conforming to the demands of 44. The machine. Among North American scholars it has become customary to smile patronizingly at the romantic idea of believing that both wild nature and the cultivated countryside are essential foundations for a full human development. This bucolic or pastoral ideal, as the apologists for megalopolis like to call it, is supposed to contrast unfavorably with their own inverted romanticism of living not according to nature, but according to the machine. Yet even these missionaries of mechanical progress cannot entirely ignore the older passion for nature that still survives as an essential part of our New World heritage, for they have invented a prefabricated substitute for the wilderness, or at least an ingenious equivalent for the hunter's campfire. That ancient Paleolithic hearth has become a backyard picnic grill, where, surrounded by plastic vegetation, factory-processed frankfurters are broiled on an open fire made with pressed charcoal eggs, brought to a combustion point by an electric torch connected by wire to a distant socket, while the assembled company views, either on television or on a domestic motion picture screen, a travelogue through an African game preserve, or scenes with the grizzly bears in Yellowstone. Wilderness. For many of my own countrymen this is, I fear, the terminus of the pioneer's New World dream. The alternative was more sophisticated, more capable of being rationalized in terms of scientific exploit, but ultimately just as barren, the re-instauration of the old cycle of exploration and discovery and colonization. With the solar system, or more distant planetary objects, a sterile moon, a coy Venus, a lethal Mars as the terminal point. That this dream should now be revived, just at the point where many minds have discovered for themselves the essential limitations, indeed, terrifying consequences of this whole one-sided process, is a sign that a large portion of our leaders have lost contact with living realities and have ceased to be concerned with the human consequences of their cherished ideas and exploits. Nevertheless, the animus behind both New World explorations deserves respect. The original visions of the New World and the institutions and activities that have made these visions come to pass have opened new and important realms of human experience, and no project that attempts, as this one does, to trace the continued interactions of techniques with human development can fail to take account of them. Though some of the hopes awakened have come to grief, many of the most extravagant expectations, instantaneous communication, flight, transmutation of the elements, nuclear power, have been fulfilled, with a swiftness and fullness that has often surprised and even shocked those responsible for their success. Kepler's Dream 45. 3. Kepler's Dream. One of the reasons for the general failure to understand the radical weaknesses of both aspects of the new exploration is that their subjective side has been neglected, indeed not even recognized as existing, chiefly because scientists, in overcoming the subjectivism of earlier systems, resolutely denied the many evidences of science's own subjectivity. Yet at the very outset, this subjectivism was expressed with classic clarity in Kepler's dream, which anticipated by more than 3 centuries the world in which we are now actually living, its empirical knowledge, its practical devices, its compulsive drives, its mystic aspirations, and finally, most remarkably, now, its rising disillusion. Kepler, born a century after Copernicus, but only a few years after Galileo, embodied in his own person the 3 great aspects of the New World transformation: the scientific side, in his classic discovery of the unexpectedly ellipsoid course taken by the planets around the Sun; the religious side, in his open adoration of the Sun itself and the starry sky as a substantial visible equivalent of the fading Christian heaven; and finally, his untrammeled technical imagination, since in a day of sailing ships and short-range, inaccurate cannon he dared to depict in vividly realistic terms the first power-driven journey to the moon. If Kepler was a sun worshipper, he was also as moon-mad as any of the contemporary technicians in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. As a student he devoted one of his required dissertations at Tübingen University to the question, how would the phenomena occurring in the heavens appear to an observer stationed on the moon? He already saw in his mind what the first astronauts beheld with hardly greater vividness from their space capsule, and Plutarch's work, The Face of the Moon, so fascinated him that in 1604, in his Optics, he drew from it 14 quotations. For 3 centuries Kepler's Somnium, Dream, published only after his death, remained a literary curiosity, largely unread, partly because it existed only in its original Latin, supplemented in 1898 by an equally obscure German translation, but even more because it seemed too fanciful to be taken seriously. Kepler himself, however, had no hesitation in putting his projected moon flight before Galileo, for he wrote out his plan for a moon landing as early as the summer of 1609, and justified his interest in exploring that satellite on the same grounds that justified similar explorations by sea. Who could have believed before Columbus, he wrote, that a huge ocean could be crossed more peacefully and safely than the narrow expanse of the Adriatic or the Baltic Sea, or the English Channel. 46. Return off sun god. Nell. Provide ships or sails adapted to the heavenly breezes, and there will be some who will not fear even that void of interplanetary space. So, for those who will come shortly to attempt this journey, let us establish the astronomy. Note the word shortly. In typing, Herman Melville predicted, in 1846, that by the end of the 19th century people on the West Coast would, thanks to air travel, be spending their weekends in Honolulu. But Kepler's impatient prediction was even more audacious. Those who have seen in scientific and technical advance only a cautious hard-headed series of steps from one solid tuft of observed facts to another, have not reckoned with these hot subjective pressures. The quick leap in Kepler's mind from purely scientific astronomical exploration to this staggering practical exploit surely helps explain the vulgar engulfment in space fantasies today, now that their realization has proved feasible. The fact that these fantasies should have appeared, fully fleshed, in Kepler's mind at the very moment when the first halting theoretic advances were being made, would seem to indicate that they issued from deep common sources in the collective psyche. The same self-confidence, the same ambitious or aggressive impulse that sustained a Cortés in the subjugation of Mexico, was also working in the leading minds in astronomy and mechanics, though in a more subtle and sublimated form. Kepler was far from being alone. These space-centered adventurers felt the future in their bones, as people used to say, that is, in their unconscious, and to the extent that their own work helped to bring that future nearer, their predictions became self-fulfilling. This animus was far more widespread than most scholars have until recently recognized, awakened largely by Marjorie Nicholson. A century and a half before Edgar Allan Poe's description of Hans Pfaall's trip to the moon in a balloon, a report of an airship's journey from Vienna to Lisbon appeared in a current news paper without greatly outraging popular credulity. And in the 18th century Dr. Samuel Johnson, in 1LEWIS, giving a reasonable account of the possibility of aerial navigation, even coupled it with the possibility of space flight, once the aeronaut reached a point beyond the Earth's gravitational field, so that he might behold the rolling Earth passing beneath him. Now the remarkable fact about Kepler's moon exploration, apart from the audacity of the conception itself, was his keen grasp of the embarrassing details. He had already canvassed in his mind some of the most serious obstacles to its accomplishment, though he knew quite well that the solution of these problems was beyond the technical equipment of his age. On such a headlong dash, he pointed out, we can take few human companions. The first getting into motion is very hard on him, for Kepler's dream 47, is twisted and turned just as if, shot from a cannon, he were sailing across mountains and seas. Therefore he must be put to sleep beforehand with narcotics and opiates, and he must be arranged, limb by limb, so that the shock will be distributed over the individual members, lest the upper part of his body be carried away from the fundament, or his head be torn from his shoulder. Then comes a new difficulty, terrific cold and difficulty in breathing. Many further difficulties arise, which would be too numerous to recount. Absolutely no harm befalls us. This last bit of reassurance was again premature, but Kepler was obviously moved by interior compulsions that would not be daunted by seemingly insuperable difficulties, still less, possible failures. Like the artist in 1LEWIS, he might have said, nothing will ever be attempted, if all possible objections must be first overcome. That this extravagant dream was not so easily translated into the practical world as Kepler impatiently anticipated, is far less surprising than the fact that it took possession of Kepler's mind at such an early date. Kepler, steeped in sun worship, seems to have realized that powers derived from the sun god would open new possibilities and would have no difficulty in imposing the huge sacrifices necessary to make a lunar journey possible. All the forces that had been set in motion by the exploration of our own planet were eventually transferred, with no loss of momentum and no great change of method or goal, to interplanetary exploration, but accompanied likewise by the same defects, the same exorbitant pride, the same aggressiveness, the same disregard for more significant human concerns, and the same insistence upon scientific discovery, technical ingenuity, and rapid locomotion as the chief end of man. What we also know now, as Kepler could not know, is that space exploration would require a mega-machine of far larger dimensions than any previous one to ensure its success, and this mega-machine would take centuries to assemble. Kepler's dream passed beyond the borderline of prudent speculation, yet by that very fact it draws attention to another characteristic of his age. The science-stimulated fantasies of the 17th century have often proved closer to our own 20th century realities than the more humanly fruitful but relatively pedestrian enterprises of 18th and 19th century industry, for their boasted mechanical improvements in general only applied new sources of energy and a more militarized type of organization to the most ancient Neolithic industries, spinning, weaving, pot-making, or to the later Bronze and Iron Age industries of mining and smelting. In the 17th century Joseph Glanville, who still believed enough in witchcraft to write a book denouncing it, also looked forward to such other practical consequences of science as the phonograph, and instantaneous 48. Communication at a distance. Even more remarkable, an English bishop, Dr. John Wilkins, sometime master of Trinity College, Cambridge, wrote a book in 1638 proposing travel to the moon, while in a work entitled Mercury or the Swift Messenger, 1641, he predicted a series of new inventions, such as the phonograph and the flying chariot. A year later, in a discourse concerning a new world, he suggested that as soon as the Art of flying is found out. Some of our nation will make one of the first colonies that shall transplant into that other world. What is perhaps just as important as Kepler's realistically fanciful description of a moon flight, which he hopefully thought would be a mere matter of hours, is his description of the kind of organisms that might, under the permanent conditions of extreme cold and extreme heat on the opposite sides of our satellite, have developed on the moon. For he rounds out that journey with a nightmare of no little psychological significance. With marvelous ecological insight, Kepler translated the physical conditions of life on the moon into appropriate biological adaptations. He imagined that pre-Volvan creatures would inhabit the cold side of the moon, and sub-Volvans the hot side, where plants would grow visibly before one's eyes, and likewise decay in a single day, where the infrahuman inhabitants would have no fixed and safe habitation, where they would traverse, in a single day, the whole of their world, following the receding waters on legs that are longer than those of our camels, or on wings, or in ships, where those that remain on the surface would be boiled by the midday sun and serve as nourishment for the approaching nomadic hordes of pre-Volvans rising up from cavernous interiors. Kepler, be it noted, had no romantic illusions such as legend attributes. To Ponce de Leon, exploring America to find the fountain of youth, Kepler presents nothing less than a painful phantasmagoria of organic deformation and degradation, of grotesque creatures in a fever of insensate activity and purposeless travel, the ultimate lunar jet set. In contradiction to his hypothetical one-day limit of maturation and death, Kepler allows the sub-Volvans to build cities, but mainly, be it noted, for a characteristically technocratic reason, to solve the problem of how they could construct them. One must grant Kepler not merely truly remarkable powers of scientific deduction, but an equally realistic imagination in dealing with biological conditions, for he did not for a moment suppose that any organic forms comparable to those that exist on Earth could flourish in such a hostile environment. Unfortunately, this fact opens up a serious question that it is impossible to answer and fruitless to speculate upon. Why did Kepler suppose that a journey to such a planet was worth the effort? Why did the utmost achievements of technology, which are symbolized even today by a Kepler's Dream 49 journey to distant planets, terminate in fantasies of shapeless monsters and cruel deaths, such as often haunt the cribs of little children? If we had an answer to this question, many other manifestations of the life-negating irrationalities that now threaten man's very survival would perhaps be sufficiently intelligible to be overcome. Kepler's somnium has only to be translated into rational contemporary terms to serve as an urgent warning signal. What did Kepler's sky-searching mind foresee in the new world created by science and technics? It saw a world that had escaped organic limits, a world in which the processes of growth and decay had been reduced to a single day, and in which its ephemeral creatures existed only to be promptly devoured. In this world, the only protection against a savage environment would be retreat into deep underground shelters, and the chief occupation of its unfortunate inhabitants would be continuous motion. A monstrous habitat, in short, in which only monsters could be at home. In cutting loose from the earth, Kepler had left behind 2 billion years of organic existence, with all the immensely creative activities and partnerships of living species, culminating in the mindfulness of man. As far as life values are concerned, one might trade all the planets of the solar system for a square mile of inhabited Earth. If this nightmarish conclusion were peculiar to Kepler, it might be treated as a personal aberration, but as it happens, it has been a recurrent theme of later technological caketopias. In H. G. Wells' The Time Machine, the narrator realizes that the technological progress toward leisure and luxury had proved self-destructive, and he travels farther into time only to find all life gradually waning on the planet. He sees in the growing pile of civilization only a foolish heaping that must inevitably fall back upon and destroy its makers in the end. This premonition was so deeply at odds with Wells' conscious commitment to scientific progress that he came to a startling conclusion: if that is so, it remains for us to live as though it were not so. In other words, we had better close our eyes and shut our minds. A fine terminus for the scientific pursuit of celestial truth that Copernicus and Kepler had instituted. So far what I have sought to explain is how it came about that the territorial New World, with its seemingly boundless opportunities, suffered from the beginning from the moribund institutions and obsolescent aims that, in principle, the new exploration attempted to escape. Now I have to examine, in far greater detail, the nature of the mechanical New World that still increasingly dominates the consciousness and the daily activities of modern man. I shall show how the very assumptions about man and nature that once proved so helpful in enlarging the scope of technology were also responsible for misinterpreting, and their 50 return of, with suppressing, essential organic and human functions, and, what is worse, distorted human purposes by subordinating all other activities to the expansion of power. These assumptions betrayed the ideal promise once held forth by both New World explorations, that of enlarging the bound areas and deepening the foundations of human existence. Chapter 3. The Mechanized World Picture. 1. Denatured Environment. The cult of the sun god gave the ultimate authority of cosmic fitness and tightness to every earthly manifestation of order, regularity, predictability, and because of the sun's own position and influence of centralized power. Behind this cult lay an ancient perception whose truth further scientific inquiry has demonstrated, that the phenomena of life are actually influenced by remote forces, many, like cosmic rays, long unperceived, some doubtless still to be identified, over which man himself can have little, if any, control. What was lacking in this original picture was the realization that man himself was also a cosmic event, indeed a culminating one, and possessed powers of mind derived not alone from the sun but from his own highly evolved nature. Astronomy prepared the ground for the great technical transformation that took place after the 16th century, for it provided the frame for a depersonalized world picture within which mechanical activities and interests took precedence over more human concerns. The organization of this world picture was largely the work of a series of mathematicians and physicists who count among the great luminaries of all times. Beginning with Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and Descartes, and culminating in Leibniz and Newton, their systematic descriptions of space, time, motion, mass, gravitation eventually brought about a major shift in technology, from the workshop to the laboratory, from the tool-using craftsman and artist, himself a prime mover as well as a designer, to the complex power-driven automatic machine under centralized direction and remote control. And it was this world picture, not individual mechanical inventions alone, that contributed to the final apotheosis of the contemporary megamachine. 51. 52. Mechanized world picture. The central figure in this galaxy was Galileo Galilei, for he embodied in his own person the two great attributes of the new science: empirical knowledge, based on close observation, and theoretical knowledge, based on an ability to formulate and manipulate symbolic abstractions of quantity, number, relationship, structure, and ability that disentangled the mind from the often impenetrable and indescribable confusions of concrete existence. In effect, Galileo brought Copernicus down to earth, yet in doing so, he exiled man himself from this new realm of clarified knowledge as completely as the new astronomy had exiled the pious Christian from his hoped-for heaven. Given the fossilization of official church doctrine, based on Aristotle via St. Thomas Aquinas, Galileo's reaction was inevitable and indeed salutary. Yet the form it took was not merely a justifiable attack on the authority of Aristotle in areas where more satisfactory interpretation was possible, it also exhibited an indifference to areas of biological behavior and human experience where Aristotle, as a first-hand observer, was still superior in insight to those who equated science with mechanics, and organisms with machines. Aristotle was no mathematical physicist, and he published untenable reports about the behavior of physical bodies which he had never taken the trouble to check by experiment. Moreover, to regard him as an infallible authority on all matters of science was a lazy vice of official theological thought. Reprehensibly, in the formulation of medieval science, the printed text, though perhaps originally based on experience, had taken the place of that experience, and prevented any further inquiry. This is well illustrated by Galileo's story in his Dialogues, Second Day, wherein he tells about a physician who dissected a corpse to demonstrate that the nervous system had its origin in the brain and not the heart, exposing the mass of nerves that proceeded from the brain and the single nerve coming from the heart. But the Aristotelian observer present, confronted with this proof, said, "You have made me see this business so plainly and sensibly that, did not the text of Aristotle assert the contrary, I should be constrained to confess your opinion to be true." Thus, too, had spoken the obstinate doctors Galileo had encountered at Padua. When rational thought had stiffened into this corpse-like state, embalmed in obsolete texts, it was plainly time to bury such authorities and begin all over again, going over the same ground as earlier observers, but with fresh, self-confident eyes and minds eager for new discoveries. This was what in fact took place with the new instauration of science. But unfortunately, instead of covering as wide a territory as Aristotle had done, the inquiry into the immediate nature of the physical world took precedence over that into the nature of life and the environment of life. Aristotle had been the philosopher of living organisms endowed with denatured environment, 53 autonomy and purpose, capable of self-organization and self-replication. Galileo and his later disciples were the philosophers of the non-living processes then being incorporated in the new machines. I purpose to deal with only that part of Galileo's work which radically modified man's sense of his own unique place in the cosmos and contributed to the exploitation of every manner of technical facility. Galileo took up and developed an observation that his younger colleague Kepler had made in the first volume of his opera. As the ear is made to perceive sound, Kepler observed, and the eye to perceive color, so the mind has been formed to understand not all sorts of things but quantities. It perceives any given thing more clearly in proportion as that thing is close to bare quantities as to its origin, but the further a thing recedes from quantities the more darkness and error inheres in it. Roger Bacon in his Opus Majus, Part 4, had long before taken the same position. All that is necessary for physics can be proved by mathematics, and without them it is impossible to have an exact knowledge of things. But in both cases, exact knowledge was identified with sufficient knowledge, and the truth that applied to things was applied without amplification to organisms, though it did not suffice there until they were reduced to things. In the Essayer, Galileo repeated Kepler's idea in his own words. "Philosophy," says Galileo, "is written in this great book, the universe, which stands continually open to our gaze. But the book cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language and to read the letters of which it is composed. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these one wanders around in a dark labyrinth." Following Kepler's clue, Galileo constructed a world in which matter alone mattered, in which qualities became immaterial and were turned by inference into superfluous exudations of the mind. Galileo's spirit was so close to that of Kepler, with whom he was in active, friendly correspondence, that he did not suspect how many fallacies lay embedded in what seemed to both thinkers a quite obvious statement. And even now, so firmly have their views become entrenched, indeed popularly accepted as unchallengeable axioms, that I shall find it necessary to expose these fallacies before tracing their consequences. Fortunately, this effort has been lightened by the criticisms of a growing group of mathematicians, physicists, and biologists, from Stallo and Lloyd Morgan and Whitehead to Planck, Schrödinger, Bohr, and Polanyi. They have not merely anticipated this analysis, but carried it further, each in his own department. First, one must note that the universe both men were talking about was 54. Composed only of isolated physical bodies, destitute of life, dead matter. But we know now that this utter absence of life, or at least of life potent, entirely is an illusion. Matter has in the constitution and most intimate structure of certain elements that which is capable, at some far point in its own evolution, of fulfilling its potentiality for becoming alive, and it is with the emergence of living organisms that the qualities that Galileo rejected as subjective and unreal, because indescribable in mathematical terms alone, came into existence. There is indeed an underlying unity between the astronomical cosmos and man's nature. Organic life conforms to cosmic periodicities, such as night and day, the phases of the moon, the change of seasons, and doubtless responds to many other more obscure physical changes, for man himself in his own right is a representative sample of the cosmos. So Galileo was correct in surmising that the language of geometry would help in understanding even the behavior of organisms, as the concept of the double helix in DNA has notably done in our own generation. But no organism could survive in the rarefied world that the physicist, up to the present generation, regarded as the real one, the abstract area of mass and motion, any more than man could survive without massive equipment on the life-forsaken moon. The actual world occupied by organisms is one of literally indescribable richness and complexity, a life-furthering accumulation of molecules, organisms, species, each bearing the impress of countless functional adaptations and selective transformations, the residue of billions of years of evolution. Of these vast transformations only an infinitesimal part is visible or can be reduced to any mathematical order. Form, color, odor, tactile sensations, emotions, appetites, feelings, images, dreams, words, symbolic abstractions, that plenitude of life which even the humblest being in some degree exhibits, cannot be resolved in any mathematical equation or convert into a geometric metaphor without eliminating a large part of the relevant experience. The second fallacy in the new mechanical world picture issued from the first, Galileo's dismemberment of the human organism, for he treated the mind as if it could function without all the other members of the body, as if the eye saw by itself and the ear heard by itself, and as if the brain, equally isolated, was dedicated in its most perfect state to the specialized function of mathematical thinking. Recent experiment shows that, on the contrary, the human brain, so far from having the limitations of a computer, which can work only with definite symbols and exact images, has a marvelous capacity for coping with vague, indistinct, and confused data, making sense out of information so incomplete that it would paralyze a computer, as in translating a wide range of sounds, tones, different pronunciations into the same intelligible, denatured environment. 55. Words. It is these unifying properties of the human mind, with its ability constantly to bring together symbolically relevant portions of the past, the present, and the future, that has made it possible for man to react with some measure of success to a diversified environment and an open world, instead of retreating into a safe niche, with a limited range of opportunities and responses, like all other species. Against Kepler, then, one may justly say that the further the scientific world picture recedes from sound and color and odor and the animal functions they derive from, the more darkness inheres in its treatment of the unique properties of organisms and living human beings, though many properties that the organism actually shares with other physical bodies can be handled with equal effectiveness on Kepler's principles. Both Kepler and Galileo held that organisms cannot, so to say, become respectable citizens in the commonwealth of scientific knowledge until they are dead. This curiously dogmatic discrimination against living phenomena had no ill results at first upon the pursuit of experimental physics and mechanics, but for long it retarded biological investigations and diverted them into blind alleys. It has taken the scientists the better part of 3 centuries to see through this faulty analysis. Recent experiments fortunately have demonstrated, according to Dr. Lawrence Hinkle, that to cut the mind off completely from qualitative stimuli of light, color, sound, muscular tension, even under laboratory conditions, is to bring about psychological disintegration, for it is only through maintaining constant intercourse with his complex surroundings, including his own organs, that man's delicate mind can be kept in balance. To reduce events solely to their quantitative elements is to make the practitioner of this method unfit for dealing with any kind of organic behavior. What was implicit in this whole formulation was something that Galileo would hardly have dared to put into words, even if he had been aware of it. To understand the physical world, and ultimately man himself, who exists in this world as merely a product of mass and motion, one must eliminate the living soul. At the center of the New World picture man himself did not exist, indeed he had no reason for existence. Instead of man, a creature with a long history on a planet whose inhabitants and habitats have had an immeasurably longer history, only a fragment of man remained the detached intelligence, and only certain special products of that sterilized intelligence, scientific theorems and machines, can claim any permanent place or any high degree of reality. In the interests of objectivity, the new scientist eliminated historic man and all his subjective activities. Since Galileo's time, this practice has been known as objective science. By his exclusive preoccupation with quantity, Galileo had in effect disqualified the real world of experience, and he had thus driven man out of 56. Living nature into a cosmic desert, even more peremptorily than Jehovah had driven Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden. But in Galileo's case the punishment for eating the apple of the tree of knowledge lay in the nature of knowledge itself, for that tasteless, desiccated fruit was incapable of sustaining or reproducing life. One vast tract of the real world, the world of living organisms, was excluded from the province of the exact sciences. Those transactions and configurations that belonged most clearly to that world, along with human history and human culture, were dismissed as subjective, since only a minute part could be reduced to abstract sense data or described in mathematical terms. Only cadavers and skeletons were suitable candidates for scientific treatment. At the same time, the material world, that is, the abstract world of physical objects, operating in an equally abstract space and time, was treated as if it alone had reality. What this conception has come to mean in its final 20th century vulgarization can perhaps best be demonstrated by citing Buckminster Fuller's sublime description of the nature of man, a description which, if not authentic, I might be accused of having wantonly invented for the purpose of exposing the crudity and absurdity of the original doctrine. Man, observes Fuller, is a self-balancing, 28-jointed adapter base BIPT, an electrochemical reduction plant, integral with the segregated stowages of special energy extracts in storage batteries, for subsequent actuation of thousands of hydraulic and pneumatic pumps, with motors attached, 62,000 miles of capillaries, millions of warning signal, railroad, and conveyor systems, crushers and cranes, and a universally distributed telephone system needing no service for 70 years if well managed. The whole, extraordinarily complex mechanism guided with exquisite precision from a turret in which are located telescopic and microscopic self-registering and recording rangefinders, a spectroscope, etc. Fuller's parallels are neat, the metaphor is superficially precise, if one discounts the airy, pseudo-exact statistical guesses. Only one thing is lacking in this detailed list of mechanical abstractions: the slightest hint, apart from his measurable physical components, of the nature of man. One can guess what Galileo would have said to this callow description. In his personal behavior, Galileo, a true exemplar of Baroque culture, with its dazzling mixture of the mechanical and the sensual, delighted in the multidimensional world that his own intellectual analysis denigrated and rejected. He himself was an ardent lover and a prolific sire, and he allowed erotic passion, aesthetic delight, poetic feeling to be exiled from his world, only as long as his technical and scientific interests were uppermost. As de Santillana has emphasized, he was as proud of his literary skill as a humanist as he was of his scientific discoveries. Though Galileo's own limited concepts helped to establish the machine as the ultimate model for scientific thought, his actual environment was still richly furnished with Crime of Galileo 57. Traditional aesthetic forms, religious rituals, and emotionally charged symbols, so he could have no anticipation of what the world would be like if his standards were universally accepted and if the machine and machine-made men succeeded in denaturing or banishing every organic attribute. He never suspected that the ultimate consequence of the mechanical world picture would be an environment like our present one, fit only for machines to live in. 2. Crime of Galileo. Though Galileo's interpretation of planetary movements led to a charge of heresy by the Roman Catholic Church, the heresy that he was accused of was one he did not utter. As he plaintively put it at the end of the Dialogues on Two Worlds, he could not be justly convicted of a crime he had never committed. Like so many eminent later colleagues in science, such as Pascal, Newton, and Faraday, he was a theological conservative, and even in science he had no notion of bringing about any revolutionary overthrow of previously established truths. His error there, if anything, was to attempt clumsily to shore up and repair Ptolemy's traditional structure. But actually, Galileo committed a crime far graver than any the dignitaries of the Church accused him of, for his real crime was that of trading the totality of human experience, not merely the accumulated dogmas and doctrines of the Church, for that minute portion which can be observed within a limited time span and interpreted in terms of mass and motion, while denying importance to the unmediated realities of human experience, from which science itself is only a refined ideological derivative. When Galileo divided experienced reality into two spheres, a subjective sphere, which he chose to exclude from science, and an objective sphere, freed theoretically from man's visible presence, but known through rigorous mathematical analysis, he was dismissing as unsubstantial and unreal the cultural accretions of meaning that had made mathematics itself a purely subjective distillation possible. For the better part of 3 centuries scientists followed Galileo's lead. Under the naive belief exposed by Stallo a century ago that they were free from metaphysical preconceptions, the orthodox exponents of science suppressed every evidence of human and organic behavior that could not be neatly fitted into their mechanical world picture. They thus committed, in reverse, the error of the early Christian fathers who had suppressed any interest in the natural world in order to concentrate upon the fate of the human soul in eternity. That mass and motion had no more objective 58. Existence than soul and immortality apart from their derived relation to other human experiences, was not even suspected by those who strained at the theological gnat and swallowed the scientific bat. Galileo, in all innocence, had surrendered man's historic birthright, man's memorable and remembered experience, in short, his accumulated culture. In missing subjectivity he had excommunicated history's central subject, multi-dimensional man. Galileo committed this crime with a cheerful heart and open eyes. He had no notion that his radical distinction between the external world and the internal world, between the objective and the subjective, between the quantitative and the qualitative, between the mathematically describable, and thus knowable, and the irreducible, inaccessible, unanalyzable, and unmeasurable, was a false distinction, once human experience in its symbolized fullness itself a deposit of countless ages of organic life is left out of account. What was worse, Galileo introduced a dualism between the objective and subjective worlds that was even grosser than Christian doctrine had imposed by separating the heavenly, perfect, and eternal from the earthly, the imperfect, and the sinful. For at least the Christian's subjective heaven became an operative part of his daily life, made visible in splendid churches and cathedrals, charitable acts, and communal celebrations. In the anti-historic utilitarian order through which the mechanical world picture became validated, what was left of subjective experience was either impoverished or deformed by loss of contact with man's past, and by lack of prudent forethought for his future. Under the new scientific dispensation it was the organic world, not least man himself, that demanded redemption. All living forms must be brought into harmony with the mechanical world picture by being melted down, so to say, and molded anew to conform to a more perfect mechanical model. For the machine alone was the true incarnation of this new ideology, however complicated any particular mechanism might in fact become, it was still a simple artifact disparagingly compared to that which Buckminster Fuller's description of the human body caricatures. Only by throwing off organic complexity, purifying it by abstraction and intellectual sterilization, eviscerating man's inner organs, and wrapping the remains in ideological mummy cloth, could man become as flawless and as finished in every sense, as his new mechanical artifacts. To be redeemed from the organic, the autonomous, and the subjective, man must be turned into a machine, or, better still, become an integral part of a larger machine that the new method would help to create. This view, curiously, did not even do justice to the physical properties of natural phenomena, as Kepler himself was quick to perceive when he meditated on the complex geometry of a snowflake and observed that a crime of Galileo 59. Similar order, as if mind were at work, pervaded other parts of nature, as in the structure of a flower. Atoms, too, physicists now hold, have their own innerness, impenetrable to the eye, puzzling to the mind, and each atomic element has its own definite character, dependent upon the composition and arrangement of its various hypothetic particles or charges. Some aboriginal tendency to organization and association seems, accordingly, to have been ingrained at the lowest level of existence, billions of years before living organisms appeared, a profound intuition expressed by both Leibniz and Stallo that was too long ignored. What is more, these ultimate particles elude direct observation, so what is innermost and inaccessible, even in physics, cannot be said to be unreal, much less may it be called wholly subjective, however well preserved its secret. In short, innerness is as objective as outerness. One does not have to perform surgery to be objectively certain that all the essential inner organs exist in a living creature if one allows for possible extirpation or artificial replacement. As for what we call the external world, it is a necessary part of each organism's internal world, and only by internalizing it in some degree can the organism remain in existence. All this critical analysis would be a flogging of a dead horse, but for the fact that these original misconceptions and misinterpretations have left a heavy deposit of bias and error in scientific, and even more in popular, thought and technological practice. True, the mechanical world picture, as first put together by Kepler, Galileo, Descartes, Newton, and Boyle, has long ceased to be acceptable in advanced science. Through the reasoning and the experiments of Faraday, Clerk Maxwell, Planck, and their successors, every part of the classic physical world has become dematerialized, more insubstantial, more subtle, more complex, and therefore ultimately more elusive than ever, but also more ready to come to terms with the complexities and mysteries of life. the 17th century world of spinning planets, swinging pendulums, hurtling cannonballs, falling stones, hard atomic pellets no longer embraces all observable or conceivable existence, for electromagnetic radiation, spreading in every direction, cannot be plotted on a two-dimensional surface, and many ultimate physical phenomena, physicists tell us, cannot be visualized at all. Despite this, the world picture of the scientist, even today, still bears the faded impress of Galileo and Kepler, for, as Schrödinger observed, it still remains without blue, yellow, bitter, sweet, beauty, delight, sorrow. In short, without the most vivid reports of human experience. Existentially, the scientific world picture is still underdimensioned, because at the outset it eliminated the living observer and the long history recorded in his genes and his culture. Unfortunately, the ultimate effect of the methodical 17th century advance in clarity of description and fidelity to observed fact was to 60. Devaluate every aspect of human experience that could not be so treated. And its final result was to eliminate all other products and byproducts of the human personality, so that the technological world, which prided itself on reducing or extruding the human personality, progressively displaced both nature and human culture and claimed indeed a higher status for itself, as the concrete working model of scientific truth. In 1893, Lauren Isolati reminds us, Robert Monroe in an opening address before the British Association for the Advancement of Science, remarked sententiously, imagination, conceptions, idealizations, the moral faculties, may be compared to parasites that live at the expense of their neighbors. To have pointed the way to this devaluation of the human personality and its eventual exile was the real crime of Galileo. 3. Details of crime. The great merit of Galileo's method, once it was widely applied, was that it opened an important part of the visible world to systematic public observation, while the method itself, accessible to all who were competent to master it, lifted the results above private dispute. Positive science, in the sense that Galileo exemplified it, was a reaction against the medieval notion that such truths as had not been established by divine revelation were to be arrived at by purely verbal reasoning between opposed sides, in open debate. This is the dialectic method, still largely used in courts of law. It puts a premium upon personal force and forensic skill, but easily descends in the course of argument to empty verbal pyrotechnics and ill-natured wrangling. As Renaudot, a French popularizer of science in the 17th century put it, such discussions not only obscured all eloquence and pleasure of the discourse, but usually ended in riots and pedantic insults. Galileo accordingly deserves the approbation he has won by helping to establish a method that would induce open minds to correct their personal bias and faulty reasoning, and, through careful observation and well-planned experiments, skillfully interpreted, to arrive at common conclusions equally open to all who would repeat the same operations. Not merely strict reasoning but reasonableness, not merely brilliant intuitions but humility in accepting the cooperation or the contrary findings of other minds, working under the same orderly discipline, were the great moral fruits of the new scientific method, and in time these mollifying intellectual courtesies spread from the sciences to other departments. The high repute. Details of crime. 61. Taschen that the scientific vocation once rightfully enjoyed was largely due to this selfless detachment, this open-mindedness, this willingness to discard untenable hypotheses, to correct errors, even to revise basic postulates, in short, to the absence of ulterior motives and willful passions. That new discipline was not easily imposed. From the kind of opposition Galileo awakened, we can infer how necessary his innovations were. "Oh, my dear Kepler," Galileo wrote to his colleague, "how I wish that we could have one hearty laugh together. Here at Padua is a principal professor of philosophy, whom I have repeatedly and urgently requested to look at the moon and planets through my glass, which he pertinaciously refuses to do. This eye-opening had begun, we have seen, at least 3 centuries before, notably in the Franciscan friar Roger Bacon, who observed, "He who wishes to rejoice without doubt in regard to the truth's underlying phenomena must know how to devote himself to experiment." For authors write many statements and people believe them through reasoning which they formulate without experience. Their meaning is wholly false. For it is generally believed that the diamond cannot be broken except by goat's blood, and philosophers and theologians misuse this idea. But fracture by means of blood has never been verified, although the effort has been made, and without that blood it can be fractured easily, for I have seen this with my own eyes. I have seen this with my own eyes. This was the new note, now struck more emphatically and decisively by Galileo and his successors. Once the method was firmly established, angels, devils, ghosts, not visible to an unbelieving observer, became suspect, unless indeed these entities had been smuggled, in scientific costume, as phlogiston or the ether, into the mechanical world picture. Every true scientist became professionally a doubting Thomas, like the disciple who demanded to see for himself Jesus' wounds before he would credit his resurrection. The satisfaction of this demand for authentic information was made possible by the systematic opening up of the 2 new worlds we have already explored, the terrestrial and the mechanical. And for that change of temper which Galileo had helped to bring about, his contributions deserve our qualified respect. Unfortunately, in achieving these results, and attempting to make them more austerely objective, Galileo accepted Kepler's baseless notion that the brain was a specialized organ peculiarly adapted to handling mathematical information, and that to achieve such intelligible order, all other avenues of information must be sealed off. As soon, Galileo wrote, as I form a conception of a material or corporeal substance, I simultaneously feel the necessity of conceiving that it has boundaries of some shape or other, that relatively to others it is great or small, that it is in this or that place, in this or that time, that it is in 52. Motion or at rest, that it touches or does not touch another body, that it is unique, rare, or common, nor can I by any act of imagination disjoin it from these qualities. But I do not find myself absolutely compelled to apprehend it as necessarily accompanied by such conditions as that it must be white or red, bitter or sweet, sonorous or silent, smelling sweety or disagreeably, and if the senses had not pointed out these qualities, language and imagination alone could never have arrived at them. Therefore I think that these senses, smells, colors, etc. with regard to the object in which they appear to reside are nothing more than mere names. These exist only in the sensitive body, for when the living creature is removed, all these qualities are carried off and annihilated. I do not believe that there exists anything in external bodies for exciting tastes, smells, and sounds, etc. except size, shape, quantity, and motion. This judgment was not, be it noted, the result of any experimental demonstration, it rested solely on the postulates of astronomy and mechanics, backed by a hypothetical operation performed by the observer, which removed all physiological data except those necessary for describing size, weight, force, or, even more abstractly, mass and motion. Not merely human personalities and organisms, but likewise the chemical elements themselves as yet unidentified and undescribed were absent from Galileo's universe. I think, said Galileo, going back to this thought, in another place, that if ears, tongues, and noses were removed, shapes and numbers would remain, but not odors, nor tastes, nor sounds. But why did he halt his hypothetical surgery with ear, tongue, and nose? What would become of shape and numbers and motion if the eyes and hands and brains were removed, too? Absolute entities that exist by themselves are only plausible figments of the human mind, all that can be called real is the outcome of a multitude of sustained transactions and interrelations between the human organism and the environment. Galileo never explained how his so-called primary qualities, size and shape, would have any more tangible existence or meaning than color and odor if the human brain that reacted to them, and translated the phenomena into symbols, should vanish. Nor did Galileo face the equally baffling problem of how mass and motion could produce even the illusion of qualities. All the supposedly objective components of the physical world are inferences, by now highly probable inferences, at least for man, from a multitude of historic and biographic experiences. Galileo's mechanical world was only a partial representation of a finite number of probable worlds, each peculiar to a particular living species, and all these worlds are but a portion of the infinite number of possible worlds that may have once existed or may yet exist. But anything like a single world, common to all species, at all times, under all circumstances, is a purely hypothetical construction, drawn by inference from pathetically details of crime. 63. Insufficient data, prized for the assurance of stability and intelligibility it gives, even though that assurance turns out, under severe examination, to be just another illusion. A butterfly or a beetle, a fish or a fowl, a dog or a dolphin, would have a different report to give even about primary qualities, for each lives in a world conditioned by the needs and environmental opportunities open to his species. In the gray visual world of the dog, smells, near and distant, subtle or violently exciting, probably play the part that colors do in man's world, though in the primal occupation of eating, the dog's world and man's world would approach each other more closely. What applies to the biological background applies likewise, and perhaps even more, to human cultures, as a whole series of observers, from Immanuel Kant to Benjamin Werf, have in one way or another sought to show. The only world that human beings move about in with some confidence is not Galileo's objective world of primary qualities, but the organic world as modified by human culture, that is, by the symbols of ritual and language, by the diverse arts, by tools and utensils and practical activities, by geotechnic transformation of landscapes and cities, by laws and institutions and ideologies. As soon as one moves in time to another epoch, or steps into another culture, this subjective familiarity and seeming objectivity disappear, disparities, anomalies, differences, contradictions disclose themselves, and along with these the irreducible richness of human experience, and the inexhaustible promise of human potentialities, not to be contained within any single system. When Galileo's successors pulverized this immense cultural heritage into that which was measurable, public, objective, repeatable, they not merely falsified or obliterated the basic facts of human existence, but curtailed the possibilities for human growth. Even worse, they created split personalities, whose private and subjective life never could, on the accepted postulates, modify or be modified by their public, objective life. By the 19th century, that split opened an unbridgeable gap between the artist and the scientist, a gap not to be closed, on Lord Snow's prescription, simply by making the artist more receptive to science. Galileo's distinction between primary and secondary qualities was, he believed, a distinction between verifiable reality and mere sensory illusion. The first was an aspect accredited by the heavenly bodies and independent of man, while the latter was a subordinate kind of experience, since it rested upon the private reports of an ephemeral human personality. This was a faulty distinction. Object and subject are inseparable. Anger, for example, is a private subjective state. Insofar as it directly affects consciousness, it becomes more public, but not more real, when it is open to external observation, in the tone of voice, the color of the skin, the contraction of the muscles, and this could, if necessary, be further objectified instrumentally by taking the blood pressure, the heartbeat, and analyse. 64. Ing the contents of adrenaline and sugar in the blood. Both aspects of anger are real, but the public report would be unidentifiable without reference to the private emotional state that accompanied these events, since similar bodily changes are also produced by fear. On pseudo-objective terms, anger and fear would be virtually identical, except that in some instances, but not always or inevitably, the first may lead to attack and the second to flight. As for Galileo's belief in the objective reality of shapes, without reference to the contribution of the observer, this, too, has no foundation. The boundaries that Galileo so clearly envisaged as a proof of independent objectivity disappear when the electromagnetic field is taken into account. Just as the smooth edges of a sharp knife become jagged under a high-power microscope, the experience of reality in the higher organisms, particularly man, involves a continued oscillation between the inner and the outer, the subjective and the objective fields, and this reality is not only limited but falsified by a one-sided account. Nature, as Adolf Portman wisely observes, comprises every aspect of life's subjective experience no less than structure. Needless to say, it was not Galileo's commitment to primary qualities and mathematical analysis that alone brought the mechanical world picture into existence. He was abetted by both the theoretic pronouncements and the actual experiments of a succession of fellow scientists, who, so far from correcting his bias, deliberately exiled a large part of human experience from the realm of science. The documents that establish this general acceptance of the mechanical world picture are so numerous that I will take a single example from the 18th century to stand for the rest. The classic summation of Galileo's conception was made by David Hume, a brilliant mind that, under the cover of complete skepticism, established the new outlook as a dogma. When we run over libraries, Hume noted, persuaded by these principles, what havoc must we make? If we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. Those who took these injunctions seriously found it easy to wipe out every mode of theology and metaphysics other than their own, which they mistook for common sense and reality. Lived and recorded history suffered the same fate. On his own terms, Hume's History of England would have been among the first works to be destroyed. Science in fact so completely lost any respect for the immediately non-observable or non-repeatable, that it is only recently that scientists and technologists have begun to be inter 65 estate in their own history. More than one scientist has lately said that any work of science more than 10 years old is not worth considering. This indicates more than the inordinate inflation of the scientific ego that the great theoretic and experimental advances of the last generation have produced. It indicates an effort to discredit an essential part of organic experience, memory, which establishes continuity with a longer past and a wider environment than a 10-year mind can encompass. That attitude was responsible for the tardy following through of Faraday's penetrating insight into the electronic aspects of matter, and it explains how the computer was so belatedly developed by scientists and engineers who might have proceeded with this invention at least a generation earlier, if they had ever heard of Babbage's calculating engine. At a lower level, the same attitude accounts for the anti-subjective views of the behaviorist psychologist B. F. Skinner, who observed in Walden 2 that we do not take history seriously. And no wonder, if man knew no history, the Skinners would govern the world, as Skinner himself has modestly proposed in his behaviorist utopia. 4. Validation by machine. The new scientific philosophy took over and carried further two processes that were already at work in society, and were partly responsible, indeed, for the renewed interest in science itself. One was the invention and multiplication of machines, composed of closely articulated, finely measured, standardized, and replaceable parts, as in the mechanical clock and the printing press. The other was the wider use of coined money, stamped uniformly by machines, which in itself was partly due to the increasing practice of attaching a price and abstract numerical notation referring to weight or number to goods offered for sale. The maxim of Franklin's Poor Richard, "Time is money," symbolized this change, and the transactions of science resembled those of the marketplace in that they both required a neutral medium of exchange. As mechanical power increased and as scientific theory itself, through further experimental verification, became more adequate, the new method enlarged its domain, and with every fresh demonstration of its efficiency it shored up the shaky theoretic scheme upon which it was based. What began in the astronomical observatory finally ended in our day in the computer-controlled and automatically operated factory. First the scientist. 66 mechanized world picture. Excluded himself, and with himself a good part of his organic potentialities and his historic affiliations, from the world picture he constructed. As this system of thought spread into every department, the autonomous worker, even in his most reduced mechanical aspect, would be progressively excluded from the mechanism of production. Finally, should these postulates remain unchallenged and the institutional procedures remain unchanged, man himself will be cut off from any meaningful relationship with any part of the natural environment or his own historical milieu. Those who created the mechanical world picture foresaw many actual inventions and discoveries, and were passionately eager to bring them about, but they could not, even speculatively, anticipate the dismaying social outcome of their efforts. The immediate outcome, indeed, of the new system of thought and demotionalized statements, was temporarily a happy one, for it cooled off the overheated atmosphere of theological controversy left over from the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. Interest of the poets in science, from Milton and Johnson to Shelley and Wordsworth, and beyond, to Whitman and Tennyson, testifies to the liberating effects of the new world picture. For poets, Homer reminds us, tell us of things as they really are. Minds that were divided about the nature of the cosmos and man's ultimate concerns, were drawn together by their appreciation of the new world picture and the new machines that translated this picture into operative realities, useful products, social improvements. This of course was a gain. What was generally helpful about this attitude toward the external world was that it made constant reference to common experiences in which everyone could in some degree participate, and it gave confidence in man's ability to understand nature's operations. No longer could the mind be content with imaginary maps, fanciful histories, tenth-hand explanations, cherished hallucinations, in the fashion still prevalent in the Middle Ages, and then acceptable to all but the keenest minds. Accurate knowledge, even if unduly isolated and restricted, was better than muddled and inaccurate general knowledge that pretentiously professed to embrace everything. The provision of such useful knowledge temporarily offset, if it did not cancel out, the underlying errors. Thus, in the 17th century, the application of the thermometer to register the body's heat, Galileo's suggestion to Sanctorius, furnished a diagnostic aid to medicine, as the use of both the thermometer and the barometer offered the first quantitative clues to describing and predicting the weather. All these achievements made the mechanical world picture highly acceptable, and many parts of that picture happily remain so. Hereafter, in every department, the sign of quantity or magnitude would, ideally, become a necessary part of every qualitative judgment. Up to a point, then, the 67 new method was self-validating. It was only when it concentrated on quantity to the exclusion of quality, and upon piecemeal knowledge to the exclusion of form, pattern, functional organization, design, that the weakness of the original emphasis on so-called primary qualities would become a handicap. Those who developed the mechanical world picture further ignored Leibniz's salient distinction between accurate knowledge and adequate knowledge, and were too easily content with accuracy, even if at the cost of leaving out or even denying the existence of relevant data. This practice was made all the easier because function and purpose, both essential in describing organic processes and human behavior, were transferred to the machine. E. A. Bird, commenting on the consequences of giving special status to the so-called primary qualities, observed correctly that this was the first stage in the reading of man out of the real and primary realm. Man begins to appear for the first time in thought as an irrelevant spectator and insignificant effect of the great mathematical system which is the substance of reality. In effect, when the new scientist eliminated man from the picture he presented, he was seeking to let nature itself make the direct impression, much as the photographer allows light and chemicals to leave a neutral record on a film. But those who use such a metaphor for a process seemingly independent of human bias disclose the speciousness of this conception, for before such a neutral procedure can be set in motion, the photographer must load his film, choose his subject, focus his camera, and of course before the camera could come into existence, a long process of human discovery was necessary, in optics, chemistry, glassmaking, plastics. In short, a multitude of human needs, interests, and choices must be reckoned with before the impression of light on a sensitized surface can be recorded and preserved. So with exact science. If man could have actually pushed himself and his culture completely out of the picture, there would have been no picture and no reason for taking it, certainly no mechanical world picture and no fresh generation of machines. Yet for all its ideological weakness, the mathematical mechanical method resulted in a clarification of physical events which gave the inventor and the engineer confidence in their ability to arrive at predictable results. As for the physical world that was described in these simple terms, what was this in itself but a plausible abstraction, for, as A. N. Whitehead pointed out, the concrete enduring entities are organisms, so that the plan of the whole influences the very characters of the various subordinate organisms which enter into it. Thus an electron within a living body is different from an electron outside it, by reason of the plan of the body. And, one may now add, an electron within an oxygen atom is different from one in a carbon atom, again by reason of its plan. Thus the 68th scientific method, when it ceases to deal with statistical probabilities, must pass from positivism to Platonism. What made the New World picture so potent was that its method of deliberately ignoring the complex reality of organisms was an immense labor-saving device. Its pragmatic efficiency counterbalanced its conceptual superficiality. The universe as a whole, the whole that contains all other wholes, is immeasurable and unthinkable in its infinite variety and multi-fold concreteness. Only by samples and abstractions can one put together, in the mind, a Platonic model. The ecological complexities of existence overwhelm the human mind. Even though some of that richness is an integral part of man's own nature, it is only by isolating some little part of that existence for a short time that it can be momentarily grasped. We learn only from samples. By separating primary from secondary qualities, by making mathematical description the test of truth, by utilizing only a part of the human self to explore only a part of its environment, the new science successfully turned the most significant attributes of life into purely secondary phenomena, ticketed for replacement by the machine. Thus living organisms, in their most typical functions and purposes, became superfluous. 5. Machines as defective organisms. Again, it was the philosopher E. A. Bird who, a generation before Erwin Schrödinger, put his finger most decisively upon the consequences of the new system of analysis. Man's performance could not be treated by the quantitative method. except in the most meager fashion. His life was a life of color and sounds, of pleasures, of griefs, of passionate loves, of ambitious strivings. Hence the real world must be outside the world of man, the world of astronomy, the world of resting and moving terrestrial objects. The only thing in common between man and this world was his ability to discover it. A fact which, being necessarily presupposed, was easily neglected, and did not in any case suffice to exalt him to a parity of reality and causal efficiency with that which he is able to know. Along with this exaltation of the external world as more primary and more real, went an attribution of greater dignity and value. Galileo himself proceeds to this addition. Sight is the most excellent of the senses, because of its relation to light, the most excellent object, but as compared with the latter, it is as inferior as the finite in comparison with the infinite. 69. To treat as ultimate and supreme the physical phenomenon of light, and to forget the light of consciousness, itself the highest manifestation of life, shows if anything how effectively the sun god had stricken his worshippers with blindness. How much was lost by this exaltation of the mechanical world picture one may gather from an account of a recent invention, by the biologist Mumford. The Bell telephone engineers, Mumford tells us, found that all intelligence could get through a system called a vocoder, which instead of transmitting a continuous but limited spectrum, squeezed as it were all the sound energy of speech through 10 narrow gates, 32 cycles wide. With the economic consequence that, with sufficient paraphernalia at the sending and receiving ends, 10 intelligible messages can now be simultaneously transmitted over a channel where one would go before. The interesting feature for us, continues Mumford, is the effect of this process on the character of speech, for in discarding or blurring the detailed structure, it has effected a completely mechanical separation of the emotive and informative functions of speech. The output of this infernal machine is perfectly intelligible and perfectly impersonal. No trace of anger or love, pity or terror, irony or sincerity, can get through it. The age or sex of the speaker cannot be guessed. No dog would recognize his master's voice. In fact, it does not sound as if a human agent was responsible for the message. But the intelligence is unimpaired. The intelligence is unimpaired. That is only another way of saying, in fact, that this sort of intelligence is, in terms of life, innately defective, since it can never receive or respond to a sufficiently full and comprehensive report of the actual world as experienced by fully activated organisms and mindful human personalities. Ironically, it was originally pride in man's new mechanical inventions, a very human pride exalted with justification by the telescope, that led the great thinkers of the 17th century not only to exile man from his own many-dimensioned world, but to reduce his scientific voice, so to speak, to the equivalent of a vocoder. The same reduction and isolation took place indeed with all his other organs. Today even the erotic life, at the hands of all too eager geneticists and physiologists, has not proved immune from such violation. Witness the speciously objective reports of Johnson and Masters on human sexual acts. This progressive reduction of the dimensions of life involved far more serious humiliations than the discovery that the earth was not the center of the universe. Christian humility supposedly brought the soul nearer to God, but scientific humility brought it closer to self-annihilation. Now compare this mechanical worldview, with its exclusive emphasis on the quantitative, the measurable, the external, with that of one of the most primitive of known races and cultures, the Australian Aborigines. According to a recent interpreter, Kai Birkett Smith, the fundamental 70 idea in the Australians' concept of life is that there is no sharp division between man and nature, between the quick and the dead, nor even a gap between past, present, and future. Nature can as little exist without man as man without nature, and yesterday and tomorrow, in a manner inexplicable to us, merge into today. Whatever the deficiencies in the Australian Aborigines' habits of observation or in his symbolic formulation of his experience, it will become plain, as the theme of this book develops, that the Australian's primitive view is in fact far less primitive, biologically and culturally speaking, than that of the mechanical world picture, for it includes those many dimensions of life that Kepler, Galileo, and their successors intentionally excluded, as spoiling the accuracy of their observations and the elegance of their descriptions. All through the 19th century, the major voices in science claimed, as confidently as Huygens and Newton had done, not simply that the laws of mechanics are among the laws that govern all phenomena, but that these laws are the only laws needed for an adequate explanation even of life and mind, and that no other non-mechanical behavior need be looked for. Even such an emancipated physicist as Clerk Maxwell would say in 1875 that when a physical phenomenon can be completely described as a change in the configuration and motion of a material system, the dynamical explanation of that phenomenon is said to be complete. While Helmholtz, a little earlier, 1869, said confidently, the object of the natural sciences is to find the motions upon which all other changes are based, and their corresponding motive forces to resolve themselves. Therefore, into mechanics. The notion of Boscovich and Faraday that non-mechanical behavior might exist, even at the level of the atom, then lay far outside the pale. This explains the contempt, indeed the shudder of theological horror, as over a damnable heresy, that is still expressed by many biologists when asked to give rational consideration to vital, organismic, teleological, or parapsychological phenomena. The ultimate result of this mechanistic doctrine was to raise the machine to a higher status than any organism, or at best to admit grudgingly that higher organisms were super-machines. Thus a set of metaphysical abstractions laid the groundwork for a technological civilization, in which the machine in the latest of its many incarnations would in time become the supreme power, an object of religious adoration and worship. During the last century, in particular during the last generation, the weaknesses in this original formulation have been exposed, and in many places corrected, most decisively, not without irony, by the direct heirs of Galileo, the nuclear physicists, for their world of minute particles or charges cannot be described or handled on purely mechanical or geometry. 71. Cal terms, or made coherent and visible by being reassembled in some work-performing machine. For all this, the mechanical image, by reason of its very concreteness, has remained dominant even though the actual experience of our contemporaries includes X-rays and the electronic transmission systems of images and sounds. To illustrate the hold that the mechanical world picture still keeps, I shall confine myself to two examples, both fortunately a little comic. In a recent book, a biologist of note has dismissed the real existence of pain on the ground that it is an inner experience, privately reported and therefore, scientifically speaking, inaccessible and indescribable. In order to eliminate this factor which, by its very existence, defies the method he reveres, he goes so far as to say, "We have been talking about pain as if it was some horrid little demon sitting inside you. Let us now talk about it by comparison with machines and other objects, in terms of nerves and their impulses, and above all in terms of brains and the way they react to it. Then at least we may be able to teach ourselves not to feel pain." If effective, this would of course be a desirable kind of instruction for, let us say, a cancer patient, though it might be quite imprudent on many other occasions, when a sharp pain, as when a child's hand touches flame, teaches him to avoid more serious bodily damage. There is no doubt that hypnotism, which is a valid form of such teaching, under certain circumstances serves as an admirable anesthetic, as was long ago demonstrated, and even stoic self-discipline or autosuggestion may be an excellent anesthetic for many pains. But what shall one say of the theoretic limitations of a scientist who goes on to say that it is absurd to try to express the existence of something that cannot possibly be described? Is it not far more absurd to deny that existence? To dismiss as non-existent what happens to be indescribable is to equate existence with information. Can a color be described solely in terms of its mathematically determinable wavelength? No matter how accurate this abstract description may be, it gives no indication of color as a subjective experience. So with pain. To deny the existence or importance of pain, because it is too private to be described, is that an example of scientific objectivity? This attempt to make pain scientifically disreputable is in reality an attempt to keep organic reactions coupled to machine-like behavior, and since machines do not have any means of registering pain, an organism that does so becomes an anomaly, or, worse than that, a technological anachronism. What is perhaps even more exasperating to those who cling to this obsolete mechanical model is that pain itself points to something for which no biological answer is as yet available, although the fact itself has long been staring our evolutionary doctrines in the face. How is it that such 72. A gross maladaptation as intense pain, which serves no purpose that lesser degrees of pain might not equally serve, indeed, often gets worse when the condition it calls attention to is entirely beyond remedy, has become an inherited trait? This would seem a heavy price to pay for the exquisite sensitivity and over-responsiveness of the nervous systems in higher organisms. What selective pressure produced and transmitted such a disservice? Able reaction? Today this almost pathological fear of what cannot be directly examined and brought under control, external, preferably mechanical, electronic, or chemical control, survives as a scientific equivalent of a much older atavism, fear of the dark. And if, on the contrary, at the end of 4 centuries devoted to filling in the outmoded mechanical world picture, we now overvalue the machine, is it not because the mechanistic doctrine which has made us competent to design machines and control them also promises to give the scientist an equal hold over the living organisms he unfeelingly identifies with machines? In a world of machines, or of creatures that can be reduced to machines, technocrats would indeed be gods. True, those who have seen most deeply into the problem have found reason to suppose that if man actually succeeded in fabricating such machines, he would not be able to control them, since if they were truly alive they would not only be autonomous but subject to other influences, including their own caprices, besides those of man. Norbert Wiener even feared this might happen in a not too distant future with computers, a point the scenario of the film 2001 followed up when its infallible space ship computer, on being crossed, became hostile to its astronauts. Would not electronic omniscience, if indeed it possessed like man an equivalent of subjective life, prove as crazy, cruel, and murderous as the powerful deities of the Bronze Age in fact were, all the more hostile because totally lacking in the cultural safeguards that even then man had built up for his own self-protection against his unconscious? That an up-to-date scientist should still be committed to the archaic mechanical world picture to the point of resenting organic events that take place outside this limited frame shows how attractive and how potent that oversimplified model was and unfortunately remains even now. But the absurdity of using the machine to explain the autonomous processes of organization and growth and reproduction comes out best, perhaps, in the story Frank O'Connor tells of his mother's effort to explain to him as a boy how babies are conceived, without going into embarrassing physiological and emotional intimacies. Concerned, she explained that mummies had an engine in their tummies and daddies had a starting handle that made it work, and once it started it went on until it made a baby. But of course, what could be more natural, that is, more mechanical, more objective. Thus by the end of the 19th century a simple woman, confronted with the facts of life, was driven by sexual embarrassment to adopt the same kind of explanation, cruder but substantially similar, that scientists had been making, to reduce organic behavior to a mechanical process as if machines were more primordial than the innate tendency toward organization that must be posited at the very beginnings of pre-organic existence to account for even the evolution of the atomic elements. 6. One task of this book will be to trace out the unfortunate consequences of Galileo's crime. Yet that crime proved so successful, and the intellectual booty it brought in was so huge, that those who have followed in Galileo's footsteps, so far from having to bow to the Inquisition in order to avoid torture, have by now extended Galileo's methodology and metaphysics to every phase of human activity. As a result, the masters of the scientific guild, with their many imitators and disciples, now wield more influence and power than any older priesthood. What is more, the religion of this new priesthood, propagated by a succession of attested miracles, has a firm foothold in every mind, and even those areas of scientific knowledge and technical facility that owe no direct debt to the sun god nevertheless bow to his authority. In pointing out these insufficiencies in the mechanical world picture, I have no wish to disparage the many beneficent results, particularly in the realm where they could be applied most directly and vigorously, that is, in technics itself. Every fresh quantum of scientific truth, however dismembered or minute, was precious. In a period of bitter political and theological conflicts, when in defense of dogmatic positions intense feelings were aroused, when conversation had become impossible between a Catholic and a Protestant, or for that matter, between the adherents of two different Protestant sects, the new mechanical ideology performed a unique service. It provided a common language, and it opened up a field of practical endeavor in which people with widely different inner worlds could nevertheless collaborate. This common world of intelligent intercourse and cooperation has, in the face of national egoisms and jealousies and self-isolating totalitarian ideologies, continued to widen. Scientists are more at home among their colleagues in every part of the world than any other vocational group, for they speak a common language and pursue a 74. Common aim. That unity, though it has been frequently interrupted, is too precious to be lost. Admittedly, the sciences so created were masterly symbolic fabrications. Unfortunately, those who utilized these symbols implicitly believed that they represented a higher order of reality, when in fact they expressed only a higher order of abstraction. Human experience itself remained necessarily multidimensional. One axis extends horizontally through the world open to external observation, the so-called objective world, and the other axis, at right angles, passes vertically through the depths and heights of the subjective world, while reality itself can only be represented by a figure composed of an indefinite number of lines drawn through both planes and intersecting at the center, in the mind of a living person. But let us, at the end, give the sun god his due. The order that he established is indeed fundamental to all other manifestations of life, and in a culture open to disorganization and disintegration, then as now, his worshippers introduced a necessary respect for order itself. Let us then in addition give Galileo a graceful post-mortem absolution. He knew not what he did, and he could not possibly guess what would follow from the splitting apart of objective and subjective experience. He himself was not a concealed heretic but an open-minded naturalistic humanist, or humanistic naturalist, and he could not guess that the abstract conceptual world he had helped to create would eventually displace all traditional values and reject all experience and knowledge that did not conform to the dominant mechanical pattern. Galileo must have taken for granted that the culture which had formed his own life and mind would continue in existence more beautifully ordered, enriched, not devitalized, impoverished, and reduced by his new way of looking at the world. In denying the importance of subjective factors, that is, human propulsions, projections, and autonomous responses, the followers of Galileo unfortunately fended off any inquiry into their own subjectivity, and in rejecting values, purposes, and non-scientific meanings, fantasies, dreams, as irrelevant to their positivist methodology, they failed to recognize the part such subjectivity had played in creating their own system. What they had actually done was to eliminate every value and every purpose but one. The one they regarded as supreme, the pursuit of scientific truth. In this pursuit of truth, the scientist sanctified his own discipline and, what was more dangerous, placed it above any other obligations of morality. The consequences of this dedication have only begun to appear in our own age. Scientific truth achieved the status of an absolute, and the incessant pursuit and expansion of knowledge became the only recognized categorical imperative. Now, if the history of the human race teaches any plain lessons, this is one of them: man cannot be trusted with absolutes. When the Romans 75 said, "Let justice be done though the ceiling fall," they did not for a moment suspect that the ceiling might fall, but the physicists who so steadfastly pursued the splitting of the atom were, in fact, endangering the human race. With the invention of nuclear bombs, they placed all life on Earth in danger, for not just the ceiling but the heavens might now fall. In the old game of truth or consequences, the consequences turn out to be as important as the truth, and must be warily examined and re-examined with every extension of truth into new areas. For lack of this wariness today, not only do millions of human beings live in the shadow of a total catastrophe, but the air they breathe, the water they drink, and the food they eat are being poisoned by other misapplications of scientific knowledge. If the new science had begun with the observer himself, as an essential component in its own scheme, the insufficiency of his mechanical model and his denatured and dehumanized universe would have been apparent, indeed, inescapable. Without intuitions and memories, without ancient cultural landmarks, the intelligence is enfeebled, and the report it gives on its own say-so is so incomplete, so qualitatively inadequate, so structurally distorted that it becomes downright false. Percy Bridgman, in his introduction to Stallo, did well to point out that it was the scientist's active experimentation and selection that enabled him to overcome the basic theoretic weaknesses of his mechanistic formulations. No one who is familiar with scientists, or who has read biographies of creative scientists, will imagine that the prevailing canons of objectivity, complete impersonality, mechanical precision, austere repression of feeling apply to anything but the handling of apparatus or the final presentation of the results in the form of careful, systematic descriptions. In playing the scientific game, the scientist must follow its strict rules, or he will be penalized and, if necessary, disqualified. But the game itself is played by human beings open to subjective promptings of every sort, from pride and vanity to intellectual playfulness and intense aesthetic delight. Without these subjective underpinnings in one combination or another, it is doubtful if some of the best work in science would have been done. Though the full personality is a necessary basis for creative activity in science as elsewhere, nothing except a radical transformation in the method and purpose of the scientist can overcome the persistent limitations that spring from its absence from the original mechanical world picture itself. Man cannot, even in theory, eviscerate his necessary organs and reduce the whole field of his activities to that which is observable and controllable, without presenting a defective picture of both his own nature and the world he lives in. To dismiss the most central fact of man's being because it is inner and subjective is to make the hugest subjective falsification possible, one that leaves out the most critical half of man's nature. For without that 76 lying subjective flux, as experienced in floating imagery, dreams, bodily impulses, formative ideas, projections, and inventions, and above all with Increasing lucidity in language. The world that is open to human experience can neither be described nor rationally understood. When our age learns that lesson, it will have made the first move toward redeeming for human use the mechanized and electrified wasteland that is now being constructed, at man's expense and to his permanent loss, for the benefit of the mega-machine. Chapter 4. Political Absolutism and Regimentation. 1. Lords of Nature. The transformation begun in theory by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo was carried further by René Descartes, for he coupled the New World picture to the two new phenomena that gave it immense authority, the behavior of clockwork automatons and the claims of monarchical absolutism. He proved to his own satisfaction that all the manifestations of life could be explained on a purely mechanical basis, and that except in the case of man organism and mechanism were interchangeable terms. Descartes' discourse on method stands as a landmark in the history of Western thought, through its elegant style and its fusion of mathematical and mechanical modes of reasoning. It left a permanent imprint on later scientific formulations. This work, as short and readable as Rousseau's later Social Contract, was Descartes' substitute for a more comprehensive book that he suppressed when he saw what trouble his contemporary Galileo had gotten into with the Holy Inquisition. As such, it serves almost as a prefatory summa to modern thought, a neatly articulated skeleton that contrasts with the corpulent, over-detailed synthesis of Thomas Aquinas. At the time Descartes wrote, there was still no part of the world that did not seem open to adequate scientific investigation by a single mind alone. A royal despot, he ventured to lay the ideological foundations for a new age. In that sense, Descartes was still in the older Aristotelian tradition, and had not yet made the great submission his older contemporary Francis Bacon prophesied, for the latter realized that science, to become more productive and immediately serviceable, must accept the specialized division of labor and a standardized piecemeal mode of investigation. From Descartes, nevertheless, one gets a clear account of the underlying 77. 78. Motives for scientific investigation, apart from its oldest and noblest impulse, the sheer delight of using the mind to discover ordered relationships and to create intelligible symbolic structures that reveal the underlying causal sequences or the emergent patterns of seemingly haphazard events. Without that bottomless curiosity and wonder, man could hardly have advanced beyond the animal state of muscular exercise and mindless enjoyment. What Thorstein Veblen used ironically to call idle curiosity once served to attach the best minds to the passionate pursuit of science, often to the exclusion of other more tangible rewards. That disinterested commitment to universally shareable truth was perhaps science's most enduring bequest. But in addition, more egoistic ambitions and utilitarian lures played a part from the beginning in the development of science, as earlier with magic, and these concerns come out even in the austere statements of Descartes. I perceived it to be possible, he observed, to arrive at knowledge highly useful in life, and instead of the speculative philosophy usually taught in the schools, to discover a practical method by means of which, knowing the force and action of fire, water, air, the stars, the heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us, as distinctly as we know the various crafts of our artisans, we might also apply them in the same way to all the uses to which they are adapted, and thus render ourselves the lords and possessors of nature. Italics mine. The language of this last sentence is obviously not the language of the disinterested speculative scientist. It was attached rather to the social motives that from the 16th century on had begun to play an ever more active part in the whole development of Western civilization, in exploration and colonization, in military conquest and mechanical industry. To become the lords and possessors of nature was the ambition that secretly united the conquistador, the merchant adventurer and banker, the industrialist, and the scientist, radically different though their vocations and their purposes might seem. Even at the beginning, science and techniques played a part in furthering these extravagant ambitions and arrogant claims. Without the magnetic compass, astronomical observations, and cartography, the circumnavigation of the globe would have been long delayed, if not impossible. But from the 19th century on, science's preoccupation with man's one-sided mastery over nature took another turn, that of seeking artificial substitutes for every natural process, replacing organic products with manufactured ones, and eventually turning man himself into an obedient creature of the forces he had discovered or created. Ironically, the duplication of urea, an animal waste product, was the first great triumph of such research. But many other substitutes, fibers, plastics, pharmaceuticals followed, some lords of nature ng excellent in their own right, some merely producing larger profits for bigger organizations. Descartes could not of course foresee that this one-sided effort to conquer nature would bring a special danger, the closer it approached realization, that of dispossessing and displacing man himself. But though we must now confront this ultimate threat, I mention it here only to exonerate Descartes and proclaim his relative innocence. Like Galileo, he could have had no notion of what would happen when the control of external phenomena and the increase of physical energies available for altering the environment and commanding time and space should take precedence over the effort to humanize man himself, to discipline and direct his own development, and to explore the abounding potentialities of his culture and personality. In Descartes' time, the physical and mathematical sciences had not yet achieved anything like their present position of superiority. Descartes himself, though a gifted mathematician, was not exclusively immersed in mathematical problems or physical phenomena, for he made a close physiological study of the motion of the blood in the heart and arteries along the lines that Harvey was to carry to a more successful conclusion. Though Descartes conceived of man's becoming a lord of nature, that overlordship remained for him, despite his experience as a soldier, chiefly in the mind. His best hopes lay, not in increased physical power or productivity, but in achieving knowledge of the human organism, which he hoped would provide a rational foundation for a more healthy regimen. Thus, while Descartes, like Bacon, saw that science was practically desirable, as leading to the invention of an infinity of arts, by which we might be enabled to enjoy without any trouble the fruits of the earth and all its comforts, he felt that if any means can ever be found to render men wise and more ingenious than hitherto, it is in medicine that they must be sought for. He was confident that we could free ourselves from an infinity of maladies of the body, as well as the mind, and perhaps also of the debility of old age, if we had sufficiently ample knowledge of their causes, and of all the remedies provided for us by nature. For him the direct human benefits still counted for more than the gross increase of material goods or power. As modern man has reason gratefully to acknowledge, that confidence was not altogether misplaced. The increased number of people in the Western world who live out their normal lifespan today, as a result of hygienic care, preventive medicine, skillful surgery, and antibiotics, to say nothing of the universal use of soap and water, shows that Descartes' sanguine hopes were justified. But as with all those minds, scientific or utopian, that were elated by expectations of endless improvements to 80, Descartes overlooked the negative results that would accompany and insidiously undermine these achievements, often in proportion to their success. Among them we now begin to recognize biological errors of great magnitude. These unforeseen consequences have partly nullified the genuine advances and left the ultimate balance in science's favor increasingly doubtful, unless massive measures are now taken to halt the scientifically and financially expedited forces of destruction and extermination. 2. Passage to absolutism. Though Descartes was an assiduous scientific experimenter in more than one area, the Cartesian method itself was most immediately applicable to physical, that is to pre-organic, nature. Descartes deliberately concentrated on this aspect because it seemed to him the most common and simple, hence the easiest to know, while the mathematical advances that delighted him seemed at first serviceable only because they contributed to the advancement of the mechanical arts. Despite the wide range of Descartes' investigations, the Baroque culture of his time stamped his thought with two identifying marks that were to have a serious effect upon later techniques through reinforcing practices that were already in operation. The first was Descartes' belief in political absolutism, as a means of achieving and maintaining order, as opposed to all those processes that involve tradition, historic continuity, cumulative experience, democratic cooperation, and reciprocal intercourse with others. Descartes favored the kind of external order that could be achieved by a single mind, like that of a Baroque prince, detached from precedent, breaking with popular customs, all-powerful, acting alone, commanding unqualified obedience, in short, laying down the law. This destruction of organic complexity was the prime condition for affecting mechanization and total control in every department. The workings of such minds were already visible in the buildings and cities of the period, structures designed by engineer architects, working in the service of an autocratic authority, according to a predetermined plan, ready for instant execution. In Part 2, Descartes singled out this order of planning for praise, and in contrast disparaged those buildings and towns that had gone through a longer period of growth and exhibited, along with their imperfections, the revisions, the adaptations, the happy second thoughts and the fresh innovations of later generations. He even praised Sparta, not because passage to absolutism. 81. He thought its particular laws and customs were necessarily good, but because they had been originated by a single individual and tended to a single end. No wonder he used the plan of the Baroque city as the model for his philosophical system. Mechanical order and inflexible control is written all over it, as I have shown at length in The City in History. If one removes the trimmings from the Palace of Versailles, one has, in effect, the shell of a modern extended factory unit. Descartes' soloism was a natural expression of Baroque absolutism in other areas than government. To act alone, to occupy the center of the stage, to displace all rival personalities or groups, this was the underlying tie between the princely despot, the musical prima donna, the monopolistic financier, and the reflective philosopher. The final effect of this movement was to reduce to a whirl of decomposed atomic particles all the constituent elements of society, and to leave to a single polarizing element, the king, or the state, the function of giving some sort of order and direction to the alienated and fragmented individuals that were left. This stripping away of the constituent groups that compose any real community, the family, the village, the farm, the workshop, the guild, the church, cleared the way for the uniformities and standardizations imposed by the machine. We can witness this process most clearly in the analysis of reality for which Descartes long was famous. Seeking to clear out of his mind all knowledge, true or false, that it contained, in order to build again from rock bottom, Descartes was left with what seemed to him an indisputable proposition, the famous, I think, therefore I am. This equation of thought, with being removed it from all qualifying limitations, thinking itself tended to become unconditional and absolute, in fact, the sole imperative demand of existence. In order to reach this point, Descartes forgot that before he uttered these words, I think, he needed the cooperation of countless fellow beings, extending back to his own knowledge as far as the thousands of years that biblical history recorded. Beyond that, we know now, he needed the aid of an even remoter past that mankind too long remained ignorant of, the millions of years required to transform his dumb animal ancestors into conscious human beings. I think, therefore I am had meaning only because of this immense mass of buried history. Without that past, his momentary experience of thought would have been undescribable, indeed, inexpressible. Perhaps the greatest defect of all world pictures up to now is that the transformation of history, except in the cloudy form of myth, has played so little part in their conception of reality. In Jewish tradition almost alone is history regarded as a necessary and meaningful revelation of universal forces, or as theology would put it, God's will. In trying to make a fresh start, Descartes had in fact swept away 82. Nothing. For without his collectively stored and individually remembered experience, Descartes' lips and tongue and vocal cords could not have framed his triumphant sentence. Man is only a reed, but a thinking reed, said his contemporary Pascal. Descartes had merely restated this conviction, which most 17th-century intelligences shared and regarded as axiomatic, namely, that thinking is man's most important activity. But this itself is open to question, since sexual reproduction is more essential to thought, biologically speaking, than thought is to reproduction, for life not merely encompasses but transcends thought. Descartes' contemporary Gassendi saw the weakness of his position. You will say, he wrote Descartes, I am mind alone. But let us talk in earnest, and tell me frankly, do you not derive from the very sound you utter in so saying from the society in which you have lived? And, since the sounds you utter are derived from intercourse with other men, are not the meanings of sounds derived from the same source? Beneath Descartes' equation of thought with existence another idea was implicit which derived from the social style of the Baroque period. Under a rational system of ideas, all minds would be forced to submit to scientific laws as the subject of an absolute ruler to his edicts. Law in both instances, as Wilhelm Ostwald was later to point out, established any realm of predictable behavior. This simplified choices and economized effort. Thus the ultimate aim of science, the proof of both its truth and its efficacy, would be to make all behavior as predictable as the movements of the heavenly bodies. To many scientists, even today, this is not only an unchallengeable axiom but a moral imperative. If scientific determinism operated everywhere, then human lives, too, might ultimately be brought under perfect control. This of course assumed, as in any absolute system of government, that there were no unruly elements that were not known to the police, or could not be rounded up and imprisoned indefinitely without further investigation. In rejecting the cumulative contributions of history, Descartes lost sight, then, of both the significance of nature and the nature of significance, and failed to understand their interdependence, since the mind that explores nature is itself a part of nature and exhibits otherwise hidden or inaccessible characteristics. Without this larger time span to sustain it, life would shrink and shrivel into nothingness, and the ego would lack the very words needed to deny the mind's existence or to curse its own impotence. It is in such a state, incidentally, that many of our contemporaries actually find themselves today, since they accept the momentary reports of their senses as final revelations, however hideous of truth. What was implied by way of renunciation in Descartes' rational scheme comes out in the following brief passage. Because our reasonings are passage to absolutism. 83. Never so clear or complete during sleep as when we are awake, though sometimes the acts of the imagination are lively and distinct, if not more so, than in our waking moments. Reason further dictates that, since all our thoughts cannot be true because of our partial imperfection, those possessing truth must infallibly be founded in the experience of our waking moments rather than in that of our dreams. This again was a valuable counsel for checking perverse fantasies, yet it did not do justice to the arcane forces that were themselves helping to produce a technical and social order that corresponded closely to Descartes' own subjective assumptions. Here the reason carefully protected and hid its own tendency to unreason, when divorced from the whole tissue of organic experience. 3 centuries later Dr. Sigmund Freud, by intention a rigorous materialist, strictly committed by his medical training to an austere mode of investigation that had no need for Descartes' God even as a hypothesis, returned to the world of dreams to discover how much of the human reality Descartes had rejected in adhering strictly to those waking moments favorable to rational investigation. What Descartes necessarily lacked the perspective to see was that his own interpretation of life as a purely mechanical phenomenon, comparable to the strictly regulated motions of an automaton, was not as transparently rational as it seemed to him and to many of his successors. Note, finally, the implications of Descartes' mechanistic absolutism. For the sake of clarity and predictable order, Descartes was ready to set aside the most characteristic function of all organisms, the capacity to enregister and hoard experience and continuously to reinterpret present activities in relation to both remembered and prospective or imagined events, above all to act for themselves without outside instruction or control in pursuance of their individual purposes or those of their species or group. For the same reason Descartes was oblivious to all those complex symbiotic interactions that demand empathy, mutual aid, and sensitive accommodations, for which Aristotle at least could have given him homely illustrations. True to the principles of absolutism, Descartes preferred a predetermined design, laid down by a single mind, to fulfill a single end at a single point in time, and he thought that in matters of mind, as well as in government, the best communities followed the appointments of some wise legislator. He characterized as restless and busy meddlers reformers who sought to alter these appointments. No active organism, no historic group, no living community could without protest be successfully imprisoned in that Cartesian framework. Descartes was in fact writing out the specifications for a successful machine. In his conception of science's method and role, then, Descartes openly followed the style of the Renaissance despot. He preferred absolute govern. 84. Meant, with its Procrustean simplifications, to democratic government, with its divided powers, its tenacious traditions, its embarrassing historic contradictions, its confusions and compromises and obscurities. But the acceptance of the latter is in fact the necessary price for a method capable of embracing the complexities of life without leaving any function or purpose unrecognized, uncounted, or uncared for. By his penchant for political absolutism, Descartes paved the way for the eventual militarization of both science and technics. Descartes did not perceive that the complex processes and singular events of history and biography, most of which remain unobservable and are by definition unrepeatable, are no less important manifestations of nature than mass phenomena that are open to observation, experiment, and statistical description. As a result, mechanical order, with its clarity and predictability, became in the minds of Descartes' followers, the main criterion of reality and the source of all values, except those that Descartes preferred to leave entirely in the care of the Church. 3. Scientist as lawgiver. In effect, Descartes elevated the scientist into an absolute lawgiver, not of course in his individual capacity, but in his collective role. By turning man into a machine made by the hands of God, he tacitly turned into gods those who were capable of designing and making machines. As long as those powers were extremely limited, as they indeed remained until the present century, this yearning for godlike powers did little harm, if any thing. It buttressed confidence in the face of difficulties with its assurance that, with the help of God, science, any project, however audacious, might finally be accomplished. As a healthy reaction against superstition and pseudo-knowledge, this Cartesian clarification was at first beneficial. It had the effect of a flowing river of fresh water, loosening the barnacles of encrusted superstition and subjective error that had impeded the movement of the ancient vessels of thought. But as a permanent contribution to thought and life, the mechanical mode has turned out to be an auxiliary at this juncture to political absolutism, for the two were in perfect harmony. The body of man, observed Descartes flatly, is nothing but a statue, or a machine made of earth. The long quarrel between organicism and mechanism centers on this dogmatic nothing but. In order to prove that the nature and behavior of living creatures, with the exception of man, scientist as lawgiver G5 could be fully accounted for on purely mechanical principles, Descartes turned naturally to the special model that had always exercised a fascination over kings, the automaton. This fascination was by no means capricious or accidental, for automatic figures, in animal or human shape animated as we say by clockwork, were the perfect embodiment of the royal demand for unconditional obedience, absolute order, push-button control qualities that such rulers, from the Pyramid Age onward, sought to implant in their subjects. The success of even the simplest automatons gave point to Descartes' question, may not living organisms be satisfactorily explained, and so governed, as if they were machines? The specific attributes of life seem to Descartes not at all strange to those who are acquainted with the variety of movements performed by different automata or moving machines fabricated by human industry. This superficial resemblance closed his eyes to the immense gulf between man-made machines, composed of separate mechanical parts, and organisms, in which no cell, tissue, or organ has any existence or continuity except as a dynamic member of a unified self-renewing whole, most of whose essential characteristics vanish as soon as life ceases. Though Descartes took care to exempt man from his mechanical explanation, he made the specious error declaring that if machines were manufactured exactly resembling in organs and outward form an ape or any other irrational animal, we would have no means of knowing that they were in any respect of a different nature from these animals. Logically, this error would seem too flagrant to demand refutation, for Descartes was taking as a hypothetical basis the very possibility he was trying to prove. If any machine exactly resembled an organism, it would be an organism, not a machine, which means, among many other things, that it would be capable of designing and manufacturing itself without human help. What is generally regarded as a timid hedging on Descartes' part when he came to man was, in fact, a recognition of the claims of the subjective life, the superiority of human reason, and the creativity of man's unique achievement, language. Nevertheless, he had little use for any other principle of explanation than that which the machine supplied, and it was this emphasis, not his discrete qualifications, that carried over into the methodology of science. I want you to regard these functions, he wrote, as taking place naturally in this machine because of the very arrangement of its parts, neither more nor less than do the movements of a clock or other automaton from the weights and wheels, so that there is no need on their account to suppose in it any soul vegetative or sensitive or any principle of life other than its blood. This passage reveals the deep impression that lifelike clockwork mechanisms made on Descartes' contemporaries, and not least on de 86. Absolutism and regimentation. Descartes himself. Kepler shared that reaction. In a letter written in 1605 he said, "I am much occupied with the investigation of physical causes. My aim is to show that the celestial machine is to be likened not to a divine organism but rather to a clockwork. But it was easier to reduce the organism to such a machine than to reverse this process and turn machines into organisms." That alternate ambition was left for our own age to express to Descartes' credit as a thinker. He realized better than many of his followers that his oversimplified mechanical model broke down in the case of men because of two most certain tests. Men had the ability to use words and signs in order to declare their thoughts to others. And men had freedom of will in a sense that is absent, or at least not fully developed, in other animals. Though a creature built on mechanical principles alone might, Descartes said, perform various individual acts even more perfectly than man, as many machines now do, the limits of its behavior are set by its organs, and those organs are not sufficiently diversified to meet, by their set response, all the occurrences of life in the way in which our reason enables us to act. This was a generous admission and a significant partial correction, but it still does not do justice to capacities that even many lower organisms possess. Animal instincts and reflexes, physiologists and ethologists now tell us, are not so strictly programmed genetically and so inadaptable in their behavior as post-Cartesian theory for long held. Descartes' early overcommitment to the machine was his theoretic undoing, though in his unwillingness to treat man as a behaviorist automaton he escaped the chronic errors of later generations of behaviorists. Descartes' failure to apply to man the same reasoning he applied to other organisms has often been dismissed as a cowardly precaution against persecution by the Church. But was it not rather the example of truly scientific circumspection? 4. Machine model re-examined. What Descartes did by equating organisms with machines was to make it possible to apply to organic behavior the quantitative method that was to serve so efficiently in describing physical events. To know more about the behavior of a physical system, one must isolate it, disorganize it and separate out its measurable elements, down to the minutest particule, necessary feat for understanding its operation. But to pass beyond the limits of a physical system into the realm of life, one must do just the 87 opposite, assemble more and more parts into a pattern of organization that, as it approaches more closely to living phenomena reacting within a living environment, becomes so complex that it can only be reproduced and apprehended intuitively in the act of living, since, at least in man, it includes mind and the infra- and ultracorporeal aspects of mind. Reductionism reverses this process, for it dares not even hint at such a primal thrust in the direction of organization as would account for the specific nature of atoms or the self-replication of crystals, aspects of matter that contradict the old views of a mindless universe of dead atoms colliding at random. On any pure theory of causality or statistical probability, organization would be completely improbable without the external aid of a divine organizer. Newton in his Optics did not hesitate to reach that conclusion even with reference to the physical universe alone. But this inescapable condition can be stated, as Szent-Györgyi suggested, without resorting to any theological subterfuge, namely by locating the organizer within the cosmic system from the beginning and attributing design, not to any original plan but to the increasing tendency of organized processes and structures to combine with the selective aid of organisms into more purposeful emergent wholes. Here Descartes' original recognition of the lifelike qualities of clockwork, which exhibit a highly advanced form of mechanical organization, tempted him to introduce the extraneous notion of mechanism into his analysis of organic behavior. This was a pseudo-explanation, for it undermines the very point he was trying to make. Organic design, finalism, and causal determinism are antithetic concepts, which actually stand at opposite poles. As Hans Driesch long ago pointed out, no one ever succeeded in building a house by throwing stones at random on the site. At the end of a century one would still have only a pile of stones. To account for the orderly behavior of living beings, Descartes introduced the concept of the machine which, more than any conceivable organism, is the product of design from start to finish. Even more than Newton's divine organizer, the machine model introduced teleology or finalism in its classic form, a purposeful organization for a strictly predetermined end. This corresponds to nothing whatever in organic evolution. Actually, the gap between pure causality, or its statistical team-made pure chance, and any form of working mechanism is unbridgeable. Machines, however crude, are embodiments of a clearly articulated purpose, so firmly fixed in advance, both with respect to the past and the future, that even the lowest organism, if similarly organized, would be unable to utilize fresh genetic mutations or meet novel situations. Organisms, on the other hand, unlike stones, cannonballs, and planets, have a future that is partly predetermined by all that has happened to the 88 absolutism and regimentation. Species and to organic life in general, back to their very beginnings, and even before that in the constitution and speciation of the elements themselves. Past events a billion years gone are still present in living cells and organs, like the salt in the blood that records the origin of primordial life in the seas, while future potentialities, equally remote, may likewise be present, in unrecognizable subjective form, in a given organic constellation. The purely causal analysis of what is immediately visible in a fertilized ovum would give no clue to its later development unless the observer already knew the natural history of the species, not only embryogeny and ontogeny, but even phylogeny. History unfortunately played no part in the Galilean-Newtonian world picture, though by now physicists tell us that even in the physical universe, a theoretic historic sequence, beginning with the hydrogen atom, must be posited. By introducing the concept of a man-made mechanism in describing organic behavior, Descartes was in fact secretly restoring those very subjective attributes, design, purpose, telos. Ironically, Galileo and Descartes himself had supposedly eliminated these concepts as outside the realm of positive science. The interpretation I am making openly reverses the conventional reading of causality, chance, statistical order, and purposeful design, and gives to the organism as a working whole in all its indescribable capabilities the role that Descartes gave to the machine. To clarify this position, I propose to examine the actual nature of the machine, any machine, to see if it can be adequately described and understood by the purely analytical method in the restricted terms that have been applied to animate organisms. If it cannot be so described, then the reference to this model in interpreting organic behavior conspicuously misses the one significant trait that actually binds mechanisms and organisms together: purposeful organization and subjective intention. For convenience, let us follow Galileo's own frequent practice, that of making a hypothetical experiment. Take a clock that has fallen from the sky, and let us suppose that the history of timekeeping and the function of a clock are as completely unknown as the origins and functions of living organisms were 4 centuries ago. Let this strange instrument be passed around a group of diverse specialists, with each one extracting a single part: the glass, the face, the hands, the springs, the wheels, and ratchets, and so forth, until the clock is completely dismantled. Then let each part be accurately measured, photographed, and analyzed by qualified physicists, chemists, metallurgists, mechanics, each working in his private laboratory. When their reports are assembled, every part currently open to scientific investigation will be accurately known in objective reductionist terms. In making such an analysis, the principle of causality will suffice unless the investigators penetrate to the core of the various individual atoms. Machine model re-examined. 89. But meanwhile, the clock itself has disappeared. With this disappearance, the design that held the parts together has vanished, along with any viable clue to the function each part performs, how the assembled mechanism interlocks, and for what purpose the clock once existed. Under these circumstances, who would dare to suggest that anyone who knew only the ZT pans JT 1 T0 put THG parts T0 asterisk ether or stand how they worked, and above all what purpose they served? Only history could provide an answer sufficient to enable a competent mind to assemble the works and tell time. Now the design of the eloic, and the functions performed by the parts can be taken in only when the clock is considered as a dynamic working whole. A purely causal analysis of the individual components would throw no light on the purposeful nature of the going mechanism. Conceivably a reassemblage of the parts might be achieved by a series of miraculous strokes without a subjective knowledge of its ultimate purpose. Baffling. Even the 12 numbers on the dial would mean nothing. A culture that had never divided the day into twice 12 hours, so if by experiment parts degree f the k could be put together, the movement of the hands would still be unintelligible, and the need for regulating the speed of the movement in conformity to a planetary concern with final ends or human purposes. What, then, becomes of the attempt at causal, non-teleological, explanation of living organisms through mechanism? Plainly, the working of the dock cannot be accounted for without reintroducing those human factors the scientific method has resolutely eliminated, astronomers and time measurement and time-oriented activities, as well as mechanics and clockmakers. In other words, the mechanical metaphor is not in itself a satisfactory device for eliminating purely human concerns, for mechanisms are themselves subjectively conditioned fabrications and their own peculiar ties, which counterfeit certain aspects of organisms, are precisely what must be exp-jamed. Taken by themselves, machines present a puzzle, not an explanation. The answer to that puzzle lies in the nature of man now. No one who knows the history of timekeeping should be tempted to invoke a superhuman clockmaker. The cold facts of history do not support this view. The earliest measuring devices, sundials, candles, clepsydras, hourglasses, give hardly a hint of physical structure or mode of operation of the eventual mechanical clock. The bookmaker would have to be concealed each successive ion and improvement, and in fact this 90. Invisible and unidentifiable clockmaker was present in precisely the subjective form that guaranteed his concealment, as an idea in the human mind. The key to all these devices, including the final mechanical clock, is the conception of time and timekeeping, a subjective phenomenon antedating any timekeeping contrivance. That idea of time cannot be located in space, though it has endless spatial manifestations, both physical and symbolic. In short, the purpose of telling time is what alone accounts for this lengthy sequence of inventions and improvements, and likewise for the specific characteristics of each part of the timekeeping mechanism. Though at no point does this purpose promote anything but the next appropriate step. Without this persistent underlying aim there would be no next step, other than the dissipation of energy and the eventual disorganization of the parts that had once been assembled. To say this is to say something deeply shocking, I fear, to those who cling to Cartesian doctrine, whether in dealing with the physical elements, with machines, or with organisms. Namely, that identification, speciation, association, organization, purpose, and transcendence are not accidental byproducts of mass, energy, and motion, but are aboriginal components of the same system. True, these organic properties emerge only at later stages of cosmic development, and become visible only through the human mind at its highest point of evolution, though undetectable and unrecognizable. In the earliest state, the properties of life must, as Leibniz held, be present as potentiality from the beginning. The fact that each element in the periodic table has definite characteristics that establish its identity and define its range of associations and organizations indicates that speciation exists even in pre-organic forms, with similar restrictions as to the combinations that make organic forms possible. As with the sequence of timekeeping inventions, neither an external creator nor a predetermined plan is needed in order to account for the increase of organized creativity and self-actualizing design. The total result of this process is a beautiful and unimaginable surprise. If God knew the answer, he would not bother to work it out. Yet at the very heart of the hydrogen atom the physicist confronts the fact that its behavior pattern cannot be accounted for except by invoking an invisible agent that we recognize only in its human form, namely, mind. The specific nature of the elements, themselves seemingly evolving out of the primordial charges dynamically held together in the hydrogen atom, defy any mode of explanation except in the equally inexplicable terms of mind itself. Between that alpha and omega, the beginning and the end, lies the mystery of life. Destroy the undefinable subjective component, and the whole cosmic process, like the process of timekeeping, becomes meaningless indeed. Unimaginable. Machine model. Re-examined. 91. I have gone into this matter in detail, though it seemingly lies outside the scope of technology, because Descartes' analysis of the machine and his admiration for its automatism had, and still has, a potent effect in causing Western man to misinterpret and underestimate the unique subjective quality of organisms, and above all of man's own symbolic performances in crowning mere existence with meaning and purpose. No machine, however complex its nature or however ingenious its human inventor, can even theoretically be made to replicate a man, for in order to do so it would have to draw upon 2 or 3 billion years of diversified experience. This failure to recognize the importance of cosmic and organic history largely accounts for the imperious demands of our age with its promise of instant solutions and instant transformations which turn out too often to be instant destructions and exterminations. The missing elements in Descartes' grossly oversimplified mechanical model, and in the scientific outlook that, consciously or unconsciously has taken that model over, are history, symbolic culture, mind, in other words, the totality of human experience not simply as known but as liviter. Every living creature knows something about life that even the most brilliant biologist cannot discover except by living. To heed only the abstractions of the intelligence or the operations of machines, and to ignore feelings, emotions, intuitions, fantasies, ideas, is to substitute bleached skeletons manipulated by wires, for the living organism. The cult of anti-life secretly begins at this point, with its readiness to extirpate organisms and contract human wants and desires in order to conform to the machine. Now it is against the evolutionary background of organic complexity complemented by the totality of human experience as lived and recorded that the artful simplicity and clarity of the mechanical world picture and its derivative institutions must be critically appraised. The notion that if objective investigation becomes sufficiently refined and is carried far enough it will reveal all that we now have only fitful subjective access to is sheer illusion. The machine in Mummy's tummy and the handle that starts it are only a forgivably comic caricature of the mode of explanation that Galileo and Descartes made plausible when they excluded subjective remembered, or unrepeatable phenomena from the world they were attempting to describe. In doing so they rejected what could only be experienced, but never accurately observed, since the observation itself deforms, as biologists and physicists have now discovered the nature of what is observed. The remedy for this embarrassment is a human one, and it was left to a poet to express it. In A Considerable Speck, Robert Frost tells about his encounter with a paper mite, crawling over the page on which he was writing, who observed Frost's lifted pen and visibly panicked. This behavior awakened sufficient fellow feeling in Frost to spare the speck's life. 92. Absolutism and regimentation. I have a mind myself and recognize mind when I meet with it in any guise. What the poet is in fact saying is that neither power nor knowledge should undermine one's own humanity nor obliterate one's sense of active fellowship with all other forms of life. Let me submit a final example that will perhaps reveal how far the objective methods of science still are from presenting a comprehensive and unified description of the phenomena of life. Until half a century ago, dreams were regarded as scientifically disreputable, despite the fact that every culture before our own day was concerned with dreams, and sought, however ineffectually, to interpret them. The first systematic scientific attempt to penetrate this world of subjective fantasy was made by Sigmund Freud, examining his own dreams, listening to those recited by his patients, and attempting to correlate dream images with known impulses and pathological reactions. Though the kind of knowledge so gained often proved illuminating, it was uncertain, and difficult to validate, for different dream interpreters would often attach different values to the same images and plots. In reaction against this method, a group of contemporary scientists, using a method of recording electric brain waves that has proved useful in the diagnosis of brain disorders, has sought to correlate subjective occurrences in sleep with eye movements and with the waves registered on an electroencephalograph. These findings constitute objective public knowledge, and for this reason the investigators regard their results as more authentic than the verbal report of a dream. But the hope of directly eliciting information about the contents of dreams from data so gathered is baseless, as impose Simple as deducing the sensation of color by counting its vibrations. Only someone who can subjectively identify individual colors can correlate experienced color with its name and wavelength. So with dreams, even if their contents should be accurately read from a graph, the investigator would still have to rely upon the confirmatory testimony of the dreamer as to whether his objective reading was true, and without that elusive subjective verification itself unverifiable, his own claims would remain dubious, if not worthless. This is a test case, and I present it at this early point in tracing the technological consequences of the New World picture because it shows how self-defeating the bias against subjectivity in the underdimensioned me Chen-Eichel model actually was. Should we wonder, then, that a world that has been constructed deliberately to accommodate machines and mechanized men has proved increasingly hostile to organic realities and human needs? Without a more organic ideological framework, it is hardly remark. 93. Able that our one-sided technology has cut man off from his biological potentialities and alienated him from his historic selves, both past and future. Nevertheless, a generous qualifying admission must be made. Once established, the habit of analytical thinking, with its dissociation from organic complexities, was immensely beneficial not only to science but to technics, for this liberation from the organic was a first step in creating efficient machines. To reduce a complex object to its elements made it possible to recombine those elements in a relatively simple machine, and the habit of dissociating physical components from their usual concrete manifestations greatly facilitated invention. The first crude efforts to create an airplane were unsuccessful because the physical conditions for flight were too closely associated with the flapping of wings. Ader's large-scale model for a plane, which still hangs in the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers in Paris, not merely has movable wings, but its wings and propellers have a feather-like form. No wonder it never flew. Similarly, no efficient automaton could be modeled after a human being with arms and legs, though in fact the first robots were given this quasi-human form. Analysis, dissociation, and reduction were the first steps toward creating complex technical structures. Without the mechanical world picture to keep together the various aspects of the physical world that were thus described, without machines themselves to translate the parts into purposeful pseudo-organisms, the wholesale effort at mechanized control which has characterized the last 3 centuries might have foundered. Perhaps the most radical fault in Descartes' philosophy was that he accepted the division of the two cultures. Although he was prepared to examine all the phenomena of external nature, he did not apply the same method to man's subjective life, where its crudity would have become obvious, but took the Christian Church's monopoly of that sphere as unchallengeable and final. In abandoning the human soul entirely to the theological arm, Descartes turned his back upon the possibility of creating a unified approach to every part of nature, including those events that were private, singular, non-repeatable, personal, the world of memory and futurity, of history and biography, of the entire evolution of species. This was a fatal handicap to an integrated and universally applicable system of thought, for it still causes the orthodox scientist automatically to seal his mind against any shadowy phenomena such as those of parapsychology that cannot yet be accounted for within science's present framework. The scientific method left every tentative truth open for further examination and correction, provided that one accepted without question the assumptions of the system itself. Since science opened no path into private and subjective experience, it was forced to deny either its importance or its existence. 94. Absolutism and regimentation. Knowing the culture of the 17th century, one need not be surprised that its representative thinkers, from Galileo to Newton, were unwilling to abandon altogether the domain of religion and dismiss the traditional interests and experiences it embodied. But even centuries later, when the Church had lost its old dogmatic hold, when people like Freud were beginning a methodical inquiry into the manifestations of subjectivity in dreams, fantasies, and unconscious projections, those who were trained in science took pride in excluding feelings, emotions, and evaluations from their routines. Cold and dispassionate still remain words of praise for the scientific personality. Even Freud felt forced to emphasize his strict scientific materialism, in order to give a cloak of respectability to the demons and monsters of the unconscious whom he was bringing up to the surface. In contrast, Lord Russell, after depicting the austere renunciations demanded by scientific procedure, felt it necessary to introduce, as a corrective, the mystic, the lover, the poet, with their heritage of culture and beauty. If science as conceived in the 17th century had embraced all the phenomena of nature, including man himself, neither the theologian, the mystic, the lover, nor the poet would have been so peremptorily exiled at the beginning, nor would it have seemed possible to suggest, as many besides Herbert Spencer have since done, that science, if pursued more universally and rigorously, would finally eliminate them. In a real sense, then, Descartes' claims for the scientific method were too modest, for if this method provided a key to understanding every aspect of the universe, it should be capable of embracing in its own special way the whole territory of moral values and religious ends, and be able to formulate and utilize whatever truths they had in fact recognized and partly embodied, while liberating the mind from undisciplined and disordered subjectivity, with its misplaced animaism, and its unsorted set of moribund errors, too carefully embalmed and coffined over the ages. To accept the Church's monopoly of the subjective life, or to surrender it to muddled magic and vulgar superstition, was to set limits to the examination of human experience and the pursuit of truth. The inner life could not remain forever a no man's land, where saints, gypsies, lords, beggars, artists, and lunatics had established squatters' rights and wasted precious human energy erecting an endless series of crazy, flimsy stroke tours. In turning his back on the realities of subjective life, Descartes rejected the possibility of creating a unified world picture that would do justice to every aspect of human experience, that indispensable precondition for the next development of man. 95. 5. Failure of mechanomorphism. From Descartes' time on until the present century, to all but the most penetrating minds in science, a mechanistic explanation of organic behavior was accepted as a sufficient one. And as machines became more lifelike, Western man taught himself to become in his daily behavior more machine-like. This shift was recorded in the changing meaning of the word automaton, which was used in English as early as 1611. At first this term was employed to describe autonomous beings with the power to move alone, but it soon came to mean just the opposite, a contrivance that had exchanged autonomy for the powers of motion under conditions fixed for it, not by it. New Oxford Dictionary. Now, though all the components of machines are found in nature, mass, energy, motion, the chemical elements and their processes of combination and organization, no machines or purposeful mechanical structures of any kind exist in preanimate nature. Even the simplest mechanisms are solely the products, internal or external, of organisms. If individual processes within the organism can be described, conveniently and accurately, as mechanisms, it is precisely because the fabrication and elaboration of mechanisms as functional working units is a specific organic trait, one that no pre-organic combination of elements can, by random collisions, accretions, or explosions, however often repeated or prolonged, bring about. If machines are sufficiently simplified to help us understand better how organisms behave, it is because the mechanisms involved in organic behavior are too dynamic, too complex, too qualitatively rich, too multifold to be grasped except by some such simplification. But it is not the machine that explains purposeful organization, it is organic functions that explain machines. The distinguishing mark of actual machines, even the most lifelike of computers, is that its powers and functions are derivative, their increasingly lifelike qualities are all second-hand. No machine can invent another machine, nor yet, though it may undergo a humiliating breakdown, can it express humiliation willfully by committing suicide. Neither hope nor despair are a part of its equipment. Still less can a machine persist indefinitely in its activities, once it ceases to elicit human interest and human cooperation. True, inventors of computers have introduced random elements to simulate creativity, or at least the pseudo-creativity associated with electronically created poems or music, but the instrument itself does not possess this capability until the human mind introduces it. Such a limitation holds equally for the attempt to give the machine 1.96 of the main traits of living organisms, the ability to reproduce itself. Though, given a sufficient number of parts and a sufficiently detailed program, self-replication by a machine is theoretically possible, this supposed feat rests on an innocent self-deception. Who gives those directions for self-replication to a machine? Certainly not the machine itself, or an ancestral model. No machine finds the necessary impulse to reproduction in its own original design, or appropriates the necessary materials and shapes them. Nothing like reproduction can happen in a machine except through the providence of the human mind. In this critical matter of reproduction, essential to any simulacrum of life, Samuel Butler's inverted definition of man remains central. On the lowest terms, he is a machine's way of making another machine. Thus, though mechanical processes, troisms, reflexes, hormones, are among the essential properties of much organic activity, the opposite notion, that the organism can be reduced simply to a bundle of mechanisms, can hardly be applied even to a bacterium, much less to any higher organism. Organisms most closely resemble machines in those lower functions that have passed out of consciousness, while machines resemble organisms in those higher functions associated with purposive designs. For millions of years organisms existed without benefit of any mechanisms except those which the creature itself could fabricate. Man himself survived without complex machines until some 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and even then his first elaborate machines, as I demonstrated in Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine, were composed mainly of human parts, mechanized and organized by the mind. The conscious development of mechanism is a specifically human trait, as visible in the organization of language and ritual as in machines of wooden and metal parts. Mind itself might almost be defined as the organism's mode of creating, utilizing, and transcending its own mechanisms. If Descartes had only looked closer at the actual nature of automatons, instead of being hypnotized by their superficially lifelike movements, he would have discovered why they bore so little resemblance to higher organisms, for the most generous description of the most highly evolved type of mechanical electronic apparatus is that it is a defective or underdimensioned organism. Yet the underlying desire to reduce man to a machine, for the purpose of establishing uniform behavior in the army and the factory, or any other potentially disorderly collection of men, was so strong by the 17th century that Descartes' description, while odious to Christian dogma, was taken for granted by progressive scientific minds. By 1686 Robert Boyle, the sceptical chemist though he remained a pious churchman, could refer to these living automata, human bodies. And 2 whole centuries later, Thomas Henry Huxley could still say, in his paper on animal automatism, that in men, as in brutes, there is no 97 proof that any change of consciousness is the cause of change in the motion of the matter of the organism. Huxley was still so deeply committed to Descartes' theoretic mechanical model that he completely overlooked abundant contrary data available to anyone, such as the fact that a few words in a telegram may contract the muscles of the cheek into a smile, or cause the reader to drop dead of a shock. This transposition of the specific characters of organisms and machines actually elevated the mechanical creature above his creator. That error has brought catastrophic potentialities in our day, in the willingness, on the part of military and political strategists, to give to agents of extermination they have created nuclear weapons, rockets, lethal poisons and bacteria the authority to exterminate the human race. But this radical misinterpretation has also had a more amusing consequence in biology itself, for instead of doing away with teleological or purposeful explanations of organic behavior, it brazenly smuggled in, under the disguise of mechanism, the very trait it professed to exclude, embracing in fact the most disreputable and indefensible form which the Christian theologians had taken over from Aristotle. Unlike an organism, which is an open system, subject to chance mutations and to many external forces and circumstances over which it has no control, mechanisms are closed systems, strictly contrived by the inventor to achieve clearly foreseen and limited ends. Thus a full-fledged automatic machine is a perfect example of pure teleology, and every part of it bears the same imprint. No machine, however rudimentary, was ever put together by chance or random accretions or natural selection. By contrast, even the lowest species of organism, according to the doctrine of evolution, has remarkable potentialities that no machine can boast. It can alter its species character and reprogram itself, so to say, in order to seize new opportunities or resist unwanted external pressures. That margin of freedom no machine possesses in its own right. Unfortunately, the favored machines of Descartes' period, the clock and the printing press, left such a deep imprint on the scientific mind, and Descartes' deceptive metaphor made it so easy to accept as rational a mechanical, supposedly non-teleological, explanation of far more complex, subjectively conditioned, organic behavior, that this decrepit and obsolete model is still trotted out, sometimes by distinguished scientists, as if it were unchallengeable, even when the data themselves contradict the description. Such an austere and careful investigator as Sherrington has demonstrated that a unifying pattern constantly presides over each separate physiological activity and keeps it in harmonious relations with the rest of the organism, but that Platonic pattern invisible except in operation gains not a scintilla of meaning by being attached to the concept of mechanism. By now all this should be plain. Yet only recently a well 98 accredited scientist stated in so many words that man is born a machine and becomes a person. On what planet does this take place? Certainly not on Earth, where machines are never born but fabricated. What is more, a baby, from the moment of its conception, exhibits many traits not found in any observed or conceivable machine. If a machine should become a person, that would be an infinitely greater miracle than any recorded in the Bible or the Quran. Now the underlying implications of Descartes' Baroque absolutism must not be forgotten. By accepting the machine as his model, and a single unifying mind as the source of absolute order, Descartes in effect brought every manifestation of life, ultimately, under rational, centrally directed control. Rational, that is, provided one did not look too closely at the nature and intentions of the controller. In doing so, he set a fashion in thought that was to prevail with increasing success for the next 3 centuries. On Descartes' assumptions, the work of science, if not the destiny of life, was to widen the empire of the machine. Lesser minds seized on this error, enlarged it, and made it fashionable. And as often happened before in the history of slavery, the obedient slave first made himself indispensable to his master, then defied him and dominated him, and finally supplanted him. But now it is the master, not the slave, who must, if he is to survive, devise a scheme to recover his freedom. 6. From Descartes' platform it was easy to take the next step, and that was to outline a set of principles favorable to a political order that would deliberately turn men into machines, whose spontaneous acts could be regulated and brought under control, and whose natural functions and moral choices would all be channeled through a single responsible center, the sovereign ruler, or, in the bureaucratic jargon of our own day, the decision-maker. Descartes had taken this step in reverse, by drawing his theoretic picture from the example of absolute rulers. But the thinker who saw the full political implications of the new mechanical world picture was Thomas Hobbes. Though Hobbes did not become acquainted with geometry till he was over 40, he was a Cartesian at heart even before he met Descartes personally. Both men shared an interest that also, we have seen, delighted princes. They were equally impressed by automatons. 99. Hobbes expressed his political position in two books, De Civ and Leviathan. Though the basic doctrine is the same in both books, the one that made him famous, Leviathan, is the more dramatic in style, and, not accidentally, the one that is dominated by the mechanical world picture. Its basic errors were repeated and refined by Rousseau, who made each individual both a potential despot and a victim of a collective totalitarian despotism which he confounded with democracy. Hobbes started from two contradictory but related assumptions. One was that men were virtual machines, the other that they were just the opposite, incurably wild and disorderly, in constant strife and conflict, perpetually troubled by fear, and incapable of even the rudiments of orderly social behavior until they surrendered to a single external source of power, the sovereign, accepted his commands, and under threat of punishment learned the arts of social intercourse and cooperation sufficiently to make life and property safe. Primitive man's life, in Hobbes' famous words, was short, brutish, and nasty, and this very savagery and anxiety became the justification for an absolute order established, like Descartes' ideal world, by a single providential mind and will, that of the absolute ruler or monarch. Until men were incorporated into Leviathan, that is, the all-powerful state through which the king's will was carried out, they were dangerous to their fellows and a burden to themselves. Complete and utter submission to the sovereign was accordingly for Hobbes, as it was for the Egyptians of the Pyramid Age who had originally deified the office of kingship, the sole key to earthly salvation. The fact that we have encountered this doctrine before, as the ideological foundation and precondition of the mega-machine, only makes its resurrection in the 17th century more significant. This submission to absolute authority was for Hobbes the condition for enjoying as isolated individuals the benefits of civilization, including the dubious benefit of collective warfare, which Hobbes shrewdly held to be the inevitable price for protection against civil violence at home. Hobbes' dissertation on the sovereign state springs from the same common source as Descartes, and rounds out the latter's analysis of the nature of animals by cheerfully passing on the same attributes, without any further additions, to men. This scientific zoomorphism has led to even greater distortions and suppressions than the anthropomorphism it has reacted against. In his introduction to the Leviathan itself, a sort of political Moby Dick, Hobbes observed, "Nature is by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also imitated, that it can make an artificial animal. For seeing life is nothing but a motion of the limbs, why may we not say that all automata, engines that move themselves by springs and wheels as doth a watch, have an artificial life? For what is the heart but a 100 spring, and nerves but so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels, giving motion to the whole body?" This is already the authentic claptrap of technocracy. Note the cool manner in which Hobbes puts forward his most vulnerable statement, as if it were an unchallengeable axiom: life is but a motion of the limbs. That is not even a minimal definition of life, for, if accepted, it would bestow the attributes of life on the limbs of a dead tree moving in the wind. But this is obviously a suitable doctrine for those who would condition men to absolute obedience. Another man trainer and conditioner, a behaviorist psychologist in the employ of an advertising agency, 3 centuries or so later, would identify not only speech but thought itself with the muscular movements made in the larynx. That wild leap of Hobbes from automata to organisata brought the desired conclusion automatically. If indeed automata are artificial organisms, why cannot man, whose life is but a motion of the limbs, be brought equally under the control of external forces initiated and operated by the sovereign? Predictable behavior and remote control from the center, this is the ultimate goal of megatechnics, whether mechanical or electronic, though it has taken a long time to perfect the inventions and assemble the organization that would make this final outcome possible. Hobbes' distinction was to join together the new science and the old politics of the 17th century and to address them to the fabrication of human beings that could be used to enhance the power and glory of Leviathan, above all to transfer autonomy from each individual member and group in the community to the organized whole, in which they would function only as obedient, machine-like parts. From this effort many institutions directly followed, to begin with, the regimented mass army, in which every part was regulated and standardized, starting with the newly standardized uniform itself. Likewise, the new bureaucracy, that efficient product of Italian despotism, in the 18th century, the factory, and in our own time, the new educational and communication systems. These were the new components. Thus the ultimate product of Leviathan was the mega-machine, on a new enlarged and improved model, one that would either completely neutralize or eliminate its once human parts. Hobbes' Leviathan was a fabulous monster, conceived for the purpose of magnifying fear and inspiring collective awe, deliberately concocted, indeed, to justify and confirm the powers that were being gathered together once more in the unified territorial state and in the new empires that were spreading Western law and order, in all its forms, legal and mechanical, over every part of the planet. This system, we know now, was founded on a purely fictional account of the evolution of human society, one that bears little resemblance at all to any observed condition among surviving primi-tive peoples, though it has enough likeness to the events and institutions of 101 civilization, at sundry points, from the 5th millennium BC on, to have a certain air of plausibility. Hobbes' mythic picture cast aside every positive evidence of spontaneous order, morality, mutual aid, and autonomy. At the same time it magnified, by treating it as an original necessity, the absolute authority that the state was newly seeking to re-establish, against the resistance of many other more functional forms of corporate unity and voluntary, cooperative association. In the light of present anthropological knowledge, Hobbes' fanciful picture of primitive man was even further from historical reality than Rousseau's subsequent description of man in an innocent state of nature. Early observers of simpler societies, such seasoned minds as James Cook and Alfred Russel Wallace, had actually found many admirable customs and practices in Indonesia and the South Seas that corresponded closely to Rousseau's more idyllic picture, and much that flatly contradicted Hobbes, for the latter treated the latent fears and calculated aggressions of the upstart oligarchs and the commercial magnates of his day as if they had pervaded all previous human societies. Hobbes' account was nevertheless mixed with shrewd observations on human motives and desires in the strife-torn political establishments of his own day, and his doctrine had the singular virtue of justifying absolute sovereign power, no matter whether it was held by a king or a roundhead parliament, a popularly elected president or a self-elected dictator. It could even, by extension, justify any arbitrary exercise of power when derived from sovereign authority, if exercised by a government administrator, a factory owner, a business executive, or a computer. Hobbes had done nothing less in fact than reinstate the ideological premises upon which divine kingship had originally been based, for that charismatic idea had never been completely obliterated, though it had long become but a shadow of its ancient self, enfeebled by failure of faith and cut down to human size by practical experience. Even Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Hobbes' chief rival as a political thinker, did nothing to exorcise Hobbes' absolutism. On the contrary, his doctrine of the social contract showed how, indeed, the sovereign might be legally replaced but only by another sovereign power, one that rested on the general will. The actual passage from kingship to representative government and collective authority, seemingly a liberation, proved only how little had been changed. For in the meanwhile the original concept of kingship, always too dependent upon identifiable and vulnerable human agents, was now being reinforced by a multitude of mechanical aids. Hobbes' justification of power as the source of all other goods helped to magnify both the state and the machine, in their dual efforts to establish law, order, and control, and to widen the whole system by further conquests of nature and other human groups. And the aftermath of Hobbes' 102 absolutism and regimentation. Thought became even more brutal than its original expression. Passing through the minds of other men, joined to their experiences in war, territorial conquests, and colonization, Hobbes' one-sided picture of life as a constant struggle for power motivated by fear, became the foundation of both the practical doctrines of imperialism and the ideal doctrine of machine-conditioned progress, as both were carried into the 19th century as the Malthus-Darwin struggle for existence. The latter was liberally interpreted by Darwin's contemporaries as the license to exterminate all rival groups or species. 7. Machine as pedagogue. Almost every classic philosophy terminates in a system of education, and this holds for the mechanical world picture. Indeed, its first and perhaps its clearest expression accompanied the treatises of Descartes and Hobbes. I refer to the great didactic of John Amos Comenius, the Moravian teacher and theologian. As a philosopher, Comenius established his general theory of teaching on the necessity of order, in its most generalized aspects, but he was completely under the spell of the new mechanical models. Note his description of the clockwork movements of the soul. The most important will is the will, while the weights are the desires and affections which incline the will this way or that. The escapement is the reason, which measures and determines what, where, and how far anything should be sought after or avoided. With that ideological basis, it is not surprising that Comenius' whole conception of education is based on the requirements for mass production. In his endeavor to make education cheap enough to include the poor, he sought to effect economies by the skillful arrangement of time. Long before Lancaster and Bell in England, Comenius invented the monitorial system of teaching, as a means of reducing costs. I maintain, he said, that it is not only possible for one teacher to teach several hundred scholars at once, but that it is also essential. On no account, Comenius warns, was the teacher to give individual instruction. In the light of contemporary educational theory, we must now recognize Comenius, in fact, as the precursor if not the inventor of mechanically programmed education. Nothing separates him from those who now have at command the necessary electronic and mechanical apparatus for carrying his method out. Is it surprising that he also provided for the 8-hour working day and the 48-hour week? Machine as pedagogue 103. As soon as we have succeeded in finding the proper method, Comenius elsewhere explains, it will be no harder to teach schoolboys in any number desired, than with the help of the printing press to cover 1,000 sheets daily with the neatest writing. Close upon this follows another revealing sentence, it will be as pleasant to see education carried out on my plan as to look at an automatic machine, and the process will be as free from failure as these mechanical contrivances when skillfully made. Precisely, and what Comenius formulated in the 17th century, Gradgrind and M. Cocomchild would carry out clumsily and brutally in the 19th century, to be followed by the more facile pigeon conditioners and programmers of the present age, equally captivated by their own automatisms. For Comenius, as for his fellow encyclopedist J. H. Alst, and later for John Locke, the mind of man was a blank sheet of paper. The task of education was to leave on this sheet the desired uniform imprint, again the image of the printing press. Like the inventor and the physical scientist, the new educator sought to achieve perfect mechanical order but eliminated the spontaneities of life and all the intangible and unprogrammable functions that go with life. In 1633, when Comenius published a treatise on physics divided into 12 chapters, he began with the sketch of creation and followed an ascending hierarchy, from the physical order to that of plants and animals and man, till he finally, as theologian, reached his ultimate category, angels. But in the great didactic he reversed this, for though he began with 1. Time, his illustrations were 2. Of the human body, 3. Of mind-ruling body, 4. King or emperor, and then 5. Heron of Alexandria moving weights by means of cleverly devised machines, 6. The terrible operations of artillery, 7. The process of printing, 8. Another example of mechanism, a wheeled carriage, 9. A boat with keel, mast, rudder, and compass, and 10. The clock. The clock was both basic and climactic. Comenius' work makes plain the interweaving of inventions, mechanical experiences, regimented institutions, and, underlying them all, exorbitant Magical expectations, which produced the new industrial and political fabric. The combination of astronomical regularity, absolute political authority, and lifelike automatism proved increasingly irresistible. We need hardly be surprised, then, that when 1LEWIS finally reaches the clock in his enumerations his words become nothing less than ecstatic. Is it not a truly marvelous thing that a machine, a soulless thing, can move in such a lifelike, continuous, and regular manner? Before clocks were invented, would not the existence of such things have seemed as impossible as that trees could walk or stones speak? Comenius' emotional involvement was typical, and it did not subside with the later invention of a vast variety of machines, many of them with 104 fabulous capabilities beyond that of any clock. The same sentiments may now be encountered, in even louder and more ecstatic tones, among cybernetic theorists, perhaps because what is left of their emotional life is now being channeled into the big brain with which they have identified their residual selves. If punctuality, that is, clockwork regularity, was once deemed the courtesy of kings, all the prerogatives of the royal establishment above all, that of commanding strict obedience from its subjects have now become increasingly the property of automatons. To meet their set requirements soon became the whole duty of modern man, while to keep on expanding these requirements has become the privilege of the ruling groups. By the end of the 17th century, then, the stage of Western civilization, emptied of its historic properties and scenery and its traditional cast of characters, was set for a new technodrama, the restoration and triumph of the mega-machine. Chapter 5. Science as Technology. 1. New installation. Between the 16th and the 20th centuries the new scientific world picture became increasingly unified, though the various sciences that took part in this change had different points of origin, developed different methods of investigation, and were governed by different, sometimes contradictory, aims. Random exploration, severe mathematical analysis, piecemeal discoveries, organized experiment and invention, even historical exploration in geology, paleontology, and phylogeny, all these eventually took the name of science and contributed to its growing authority. By now the original ideological foundations have given way, yet the deceptively simplified superstructure remains intact, seeming to float in air. If the world picture that emerges from these disparate efforts presented any coherent image, it was that which could be traced back ultimately to the Ionian philosophers, and more immediately to the ascendancy of the automaton. As the fields of investigation were parcelled out very much in the way that the territories of the planet were parcelled for exploitation among the great powers, the pattern of knowledge reflected this division, and soon it became considered impermissible for anyone, even the professed philosopher, to deal with human experience as a whole. The last grand effort to achieve this feat in accord with the canons of positive science was that of Herbert Spencer's voluminous synthetic philosophy. His explication of evolution as the passage from indefinite, unorganized homogeneity to definite organized heterogeneity was too thin to be very useful, and yet too provincial in its evaluations to be applicable to any culture but that of Western European origin. But Spencer's failure only proves how useful Cartesian mechanism had once been, in its innocence and simplicity, in holding the fragmented world of thought temporarily together. If Spencer gave undue authority to a kind of automatic finalism, he helped to establish, even before Darwin, a central idea that had been lacking, historic evolution itself. In retrospect, Spencer's failure brings out by contrast the practical triumph of Francis Bacon in his attempt earlier, and with much poorer equipment, to take all knowledge for his province. This is all the more striking because they shared the same utilitarian principles and were buoyed up by the same hopes. Though Bacon flourished before Descartes, he made the working partnership between science and techniques an even more binding one, by linking it to the immediate human desires for health, wealth, and power. In a real sense, the success of the mechanical world picture was ensured in advance by Francis Bacon, whose very lack of any qualification as either a mathematician or an experimental physicist perhaps made him readier to extend the scientific method to every department of life. Bacon deserves a special place, not for any fresh scientific discoveries he made or even contributed to, but for outlining an ideal institutional foundation for the systematic achievement and application of ordered knowledge. In addition, Bacon declared in no uncertain terms that the final goal of science was the relief of man's estate and the effecting of all things possible. Thus, in the characteristic vein of British empiricism, he outlined the pragmatic justification for society's commitment to modern science as technology. No skygazer like Galileo, no sun worshipper like Kepler. Bacon brought science down to earth. Now, however high-flown modern scientific theory may be, and however much subjective delight it may give to its adepts, the scientific establishment from the beginning has been encouraged and promoted chiefly because of its hoped for or promised applications to practical affairs, warfare, manufactures, transportation, communication. The belief that science developed solely out of a pursuit of knowledge for its own sake is, at best, only a half-truth, and at worst, mere self-flattery or self-deception on the part of scientists. As with the holiness of saints, which has bestowed unwarranted authority on the grosser worldly claims of the Christian Church, the total effect of scientific ideology has been to provide both the means and the justification for achieving external control over all manifestations of natural existence, including man's own life. If science and technics have not been officially married, they have long lived together in a loose common law relationship that it is easier to ignore than to dissolve. In reviewing Bacon's work and influence, it is natural perhaps that one should overemphasize those aspects of modern civilization that have confirmed his predictions and surpassed his none too cautious expectations. This is particularly true when we consider science as technology, for it is in this department that his most startling intuitions have been realized. New Instauration. 107. 3 centuries before Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, to say nothing of later writers of science fiction, Bacon had anticipated the multifold uses that technology would make of science, though his imagination failed him, as it did not fail later utopian and caketopian writers, when he tried to describe the kind of world we would actually live in, for quaintly enough his future world in the New Atlantis was still, in costume, manners, and religious belief, the familiar world of Elizabethan legal and court circles. I shall use caketopian Caicos equals bad as the opposite of utopian for an underdimensioned, over-controlled ideal community. The title of the present chapter would not have surprised or shocked Francis Bacon, for perhaps his most original contribution to the enlargement of the province of science was his understanding of its great future role in transforming the material conditions of life. But I am sure that some of the results I shall point to would have profoundly disturbed him, for his faith in science as a source of invention, and in technology itself as the final justification of science, foresaw only the goods that would come from this pursuit, and did not anticipate the negative end products of which the modern world is now becoming acutely conscious. Yet Bacon had a singularly capacious mind, open to self-examination and correction, and as his life had been shattered by his acknowledged malfeasance in public office, he might have been among the first to reevaluate the results, and to introduce intellectual safeguards whose need he did not originally anticipate. In a real sense, the present chapter might be characterized as a Baconian feedback. Though Bacon was undoubtedly expressing, in fantasy, as sensitive artists often do, the changing temper of his age long before it was visible in the streets, his dynamic predictions proved self-fulfilling, for they turned men's minds in the direction of the machine and gave confidence in the new scientific orientation toward the physical world. This became the common meeting ground for minds otherwise ideologically separated. Men who could no longer agree upon the nature of God or the conditions for human immortality could come to terms by making a God out of nature, and by worshipping the machine as man's highest product. By following through the practical consequences of science, Bacon sought to show that even those who were engaged in abstract observations or experiments might ultimately confer great benefits upon the human race greater than those who sought to improve it by morals or government, or who were content to change the environment solely by manual labor and art. Now the notion that the scientific investigation of air, earth, water, and fire might have fruitful practical applications occurred to many minds before Bacon. All the advances in past technology, such as the discovery of glazes, glass, and metals, had been due to just this kind of observation, still scattered and empirical, but nevertheless a step to more adequate knoll. 108. Edge and more effective practical applications. Some scientists today have expressed pride in the fact that there are more scientists alive today than existed in the whole course of human history before. But this is an empty boast. There are also now more priests in the Christian Church than ever before. It may be doubted if scientific knowledge, despite popular education, is even now as widely diffused in any effective form as was the rich empiric knowledge utilized in a pre-scientific era in metallurgy, pottery, brewing, dyeing, plant selection, animal breeding, agriculture, and medicine. To assume that accurate, positive knowledge did not exist until the scientific method was invented is to overpraise contemporary achievements by belittling those of a different order that laid the solid foundations for them. As I have pointed out elsewhere, the watchmakers or even opticians' standard of accuracy imposed in cutting the stones of the great Egyptian pyramids was, considering the few crude tools at the disposal of the workers, quite as remarkable an achievement as anything in rocket design today, all the more because rockets too often misfire. But Bacon deserves our respect for helping to close the gap between the separate spheres of science and technics, one long considered liberal but practically useless, the mental play of a sophisticated minority, the other, however useful, cursed by its servile and debasing nature, except perhaps in medicine and architecture. Bacon held that science in future would rest increasingly on a collective organization, not just on the work of individuals of ability, operating under their own power, and he held further that instruments and apparatus were as necessary in the technology of systematic thought as they were in mining or bridge building. He foresaw, as the Baroque soloists and prima donnas of science did not, the coming impact of science as a corporate activity. The unassisted hand, observed Bacon, and the understanding left to itself possess little power. This was an even more revolutionary conception than Leonardo da Vinci's aphorism, "Science is the captain, practice the soldiers," for it implied that the captain himself had something to learn from the men in the ranks. And it was no less revolutionary, no less effective, because from the standpoint of the scientific method it was, by overcompensation, too one-sided. Bacon's very overemphasis on the collective apparatus of science, his close concern for the operational and instrumental aspects of scientific thought, were probably needed tempo rarely to overcome the traditional bias of an isolated leisure class culture. Theological and humanistic, operating by choice in a self-sealed social vacuum. In this respect, Bacon's teaching was exemplary, and helped break down prejudices that go back at least to the Greeks. Science, Bacon pointed out in his preface to the Great Installation, must deal not only with lofty matters, but with things mean or even filthy. Such things. New Instauration 109. No less than the most splendid and costly, must be admitted into natural history. For whatever deserves to exist deserves also to be known. Bravo! That declaration freshened the air. Bacon's place as a philosopher of science has been disparaged during the last half-century on the ground that he had little grasp of the methods by which science was beginning to make orderly advances in his own generation. In so far as Bacon had no practice as an experimental scientist, unlike Galileo or Gilbert, This criticism is well founded, but to deny him credit because he did not give sufficient weight to the mathematical innovations is less than fair, for Bacon specifically said that many parts of nature can neither be invented, that is observed with sufficient subtlety, nor demonstrated with sufficient perspicuity, without the aid and intervening of the mathematics. In compensation, Bacon had, at all events, an almost clairvoyant intuition as to the ultimate destination of science. He saw its social implications and applications in detail more clearly than any of his contemporaries. Bacon was undoubtedly expressing certain fundamental though still hidden tendencies in the temper of his age, much as Shakespeare was expressing, in the figure of Caliban, the growing awareness of man's animal origins and of the underlying primitive creature lurking within. Coming at the turn of the tide in Western civilization, Bacon's predictions helped his followers ride on to fortune. The timeliness of Bacon's contribution should have saved him from a little of the patronizing deflation that he has been subject to in recent years. Without doubt he was blandly indifferent to the actual procedures followed by the successful scientists in his own time, and further, it is no doubt true that he grossly overestimated the fruitfulness of mere fact-collecting and fumbling empirical observation, though there are still areas, like taxonomy in biology, where this kind of systematic preparatory effort has yielded certain theoretic rewards. By the same token, Bacon seriously underestimated, one might almost say entirely ignored with the exception just noted, the immense liberation that would be effected in both science and techniques through the audacities of pure mathematics, emancipated from empiric details, dealing with probabilities and abstract possibilities that remain, until experimentally verified, entirely outside the realm of sensory experience and direct observation. On his own terms, Bacon would not and did not anticipate the sweeping transformations of the entire framework of thought effected by single minds, using little corporate aid, like Newton, Mendeleev, or Einstein. Even Galileo's quantified world, a world conceived solely in terms of primary qualities and measurable quantities, was an almost unthinkable abstraction to Bacon. But to offset these disabilities which, in contrast to William Gilbert's, plainly reduce Bacon's importance as a representative of 110. The new outlook, he had a strong sense of the social context of science, and of the appeal that its practical achievements would make, not only to scientists, to inventors, to engineers, but to the countless human beneficiaries of their work. He foresaw finally far in advance of his age that science would materially prosper by becoming a collective enterprise, subject to systematic organization on a worldwide basis, and that the social goal of science, as he phrased it in The New Atlantis, would be the enlargement of the bounds of humane empire. What Bacon did was to close the gap, at least in the mind, between science and techniques. He realized that the direct application of systematic thought to practical problems would open up many new possibilities, while in turn new instruments of research, arising from the magical experiments of alchemy, like the glass alembic, the retort, and the high-temperature furnace, would make it possible for trained minds, utilizing small samples, to draw large conclusions about the gross behavior of materials and forces. Bacon was, all too obviously, still vague as to how to go about this research. At times, doubtless, he not merely fumbles in his thinking but seems to advocate fumbling as a method, thus raising into a principle the empiric British method of muddling through. Yet even blind sailing may open up territory more effectively than reliance on a well-drawn chart that reveals only the mapmaker's own preconceptions. It was not by systematic effort but by happy accident that Fleming discovered the possibilities of penicillin as an antibiotic, and it was in a dream that the benzol ring first appeared to its formulator. At the very least, Bacon broke down the mental barrier between theory and practice, he put them on speaking terms, and opened up a new continent for their joint exploitation. 2. Bacon's technical insight. Curiously, what is most fresh and original in Bacon, his conception of the role of science as the spiritual arm, so to speak, of technology, is the hardest part for our contemporaries to appreciate today. Partly, they are put off by the fact that he arrayed these new conceptions in an elaborate metaphorical court dress, but even more they are alienated, or to speak more frankly, bored, because the ideas themselves have become so ingrained in our life that most of us can hardly realize that they had a specific point of origin and were not always there. But if Bacon failed in describing the methodology of science as it was taking shape in his own time, Bacon's technical insight 111 leaped ahead 4 centuries to the mode and milieu in which science and techniques both flourish, in their peculiar fashion, today. When Benjamin Franklin founded the American Philosophical Society, he felt it necessary, in the sober utilitarian spirit of his age, to stress its aim of promoting useful knowledge, but if he had been even closer to Bacon's spirit he would have realized that usefulness is implicit in every kind of scientific knowledge, almost, it would seem, in proportion to its degree of abstraction and its isolation from immediate practical concerns. The most dynamic gift of science to technics is what A.N. Whitehead termed the greatest invention of the 19th century, the invention of invention. Purely theoretic and experimental discoveries repeatedly suggest outlets and applications that could not even have been conceived until the scientific work itself was done. In the past, certain branches of science, like geometry, had developed out of practical needs, as in the Egyptian need for surveying the boundaries that had been effaced in flooded fields, and some of that interplay between practical needs and scientific investigation of course still goes on, as in the classic instance of Pasteur's researches on ferments in response to the pleas of French wine growers. But the enormous advances of science in every field have not waited for such direct stimuli, though it may very well be that they are indirect responses organically connected with the needs and purposes of our society at 100 different points. Quite possibly it was not by accident that the electronics of radar location coincided with coordinate advances in high-speed flight. Increasingly, however, it is the advances of science that suggest a new technological application, witness laser beams. Indeed, the byproducts seem to multiply in direct relation to the scope and freedom of scientific research. So ready are we now to accept the inventive consequences of science that we have almost lost the safeguard of common sense or the breaking device of mocking laughter against freaks and follies unrelated to human need, but technologically attractive because of their very difficulty. Bacon's interest in the practical applications of science naturally endeared him to Macaulay and the other smug utilitarians of the 19th century, for in his Novum Organum Bacon boldly asserted that the legitimate goal of science is the endowment of human life with new inventions and riches. Indeed, the idea of riches and material abundance pervaded his thinking about science, taken as the main object of science. This is, of course, a more questionable goal than Bacon thought, but it is. Because of the accelerated fulfillment of these promises by the sciences, especially during the last half-century, that national governments and great industrial corporations have vastly augmented their financial contributions to scientific research. Bacon's merit was to make plain that there was no 112 aspect of nature that would not lend itself to transformation and possibly improvement through the confident application of the scientific method. Necessity had always been a most reluctant mother of invention. Bacon understood that ambition and curiosity were far more fertile parents, and that the inventions so promoted would become the mother of new necessities. True, a large part of Bacon's prophesied inventions and discoveries, it now turns out, would not so much alleviate poverty or satisfy basic needs as open up a vast realm of superfluities and luxuries. But this makes them all the more a reflection of his own inordinate taste for display, a taste that, when he put on a mask for Gray's Inn, in 1594, almost bankrupted him, even as the array of extravagant, gold-brocaded clothes he ordered for his future wife for their wedding heavily depleted her dowry. In this regard, Bacon's personal tastes again singularly anticipated the meretricious affluence of our own day. Now, Bacon did not rely upon the individual's passion for scientific inquiry alone. He saw that curiosity, to be effective, must enlist not just solitary and occasional minds, but a corps of well-organized workers, each exercising a specialized function and operating in a restricted area. By a technological organization of science, as he portrayed it in The New Atlantis, he proposed to fabricate an engine capable of turning out useful knowledge in the same fashion that a well-organized factory would, a few centuries after Bacon's prediction, turn out textiles, refrigerators, or motor cars. Bacon's description of this division of labor strikes us as quaint and finicking because of its static, ritualistic assignment of tasks, but those who would dismiss it altogether are wider of the mark than was Bacon, for part of the immense quantitative output of contemporary science is surely due to its ability to make use, not only of a few great directive minds, but of a multitude of specialized piece workers, narrowly trained for their tasks, deliberately discouraged from exploring a wider field, indeed often denied any opportunity to do so, workers whose part in the whole process increasingly resembles that of a factory worker on an assembly line. As in a factory, many of their tasks are now being assigned to cybernetic substitutes. Quite naturally, Charles Babbage, the designer of the earliest computer, in his Philosophy of Manufactures, 1848, backed up Bacon's proposals. The broad division of labor in science, with its logical separation into the main categories of mathematicians, physicists, chemists, biologists, and sociologists, did not become firmly established until the 19th century. But once it was started, it led progressively to minuter subdivisions within each category. As such, it proved an effective formula for accuracy, speed, and productivity. Likewise, it had the further advantage, from the standpoint of mass production, that it provided for the employment of a whole. Bacon's technical insight 113 army of workers incapable of personal initiative or original thought. The smallest discovery, the least significant experiment, may nevertheless fill up gaps in knowledge and lead others to some larger results. In itself the method of analytic dismemberment favored such piecework, but by the same token, it resulted in the dissociation, segmentation, and insulation of knowledge, failure to realize the importance of the overall pattern, the organic correlation of functions and purposes. Unfortunately, if meaning means association, as Gray Walters observes, then dissociation and non-intercourse must result in a decrease of shared meanings. Thus in time, specialized knowledge, knowing more and more about less and less, finally turns into secret knowledge accessible only to an inner priesthood, whose sense of power is in turn inflated by their privileged command of trade or official secrets. Without faintly suspecting it, Bacon had rediscovered the basic power formula of the megamachine and laid the foundation for a new structure that all too closely parallels the ancient one. The corporate scientific personality has thus taken over the attributes of the individual thinker, and as science comes more and more to rely for its results upon complicated and extremely expensive apparatus, like computers, cyclotrons, electronic microscopes, and nuclear piles, no work along present lines can be done without close attachment to a well-endowed corporate organization. The dangers that this technological advance offer to science have not yet been sufficiently canvassed, but in the end they will perhaps nullify no small part of its benefits and rewards. This conception of institutionalized science appeared 3 centuries before its practical realization. For Bacon's scientific contemporaries, science was still one large field, except in a vague way, there were no boundaries between the sciences, or if there were, the scientist could step over them without even apologizing for trespass. A physician like Dr. William Gilbert devoted himself to the study of magnetism, while Paracelsus, for all his mining background and his alchemical experiments with mercury, prided himself mainly on being a physician, devoted to curing the body. It was Bacon's peculiar genius to think of a hierarchic organization for scientific research, comparable to the standard organization of an army. To Bacon's credit, his conception of the hierarchic organization of science did not altogether overlook the part played by individual creative minds. He even had a name for such luminous investigators, for he called them lamps, and indicated that their function was to direct new experiments of a higher light, more penetrating into nature. But his peculiar contribution was to sense that, if the insights of creative minds were to have the widest kind of application, they would need abundant collective support, government aid, corporate organization, systematic conferences. 114. And publications, and, finally, public exhibition and celebration in museums of science and industry. It was these features of collective organization and governmental regimentation, not perhaps entirely unknown in pre-Christian Alexandria, that Bacon so presciently recognized, advocated, and exalted. So it was not only the Royal Society or the American Philosophical Society that Bacon actively influenced by his anticipations. His quaint account of the future in the New Atlantis provided in imagination for our present-day foundations for scientific research and our specialized institutes and laboratories, which utilize hundreds and even tens of thousands of workers in what has increasingly become a factory system for the mass production of knowledge technologically exploitable, financially profitable, bellicosely employable. What Bacon did not foresee is that science itself might in time become demoralized by its very success as an agent of technology, and that a large part of its constructive activities might be diverted, by heavy government subvention, to destructive anti-human ends on a scale that mere empirical day-to-day techniques could never achieve. 3. New Atlantean World. In the few years immediately before his death in 1626, Bacon assembled his leading ideas in his unfinished utopia, the New Atlantis. There he more than rectified his failure to interpret the scientific method practiced by his contemporaries by showing in detail its possible collective organization and its tangible goals. Within a generation, a short time in the history of ideas, his dreams began to materialize, partly no doubt because they were already shared by many other men. Though the French scholar, Théophraste Renaudot, for example, could hardly have been familiar with Bacon, in 1633 or thereabouts he set up his Bureau d'Adresse. Here he held weekly conferences to discuss questions of the most encyclopedic nature, from which all discourses of divinity, of state affairs, and of news were banned. In 1646 a similar group began to meet regularly at the Bullhead Tavern in Cheapside, London. Their object, like Renaudot's, was at first no more than only the satisfaction of breathing a freer air, and of conversing in quiet tones with one another, without being engaged in the passions and madness of that dismal age. Science, particularly mechanics, with its deliberate divorce from human reactions, provided a welcome sanctuary for politically harassed and troubled minds. Originally, they called them New Atlantean World 115. Selves the Invisible College, a name that later became inappropriate for a publicly sanctioned society. 2 years later they received a royal charter from Charles II. The earlier Accademia dei Lincei, founded in Florence in 1603, may have given Bacon his germinal idea, since he was invited to become a member. But in 1630 that academy was shut down, so the members of the original group made a fresh start in 1660, with the aim to improve the knowledge of natural things, and all useful arts, manufactures, and mechanic practices, engines, and inventions by experiments. In the light of science's later development, it is pertinent to note that the original Baconian bias was visible from the beginning. In 1664 the Royal Society had constituted itself in 8 permanent committees, and, first of all, be it noted, a mechanical section, to consider and approve all mechanical invention. The other committees were, astronomical and optical, anatomical, chemical, surgical, history of trades, a committee for collecting all phenomena of nature hitherto observed, and, finally, a committee for correspondence. The last 2 committees lingered on sufficiently into the 19th century to suggest to Dickens the constitution of the immortal Pickwick Society, and produced Mr. Pickwick's own noteworthy contribution to science, an inquiry into the source of the Hampstead ponds, with some observations on the theory of tittlebats. But what is most remarkable, in view of the later developments of science, is that 3 of the committees, on invention, on technical history, and on Georgics, agriculture, were directly concerned with the relief of man's estate. Even more to the point, since it had a profound influence on the entire development of the scientific method, was a condition laid down in Robert Hooke's original memorandum on the business and design of the Royal Society, namely, its engagement not to meddle with divinity, metaphysics, morals, politics, grammar, rhetoric, or logic. This reservation not merely discouraged the scientist from critically examining his own metaphysical assumptions, it even fomented the delusion that he had none, and kept him from recognizing his own subjectivity, a theme only recently, and reluctantly, opened up. But in turn it protected the scientists from being exposed to attacks by the church and the state, so long as they kept close to their own rabbity, thought Warren. The scientist's aloofness from the social scene, though an excellent temporary protective device, also prevented the body of scientists from concerning themselves about the political or economic uses to which their seemingly disinterested pursuit of knowledge might be put. Under the new ethic that developed, science's only form of social responsibility was to science itself, to observe its canons of proof, to preserve its integrity and autonomy, and to constantly expand its domain. 3 centuries would pass before a society to promote social responsibility in science was even 116 conceived, and though growing numbers of scientists today have become aware of their moral obligations, awakened from their somnolence or self-absorption by the first nuclear blast, it is doubtful if a majority as yet subscribes to this conception. As for the possibility that science, by excluding politics and religion, was excluding from consideration a vast field of human experience significant for interpreting events that cannot be reduced to mass and motion, it is only today that even a minority of scientists is willing to consider this as a defect. So a large residue was left unaccounted for by orthodox scientific theory. Indeed, most of the phenomena of life, human consciousness, social activity. Thus the Baconian emphasis on the utilitarian applications of science was present from the beginning, despite all professions of detachment, neutrality, studious isolation, theoretic otherworldliness. This is not a reproach. Many of the great improvements in the human condition, from the domestication of plants to the massive engineering works of early civilizations, had been due to an increase in ordered knowledge, and such advances as had long been made in medicine and surgery demonstrated this fruitful interplay of theory, close observation, and practice. 3 centuries before Francis Bacon, his namesake Roger, a Franciscan monk, had been stirred by the same prospects, and his chief scientific treatise, Appropriately, was one on optics. There is no proof that Francis Bacon had read the works of his predecessor, but their intellectual brotherhood comes out in Friar Bacon's account of future inventions, as witness: machines for navigation can be made without rowers, so that the largest ships on rivers or seas will be moved by a single man in charge with greater velocity than if they were full of men. Also carts can be made so that without animals they will move with unbelievable rapidity. Such, we opine, were the scythe-bearing chariotons with which men of old fought. Also flying machines can be constructed so that a man sits in the midst of the machine revolving some engine by which artificial wings are made to beat the air like a flying bird. Also a machine small in size for raising or lowering enormous weights, than which nothing could be more useful in emergencies. Also a machine can be easily made by which one man can draw 1,000 to himself by violence against their wills, and attract other things in like manner. Also machines can be made for walking in the sea and rivers, even to the bottom without danger. For Alexander the Great employed such, that he might see the secrets of the deep, as Ethicus the astronomer tells. These machines were made in our times, except possibly a flying machine which I have not seen, nor do I know anyone who has, but I know an expert who has thought out the way to make one. And such things can be made almost without limit, for instance, bridges across rivers without piers or other supports and mechanisms, and unheard of engines. New Atlantean World 117. This sounds, of course, like a clairvoyant revelation in a trance. The sources are as confused, the means as indescribable, the objects themselves as vivid. Certainly the coming mechanical apparatus and the concrete results had already been assembled in dream. What Francis Bacon did in The New Atlantis was to suggest for the first time the kind of organization that would make it possible for these dreams to come true, not merely to fulfill them, but to enlarge their whole province. In Alfred Gough's edition of The New Atlantis, the utopia itself occupies less than 47 pages, but of this his list of new discoveries and inventions, and the resulting achievements, takes up a full 9 pages. As Gough remarks, though the theoretic end of Solomon's house, the knowledge of causes, stands first, almost every experiment performed there has an obvious relation to the needs or pleasures of man. Some of these experiments are of uncertain value, some are still in process of technical elaboration and will soon doubtless come forth, but merely to list those that have already been achieved gives one a new respect for Bacon, though none of his best dreams began to be realized till the 19th century. Let me cite only the well-tested fulfillments, chiefly in Bacon's own words. The prolongation of life, the restitution of youth in some degree, the retardation of age, the curing of diseases counted incurable, the mitigation of pain, more easy and less loathsome purgings, transformation of bodies into other bodies, making of new species, instruments of destruction as of war and poison, force of the imagination either upon another body or upon the body itself, autosuggestion and hypnotism, if not telekinesis, acceleration of time in maturations, acceleration of germination, making rich composts for the earth, drawing new food out of subjects not in use, making new threads for apparel, and new stuffs such as paper, glass, etc. Artificial minerals and cements, chambers of health where we qualify the air conditioning, use of beasts and birds for dissections, and the sting of poisons and other medicines, means to convey sounds in trunks and pipes in strange lines and distances, engines of war, stronger and more violent, exceeding our greatest cannons, degrees of flying in the air, ships and boats for going under water. With a little further exegesis, this list might easily be lengthened. And not the least of his anticipations, already doubled in height in the plans left behind by Frank Lloyd Wright, was that of a skyscraper half a mile high. In addition, as part of the apparatus of science, as early as 1594, in a preface to a masque at Gray's Inn, he had already provided for a botanic garden, a zoo, a natural history museum, a technological museum, and a technical laboratory. Perhaps the most remarkable fact about Bacon's canvas of scientific and technological possibilities is that he alone among the 17th-century philosophers of science escaped the Cartesian limitations of the 118 mechanical world picture, or, to speak more accurately, he never accepted it as the exclusive key to truth. Even when he was thinking about the future, Bacon's world was not merely that of the mechanical arts, but one embracing a larger technology, a true polytechnics, that of agriculture, medicine, cookery, brewing, chemistry. His very incapacity for abstract mathematical exercises only made him more receptive to that large province of human activities that could not be handled in this manner. Thus even subjective phenomena, like autosuggestion, which the objective scientists excluded, had a part in his coming sphere of organized investigation. In this sense, Bacon cannot be reproached for scientific backwardness and inadequacy. He was, rather, in advance of the more specialized scientific minds that accepted the current interpretation of mass and motion as giving a complete or at least sufficient picture of the real world. By heeding Bacon the humanist, Bacon the extoller of science and techniques pointed the way. Indeed, to a post-Baconian world, the world that the present essay seeks further to open up, one in which the arbitrary restrictions and limitations of the religious, the humanistic, and the scientific outlooks will be transcended. Behind all Bacon's expectations, however, there was a little noted factor that was to mark the inauguration of an age committed increasingly to the pursuit of science and the perfection of machines, an ambition for conquest that coincided with a growing sense of power which the machines already in existence, particularly cannon and firearms, had greatly stimulated. According to Bacon, there are three kinds of human ambition. The first is that of extending one's personal power in one's own country, the ambition of princes, lords, soldiers, merchants. The second is the increase of the power of one's country over other countries more dignified than the first, according to Bacon, but not less covetous and selfish. Finally, there is the ambition to enlarge the power and the dominion of the human race over the universe of things. This last seemed to Bacon a more disinterested and noble ambition than the other two, for the empire of man over things depends wholly on the arts and sciences. Bacon's aphorism, "Knowledge is power," must not be taken as a mere descriptive figure. It was a declaration of intention, and it meant emphatically that power was important. Though Bacon was, apart from his personal lapses, a studious moralist, he did not have sufficient insight to realize that the attempt to extend the empire of man over things might have even more terrible consequences for the human race than a too compliant adaptation to nature's conditions. If the conquest of nature on the purely physical level was a less bloody achievement than any form of military conquest, at least until this conquest began, in the 19th century, to have a disruptive effect upon the ecological balance of all New Atlantean World 119 organisms, including man, the same ambitions, the same drives, indeed the same neurotic compulsions to sacrifice all the other occasions of life to the displays and demonstrations of power, gradually took possession of its exponents. This created special ties with more vulgar forms of conquest, those of the trader, the inventor, the ruthless conquistador, and the driving industrialist seeking to displace natural abundance and natural satisfactions with those he could profitably sell. Since the conversion and utilization of energy is an essential characteristic in the growing and working of all organisms, this drive has a biological basis. To increase power is one of the prime ways of increasing life. What was embarrassing in the social application of power was that once energy is released from its organic setting, escaping the limits imposed by the habitat, by other parts of man's own nature, and by other organisms, it knows no limits, it expands for expansion's sake. Thus the vulgar form of imperialism, which resulted in the temporary subjugation of the major territories of the planet by Western industrial and political enterprise, had its ideal counterpart in both science and technics. The nobler ambition that Bacon approved has in fact never been free from the baser egoisms of the individual and the tribe. This utilitarian preoccupation was the side of Bacon's thought that was to exert the greatest influence. Yet there was another side of him that kept its tie to traditional knowledge, and retained an appreciation of those modes of life that were, from the beginning, deliberately excluded from the mechanical world picture. Much though Bacon valued invention and practical achievement, he still left a place for history, psychology, and religion. Was not his ideal Bensalem a Christian state converted to the true faith by a wholly supernatural visitation? In the sense that Bacon's philosophy still had a place for the incommensurables, the elusive indefinables, and the irrationals, his subjectivity was more robustly objective than the kind of one-sided scientific objectivity which chose flatly to ignore phenomena that could not be described or accounted for by its own system of explanation. Thus Bacon, after giving a major place to science and invention, could still say, the contemplation of things, as they are, without superstition or imposture, error or confusion, is in itself more worthy than all the fruit of inventions. To that view most scientists would have subscribed, without reserve, right through the 19th century, and it still remains the underlying motive and the highest reward of science, even today. But before long, it was Bacon's pragmatism and his intellectual imperialism that gained the upper hand, spreading the desire for physical conquest and human control, and raising to the nth power the pursuit of power itself. 120. 4. In looking back over the outcome of Bacon's expectations, it is plain that there were three critical points. The first occurred at the very beginning, when the activities of scientific investigation were transferred from the university, seemingly their natural home, to the workshop, the dissecting room, the laboratory, and the astronomical observatory, and thence to whole societies for the promotion of scientific research. It was first at the meetings of these bodies that new reports, expositions, and demonstrations were reviewed by their members. The sciences that remained in the university were those that had been part of the curriculum in the Middle Ages: arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy, while the descriptive sciences of botany and anatomy continued to hold their own mainly in the medical schools. The medieval universities, with their orientation toward theology, jurisprudence, and the abstract humanities areas with which science professed to have no concern, were ungenial environments for science. Right into our own time chemistry was popularly known, in one of the most venerable universities, as stinks. In establishing headquarters outside the university, the exponents of science not merely asserted their independence from traditional knowledge, but turned their backs upon any effort to present a unified and inclusive view of the world. Hence the mechanical world picture, as finally perfected by Newton, existed as an independent entity, unmodified by other modes of human experience, however much a Pascal or a Newton might personally be concerned with more ultimate questions of cosmic destiny or of religious experience, and personal salvation. This resulted in a loss on both sides. The Church and the University took their stand on arrested, if not utterly obsolete and false, conceptions of nature. Though at every point in its development science has disclosed wonders and miracles far more astounding than any religious vision, except perhaps that of the Hindus, had dared to conjure up, science, in the name of objectivity and certainty, clung to the explainable, the communicable, and ultimately the useful, not realizing that the finer the analysis and the better the explanation of the parts, the more mysterious and wonderful the whole universe actually became. DNA may account for the organizing process in organisms, but it leaves the mystery of DNA itself totally unaccounted for. Walt Whitman's proclamation that a leaf of grass was a miracle to confound all atheists did more justice to the findings of science than a positivism that stopped with the breaking down of the chemical reactions between sunlight and chlorophyll. This isolation of science from feeling. 121. Emotion, purpose, singular events, historic identity, endeared it to more limited minds. But it is not, perhaps, an accident that most of the great spirits in science, from Kepler and Newton to Faraday and Einstein, kept alive in their thought the presence of God not as a mode of explaining events, but as a reminder of why they are ultimately as unexplainable today. To an honest inquirer as they were to Job. That thought has been admirably translated in Conrad Aiken's poetic dialogue with thee. One of the consequences of organizing science was that, with the aid of the printing press, a new means was available for the systematic circulation of knowledge, through the periodical publication of scientific papers. Analytical knowledge grew by an accumulation of details, yet curiously. This rapid circulation of ideas was impeded by a counter-movement in culture, derived from the Renaissance academicism against which Leonardo railed. For the new humanists scrapped the universal language of the learned world in Europe, scholastic Latin, to return to a more cumbrous Ciceronian vocabulary and grammar. Had scholastic Latin remained acceptable and been further simplified as Professor Peano the mathematician was later to attempt, it might have served as the second language of learned discourse throughout the world. The failure by the moderns to realize in time what was lost through abandoning a common language for national tongues is difficult to explain, since it limited the range of communication. Today desperate efforts have been made to program computers to translate scientific reports into other native languages, but the crude, inaccurate translations so produced have already demonstrated that, whenever qualitative judgments are involved, an electronic brain is no substitute for the human mind. The second critical point in Bacon's program came in the 19th century. At this juncture, for the first time, scientific experiments in physics by Volta, Galvani, Ohm, Ørsted, Henry, and Faraday resulted almost within a single generation in inventions that derived almost nothing from an earlier technology, the electric telegraph, the dynamo, the electric motor, and within 2 generations came the electric lamp, the telephone, the wireless telegraph, and the X-ray. All of these inventions were not merely impracticable, but technically inconceivable, until pure scientific research had made them live possibilities. The methods that had proved so fruitful in mechanics and electronics were then applied, with growing success, in organic chemistry and biology, though, significantly, those parts of technology with the oldest accumulations of empiric knowledge, like metallurgy, for long remained almost impervious to the advances of science. While in England fresh technical inventions were protected, from the 17th century on, by royal patents, so that the inventor, or those who took advantage of the inventor, would have a monopoly in exploiting the 122 idea economically for a limited period, it was originally an honorable point of pride among scientists to claim no personal advantage from their discoveries. Though there might be occasional sordid squabbles over priority, aggravated sometimes by national antagonisms, like the deplorable quarrels between Newton and Leibniz or later between Pasteur and Koch. Science was by definition public knowledge, and its publication and circulation without restriction was essential to its critical evaluation and validation. Pascal pointed out that people often spoke of my ideas as complacently as middle-class people talked of my house or my paintings, but that it would be more honest to speak of our ideas. This trait became so deeply a mark of the finer scientific mind that my own master, Patrick Geddes, was pleased rather than offended when others put forth his most original ideas as their own. He gleefully described his habitual practice as that of the cuckoo bird who lays her eggs in other birds' nests, and gives them the trouble of hatching and caring for the offspring. The third radical change came in the 20th century, through a change in scale, magnitude, and eventually of purpose. This was brought about, almost automatically, by the expansion of new facilities for communication, and the exploitation of new modes of reproduction in printing, photography, and motion pictures. This series of transformations lifted once inviolable limits on human activities. A shot could be heard around the world by means of radio more than 11 times faster than it could be heard by the unaided ear only a mile away. Scientific discoveries in new fields no longer remained aloof and inert. They lent themselves to immediately profitable exploitation for industry or war. At this point, science itself became the master model, the technology of technologies. In this new milieu, the mass production of scientific knowledge went hand in hand with the mass production of inventions and products derived from science. Thus the scientist came to have a new status in society, equivalent to that occupied earlier by the captain of industry. He, too, was engaged in mass production, he, too, dealt in standard units, and his product increasingly could be evaluated in terms of money. Even his separate scientific papers, his prizes and awards, had exchange value in pecuniary terms. They determined university promotions, and raised the market price of lectureships and consultantships. The old image of the self-directed scientist, abstemious, even ascetic, in the laboratory, if not at the dinner table, still remains popular, surviving particularly among old-fashioned scientists. But with the expansion of science as mass technology, the scientist himself no longer need practice self-denial in any form. His scientific status rises in proportion to his contributions to the affluent society, and his success may even be measured quantitatively by the number of assistants in his laboratory, the total 123. Annual budget for apparatus, mechanical aids, computers, and finally in the mass output of scientific papers to which his name may be unblushingly signed. As an operator in this power-oriented technics, the scientist himself becomes a servant of corporate organizations intent on enlarging the bounds of empire, by no means always Bacon's humane empire. Increasingly the gross national product of industry reflects the gross national product of science. Every theoretic innovation, however innocent in intention, automatically multiplies the number of practical products and, more significantly, profit-making wants. By participating in this transformation, the scientist has forfeited the qualities that were exalted in the past as his special hallmark, his detachment from worldly gains and his disinterested pursuit of truth. To the extent that the scientist's capacity for pursuing truth depends upon costly apparatus, institutional collaboration, and heavy capital investment by government or industry, he is no longer his own master. Even the mathematician no more remains as disencumbered as was an experimenter like Faraday who, with a few bits of glass, iron, and wire, had the makings of all the apparatus needed for his basic discoveries in electromagnetism. This physical simplicity perhaps helps explain the fructifying originality and daring of contemporary mathematical thought. But a growing corpus of scientists has lost the capacity to stand alone or to say no, even on grave matters that threaten the existence of the human race, like the exploitation of nuclear or bacterial knowledge for mass genocide. Graphically, though Bacon was able to anticipate the immense potentialities of a corporate organization of science, he was still too remote from their actual development to be able to foresee any but favorable consequences. It would be foolish to blame him for his lack of either historic perspective or foresight. Most of our contemporaries are still destitute of both. Bacon could not guess that the fellows of Solomon's house would, through their knowledge of the secret causes of things, disclose forces of nature that had never been suspected, and perfect apparatus of fantastic complexity and refinement capable of utilizing them. Nor could he anticipate that this very ability to augment human power mechanically and electronically would result in resurrecting the ancient myth of the machine. Or finally, that it would create a perfected 20th century mega-machine, far surpassing in all its evil potentialities the archaic model. This is only another way of saying that the best minds of the 17th century could not imagine what life would be like once their objective mechanical world picture had helped to bring into existence a society that conformed strictly to its limited premises and lived in accordance with its prescribed terms. In conceiving a social organization that could make a fuller use of machines, they failed to foresee that society itself might take 24. On the characteristics of an increasingly automatic machine, run by machine-conditioned personalities, in a machine-fabricated habitat, for purely abstract mechanical electronic ends. These leaders could not, in short, picture the dismaying nightmare of 20th century existence, in which almost no malign hallucination or psychotic impulse would be technically impossible to carry out, and in which no product of technics would, if it filled its own specific requirements, be regarded as humanly undesirable. If only it promised increasing money or power or prestige to investors, fabricators, or financial and political exploiters. Bacon, even more than Galileo or Descartes, was still living bodily and mentally in an earlier world, not yet stripped of its historic achievements or its human traits. Bacon's references to theology, philosophy, and humanistic learning continued to balance off his preoccupations with material advances and scientific audacities. Unlike some of his more rigorous successors, Bacon was even ready to admit some cogency in dreams, or some reality in the hypnotic powers of the imagination, elusive and dangerous though he might feel all these phenomena to be. This was the saving grace of Bacon's radical empiricism. His philosophic system, more than Galileo's, was still an open one, despite his strong emphasis on science and technics, he did not restrict his own conception of reality to this realm alone. In the 20th century, science itself, led by Sigmund Freud and his disciples, would have to reclaim some of the territory that Bacon, in his own person, had never entirely abandoned. Curiously, Freud believed that his daring interpretations of dreams and other forms of psychical symbolism were still strictly in the spirit of objective scientific materialism. But if anything proves how deeply the myth of the machine was stirring again in the Western mind, Bacon's own personality and his work would testify to it, for his concern to explore the new world of the machine was not the result of his mature reflection, but was the earliest intuition of his youth. Admittedly, he was no mechanical genius, like Leonardo, no keen mathematical mind, like Kepler, no skillful anatomist and dissectionist, like 1LEWIS. Far from it, no one better appreciated the gallantries and intrigues of courtly life, no one could have been farther from the classic scientist's renunciation of the pomps and vanities of the visible world than this worldly courtier. Yet no other contemporary was more vividly conscious of the prospective triumphs of a science in its now dominant mid-20th century form, pursued relentlessly for practical ends, material wealth, political control, and military power, all ostentatiously dressed up and prettified as the relief of man's estate. Did Bacon not die as a result of pneumonia brought on by an experiment in preserving a chicken by packing it with snow? A first effort at swift refrigeration for preserving food. Bacon had lived in the style of the past, he had pursued his ideas in 125. The new style of his own day, but he died in the style of the future, a style he himself had helped to create. Within this generous Baconian synthesis, unfortunately, the serious metaphysical errors later made by Galileo, Descartes, and their fellow travelers in scientific exploration were already deeply embedded. Hidden within this whole movement of thought, we can now see but for long disguised by the variety of immediately fascinating discoveries and serviceable practices that it furthered were two guiding aims whose magical nature has only now become apparent, and whose undeclared ultimate goals are now at last visible. First, he who creates a perfect automaton is in fact creating life, since, according to mechanistic doctrine, there is no essential difference between living organisms and machines, provided that they work. Even such a percipient and sensitive mind as that of Norbert Wiener came increasingly to endow his golem with the ultimate properties of life. But, second, beneath this magic wish was a more insidiously flattering idea: he who creates life is a god. Hence the very idea of a creative deity, which science from the 16th century on had regarded as a superfluous hypothesis in analyzing matter and motion, came back with redoubled force in the collective persona of organized science. All those who served this god participate in his power and glory, and for them was the ultimate kingdom, too. Even a few years ago this interpretation might have seemed unacceptable except in an avowed science fiction tract. But in 1965 the president of the American Chemical Society, a Nobel Prize laureate, in a parting address put this ambition into so many words: "Let us marshal all our scientific forces together," he urged his colleagues, "in order to create life." Thus the alchemist's rejected dream of creating a homunculus in a test tube has now been translated into the sober chemist's dream of creating, not a little man, but at least a virus. Perhaps eventually a bacterium. On the surface the seemingly audacious proposal suggests a deadly bit of Swiftian irony, coming from the sciences which have put all modes of life in jeopardy by their misapplications in the production of herbicides, pesticides, and homicides. The leading minds of science, it seems, would cover this devastating threat by beginning all over again in the hope of turning a large complex molecule into an organism. What an audaciously stultifying proposal! One would hardly guess from this project that life already exists and has penetrated every nook and corner of this planet. Observe, billions of dollars, thousands of hours of valuable time, the best brains in science, would be marshaled together to bring into existence by artificial means something that already exists in abundance in billions of different forms, in the air one breathes, the soil one walks on, in the ocean. 126. And the seashore and the forest. To begin organic evolution all over again in the laboratory would be, to say the least, a redundancy, though the virus so produced might prove in addition to be as lethal as the Andromeda strain. These fantasies of creating life have taken hold, not only of many members of the scientific elite, but even more of younger minds who have been sedulously conditioned to regard the expansion of science and megatechnics as the ultimate reason for human existence. When the distinguished biochemist George Wald addressed a university audience recently, some of the students demanded eagerly that he comment on the prospect of creating an artificial human being within the next 10 years, and when he dismissed this callow fantasy, even allowing for a far longer period, as laughably improbable, they were openly disappointed and would not accept his verdict. But neither they nor their science fiction mentors had asked themselves why they regarded such a feat as desirable on any conceivable rational grounds. Nor, granting for a moment the impossible prospect that such an artificial organism could be created, did they ask themselves what kind of behavior could be expected of an organism without a history. Though if they had read Mary Shelley's description of Frankenstein's monster, they might have found out. But if the creation of life in the sense proposed by our distinguished chemist would be a backward step more than 3 billion years backward, the creation of life by increasing the number of automatons and fabricating whole societies of automatons that would take over, one by one, the functions now exercised by man is actually in operation. Most of the technical difficulties in the way of such creation have been overcome, but the psychological and cultural results have still to be reckoned with. Complete success here, I propose to demonstrate, has already drastically lessened man's own sense of his worth and his significance, and deprived him of the resources, external and internal, needed for his further development. That outcome, already visible, would wipe out all the putative immediate benefits. 5. Anticipations versus realizations. Now, if the fulfillment of Bacon's dream deserves our respectful recognition of his prophetic insights, it also imposes upon us a special duty, that of anticipations versus realizations. 127. Dissociating ourselves from the mythology he so largely helped to promote. Only thus shall we be able to appraise, in the light of historic experience, his unexamined premises. These premises are now so thoroughly institutionalized that most of our contemporaries continue to act upon them without even a quiver of doubt. But we proceed further at our own risk, for science as technology now presents a series of problems that science as the disinterested examination of nature in search of rational understanding never confronted. Already the scientific establishment shows the same irrationalities and absurdities that mass production in other fields has brought about. The chief premise common to both technology and science is the notion that there are no desirable limits to the increase of knowledge, of material goods, of environmental control, that quantitative productivity is an end in itself, and that every means should be used to further expansion. This was a defensible position in the 17th century, when an economy of scarcity still prevailed everywhere. Then, each new facility for production, each fresh increment of energy and goods, each new scientific observation or experiment, was needed to make up the terrible existing deficiencies in consumable goods and verifiable knowledge. But today our situation is precisely the opposite of this. Because of the success of the sciences in widening the domain of prediction and control, in penetrating the hitherto inviolable mysteries of nature, in augmenting human power on every plane, we face a new predicament derived from this very economy of abundance, that of deprivation by surfeit. The quantitative overproduction of both material and intellectual goods poses immediately for the Western world, ultimately for all mankind, a new problem, the problem of regulation, distribution, assimilation, integration, purposeful anticipation, and direction. As science approximates more closely the condition of technology, it must concern itself with contemporary technique's great weakness, the defects of a system that, unlike organic systems, has no built-in method of controlling its growth or modulating the enormous energy it commands in order to maintain, as every living organism must, a dynamic equilibrium favorable to life and growth. No one questions the immense benefits already conferred in many departments by science's efficient methodology, but what one must challenge is the value of a system so detached from other human needs and human purposes that the process itself goes on automatically without any visible goal except that of keeping the corporate apparatus itself in a state of power-making, profit-yielding productivity. What is now called research and development is a circular process. In the exploding universe of science, the scattered parts are traveling at an accelerated rate ever farther from the human center. Because of our 128 as technology concentration on speed and productivity, we have ignored the need for evaluation, correction, integration, and social assimilation. In practice, this results in an inability to use more than a small fragment of the existing corpus of knowledge, namely that which is fashionable or immediately available, because it can be commercially or militarily exploited. This has already worked havoc in medicine, as any competent and morally trustworthy physician will testify, and the results are increasingly visible in every other professional activity. Is it not time, then, that we began to ask ourselves certain questions about science as technology that Bacon, by reason of his historic position, was too uninformed to put to himself? Are we sure that the control of all natural processes by science and techniques is by itself an effective way of relieving and improving man's estate? Is it not possible to have a surfeit of inventions, like a surfeit of food with similar distress to and derangement of the organism? Have we not already evidence to show that science as technology may, through its inordinate growth, become increasingly irrelevant to any human intent whatever, except that of the technologist or the corporate enterprise, that, indeed, as in the form of nuclear or bacterial weapons, or space exploration, it may be not merely coldly indifferent but actively hostile to human welfare? But I would go further. By what rational canon do we seek, on purely Baconian premises, to save time, shrink space, augment power, multiply goods, overthrow organic norms, and displace real organisms WTH mechanisms that simulate them or vastly magnify some single function they perform? All these imperatives, which have become the very groundwork of science as technology in our present society, seem axiomatic and absolute only because they remain unexamined. In terms of the nascent organic world picture, these seemingly advanced ideas are obsolete. Just because science as technology has begun to dominate every other aspect of science, we are bound, if only in self-preservation, to correct the mistakes Bacon sanctioned and unwittingly fostered. Science now makes all things possible, as Bacon believed, but it does not thereby make all possible things desirable. A sound and viable technology, firmly related to human needs, cannot be one that has a maximum productivity as its supreme goal. It must, rather, seek as in an organic system, to provide the right quantity of the right quality at the right time and the right place in the right order for the right purpose. To this end, deliberate regulation and direction, in order to ensure continued growth and creativity of the human personalities and groups concerned, must govern our plans in the future, as indefinite expansion and multiplication have done during the last few centuries. Has the time not come, then, in technology as in every other aspect of anticipations versus realizations 129? The common life to re-examine our accepted axioms and practical imperatives and to release science itself from the underdimensioned mythology of power that Galileo, Francis Bacon, and Descartes unguardedly subscribed to and helped to promote? With this aim in view, I shall now turn to the development of techniques itself. Chapter 6. The Polytechnic Tradition. 1. Medieval Continuum. For the last century, even before Arnold Toynbee coined the term the Industrial Revolution. The whole history of modern technology was misinterpreted by the Victorian overvaluation of the mechanical inventions of the 18th century and after. Those who believed that a radical departure had taken place at this point not only overlooked the long series of preparatory efforts, dating from the 12th century, but they attributed an immediate result to changes that were not fully established till the second half of the 19th century, when they wrote. Curiously enough, the scholars who first popularized the notion of medieval backwardness read their documents with spectacles first invented in the 13th century, published their ideas in books produced on the printing press of the 15th century, ate bread made of grain ground in windmills introduced in the 12th century, sailed by sea in three-masted ships first designed in the 16th century, reached their destination with the aid of the mechanical clock, the astrolabe, and the magnetic compass, and defended their ships against pirates with the aid of gunpowder and cannon, all dating before the 15th century, while they wrote on paper and wore woolen and cotton clothes fabricated in watermills that date back at least to the 3rd century BC in Greece. Since many scholars still persist in treating the 18th century as an unmistakable watershed, it will be useful to give a more accurate characterization of the technological complex that existed before mechanization took command. As it happens, the current attempt to amend the first budget of errors by dividing a single industrial revolution into two periods, one of mechanical invention, preceded, and now finally completed, by a scientific revolution, is equally misleading in that it ignores the impression. 130. Medieval Continuum 131. That the earlier technical changes had themselves made on the scientific thought of the 16th and 17th centuries. A more careful reading of the evidence shows that the most radical technical mutations that came into existence, before those introduced by scientific discoveries in electricity, came about early in the Middle Ages. And if one is to understand under what conditions they flourished, one must follow them back to their source. What we have to do is to trace the stages by which the rich and varied polytechnics that was available in the late Middle Ages 13th to 15th centuries, with its masterpieces of art and engineering and its first essays in mass production through printing, was transformed under the influence of political absolutism and capitalist enterprise into the present system of high-speed megatechnics, out of which a new type of megamachine, more powerful than that of the Pyramid Age, is coming into existence. Now, one of the most significant facts about the great transformation of mechanical industry which took place in the 18th and early 19th centuries was that its effective inventions, apart from the steam engine, notably the spinning jenny, the flying shuttle, the power loom, occurred in the ancient Neolithic industries, spinning, weaving, and pottery. In these areas the large-scale application of power to mass production in huge factories came mainly, not from the steam engine, but through the increased use of watermills. The early term for a factory, mill, testifies to its source of power. This utilization of water power was what confined the textile industries so long to the fast-flowing streams of England and New England. Indeed, hydraulic energy was used in many mills to the end of the 19th century and even later. It thus paved the way for hydroelectric installations. So slow was the introduction of the steam engine as a prime mover, that even in Britain, the home of James Watt, where coal and iron were available in quantity, in Thomas Martin's Cyclopedia of the Mechanical Arts published in London in 1818, there is not even a mention of the steam engine, while in the United States the first use of steam power in cotton mills was in the Noncoac Steam Cotton Mill at Salem, Massachusetts, in 1847. The other great inventions of the 19th century, the Bessemer furnace and the open hearth furnace, were likewise end products of the Iron Age, whose vastly improved techniques in mining had been introduced, not in the 18th century, but in the 14th and the 15th centuries, in response to the military demand for iron for armor and cannon. The great and rapid changes that did in fact take place in the 18th century were due, not alone to its absorption in mechanical improvements but to a loss of concern with many other aspects of life that had kept technology in balance with other institutions. The mere fact that 132. Medieval technology cherished other interests and pursued other aims than those focused on mechanical expansion has long been treated, without rational justification, as an evidence of technical ineptitude. From the 11th century on, all over Europe, beginning in Italy, there was a resurgence of technical activity, stimulated by contact, direct and indirect, by trade and war, with the more advanced technological cultures of the East, Byzantine, mosaics, textiles, Arabic, irrigation, chemicals, horse breeding, Persian, tiles, rugs, and possibly, if Arthur Upham Pope is right, the Gothic arch and vault, Korean, woodblock printing, finally, Chinese, porcelain, silks, paper money, wallpaper, toilet paper. After the 15th century, the opening up of the New World, along with the Near and Far East, immensely increased the supply of raw materials and technological resources, not merely large quantities of gold, silver, lead, silk, cotton, along with a wide variety of woods such as teak and ebony, but also the food plants, florals and medicinals, from Persian lilacs and tulips to the South American potato, maize and cocoa, cinchona, bark, quinine, and tobacco. Long before rapid transportation and communication became mechanically possible, this polytechnics had broken through national barriers and drawn upon a planet-wide culture. Since this vital agricultural revolution owed nothing to later mechanization till the middle of the 19th century, its significance has been played down, or completely overlooked. The basic source of energy and the chief mode of production, right down to the middle of the 19th century, even in progressive machine-committed countries like Britain, was agriculture and the crafts and prime movers directly associated with agriculture. In Britain in the 15th century more than 90% of the population lived in the countryside, and though the proportion varied from region to region, as late as 1940 4/5 of the population of the planet, according to the French geographer Max Sour, lived in agricultural villages. As late as 1688, when fairly reliable estimates became available, some 76% of the entire population of England was engaged in agriculture and related rural activities. Until the 19th century, in fact, when one speaks of crafts, trades, and technologies one must give first place to agriculture, and it was the many botanical advances made here that laid the basis for the later machine economy, long before machines became available for plowing or reaping. To equate technical improvement with the machine alone is leader ally to place the cart before the horse. The very term we still use for units of work, horsepower, betrays this original debt to medieval technics, with its improved shoeing and harnessing of horses. Where water and wind power could not be developed, horse mills were common. The careful breeding of horses doubtless stimulated by early contact. Medieval Continuum 133. With the Arabs, and later by the introduction of a Persian fodder, alfalfa, went on during this whole period, as a series of specialized breeds, from percherons for military uses and heavy dray wagons to high-tempered fast horses for hunts and races, bears witness. Inventions for transport and weight-lifting freed manpower for other tasks, as did the series of improvements brought about in pulley hoists and derricks, which finally resulted in the maneuverable and seaworthy three-mast sailing vessels. More significantly, this increase of horsepower, water power, and wind power created for the first time in history an advanced economy based entirely on free, non-slave, labor. By the 17th century that economy prevailed over the better part of Europe, except for backward pockets where serfdom lingered into the 19th century. The prime agents of this industrial freedom were the craft guilds, independent self-governing bodies, established typically in equally self-governing cities, which provided for the education, the discipline, and the sustenance of their members, from youth to old age, in sickness and in health, and cared for the widows and orphans of their brothers when in need. Not least, the guilds set for themselves standards of qualitative performance. Quantity production, as such, did not play a part except where the guild system itself had broken down. As late as the 18th century. It is interesting to note, the builders of the Carpenters' Company of Philadelphia were paid for their work after the building was constructed, on the basis of an evaluation made by an independent assessor of both the labor consumed and the quality of the workmanship. Quality deliberately held quantity in check. Even before the mechanization of production, some of this freedom had been whittled away by mercantile practices that favored the bigger masters in the wholesale trades, who formed a ruling oligarchy and who, after the 16th century, farmed out work to unprotected handicraft. Workers in the rural or even suburban areas outside the jurisdiction of the guild. The legal abolition of the guilds, which followed, opened the way for the dehumanized practices of early machine industry. Thus the new freedom proclaimed by the advocates of laissez-faire, like Adam Smith, was freedom to abandon the medieval system of guild protection and social security and to be exploited by those who owned the costly new machinery of production. By a mental sleight of hand, this accompaniment of mechanical progress was minimized by those committed to the system. In proclaiming the immense economies of mass production, they ignored the fact that the landless and the homeless proletarians, forced into the new factories by the price undercutting of handicraft labor, were worse off, in food, sanitary facilities, water supply, and environmental amenities than the agricultural workers of their own time, a fact established by the English life insurance tables, which show that farm laborers still have a notably higher expectation of life. The factory system degraded the worker into a wage slave instead of using its power machines to abolish slavery. As it happens, these depressing social consequences were most visible in the very departments where great technical improvements were being made. The undoubted gains, through organization and mechanization, visible from the very beginning, were offset by the merciless regimentation and exploitation of the workers, particularly the child laborers and women. These facts are still glossed over by those who believe that technological progress automatically brings social improvements, without bothering to appraise the actual results. In this they only imitate the Victorian apostles of industrialism, like Andrew Ure, who dismissed the now scientifically established fact that the prevalence of rickets in factory children working 14 hours a day was due to lack of sunlight. Gaslight, he ignorantly proclaimed, was quite as good and more progressive. 2. Heritage. Because the era before the 18th century is mistakenly supposed to have been technically backward, one of its best characteristics has been overlooked, namely, that it was still a mixed technology, a veritable polytechnics, for the characteristic tools, machines, utensils, and utilities it used did not derive solely from its own period and culture, but had been accumulating in great variety for tens of thousands of years. Consider this immense heritage. If the watermill went back to pre-Christian Greece and the windmill to 8th century Persia, the plough, the loom, and the potter's wheel went back 2,000 or 3,000 years. Further, while its grains, fruits, and vegetables derived from a much earlier period of Paleolithic food gathering and Neolithic domestication. The bow that won the Battle of Crécy for the English was a Paleolithic invention, once used in hunting Magdalenian bison. As for the paintings and sculptures in public buildings, these issued from an even more ancient Paleolithic past, the Aurignacian caves. The introduction of new inventions like the clock did not necessitate on principle the discarding of any of these older achievements. Not the least significant fact about this backward technology is that the areas in which technical skill and engineering audacity were highest, namely, in the massive Romanesque and the towering Gothic cathedrals. 135. Drew on the oldest parts of our technical heritage, and were associated directly, not with any utilitarian purpose, but solely with attempts to add significance and beauty to the necessitous round of daily life. It was not the need for food or shelter, or the desire to exploit natural forces, or the effort to overcome physical obstacles that raised this constructive techniques to the highest pitch of effort. To express their deepest subjective feelings, the builders of these monuments posed for themselves the most difficult technical problems, often beyond their mathematical insight or craft experience, but calling forth a daring experimental imagination, so daring that it sometimes fatally outran their capacities, as more than one toppled tower revealed. To build these monumental structures, groups of workers of diverse capabilities and talents were assembled, to perform a wide variety of tasks, from the monotonous shaping of stones into square blocks, small enough for a single man to handle, to the acrobatic feats needed to place the carved stones on the topmost pinnacle. Not merely muscular strength, mechanical skill, and physical courage went into the fabrication of these buildings. Emotions, feelings, fantasies, remembered legends, in fact, the community's total response to life took form in these supreme technological achievements. Technology itself was a means to a greater goal, for the cathedral was as near to heaven as any earthbound structure could get. Such mastery of the complex processes of architectural creation was not for the purpose of either making work, as in ancient times, or of doing away with work, as under today's automation, neither was it just to increase the personal prestige of the master mason or the incomes of the workers, still less to expand the economy. The ultimate end of such a magnificent technical effort was not the building alone, but the vision it promoted, a sense of the meanings and values of life. This achievement has proved so valuable that successive generations of men, with far different religious beliefs and aspirations, have nevertheless felt a fresh infusion of spiritual vitality on beholding these buildings, even as William Morris did, as an 8-year-old boy, when he first confronted, breathlessly, the marvel of Canterbury Cathedral. Not every aspect of handicraft, it goes without saying, offered such happy working conditions or such ultimate rewards. There was backbreaking drudgery, hardship, crippling organic maladaptation, and chronic disease in occupations such as mining, smelting, dyeing, and glassblowing, yet today, despite our superior medical diagnosis and treatment, many of these disabilities still exist, and have even been magnified in technically advanced industries where the workers are exposed to radioactivity, to lead poisoning, to silicate and asbestos dust, or to malign pesticides like malathion and dieldrin. The other human weakness of some handicraft industries, like weaving, their fixation in routine motions and unrelieved monotony, paved the way for mechanization, but the effect of the latter, until automation took over, was to intensify the boredom, while the speeding up of the processes took away the soothing effect of repetition that makes such crafts so useful to the psychiatrist in the concluding phases of psychotherapy, as William Morris discovered by personal experience during a troubled period in his own marital life. In certain departments of handicraft, the rewards and the penalties were, admittedly, almost inextricable. In some of its highest reaches, as in the Persian rug making of the 16th century, the perfection of both the design and the process of work, demanding as many as 400 knots to the square inch, might call for a lifetime enslavement of the worker, to reach such a pitch of artifice. There is no need to conceal these ugly blemishes, but also no excuse for hiding one of the great compensations the work itself was prized and preserved. One of the beautiful rugs that now covers a wall in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London demanded the whole lifetime of the temple slave who made it. But this slave was an artist, and in his art enjoyed the freedom to create. At the end of his task, he proudly signed his name to the masterpiece. He had not lost his identity or his self-respect, he had something to show for his working life. Compare the death of the slave with Arthur Miller's death of a Salesman. To understand the older polytechnics, partly mechanized by the 16th century, but not wholly committed to mechanization, one must remember that its dominant arts were solidly based on ancient Neolithic foundations, mixed farming grains, vegetables, orchard crops, domestic animals and buildings of every sort, from houses and barns to canals and cathedrals. All these occupations required an assemblage of craft knowledge and skills, and the work, in the very process of growth and construction, changed from hour to hour and from day to day. The process itself did not demand staying in the same position, performing a single uniform task, accepting monotony and uniformity, without at least the relief of a change of weather or seasons, or a change of pace. Consider the performance of the old-fashioned Japanese craftsman cited by Raphael Pumpelly in his Reminiscences. Pumpelly wanted a door that could be locked, so he called in a metal worker to make screwed-in hinges, but unfortunately this craftsman had never seen a screw. When Pumpelly presented him with an iron screw, the worker went away and next day brought a dozen brass screws, beautifully made and polished. After being ingeniously molded, he also asked permission to copy my Colt's revolver. Before long he brought an exact duplicate working well. 137. In all its parts, and it was more highly finished. One would look far to find such confidence and resourcefulness in a modern machine shop. It was long ago exiled from the assembly line. In the workshop and the household there were plenty of tedious tasks, no doubt, but they were done in the company of one's fellows, at a pace that allowed for chatting and singing. There was none of the loneliness of the modern housewife presiding over a gang of machines, accompanied only by the insistent rumble and clatter and hum of her assistants. Except in servile industries like mining, playful relaxation, sexual delight, domestic tenderness, aesthetic stimulation were not spatially or mentally separated completely from the work in hand. Though hand labor brought many skills to the highest point of perfection, no machine can weave a cotton as fine as Dhaka muslin with number 400 thread. An even more important characteristic was its wide diffusion, which is another way of referring to the tool user's essential autonomy and self-reliance. Nothing proves this better than the annals of overseas exploration, with their repeated record of building seaworthy ships to take the place of a wrecked vessel. The ship's carpenter who marched in Cortés' army, directed the building and launching on Lake Texcoco of a whole fleet of brigantines big enough to carry cannon. Such a mode of work was equal to any emergency. Neither the skill nor the overall knowledge of design was restricted to a few specialists. That our present gains in horsepower have been diminished by a loss of effective manpower, and above all cooperating mind power, widely distributed, has still to be sufficiently appreciated. Karl Bucher gave an account of this interrelation between handicraft work and aesthetic expression in his classic study, Arbeit und Rhythmus, unfortunately never translated into English, and I have emphasized, in Art and Technics and elsewhere, the fact that mechanical invention and aesthetic expression were inseparable aspects of the older polytechnics, and that, down to the Renaissance, art itself remained the principal field of invention. The purpose of art has never been labor-saving but labor-loving, a deliberate elaboration of function, form, and symbolic ornament to enhance the interest of life itself. This ancient reciprocity between folk work and folk art reached its apogee in music between the 17th and the 19th centuries. Witness Samuel Pepys choosing a serving maid partly for her qualifications in holding her part in song around the family dinner table, or Franz Schubert, who, according to legend, translated the work song of the pile drivers on the river into the melody and rhythm of his nocturne in E-flat major. If orchestral music reached its climax in the symphonic works of Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert, it was perhaps because it still 138 obviously drew upon the wealth of folk songs and dances that were tied to the rural crafts, a heritage that Verdi, in an industrially backward country like Italy, could still draw on. Had this craft economy, prior to mechanization, actually been ground down by poverty, Its workers might have spent the time given over to communal celebrations and church building on multiplying the yards of textiles woven or the pairs of shoes cobbled. Certainly an economy that enjoyed a long series of holidays, free from work, only 52 of which were Sundays, cannot be called impoverished. The worst one can say about it is that in its concentration on its spiritual interests and social satisfactions, it might fail to guard its members sufficiently against a poor winter diet and occasional bouts of starvation. But such an economy had some thing that we now have almost forgotten the meaning of: leisure, not freedom from work, which is how our present culture interprets leisure, but freedom within work, and along with that, time to converse, to ruminate, to contemplate the meaning of life. Aside from agriculture and building, the most radical weakness of the older handicrafts was their excessive craft specialization, which prevented the free circulation of knowledge and skill, and deprived the individual crafts outside the building trades of the great corporate assemblage of knowledge that had made the engineering feats of the cathedral builders such marvelous vehicles of cultural expression. At the end of the Middle Ages, this excessive specialization began to break down through an invasion from above. Note that Rabelais made the study of arts and crafts part of Gargantua's education. On cold and rainy days he devoted himself to carving and painting, and went with his tutor to observe the drawing of metals or the casting of cannon, or paid visits to jewelers, goldsmiths, and cutters of precious stones, or to alchemists and coiners, or to tapestry makers, printers, musical instrument makers, dyers, and other craftsmen of that sort, and everywhere they learned and considered the processes and inventions of each trade. In this description, Rabelais was recording, in effect, the great innovation effected in person by the Renaissance artist, the audacious all-round amateur who, though he might still have to attach himself to the gold smith's guild, was actually breaking through a cramping and obsolescent craft isolationism, for this new figure was equally ready to paint a picture, cast a bronze, plan a fortification, design a pageant, or construct a building. Whatever he could think he could draw, whatever he could draw he could do. Through defying the constrictions of craft specialization, the artist restored the full exercise of mind. This facility was not the product of a special genius, was Vasari's genius. It was due, rather, to a disruption of older municipal, guild, and ecclesiastic institutions by princely despots and patrons. This gave an 139 opportunity for detached, non-specialized minds to move freely from one craft to another, utilizing their hoarded skills, but not having to invent them alone, de novo, as the machine designers after James Watt were largely forced to do. But note, the most successful of these artists, Brunel Leschi, Michelangelo, and Christopher Wren, derived their strength mainly from the ancient, if highly organized, building crafts, as a later industrial giant, Joseph Paxton, did from horticulture. 3. Technical liberation. However slow in pace, pre-mechanized industry and agriculture relied so largely on manual labor that this gave it a freedom and flexibility that a system more dependent upon a permanent assemblage of specialized machines demanding a heavy capital investment ceased to enjoy. Tools have always been personal property, selected and often reshaped, if not directly made, to fit the needs of the individual worker. Compared with complex machines, they are cheap, replaceable, easily transported, but worthless without manpower. With his kit of tools, the urban journeyman, once his apprenticeship was over, could and did travel abroad, surveying new scenes, learning new technical tricks, overcoming in some degree the traditional craft stratifications. So far from being stagnant, medieval techniques not merely introduced new inventions like the silk reeling machine, 1272, block printing, 1289, the spinning wheel, 1298, and the wire pulling machine, 1350, but it expanded and perfected older industries, like glassmaking and glass blowing as before noted, skills that provided the indispensable flasks and alembics for later chemical experiments. But here again, be it noted, the first large-scale use of glass was not for utilitarian but for aesthetic purposes, the great windows of the lady churches of the 13th century. Thus, until the 17th century, this polytechnic tradition performed the feat of transmitting the major technical heritage derived from the past, while introducing many fresh mechanical or chemical improvements, sometimes inventions as radical in technical conception and as profound in social effects as the printing press. The rapid success of the printing press, which made the transition from manuscript writing to printing from types in less than a century, was in itself a proof of how effectively handicraft had prepared the way for this further step, and showed no inherent hostility to such improvements. Apart from the passing resistance of the old manuscript copyists, the new invention could spread swiftly because the initial step in mechanization, the creation of perfectly standardized hand lettering, had long been achieved in the monastery, where a deliberately mechanized habit of life laid the groundwork for wider mechanizations. As a contribution to the growing sense of liberation and autonomy that accompanied the first mechanical innovations, the hand-operated printing press had a central place. No one worthy of respect seriously doubts the social advantages of multifolding the printed word, for this invention broke down the class monopoly of written knowledge and opened the world time as decisively as the new explorations that were contemporary with it opened the world of space. Until the 16th century, the enormous amount of empirical knowledge that had been preserved within each craft had lain under this limitation. It never was transferred to the permanent record, and when, unfortunately, the human links were broken by plague or war, essential elements in the tradition might disappear. With the invention of printing, it was possible to collect and diffuse technological knowledge on a great scale, and it is not without significance that one of the reddest of technical compendiums, Agricola's treatise on mining and the metallurgical arts, appeared within a century of Gutenberg's innovation, conveying not merely accurate scientific information, abundantly illustrated, but displaying an extraordinary grasp of many other crafts. In time, De Re Metallica was followed by other useful handbooks and recipe books, as well as by series of wood engravings, such as those of Jost Ammon, illustrating the progress of the arts, with the technological portions of the great French encyclopedic done under the personal supervision of Denis Diderot. This movement came to a temporary climax. This increased consciousness of technology seems to have been part of a synchronous worldwide movement, hardly to be accounted for by direct contact, for Chinese and Japanese prints, from the 16th century on, strangely show a similar interest in craft skills, in technical processes, and even, in many cases, in the characteristic environment of the worker. The degree-read feat of medieval technics, then, was that it was able to promote and absorb many important changes without losing the immense carryover of inventions and skills derived from earlier cultures. In this lies one of its vital points of superiority over the modern mode of monotechnics, which boasts of effacing, as fast and as far as possible, the techniques achievements of earlier periods, even though the result, as in the case of monotransport by motor car or jet plane alone, may be far less flexible and less efficient than the more diverse and many-paced system which preceded it. Some of this polytechnic advantage was due to the fact that the skills, the aesthetic judgment and appreciation, and the symbolic understanding were diffused throughout the whole community, not restricted to any one. 141. caste or occupation. By their very nature, polytechnics could not be reduced to a single, standardized, uniform system, under centralized control. Not the least part of polytechnic tradition lay in the arts derived from Neolithic culture, where women's interests and women's modes of work continued to play a part, not only in pot-making, basket-work, and spinning and weaving, but in the specifically domestic arts which account for such a large part of human work: cooking, preserving, brewing, dyeing, washing, even soap-making. Many of the prime inventions in this area remained unaltered for thousands of years, like the shapes of pitchers and vases, and four-legged furniture, because they had achieved a satisfactory form at an early date. When one is counting up the accumulated richness of this tradition, one must remember, too, the wealth of recipes for cooking and baking that each separate regional culture produced, the endless combination of nutrients and tempting flavors that helped turn the animal process of private maceration into the social art of enjoyable eating. This, too, is part of our technical tradition, as much as the medical pharmacopoeia. In a period such as the present, which takes pride in its ability to produce ever larger quantities of food pasteurized, homogenized, sterilized, frozen, or otherwise reduced to an infant's standard of tastelessness, the disappearance of this heritage has become a necessary condition for meekly accepting the space capsule's requirements for nutrition as the standard human diet. Here again, the polytechnic tradition stands for variety and aesthetic discrimination as essential conditions for heightening organic activity. In cooking, clothing, bodily ornament, and gardening, as in painting and sculpture, no culture had to wait for the Industrial Revolution for endless modifications and qualitative improvements. The medieval social order could not be completely mechanized or depersonalized because it was based, fundamentally, upon a recognition of the ultimate value and reality of the individual soul, a value and a reality that related it to equally identifiable groups and corporate associations. The relation between the soul and its God, between the serf, the armed retainer, and the lord, between the apprentice and his master, between the guildsman and his city, even between the king and his people, was a personal relation, too complex and too subtle to be confined to a specific function or limited to a specific contractual agreement, since it involved the entire life. One of the favorite themes of medieval folk tales is that of the brave peasant or miller who talked back to the king and told him off, such a tale as I once heard the Lord Mayor of The Hague repeat, with a twinkle in his eye, on a great civic occasion when the Queen of the Netherlands was present. But who has ever told off a computer? In countries like England and Holland, moreover, written constitutions and parliamentary rules of order were established in many informal local units before they were passed on to bigger organizations. At the very 142 moment that the great crafts and merchant guilds, already corrupted by wealth, or made subservient to the state, ceased to exercise their old functions, the English working classes, in desperation, revived the friendly societies and the burial societies for the support of the sick, the widows, and the orphans, associations that had long before originated in the Roman Empire and had never been entirely obliterated, it would seem, in the mind, even when they disappeared from the historic scene. This social background of medieval polytechnics is too often overlooked by the specialized technical historian, who treats technology without reference to either the political or the personal forms that it helps to bring into existence. As late as the 16th century, this dynamic and enterprising polytechnics was not only intact, but was still developing, as the wider exploration of the planet brought into Europe both natural resources and technical processes it could use to advantage. For the first time in history, the arts and techniques of the world as a whole were ready to intermingle, to learn from each other, to increase the range of both their practical effectiveness and their symbolic expression. Unfortunately, at that point, a change came about that fatally arrested this growth, a system of one-sided political and military domination produced its counterpart in a system of mechanization and automation that ignored the human premises upon which the older agricultural and handicraft technologies had been founded. Not that the handicrafts died out quickly. The great improvements in fabricating automatic spinning and weaving machinery, in clocks and watches, could not indeed have taken place except with the aid of handicraft workers, who shifted from wood turning to metal turning and pattern making, and who used their craft experience to interpret the instructions of engineers or scientists. For the new complex machines could not be designed in detail on the drafting board, even in outline. Before this could happen, the working parts themselves had to be reworked and shaped by hand. England's leadership in the production of automatic machines from the beginning of the 19th century onward derives from a succession of such master craftsmen, beginning with Joseph Bramah and Henry Maud's Lay, and continuing through Nasmyth, Whitworth, Muir, Lewis, and Clement, men who made inventions like the screw-cutting lathe, Maud's Lay, which in turn made more complex machines possible. One of Maudsley's fellow workmen bore testimony to the qualities of his art. It was a pleasure to see him handle a tool of any kind, but he was quite splendid with an 18-inch file. As with the meticulous craftsmanship that went into the building of the Egyptian pyramids, the last refinement of accuracy was that achieved by the human hand. By the middle of the 19th century, this form of craft work had in 143 some departments reached a higher pitch of technical perfection in the metallurgical arts than ever before. With the aid of power machinery, harder steel, a wider range of metals and alloys, accurate lathes and dies, increased control over temperature and speed, there was no mechanical problem that the craftsman could not master. Until all this was achieved, machines could not produce machines. The great proof of that skill and resourcefulness was the construction of the Crystal Palace in London in 1851, a building prefabricated and put together with a speed that could hardly be equaled, if starting from scratch today. The point I am making is that if craftsmanship had not been condemned to death by starvation wages and meager profits, if it had, in fact, been protected and subsidized as so many of the new mechanical industries were in fact extravagantly subsidized, right down to jet planes and rockets today, our technology as a whole, even that of fine technics, would have been immensely richer and more efficient. What is not generally recognized is that, during the long transitional period from handicraft to complete mechanization, the crafts themselves had been multiplying and becoming more differentiated, and had taken advantage of small-scale mechanization in power-driven fulling mills or in precision machines like lathes. In 1568, Jost Ammon enumerated 90 different crafts, but 2 centuries later Diderot's encyclopedia counted as many as 250. As late as 1858, in England, in the little town of Lincoln alone, at a time when machine goods were beginning to invade every market, Norman Weimer reports that there were still over 50 crafts and trades being actively practiced, though by the end of the century, all had dwindled and many of them had disappeared. In another half-century, the physical lot of the surviving workers had notably improved, with unemployment insurance, social security, and the new health services, while their children's school education was assured by government-operated schools. In addition, they had, for intellectual or emotional stimulus and diversion, the radio and television. But the work itself was no longer as various, as interesting, or as sustaining to the personality, and in the case of any large breakdown in the mechanical system, there would not be enough craft skill left, or the necessary tools and self-confidence to improvise even a temporary substitute. Sebum Roundtree's successive surveys of York in 1901, then in 1941, amply document this change. Whatever the advantages of a highly organized system of mechanical production, based on non-human sources of power, and as everyone recognizes there are many advantages, the system itself tends to grow more rigid, more inadaptable, more dehumanized in proportion to the completeness of its automation and its extrusion of the worker from the process of production. On this matter, I shall have more to say at a later. 144. Point. Here I would only emphasize that the deliberate maintenance of a widely diffused and varied group of handicraft occupations would have been a guarantee of human autonomy and an essential factor of economic safety, and that the recovery of many of these all but lost arts, which William Morris began in the middle of the 19th century, was and still remains an indispensable counterbalance to over-mechanization. Where surplus manpower is available in a world indeed threatened by an overproduction of manpower with millions misemployed or out of work, in either case, demoralized manual labor should still perform important productive tasks and human services that the machine must either leave undone or accomplish only at an excessive cost. Felix Green's film on Vietnam made this point with startling impact. In North Vietnam, between 1965 and 1968, the United States Air Forces destroyed the principal cities and industrial plants, along with the railroads and high roads not once, but again and again with the object of making it impossible to manufacture weapons, build up supplies, or transport troops and munitions to the south. In the course of 3 years this effort proved utterly unsuccessful in achieving its objective. The North Vietnamese government, by calling on the diffused manual labor and craft ingenuity of its people, by enlisting human muscles rather than machines, by using simple weight-lifting and water-transporting devices, worked by hand, were able rapidly to repair the damage and not merely have refused to accept defeat, but continued to carry the war itself into the South. Thus this residual craft culture and almost Neolithic economy, utilizing homegrown materials and home-taught skills, all still available in a farming community, were able to counteract the powerful mechanized instruments of the invader, and to make fools out of the Pentagon strategists who were sure they could terrorize the Vietnamese into surrender, or paralyze their military effectiveness by destroying their means of production. If, as many anthropologists still hold, the making and using of tools was one of the chief sources of primitive man's intellectual development, is it not time that we ask ourselves what will happen to man if he departs as completely as he now threatens to do from his primal polytechnic occupations? Since they can no longer be pursued at a profit, perhaps they will have to be restored as modes of sport and recreation, even more as helpful increasingly essential forms of personal service and mutual aid. 145. 4. Subversion OFS. The common habit in the 19th century of equating technical improvement exclusively with power-driven machines, increasingly automatic, led to an underestimation of the amount of improvement that actually had been made between the 12th and the 18th centuries through the fabrication of more adequate containers, both individual containers like pots, pans, sacks, bins, and collective containers like canals and ships. That containers may transmit power, like a mill race, or utilize power, like a sailboat, is one of those obvious facts that concentration on a purely mechanical world picture has led historians to overlook, partly because containers themselves, being static and passive, do not noisily call attention to themselves. Not the least contribution of medieval polytechnics, however, was that it demonstrated how to maintain a balance between the static and the dynamic components of technics, between utilities and machines, and, as it happens, the first notable improvement that made worldwide transportation possible was the design of the three-mast sailing ship, in which wind power was more effectively applied than ever before to move a large container laden with goods from port to port. Similarly, the first step in speedy transport, with regular deliveries, came through the building of canals in Europe, from the 16th century on, and the network of canals that spread up the rivers from the Low Countries, finally covering great distances, like the Rhone Canal, brought steady improvements in both shipping and agriculture. Because the Netherlands took the lead in this development, it became, according to Adam Smith's calculations, by far the richest country in Europe, in proportion to the extent of the land and the number of inhabitants, the richest and the best fed. One might indeed compile a long list of the non-mechanical improvements that antedate by 200 or 300 years the so-called Industrial Revolution. This list would include the introduction of domestic glass windows on a large scale after the 16th century, typified by the three-windowed Dutch urban dwelling, the introduction of wallpaper and toilet paper, and the functional organization of the dwelling house into specialized rooms for dining, cooking, sociability, and sleeping. Add to this the multiplication of pots and pans, of iron stoves and ovens, of earthen and glassware, the metal piping of water for domestic use, and finally the use of water pipes and waste drains in that most decisive of domestic improvements, the water closet, invented by Sir John Harington, in 1596. All this was accompanied by a vastly increased application of non-human energy to industries like brewing, dyeing, pottery making, brick. 14.6. Making, salt manufacture, and transportation. John Neff points out, for instance, that from 1564 to 1634 the recorded shipments of coal from the Tyne increased nearly 14 times over, from 32,952 tons to 452,625 tons. Similarly, Braudel estimates a comparable increase in shipping, the volume of shipping between 1600 and 1786 to 87, when reliable statistics were available in France, increased 5 times, so that it would be more correct to say, he notes, that the steam engine was launched by the Industrial Revolution rather than that it was the cause of it. The change of mind that underlay this earlier technical transformation was that which likewise underlay the coalescence of the mechanical world. Picture, a transfer from ritual regularity to mechanical regularity, with an emphasis upon orderly timekeeping, space measuring, account keeping. Thus translating concrete objects and complex events into abstract quantities, and it was this capitalistic devotion to repetitive order and mechanical discipline and financial rewards that helped to undermine the lively, diversified, but finely balanced polytechnics that came to such full fruition in 17th century Holland. Meanwhile, mechanization itself had assumed formidable proportions. Before the 17th century, hastened no doubt by the processes that were bringing about absolutism in government, and capitalistic organization into all the industries where heavy capital investments for ships or machinery were essential. Long-distance control through numerous agents favored the enterprises of those who commanded money and were capable of exercising a ruthless, semi-military control over men, the condottiere. The piratical sea captain, like Sir Francis Drake, or the slave snatcher, like Sir John Hawkins, the efficient organizer and money maker, like Jacob Fugger the Elder, or his rivals, like the Welsers, who already had investments in Venezuela. The mechanization of money making, and the making of money by mechanization were complementary processes. Impersonal authority and submissive obedience, mechanical regimentation, and human control, went hand in hand. The miner, the soldier, the sailor, eventually the factory laborer performed their tasks on the most harsh and inhuman terms, forced by starvation to accept conditions that provided a minimum amount of social security, human fellowship, or physical health. And first, the increased use of armor in warfare, with the later invention of cannon and muskets, made fresh demands on the metallurgical industries, mine, furnace, foundry, and forge. By the 16th century, as Agricola vividly demonstrates, mining and smelting had become advanced industries, in the sense that many operations were now highly mechanized. And some of them, like machinery for mine drainage, became, where water power was available, completely automatic. In the mines of Saxony, in Agricola's day, it was possible to sink deep mines and use water pumps for removing underground water, while tracks shod with metal, railroads. 147 were laid for hauling ores over the otherwise rough surface of the tunnels. Forced ventilation, fans operated by water power, was used to clear away noxious gases, and water power was used, too, for crushing ores. Again in the mine, possibly for the first time in history, wage laborers were used, instead of criminals or slaves. Thus many of the principal mechanical inventions were derived from the mine, including the railroad, the mechanical lift, the underground tunnel, along with artificial lighting and ventilation, and were all in existence centuries before the first industrial revolution, and the steam engine, which was perfected by what in 1760, had first been used in Newcomen's cruder form to pump water out of mines. The 8-hour day and the 24-hour triple shift had their beginning in Saxony. Actually, mining operations in early 19th century England had not yet reached the point, either mechanically or socially, that had been attained in late medieval Germany. If this fact had been generally known, the pious Victorian belief in automatic mechanical progress century by century might have been slightly shaken. Mining originally set the pattern for later modes of mechanization by its callous disregard for human factors, by its indifference to the pollution and destruction of the neighboring environment, by its concentration upon the physico-chemical processes for obtaining the desired metal or fuel, and above all by its topographic and mental isolation from the organic world of the farmer and the craftsman, and the spiritual world of the church, the university, and the city. In its destruction of the environment and its indifference to the risks to human life, mining closely resembles warfare, though likewise it often, through its confrontation of danger and death, brings into existence a tough, self-respecting personality, with capacities for heroism and self-sacrifice, not unlike that of the soldier at his best. But the destructive animus of mining and its punishing routine of work, along with its environmental poverty and disorder, were passed on to the new industries that used its products. These negative social results offset the mechanical gains. If mining involved speculative economic risks, it also brought huge returns, and this, too, served as a pattern for both capitalist enterprise itself and later mechanization. The readiness to make heavy investments in mining was stimulated by this possibility of making extraordinary profits. Agricola took pains to point out the chances for easy gains in mining, as compared with normal commerce, and Werner Sombart in Der moderne Kapitalismus calculated that in the 15th and 16th centuries German mining earned as much in 10 years as trade in the old style was able to in 100. In the capitalist attack upon polytechnics, war was the spearhead and mining the shaft, both were inured to methodical destruction, both sought to get something for nothing, both placed physical 14g power above any other human need. In the traditional industries, the older concepts of the just price, based on time and skill, normalized by use and won't still held, but in mining, as in the wholesale trades and long-distance commercial adventures, the highest price possible, regardless of justice or equity _W hat the traffic will bear was the object. Let the worker cringe, let the buyer beware. As capital gains increased, more capital was available for investment in mines, ships, and factories, as well as in the costly machinery that, from the 18th century on, competed with hand labor and drove it out of the market. This general movement was in turn abetted by two other inventions, both social, which gave the advantage to machine operations over the small surviving workshops that utilized local materials and local hand labor. I refer to the patent system, first established in England, which bestowed on the inventor, or, rather, the exploiter, of a new invention, an effective temporary monopoly, and the other was the joint stock company, with limited liability, which widened the number of possible investors and relieved them of the burden of individual responsibility for bankruptcy. that single ownership or partnership entailed. These changes completed the depersonalization of the whole industrial process. After the 17th century, an increasing number of anonymous workers were exploited for the benefit of equally anonymous and invisible and morally indifferent absentee owners. Thus the various components of mechanized industry conspired to remove the traditional valuations and the human aims that had kept the economy under control and caused it to pursue other goals than power. Absentee ownership, the cash nexus, managerial organization, military discipline, were from the beginning the social accompaniments of large-scale mechanization. This removal of limits had the effect of undermining by now almost totally destroying the earlier forms of polytechnics, and of replacing it with the monotechnics based on maximizing physical power, contracting or expanding or diverting human needs to those that are required to keep such an economy in operation. Warfare, the activity that had first made such heavy demands on the mind, in turn, contributed further to mechanization by reverting in industry to a military discipline and daily drill, in order to ensure uniform operations and uniform results. This reciprocal interplay between warfare, mining, and mechanization was ultimately responsible for some of the most vexatious problems that must now be faced. From the beginning, I must emphasize, if we are to understand technology's increasing threats to mankind, the murky air of the battlefield and the arsenal blew over the entire field of industrial invention and affected civilian life. The war machine hastened the pace of standardization. 149. And mass production. As the centralized territorial state increased in size, efficiency, and command of taxable wealth, larger armies were needed to reinforce its authority. By the 17th century, before iron had begun to be used in large quantities in the other industrial arts, Colbert had created arms factories in France, Gustavus Adolphus had done likewise in Sweden, and in Russia, as early as Peter the Great, there were 683 workers in a single factory, a heretofore unheard of number. Within these factories, the division of process in serial production had already begun, each worker performing only part of an operation, and the grinding and polishing machinery was worked by water power. Sombart observed that Adam Smith would have done better to take arms manufacture, rather than pin making, as an example of the mechanization of the process of production, with its specialization and fixation of human effort before the machine itself was sufficiently organized to take over the whole job. Standardization, prefabrication, and mass production were all first established in state-organized arsenals, most notably in Venice, centuries before the Industrial Revolution. It was not Arkwright, but Venetian urban officials in command of the arsenal, who first established the factory system, and it was not Sir Samuel Bentham and the elder Brunei who first standardized ship production, with various tackle blocks and planks cut to uniform measure. 4 centuries before, the arsenal at Venice had so well mastered the process of prefabrication that it could put together a whole vessel within a month. And though the priority for fabricating machines with standardized and therefore replaceable parts belongs to the inventors of printing with movable type, it was in the production of muskets that this method first became widely adopted, first in Leblanc's innovation in France in 1785, and then, in 1800, in Eli Whitney's factory at Whitneyville, under contract with the United States government. The technique of interchangeable part manufacture, as Usher observes, was thus established in general outline before the invention of the sewing machine or harvesting machinery. The new technique was a fundamental condition of the great achievements realized by inventors and manufacturers in those fields. But there was still another place where war forced the pace of invention and mechanization, not for the first nor yet the last time. Not merely was gun casting the greatest mutant of improved technique in the foundry, and not merely was the claim of Henry Court to the gratitude of his countrymen based primarily on the contribution he had made to military security, as Ashton says, but the demand for high-grade iron in large quantities went hand in hand with the increase of artillery bombardment as a preparation for assault even on the open field. The effectiveness 15Q of this concentration of firepower was demonstrated by the brilliant young artilleryman Napoleon Bonaparte, who was to scourge Europe with his technological genius while he liquidated the French Revolution. The mathematical calculations and physical experiments that increased the precision of artillery fire reflected the military preoccupations rather than those of the current industrial arts, with their cut-and-try methods. And this influence was so universal that the roles of the military, the civil, and the mechanical engineer were at first almost interchangeable. Let us not forget that the same demands for accurate artillery fire resulted in the invention of the modern computer. It was in the army, finally, that the process of mechanization was first effectively applied on a mass scale to human beings, through the replacement of irregular feudal or citizen armies, intermittently assembled, by a standard army of hired or conscripted soldiers, under the severe discipline of daily drill, contrived to produce human beings whose spontaneous or instinctive reactions would be displaced by automatic responses to orders. His "not to reason why" was the motto for the whole system. The doing and the dying followed. Military regimentation proved the archetype for collective mechanization, for the mega-machine it created was the earliest complex machine of specialized, interdependent parts, human and mechanical. Though perfected for military purposes in Macedonia and the Roman Empire, that power unit had partly lapsed in the West until it was reintroduced in the 16th century and perfected by Prince Maurice of Orange and Nassau. Thus the pattern of the new industrial order first appeared upon the parade ground and the battlefield before it entered, full-fledged, into the factory. The regimentation and mass production of soldiers, to the end of turning out a cheap, standardized, and replaceable product, was the great contribution of the military mind to the machine process. And not strangely, the first important byproduct of this transformation was the military uniform itself. Those special liveries had been used to designate the servants and guards of great princes and municipalities. Michelangelo's design for the uniform of the papal guards is still worn. Armies hitherto had not boasted identifiable uniforms. But with the increase in the size of the army, it was necessary to create an outward sign of their inner unison, to correspond to the uniformities of the daily drill. The military uniform was an early example of a general tendency to uniformity, which characterized the barracks architecture and street facades of the 17th century, with their uniform rooflines and repetitive windows. Each soldier must have the same clothes and the same equipment as every other member of his company. Drill made them act as one, discipline made them respond as one, the uniform made them look as one. 151. With an army of 100,000 soldiers, such as Louis XIV had brought together, the need for uniforms made no small demand upon industry. This was in fact the first large-scale demand for standardized ready-made consumer goods. Individual taste, individual judgment, individual needs other than the dimensions of the body, played no part in this new mode of production. The conditions for complete mechanization were present. The textile industries felt this solid demand, anticipating in the end product the sewing machine that was tardily invented by Thimonnet of Lyons in 1829, though one is not surprised to find that it was the French War Department that sought first to use it. From the 16th century on, then, the army furnished the pattern not only of quantity production but of ideal consumption under the machine system, rapid standardized production for equally rapid standardized consumption with built-in waste and destruction as a means of averting financial bankruptcy through overproduction, the latter a recurrent threat to the capitalist system during the transitional era of competition in the free market. The great change produced by this whole process of mechanization was to shift the balance of economic power from agriculture, with its accompanying industries, textiles and pottery and building, Neolithic in origin, to mining and warfare and machine production. The application of mechanical inventions to textiles, which went on so rapidly after the 17th century, only increased this imbalance by undermining the old hand workers and drawing a largely unskilled labor force into the new factories, organized on the same principles that governed mines and arsenals. The new industries, glass-making, iron mining and smelting, weapons manufacture, as well as the new water-driven textile mills, lay usually outside the old towns where the arts and crafts had flourished under guild and municipal protection. Printing, too, had grown up without being subject to guild regulations. Late medieval national legislation in England, following the example of the town guilds, sought to limit quantitative growth and give social protection to the established workers. The Statute of Edward VI prohibited gig mills, and the English Statute of Apprentices of 1563 likewise sought to limit the opportunities for human exploitation. Even the Statute of William and Mary limited the number of looms that might be employed by one master. But in the name of economic freedom all these regulations were repealed in England in 1809. Symbolically, this marked the end of domestic production by independent artisans, free to come and go as they pleased. From this time on, freedom for the manufacturer meant freedom to exploit labor, freedom likewise to ignore qualitative standards, personal obligations, human needs. Thus facility in making automatic, power-driven machines, which 152 resulted in enormous gains in productivity in essential industries like textiles, was accompanied, as it had been in the Pyramid Age, by the practice of debasing the worker to the level of the machine, depleting health, deforming the body, shortening the life of the worker, and driving the unemployed into pauperdom and beggary, starvation and death. This dehumanization of the living worker was complemented, paradoxically, by the progressive hominization of the machine, hominization in the sense of giving the automaton some of the mechanical equivalents of lifelike motion and purpose, a process that has come to a striking consummation in our own day. This is not the place to reckon up the net gains and absolute losses that came about through the unrestricted process of mechanization. There are, indeed, not enough data to support even gross guesses until, in a few countries after the 18th century, the statistics of births and deaths and diseases, of industrial output and consumption, become available. How indeed can one compare a mainly handicraft polytechnics, whose slow rate of production is matched by an equally slow rate of consumption, with a system that matches its extraordinary output of energy and goods with equally rapid consumption and destruction, that indeed deliberately forces consumption or waste, through incessant, superficial changes of fashion, of otherwise durable goods? If the first was in fact inherently a scarcity economy, how was it that it could afford to put so much energy into works of art and religion, that it could waste so much manpower in war, that the wealthy could retain such large armies of retainers and menials? All this would indicate, not technical insufficiency, but rather the fatal absence of a just system of distribution, a conclusion that is reinforced by Benjamin Franklin's estimate, well before megatechnics had taken hold, that if work and reward and consumption standards were more evenly distributed, a 5-hour day would suffice to supply all human needs. If, on the other hand, the machine economy has now transcended these limitations, how is it that in the United States more than a quarter of the population lacks an income sufficient to provide a minimum standard of living? Of only one fact we may be sure, and this is that although the material resources of the world have been immensely increased by our high energy technology, the net gain has not been nearly as great as is usually reckoned. When the constant factor of wanton waste, premature obsolescence, organic deterioration through environmental pollution and depletion, and premature death by war and genocide are taken into account. That there have been considerable gains in many old areas is beyond doubt, and Timir has been a creative enrichment through many new technological processes and products is equally evident. But the 19th century exponents of progress, and their old-fashioned disciples today, 153, falsified the picture by failing to take account of the accompanying losses, above all, losses brought about through the deliberate extirpation of the handicraft tradition itself, with its immense storage of human experience and skill, only a small part of which has been passed on in the design and fabrication of machines. On this score, Leibniz's observation still holds, concerning unwritten knowledge scattered among men of different callings. I am convinced that it surpasses in quantity and in importance anything we find in books, and that the greater part of our wealth is not yet recorded. Most of that unrecorded wealth, deplorably, is now lost forever. Those who are committed to megatechnics regard as reprehensible the repeated attempts made, at various times and places, to retard or halt the process of invention. There was, indeed, a long tradition of such resistance. Friedman instances the story of the Emperor Vespasian refusing to accept a labor-saving device for lifting building stones up the Capitoline hill, because it would deprive the little people of their work and wages. And a more selfish kind of resistance to invasion of vested interests was offered to other inventors, such as the reputed inventor of a mechanical ribbon loom at Danzig, who was condemned to death as a public menace for his invention. The machine wrecking of the Luddite rioters in England has become proverbial as an example of feudal opposition, though what they sought by their rioting was only to maintain their living standard. But what shall we say of the counter-Luddites, the systematic craft wreckers of the machine, the ruthless enterprisers who, during the last 2 centuries, have in effect confiscated the tools, destroyed the independent workshops, and wiped out the living traditions of handicraft culture? What they have done is to debase a versatile and still viable polytechnics to a monotechnics, and at the same time they have sacrificed human autonomy and variety to a system of centralized control that becomes increasingly more automatic and compulsive. If, 2 centuries earlier, they had fully succeeded in extirpating the handicraft traditions of the primitive peoples, rubber would not play the part it now does in our advanced technology. Were these craft wreckers afraid to let handiwork survive lest it join forces, against their financial interests, with the human heart? 5. Technological pool. As late as the middle of the 19th century an immense technological heritage was still in existence, widely scattered among the peoples of the earth, every part of it colored by human needs, environmental resources. 254. Intercultural exchanges, and ecological and historic associations. This heritage already contained not merely a greater accumulation of past inventions and technical skills than had ever achieved a worldwide provenance before, but as a result of fundamental discoveries about nature, physical and biological, it had disclosed fresh potentialities for a marvelous future, a future already initiated by the invention of the electric telegraph, the dynamo, and the electric motor. In terms of this variegated, infinitely rich planetary heritage, the prospects offered by the bare mechanical world picture were already outmoded. The major part of this technical equipment had been passed along for thousands of years, and had consciously drawn into a common pool, more or less accessible through books and printed publications, many precious components that had hitherto been confined to the widely scattered communities where they originated, passed on intermittently only by imitation and word of mouth. The diffusion of this store of knowledge in Western Europe, after the 12th century, provided in itself the equivalent of many new inventions and was in no small part accountable for the technical dynamism that made still more sweeping technical changes later identified as the Industrial Revolution possible. During these fateful centuries, AD 1200 to 1800, mankind learned more about the earth itself. as a habitable globe, about the organisms that inhabit it, and about human cultures than had ever been known before. Biologists have coined the term gene pool to describe the immense amount of genetic material available, in ever-fresh combinations, in a large population. Though over a long period certain genes will tend to disappear because they are lethal, and others will undergo modification and selective development through continued transactions with their environment and with each other. There are many genetic traits and organic properties that go back far into our mammalian past, whose absence or deficiency would undermine man's higher development. Similarly, one may talk of a technological pool, an accumulation of tools, machines, materials, processes, interacting with soils, climates, plants, animals, human populations, institutions, cultures. The capacity of this technological reservoir, until the third quarter of the 19th century, was immensely greater than ever before. What is more, it was more diversified and possibly quantitatively larger, as well as qualitatively richer than that which exists today. Not the least important part of this technological pool were the skilled craftsmen and work teams that transmitted the colossal accumulation of knowledge and skill. When they were eliminated from the system of production, that vast cultural resource was wiped out. This diversified technological assemblage not merely contributed to economic security, it permitted a continuous interplay between different 155 phases of technology, and for a time this actually happened. Though the water turbine was a late Technic invention, 1825, coming at a time when water was being widely replaced by coal as a steady source of energy. It came back at a higher level in the turbines of hydroelectric power stations, and the turbine principle was still later applied to the airplane motor in an advanced type of jet propulsion. A reverse reaction, in which an older technology benefited from new scientific advances, is exemplified in the altered cut of mainsail and jibs in modern sailing vessels, a change resulting from the closer analysis of airflow for the purpose of improving airplanes. Western man's pride over his many real achievements in mechanization made him too easily overlook all that he owed to earlier or more primitive cultures. So no one has yet attempted to make an inventory of the massive losses resulting from both the neglect and the deliberate destruction of this craft heritage, in favor of machine-made products. While the population of complex and technically superior machines has enormously increased during the last century, the technological pool has actually been lowered as one handicraft after another has disappeared. The result is that a monotechnics, based upon scientific intelligence and quantitative production, directed mainly toward economic expansion, material repletion, and military superiority, has taken the place of a polytechnics, based primarily, as in agriculture, on the needs, aptitudes, interests of living organisms, above all on man himself. Both the tool and the tool user, with their wide range of aptitudes, have almost disappeared in many areas. To get a simple job of repair done on a rake, William Morris once presciently predicted, with only a pardonable exaggeration, one would eventually need to transport a whole crew with their mechanical equipment. That day is already here. What cannot be done by a power machine or replaced by the factory must be scrapped, for nothing can be repaired by hand. The very ability to use simple tools with patience and skill is fast disappearing. It was not technological insight and adroitness but cupidity, power, hunger, overweening pride, and indifference to the future that kept Western peoples from maintaining their own craft traditions and their tool-using habits. If there had been any appreciation of the immense technological treasure that was being wrecked, or of the powers of the human personality that were thus being sapped, the growing commitment to a monotechnics, based on the displacement of man, might have been publicly challenged and slowed down, or, when necessary, arrested. There was no reason whatever to make a wholesale choice between handicraft and machine production, between a single contemporary part of the technological pool and all the other past accumulations. But there was a genuine reason to maintain as many diverse units in this pool as possible. 256. In order to increase the range of both human choices and technological inventiveness. Many of the machines of the 19th century, as Kropotkin pointed out, were admirable auxiliaries to handicraft processes. Once they could be scaled, like the efficient small electric motor, to the small workshop and the personally controlled operation. William Morris and his colleagues, who almost single-handed salvaged and restored one ancient craft after another, by personally mastering the arts of dyeing, weaving, embroidering, printing, glass painting, paper making, bookbinding, showed superior technological insight to those who scoffed at their romanticism. The nearest our machine-oriented culture came to preserving some of its immense wealth of technical traditions was to install a limited number of sample specimens in museums of art and natural history, and to collect a trickle of information rarely adequate about processes and methods from travelers, and later, from trained archaeologists and anthropologists. So one-sided has this effort been, however, that the article on crafts in the current International Encyclopedia of Social Sciences, 1968, treats the subject as if it could be confined to the working traditions of primitive peoples. One could hardly guess from that article that the crafts are a basic heritage of the entire human race, not least in the higher cultures, and that many unexplored potentialities will be destroyed if they are allowed to lapse. There is no new contribution of mechanics or electronics that cannot be readily absorbed in this great technological pool. The only thing that cannot be absorbed is a system that would destroy the pool, in all its immense historic variety, in favor of a humanly underdimensioned mono-technics. 6. Subjective transition. If I have dealt at length with the late medieval background of modern technology, it is in order to bring out 2 points that have usually been overlooked. And first, the period between the 12th century and the 18th was not one of technological stagnation, far from it. Nor was it a period when only hand labor was available and the function of machines was despised or minimized. On the contrary, this was increasingly a power economy, and machines themselves, beginning with the watermill, the windmill, the mechanical clock and the lathe, were an integral part of it. This combination of extra human energy with polytechnics enlarged the area of human freedom, yet the pace of production, the constant involve. 157. Meant in works of art, and the conservative traditions of the old handicrafts, kept any one part of this economy from becoming heedlessly dynamic, or lopsidedly dominant. By the 16th century in the more advanced Western countries the outlines of a balanced economy, based on a resourceful technology, had come into existence, and if all the parts had been kept in being then, its further mechanization might have taken place with great human profit at many points, without upsetting this balance. The other point is that the power elements in this technology began, from the 14th century, to get out of hand, as feudal stability, based on use and wont, custom and ritual, was undermined. This was mainly the result of the new principles and incentives of capitalist finance, with its acquisitive appetites, its love of numbers and quantitative increase, themselves symbols of a new kind of status, with its new seizures of power. All these motivations were in turn augmented through the imperious demands of militarism for weapons and armaments, in a period of national unification and colonial expansion. The assemblage of the mechanical world picture, from the 16th century on, gave all these disparate efforts the subjective unity needed to ensure their eventual dominance, and meanwhile technics itself, so long rooted in agriculture, in every sense the basic industry, and in the regional environment, cut loose from these old ties and turned progressively into a monotechnics, concentrating on speed, quantity, control. One by one the factors that tended to limit the overgrowth of technics itself disappeared, and a machine-centered economy flourished as the Canada thistle once flourished on the Argentine pampas, when its invasion destroyed the ecological complex that had kept the environment in balance. In this changeover, the mechanical world picture, in all its many subjective manifestations, played a part perhaps as significant as the whole assemblage of new inventions. For those who responded to the mechanical world picture, the extension of the machine to every possible human activity was far more than a practical device to lift the burden of labor or increase wealth. As the otherworldly concerns of religion faded, these new activities were what gave fresh meaning to life, no matter how unfortunate the actual results on any cold rational appraisal might seem to be. Here again one sees, as long before in the Pyramid Age, how the process of mechanization was furthered by an ideology that gave absolute precedence and cosmic authority to the machine itself. When an ideology conveys such universal meanings and commands such obedience, it has become, in fact, a religion, and its imperatives have the dynamic force of a myth. Those who would question its principles or defy its orders do so at their peril, as groups of rebellious workers con. 158. Continued to discover for the next 3 or 4 centuries. From the 19th century on, this refurbished religion united thinkers of the most diverse temperaments, backgrounds, and superficial beliefs, minds as different as Marx and Ricardo, Carlyle and Mill, Comte and Spencer, subscribed to its doctrines, and from the beginning of the 19th century on, the working classes, finding themselves helpless to resist these new forces, countered the capitalist and militarist expressions of this myth with myths of their own, those of socialism, anarchism, or communism, under which the machine would be exploited, not for a ruling elite, but for the benefit of the proletarian masses. Against this machine-conditioned utopia only a handful of heretics, mostly poets and artists, dared to hold out. What hastened the pace of mechanization was the fact that it not only represented but actualized the new world picture, engaged on a conscious mission that of spreading the empire of the machine. The demands of mechanical progress had the effect of a divine ordinance, sacrilegious to challenge, impossible to disobey. Confronting such an ideology, Polytechnics was helpless. It had no corresponding ideology to draw on. When forced to face this fact, William Morris, the archetypal craftsman, turned to Marxist communism. Since all the scattered trades and crafts and vocations had grown up over the ages, their underlying inner unity was largely an unconscious traditional heritage, and their values had not yet been translated into a philosophy, much less a common systematic method. The contrast Descartes had made, already cited, between a town that has grown up gradually, house by house, street by street, and the city that has been projected as a unified structure by a single mind, would stand for the similar contrast between the diffused polytechnic tradition and that of monotechnics. The power system admits only one kind of complexity, that which conforms to its own method and belongs to the current period, a system so uniform that its components are in effect interchangeable parts, conceived as if by a single collective mind. This quasi-religious cult of mechanization was furthered, from the 17th century on, by some of the best talents available in England, France, and America. Its leaders were at work everywhere, not merely expounding its merits, but demonstrating them in practice in the counting house, the factory, the army, and the school, and as they increased in number, they solidified their ranks and brought theory and practice closer together. Against this united ideological front, the exponents of the older arts and crafts and humanities were helpless, poor in resources, scattered, fighting a rearguard action, often clinging out of their weakness to obsolete practices and ideas. What was gravely lacking in both camps was historical perspective, and it still is lacking. The choice open was never that between 159, a moribund and irretrievable past, and a dynamic, irresistible future. In putting the case in those terms, both parties were at fault. There were in fact many profitable and feasible alternatives to the course actually followed in the leading countries of Western civilization, and now rapidly enveloping the entire world. One of the great benefits of individualized national and regional cultures is that, if the opportunities are consciously seized, these potential alternatives can be experimented with under varied conditions and their advantages compared. Any philosophy of history that takes account of natural and human diversity must recognize that selective processes in nature have reached a higher stage in man, and that any mode of organizing human activities, mechanically or institutionally, which limits the possibilities of continued trial, selection, emergence, and transcendence, in favor of a closed and completely unified system, is nothing less than an effort to arrest human cultural evolution. Unfortunately, history could teach no lessons in a culture that had eliminated history from its basic premises. Hence the benefits of mechanization, so far from being absorbed into the existing polytechnics, were partly forfeited in order to make its own system more watertight. The results of this concentration are now painfully visible. Every error, every defect, is now repeated often instantaneously on a worldwide scale. The more universal this technology becomes, the fewer the alternatives that will be available, and the less possibility to restore autonomy to any of the components of the system. But this is to anticipate. The substantiating details will come out in the next chapter. Enough to point out here that though much of the polytechnic heritage has been lost forever, the concept of a diversified polytechnics will remain a necessary one in any humanly oriented system. In such a system the organism and the human personality, not the machine, will provide the master model. 7. There was a moment at the beginning of the 16th century, before the new power system, exemplified in capitalism and in colonialism, had taken form, when it might have seemed that a new order was taking form, in which the older modes of polytechnics would be reconstituted and reinforced by the contributions of a science-oriented technology. This possibility was expressed in the personality and the achievement of more than one great artist of the period. Indeed, it was visible in the 150 working life of many lesser artists like Vasari and Cellini. But above all, it was present in Leonardo da Vinci, in whose mind this new order struggled to come into existence only to be frustrated by other forces that were moving in the opposite direction. Those forces were in fact to dominate the next 4 centuries. In a sense, as I shall explain in the final chapters of this book, Leonardo's vision and work foretold a later mode of integration that has still to be achieved. There are many ways of looking upon the life of Leonardo da Vinci. One may see him as the meticulous painter whose passion for perfection lowered his output of art, as the extraordinary engineer whose inventions and improvements upon existing inventions, including the flying shuttle, rank him as one of the greatest technicians of all time, as the frustrated genius whose capacities were never sufficiently called forth by contemporary patrons, or, finally, as the wide-ranging mind that took all existence, if not all knowledge, as his province. On the whole, present-day interest in Leonardo centers increasingly upon his vast range of mechanical proposals and exploits. I accept all these characterizations for what they are worth. But there is still another way of looking at Leonardo, and this is as the forerunner of an age that has still to dawn, an age different from his own period, and in sharp contrast to that we live in today. The very traits that seem to mark him as a failure, and are taken as a reproach, give Leonardo, from the point of view developed here, a special distinction. If Leonardo's example of diversification had been more widely followed, the whole tempo of mechanical and scientific development would have been slowed down. This means that the pace of change might have been established in relation to human need, and that valuable parts of man's cultural heritage might have been kept alive, instead of being ruthlessly extirpated in order to widen the empire of the machine. Instead of rapid advances, on the basis of uncoordinated knowledge, in specialized departments, mainly those concerned with war and economic exploitation. There would have been the possibility of a slower but better coordinated advance that did justice to the processes, functions, and purposes of life. Had Leonardo's example in fact been followed, naturalization, mechanization, organization, and humanization might have proceeded together. Thus one method could have influenced and sustained the other, maintaining continuity with the past, yet alertly absorbing useful or significant novelty, constantly reviewing and correcting past errors, and seeking a wider selection of possibilities, introducing new values, not to destroy, but to enrich and fortify those already achieved by other ages and other cultures. Such a practical syncretism of technologies and ideologies would have been an open one, open indeed at both ends, to past and future, constantly absorbing and refining more of the past while projecting 161 and remodeling in a richer design ever larger tracts of the future. Unlike the technocrats of a later day, Leonardo was full of admiration for his predecessors. See Volume 1. The facile way of disposing of Leonardo's genius is to ally it with a supposedly vanished characteristic of the Renaissance mind, to treat it as the product of a culture so intellectually undeveloped, so lacking in scientific specialization, that a single mind could master every part of it. This is both a false compliment to Leonardo and a gratuitous disparagement of the cultural resources available. For the fact is that no culture, at least since the invention of writing, has ever been at the disposal of a single mind. Even an Aristotle, an Ibn Khaldun, or a Thomas Aquinas must necessarily have left out large tracts of human experience. Despite his wide range of interests, Leonardo was extremely sensitive, indeed highly susceptible, to new technical possibilities and new motives, and more than once they threatened to throw him off balance as badly as they did later enterprisers. Like any Victorian inventor, he too sometimes had dreams of quick financial success. Early tomorrow, January 2, 1496, he records in one of his notes, "I shall make the leather belt and proceed to a trial. 100 times in each hour 400 needles will be finished. Making 40,000 in an hour and 480,000 in 12 hours. Suppose we say 4,000, which at 5 soldi per thousand gives 20,000 soldi, 1,000 lira per working day, and if one works 20 days in the month, 60,000 equates the year." Even the shorter work week lay embedded in this wild dream of freedom and power through a successful invention, but happily this too easy type of success evaded him. Except for these temporary aberrations, Leonardo never succumbed completely to such utilitarian projects, and despite the intensity of his studies in painting, sculpture, engineering, military and civil, geology, and anatomy, he never allowed any single interest to dominate him. In fact, he sacrificed practical success, because of his slowness in delivering the final product, possibly because the process itself engaged him more fully than did the ultimate result. At all events, he maintained his many-sidedness and his balance. Had his moral sense not been awake, he would not have suppressed his invention of the submarine, because he felt that the soul of man was too devilish to be trusted with it. Just as, in the world of organisms, ecological complexity and variety prevents any single species from achieving complete dominance, so in human society, Leonardo's mode of thinking, had it prevailed and governed our system of education, would have prevented megatechnics from taking command. Leonardo's practical failures, so far from being a fault, were rather the price of his achievement as a feeling, thinking, value-weighing, acting human being. In an age when the printing press was open to him, this indefatigable recorder and writer published nothing. He was assembling 162. First in his own mind, with a fullness that no one since Imhotep, that master pyramid builder, had perhaps ever achieved, the necessary ingredients for a culture that would do justice to every aspect of organic life. Again, This synthesis was nowhere consciously adumbrated, it found expression only in Leonardo's works and days, but that expression, though imperfect, pervaded his whole life. Significantly, he was not alone. Minds of the same caliber, like Dürer's and Michelangelo's, surrounded him, and similar minds came into existence in later generations, from Christopher Wren to Goethe and George Perkins Marsh. But success and honor came most readily to those who concentrated on the service of the power system and obeyed its instructions. Yes, it is futile to dwell on ifs and might have beens. But if the spirit of Leonardo had influenced the modern age, the whole process of invention, exploration, colonization, and mechanization would have gone on more slowly, with a less ruthless suppression of many rival human propensities, with a less savage dismissal of rival interests and cultural forms. On the positive side, this would have ensured a more effective assimilation and coordination of the new knowledge. Insofar as these missed potentialities are still available in man's redoubtable brain, and still stored if widely scattered in all man's organs of mind, in language, tradition, history, architecture, books, records, the synthesis outlined in Leonardo's life still beckons us, all the more since the sun god's reign threatens to be terminated, not only by human failures, but by its own colossal but self-negating success. One has only to look through Leonardo's notebooks to realize that he had assembled in his own mind the main components of the modern world picture. He was already aware, through his willingness to inspect his own dreams, of the terrible potentialities for destruction and dehumanization that might lie in store for modern men unless his self-knowledge and his historic insight matched his accurate observations of external nature, and unless his ethical principles held in check the insolent egos that had already shown how little fit they were to be in control of the new forces now at modern man's disposal. Even gunpowder, steel armor, and advanced mining technology had opened up powers of destruction and conquest that enabled small gangs of resolute men to perform acts of both construction and destruction that had hitherto called for tens of thousands of brawny bodies. Not the least notable thing about Leonardo's mind was the lurking doubts beneath his ardent experiments and imaginative trials. While making meticulous anatomical dissections, which preceded Vesalius' studies by almost half a century, he recorded his wish for power to know the mind and social institutions of man as well as his body. There were counter-currents running in Leonardo's anxieties and inhibitions that may account for 163. The fact that despite his immense creative energies he did not turn to early publication, perhaps these reluctances made him the more willing to leave his work tentative and incomplete. Success might have come easily through specialization and publication, but at the price of forgetting wholeness, of becoming crippled and unbalanced, perhaps irrational and destructive. What I am saying here in praise of Leonardo must seem a mere mockery to the busy specialists of today, addressed from the beginning of their careers to some early application of newly achieved knowledge or technical expertise, each eager to jump with all possible speed to a post of authority, to the direct application of his knowledge to some overt form of control over the physical environment or over organic reproduction, and finally over other human brains, as soon as possible. For such minds to follow Leonardo's example, to spend a whole lifetime in their work with only a handful of small projects or publications to show for it would be an act of vocational suicide. Such diversification of interests as Leonardo practiced, such continence and self-control, such voluntary censorship, lie beyond the power complex's intellectual horizon. To hold Leonardo as a model before the success-prone scientists and technicians of today would be to invite scorn. In no sense was Leonardo their model or their forerunner. It is an error, nevertheless, to hold that Leonardo's example is an impossible one for our age. The example is impossible only because those who seek power are unwilling to pay the price of achieving balance and are unattracted by the human reward. What one must give up, in any effort to achieve a many-dimensioned and coherent world picture, is the idea of early achievement and instant exploitation. Whatever the field of invention, or organization, one must be ready to go forward at a slower pace, looking before and after, to make fewer discoveries, to spend as much time assimilating knowledge as in acquiring it, to do less, perhaps, in a whole lifetime in any one department than the concentrated specialist is able to do in a decade. From the standpoint of the power system, this demands an impossible sacrifice, the sacrifice of power to life. Chapter 7. Mass Production and Human Automation. 1. Pentagon of Power. So far I have attempted to expose the interplay of human interests and technological pressures that conspired after the 16th century to dominate Western civilization. In time these forces coalesced in the unconscious as a replenished myth of the machine. As with the earlier myth, this social and technological transformation might be duly rationalized as a massive, practical effort to fulfill human needs and increase material wealth, but beneath it was a deeply subjective and more obsessive drive toward the conquest of nature and the control of life, to the affecting of all things possible. I have now to show how the new ideas of order and power and predictability that dominated the new mechanical world picture made their way into every human activity. Within the last 4 centuries the older tradition of polytechnics was replaced by a system that gave primacy to the machine. With its repetitive motions, its depersonalized processes, its abstract quantitative goals. The later enlargement of these technical possibilities through electronics has only increased the scope and coercive absolutism of the system. Part of this story is now so familiar that one hesitates even briefly to recapitulate its main features. After the 6th century AD in Western Europe, some of the harsher features of the older megamachine were eliminated largely by etherealizing the power motive in the Roman Catholic Church, and turning lifetime service into the voluntary act of dedicated Christians. This partial transformation, which also ameliorated the lifetime division of labor, was first effected in the Benedictine monastery. While the ascetic routines of the monastic orders favored the machine, their rigorous accountancy of time and their careful control of money and goods were 164-165 progressively passed on to other forms of bureaucratic organization, private and public, from trading to tax collecting, until by the 16th century they had set the style for mercantile enterprise and governmental administration. Finally, the basic model of all 3 modes of regimentation, military, monastic, and bureaucratic, was introduced into large-scale industry by the factory system. It was this cumulative mechanical organization, not the steam engine, that accounts for the upsurge of industrial energy after 1750. Though a considerable part of this transformation can be read in purely technical terms, one must not overlook the shift in human motives through the increasing translation of both political and economic power into purely abstract quantitative terms, mainly, terms of money. Physical power, applied to coerce other human beings, reaches natural limits at an early stage. If one applies too much, the victim dies. So, too, with the command of purely material goods or sensual pleasures. If one eats too much, one suffers from indigestion or is overtaxed by corpulence. If one seeks sensual pleasure too constantly, the capacity for enjoyment decreases and eventually becomes exhausted. But when human functions are converted into abstract, uniform units, ultimately units of energy or money, there are no limits to the amount of power that can be seized, converted, and stored. The peculiarity of money is that it knows no biological limits or ecological restrictions. When the Augsburg financier, Jacob Fugger the Elder, Was asked when he would have so much money that he would feel no need for more, he replied, as all great magnates tacitly or openly do, that he never expected such a day to come. Thus the transformation of traditional polytechnics into a uniform, all-embracing monotechnics marked likewise the translation of a limited goods economy, based on a diversity of natural functions and vital human needs, to a power economy, symbolized by and concentrated on money. This transformation had taken thousands of years, and even today there are billions of people who remain outside the system and govern their activities by a different code. Coined money, a great step toward quantitative abstraction, was a relatively late invention, 7th century BC, and standard interchangeable monetary units came far later, while paper money and credit accounting on the scale now practiced was inconceivable before rapid transportation and communication became possible. This historic process may be condensed in a brief formula: manual work into machine work into paper work into electronic simulation of work, divorced progressively from any organic functions or human purposes, except those that further the power system. An abstract evaluation of goods and services in terms of standard money units, bushels if not coins, had played a role in the earliest power. 166. Economy and indeed had been passed on, if not independently invented, by even more primitive communities with their cowrie shells and wampum and similar media for exchange. Accordingly, the persistent inflation of the money motive, from the 16th century on, has usually been taken as a mere extension of an existing institution. This would be true if money alone were the only factor. But something more impelling than the traditional pecuniary motives, greed, avarice, luxury, played a part in this explosion. What took place was a far more commanding and complete transformation, the nucleation of a new power complex, comparable to that which produced the colossal constructive transformations of the Pyramid Age in both Egypt and Mesopotamia. What I have hitherto designated with intentional looseness as the myth of the machine I now propose to define more closely as the power complex, a new constellation of forces, interests, and motives, which eventually resurrected the ancient megamachine and gave it a more perfect technological structure, capable of planetary and even interplanetary extension. In English, by a happy alliterative accident, the main components of the new power complex all start with the same initial letter, beginning with power itself, so that one may call it all the more accurately because of contemporary American overtones the Pentagon of power. The basic ingredient was power itself, beginning in the Pyramid Age with such an assemblage of manpower as no earlier group had been capable of bringing into existence. Over the ages, this has been augmented by horsepower, water power, wind power, wood power, coal power, electric power, oil power, and climactically, only yesterday, by nuclear power, itself the ultimate form of the power from chemical reactions that had made the gasoline motor and the rocket possible. Organized political power backed by coercive weapons is the source of both property and productivity, first of all in the cultivation of the land, using sun power, and then at later stages in every other mode of production. Mechanical productivity, linked to widening markets, spells profit, and without the dynamic stimulus of profit, that is, money power, the system could not so rapidly expand. This perhaps explains why cruder forms of the mega-machine, which favored the military caste rather than the merchant and industrial producer, and relied on tribute and pillage, remained static, and in the end unproductive and unprofitable to the point of repeated bankruptcy. Finally, no less an integral part of the power system is publicity, prestige, panache, through which the merely human directors of the power complex, the military, bureaucratic, industrial, and scientific elite, are inflated to more than human dimensions in order better to maintain authority. These separate components of the power system derive from the far 167 richer ecological complex ecosystem in scientific parlance, in which all organisms, including man, live and move and have their being. Within that ecosystem, which includes human culture, all of these components of the power complex originally had their place and performed their indispensable functions. What the power complex did was to wrench these separate components from their organic matrix and enclose them in an isolated subsystem centered not on the support and intensification of life but on the expansion of power and personal aggrandizement. So closely are the components of the power complex related that they perform virtually interchangeable functions, not only in the sense that every operation is reducible to pecuniary terms, but that money itself in turn can be translated equally into power or property or publicity or public, television, personalities. This interchangeability of the power components was already plain to Heraclitus at the critical moment that the new money economy was in formation. All things may be reduced to fire, he observed, and fire to all things, just as goods may be turned into gold and gold into goods. When any one of these components is weak or absent, or is not closely enough joined to the neighboring processes, the power system cannot work at full speed or with maximum efficiency. But its final goal is a quantitative abstraction money or its etherealized and potentially limitless equivalent. Credit. The latter, like the faith of the musical banks in Eruhan, is at bottom only a pious belief that the system will continue indefinitely to work. Commitment to the power complex and relentless pursuit of pecuniary gains, in both direct and indirect forms, define the power system and prescribe its only acceptable goal. That goal, fitly enough, belongs to the same memorable series of alliterations progress. In terms of the power system, progress means simply more power, more profit, more productivity, more paper property, more publicity, all convertible into quantitative units. Even publicity can be expressed in column yards of newspaper clippings and man-hours of television appearance. Each new achievement of the power system, whether in scientific research, in education or medicine, in antibiotics, or in space exploration, will be expressed through the same media for institutional magnification and ego inflation. The school, the church, the factory, the art museum each currently plays the same power theme, marching to the same beat, saluting the same flags, joining the interminable columns already assembled on the side streets to become the new leaders of the parade that the kings, the despots, the conquistadors, and the financiers of the Renaissance first marshaled together. Though the constellation that has formed the power system was not deliberately assembled at any single moment, many of its active compo 168 nants, created in earlier civilizations, had never in fact passed out of existence. Once the restraining codes and ideals of a more humanly conditioned ideology were destroyed, the power system, freed from such institutional competition, swiftly burgeoned. The power system has often been mistakenly identified with feudalism, with absolute monarchy, with princely despotism, with capitalism, with fascism, with communism, even with the welfare state. But this multiple identification points to a more important characteristic, the fact that the power complex increasingly underlies all these institutional structures, and as it knits more closely together, seizing more power and governing wider areas, it tends to suppress original cultural differences that once, under feebler political institutions, were visible. From unrestricted power through expanding pecuniary profit to insatiable pleasure, the most striking thing about this power complex is its studious indifference to other human needs, norms, and goals. It operates best in what is, historically speaking, an ecological, cultural, and personal lunar desert, swept only by solar winds. As respects its isolation and its indifference to the basic requirements of all organic activity, the pecuniary power complex discloses a startling resemblance to a newly discovered center in the brain, that which is called the pleasure center. So far as is known, this pleasure center performs no useful function in the organism, unless it should prove that in some still obscure way it plays a part in more functional pleasure reactions. But in laboratory monkeys this localized center can be penetrated by electrodes which permit a microcurrent to stimulate the nervous tissue in such a fashion that the flow of current and hence the intensity of pleasure can be regulated by the animal himself. Apparently the stimulation of this pleasure center is so rewarding that the animal will continue to press the current regulator for an indefinite length of time, regardless of every other impulse or physiological need, even that for food, and even to the point of starvation. The intensity of this abstract stimulus produces something like a total neurotic insensibility to life needs. The power complex seems to operate on the same principle. The magical electronic stimulus is money. What increases the resemblance between this pecuniary motivation and that of the cerebral pleasure center is that both centers, unlike virtually all organic reactions, recognize no quantitative limits. What has always been true of money, among those susceptible to its influence, applies equally to the other components of the power complex. The abstraction replaces the concrete reality, and therefore those who seek to increase it never know when they have had enough. Each of these drives, for power, for goods, for fame, for pleasure, may, it goes without saying, have as useful a part to play in the normal economy of a community as in the human body itself. It 169 is by their detachment, their isolation, their quantitative overconcentration, and their mutual reinforcement that they become perverse and life corroding. But one unfortunate feature of the pecuniary power complex has still to be noted, for it sets off recent manifestations from the earlier myth of the machine, and makes them even more obstructive to further development. Whereas in the past the power-pleasure nucleus was under the exclusive control of the dominant minority, and so could seduce only this extremely limited group, with the growth of megatechnics all its major features have been distributed, under the canons of mass society, democratic participation, to a far larger population. To discuss the proliferation of inventions during the last 2 centuries, the mass production of commodities, and the spread of all the technological factors that are polluting and destroying the living environment, without reference to this immense pecuniary pressure constantly exerted in every technological area, is to ignore the most essential clue to the seemingly automatic and uncontrollable dynamism of the whole system. In order to turn on this insensate pleasure center, technological man now threatens to turn off his life. Money has proved the most dangerous of modern man's hallucinogens. 2. The practical triumphs of mechanization and mass production as they passed from one industry to another, from printing to arms production to textiles, are beyond dispute. And if the archetypal model for the new system of thought was the clock, that for standardized mass production, with the progressive elimination of the responsible, tool-using worker, was the printing press, for printing from movable and replaceable type made in standardized molds demonstrated the advantages of swift mechanized processes over the equally standardized but tedious hand labor of manuscript writing. This happened long before the spinning jenny and the automatic loom were invented. If the so-called Industrial Revolution, in the old-fashioned sense, could be said to have begun at any single point, it was in the mass production of printed words and pictures, in the new arts of printing, engraving, and lithography. The later developments of mass production in textiles, pottery, and hardware, if more essential to physical well-being, were nevertheless derivative. Beginning with Adam Smith's description in The Wealth of Nations. 170. The successive developments in mass production can be easily followed. From Smith's demonstration of the way in which a laborer, reduced under threat of starvation to being a docile hand, could by specialization in a single repetitive task, or even a single motion, increase the output per man hour, one comes by a direct route to the transfer of these mechanized skills to the parts of machines, worked increasingly by centralized power units. Watermills, steam engines, dynamos, thence on to the latest type of automatic petroleum plant, steel rolling mill, or textile factory, where only a few residual laborers, if any, are needed to keep an eye upon the automatic operation, otherwise effectively monitored by a computer. The mechanical efficiency and the material gains from this system are indisputable, nor can there be any doubt that at least a fraction of these gains were passed on to a limited number of human beneficiaries, at first only to restricted classes or groups, the merchants, the manufacturers, the financiers, the rentiers, or the older but still wealthy landed aristocracy. The growth of the European middle classes, with their increasing ease and comfort from the 16th century on, was also, directly or indirectly, a byproduct of this mechanization. If however one takes in the entire population of any given country, and inspects what happened to the community as a whole, the improvements are by no means so great, for the gains were offset by wasted resources, depleted natural environments, artfully crowded slums, and, worst of all, by the degradation and depression of successive generations of human beings. About the final gains and losses no objective statistical estimate, even the roughest, can be made. It is only because the mechanical world picture induced people to consider exclusively the physical changes, mechanical efficiencies, and saleable products, that mechanization was regarded as an unqualified boon. But note, for the upper income groups the main gains at first were not in the larger quantity of machine-made goods, but in the ability to command menial and professional services on a princely scale. One thing at least is sure about mechanization, whether taken in its crude early reduction of the laborer to a moving part or in its final form of eliminating him altogether, it did not succeed solely on its merits, genuine though these might be. At every stage the human costs were heavy, and many negative human reactions took place, from violence to sodden drunkenness. By protests, marches, strikes, boycotts, the threatened workers sought to preserve those vestiges of autonomy that had remained even in the handicrafts subject to capitalist exploitation. But for long all these efforts were in vain. To establish a monopoly for its heavy investments in machinery, corporate industrial enterprise relied from the beginning upon governmental assistance tariffs, subventions, military and police support. Further to monopolize production, the Megatechnic Indus 171 tries deliberately wiped out competition from the independent craftsman. Not only by undercutting him in the market but by imposing taxes and forced labor in Africa, Asia, and Polynesia, upon tribes that, if left to themselves, would have been content with a mode of life that required neither British textiles nor German coal tar dyes to color them with. This is not the place to follow in detail the entire process of mechanization, as it went from industry to industry, from country to country, assembling new inventions, drawing on new sources of power, concocting new wants, establishing new fashions. This transformation produced enormous increases of income for the ruling minorities, never more than 5% of the total population, measurable improvements for the so-called middle classes, possibly the upper third of the population, and finally very spotty benefits, often attached to severe handicaps and sacrifices, to the lower income groups, while leaving the submerged tenth, or more accurately, the bottom quarter, near destitution and cycle starvation. My purpose in this book is not to deal with these historic effects of industrialism, long subject to trenchant criticism, from Owen, Marx, Engels, Ruskin, and Mill onward. Not merely is this an old story, but many of the worst evils have been ameliorated, some indeed entirely overcome. It is not with the mischiefs, but rather with the seemingly beneficial human results, with what most people still regard as undisputed achievements and social gains, that I shall be most concerned. By the beginning of the 19th century, in manufacturing processes like spinning and weaving, the problems of mechanical automation had already been solved. Given a sufficient source of power, great banks of rotating and whirring and clicking mechanisms performed every part of the process with no further help from human hands other than the tying together of a broken thread or the spotting of a place where the mechanism had failed to operate with its usual precision and perfection. These separate automatic machines in turn tended to form part of a larger system, with results that were characterized, quite early on, by Karl Marx. An organized system of working machines which are one and all set in motion by the transmitting mechanism from a central automaton, constitutes the fully developed form of machinofacture. In place of the individual machine, we now have a mechanical monster whose body fills the whole factory, and whose demon power, hidden from our sight at first because of the measured and almost ceremonious movement of his giant limbs, discloses itself at length in the vast and furious whirl of his numberless working organs. In fields like textiles, where a high plateau of standardized performance had already been achieved by handicraft, the textiles of ancient Damascus or Peru have not been surpassed for durability or beauty. The specialization of automatic machinery is no handicap. Once a process reaches that state of technical perfection, the need for further alterations is small. But here we must distinguish between the automatic unit itself and the automatic system, which may contain many different components, not all of them mechanized, or even, until they enter the system, automatic. The automatic machine and the automatic system tend to reinforce each other. Every machine must be judged individually, on its own merits, in relation to a specific human need. It is not the physical machinery but the basic premises of automation that demand scrutiny. Every earlier system of production, whether in agriculture or in handicraft, developed in response to human needs and was dependent upon the energy derived mainly from plant growth, supplemented by animal, wind, and water power. His productivity was restricted, not merely by available natural resources and human capacity, but by the variety of non-utilitarian demands that accompanied it. Aesthetic design and qualitative excellence took precedence over mere quantitative output, and kept quantification within tolerable human limits. In the mechanized, high-energy system developed during the last 2 centuries, these conditions have been radically altered, and one of the results of commanding a plethora of energy is to place the stress on precisely those parts of our technology that demand the largest quantities of it, namely, those that make the fullest use of power machines. This new industrial complex is based upon a group of postulates so self-evident to those who have produced the system that they are rarely criticized or challenged, indeed almost never examined, for they are completely identified with the new way of life. Let me list these postulates once more, though I have already touched on them in examining the mechanical world. Picture. First, man has only one all-important mission in life: to conquer nature. By conquering nature, the technocrat means, in abstract terms, commanding time and space, and in more concrete terms, speeding up every natural process, hastening growth, quickening the pace of transportation, and breaking down communication distances by either mechanical or electronic means. To conquer nature is in effect to remove all natural barriers and human norms, and to substitute artificial, fabricated equivalents for natural processes, to replace the immense variety of resources. Removal of limits 173. Offered by nature by more uniform, constantly available products spewed forth by the machine. From these general postulates a series of subsidiary ones are derived. There is only one efficient speed, faster, only one attractive destination, farther away, only one desirable size, bigger, only one rational quantitative goal, more. On these assumptions the object of human life, and therefore of the entire productive mechanism, is to remove limits, to hasten the pace of change, to smooth out seasonal rhythms and reduce regional contrasts, in fine, to promote mechanical novelty and destroy organic continuity. Cultural accumulation and stability thus become stigmatized as signs of human backwardness and insufficiency. By the same token, any institution or way of life, any system of education or production that imposes limits, retards change, or converts the imperious will to conquer nature into a relation of mutual aid and rational accommodation, threatens to undermine the power pentagon and the scheme of life derived from it. Now this supposed necessity to conquer nature is not quite so innocent in either its origins or its intentions as might seem. In part, at least, it applies unscrupulously to nature the more ancient ambitions of military conquest and imperialist exploitation, but in part, unfortunately, it is also due to a profound fault in Christian theology, which regarded the earth as man's exclusive property, designed by God solely for his use and enjoyment, and further looked upon all other living creatures as without souls, and so subject to the same treatment as inanimate things. The present turning of the young to Hindu and Buddhist conceptions may be hopefully interpreted as an attempt to overcome this original ecological error. For the meek and the humble, not the proud, alone are fit to inherit the earth. Because these traditional attitudes toward man and nature supported the dominant power motives in post-medieval society, the new system of production lacked any method for normalizing wants or controlling quantity. It not merely lacked them but purposely broke down any older methods such as a concern with fine workmanship or aesthetic expression. Thanks to the proficiency of the machine, the problem of older societies, that of scarcity and insufficiency, was at least in theory solved, but a new problem, equally serious but at just the opposite extreme, was raised, the problem of quantity. This problem has many aspects, not merely how to distribute the potential abundance of goods justly, so that the whole community will benefit, but how to allocate the investment in machine-centered organizations without negating or destroying those many human activities and functions that are injured rather than helped by automation. The first of these problems has been far more successfully dealt with in many primitive communities than under any industrialized regime. The bitter reproach that became popular in America during the economic depression of the 1930s, starvation in the midst of plenty, reflected the breakdown in a distribution system whose conventions were based on scarcity. But an equally vexatious form of starvation is that which has been caused through the introduction of mechanized habits of life and automatic machines, by the pressure of overwhelming abundance. One might call this the Strasbourg goose syndrome, gorging or forced feeding for the sake of further fattening a system of automation that produces quantities beyond the normal requirements of consumption. Though I must postpone a more comprehensive discussion of this problem to a later point, this is the place to examine the impact of automation in a society that takes quantification and material expansion to be an ultimate good. And since the condition to be analyzed now exists in almost every phase of automation, from food production to nuclear weapons, I shall confine myself largely to the field I have the closest acquaintance with, the automation of knowledge. In this area conventional mechanical automation has up to now played only a small part. As has happened again and again in technics, the critical step that led to general automation took place in the organization of knowledge before any appropriate automatic machinery was invented. The process has been dated and explained, stage by stage, by an historian of science, Derek Price, in Science Since Babylon, and condensed, with certain necessary corrections, in a later essay. Well before the automatic machines of the 19th century had been invented, science had perfected within its own realm a system of subdivided labor, operating with the standardized parts, confined to limited motions and processes, which paralleled in efficiency Adam Smith's favorite example of pin making. The means for effecting this immense outpouring of standardized knowledge, Price points out, was a new method of multiplying and communicating scientific information by means of a small standard unit, the scientific paper, whereby reports on isolated observations and experiments could be promptly circulated in scientific journals. This practical device, based on the earlier invention of the printing press, proved the effective starting point for the systematic automation of knowledge. By now the productivity in this area rivals anything that has been achieved in industrial manufacture. Periodical publication is in itself a phase of automation. Once a periodical is set up, the regular flow of material and its regular publication is no longer subject to spontaneous fluctuations of supply or erratic publishing demands. The process instigates the product and punctuates the result automatically. Observe the interplay between the mass production of goods and the mass publication of scientific knowledge. Beginning with a single scientific journal in 1665, Price tells us that there were 100 at the beginning of 175. The 19th century, 1,000 by the middle, and 10,000 by 1900. We are already on the way to achieve 100,000 journals in another century. Even allowing for the great increase in population, this is a gigantic advance. In the meanwhile, the enormous output of duplicating machines of every kind, from the mimeograph to the microfilm and Xerox, has multiplied the product. And here again the result is typical of the entire system. Before any part of this process, except large-scale printing, was mechanically automated, the entire system exhibited all the virtues and defects of any completely automated unit, expanding productivity in quantities that are unassimilable, without reintroducing the human selections and abstentions that have been excluded from the system. The place to appraise the whole process of mechanization and mass production is at the terminal point already visible in many areas: total automation. Now neither the idea of automation, nor the process itself, belongs exclusively to the modern age, nor, more importantly, was either aspect dependent solely upon mechanical inventions. Growing plants are natural agents that automatically turn the sun's energy into leafy tissue, and the synthetic reproduction of this process in an automated chemical plant would not make it in any degree more automatic. So, too, the gravity flow system of conveying water through a pipe from a mountain spring, as in the ancient palace at Knossos, was quite as automatic and efficient and even more reliable than the operation of an electrically driven hydraulic pump today. When Aristotle used the term automation, it was to describe those natural changes that take place, as in a chemical reaction, without any final purpose. But long before man had any scientific grasp of the role of organic automatism within the body, the idea itself had taken hold of his mind, and it was from the first associated with three magical aims: superhuman power, material abundance, and remote control. Central to these magic aspirations was, for obvious reasons, material abundance. This proved indeed to be the tempting immediate bait that concealed the collective trap of external power and centralized control. As early as 446 BC, the Greek poet Telecleides, himself probably echoing many unrecorded fables, pictured the Golden Age as one when the earth bore neither fear nor disease, but all things appeared of their own accord, for every stream flowed with wine and barley cakes fought with wheat cakes to enter the mouths of men. Though the machine plays no part in 176. This magical wish, the fantasy dwells on those gustatory joys and that effortless existence which people still associate with automation. As for the life so pictured, it was nothing less than the kind of existence that kings, nobles, and rich magnates had long enjoyed. With this promise of abundance went another persistent wish, the idea of finding a mechanical substitute to take over the burden of painful human toil. Though Babylonian legends picture the gods as creating man purely for the purpose of performing back-breaking tasks for them, the more self-confident Greeks pictured their blacksmith god, Hephaestus, as proving his skill by creating a lifelike bronze automaton, historically the first of a long line of spectral robots that still haunt the minds of modern engineers. In the very act of affirming the necessity for slavery by dismissing the idea that self-acting machines for weaving or building might be invented, Aristotle showed that the possibility of manufacturing automatons was active in the Greek mind, so we need not be surprised that Heron of Alexandria, a few centuries later, described a more elaborate automaton, that of a naval dockyard, where puppets cut and sawed timber. Here in playful form was the earliest small-scale model of the automated factory. Since the fantasies of automation and absolute power have historically gone together, it is hardly surprising that absolute monarchs in all ages have persistently delighted in automatons, as symbolic witnesses to the unqualified power they themselves sought to exercise. Marco Polo, happily, has transmitted to us the boast of the great Khan, who regarded Christians as ignorant, inefficient persons because they did not possess the faculty of performing anything miraculous, whereas, he pointed out, when I sit at table, the cups that were in the middle of the hall come to me, filled with wine and other beverages, spontaneously, and without being controlled by human hand. This technical facility, Kublai Khan plainly indicated, was proof of his own power and total control. He even went so far, in the same breath, as to anticipate the further extensions of this claim, made by scientists in our own day, for he boasted that his magicians had the power of controlling bad weather, and obliging it to retire to any quarter of the heavens. Marco Polo, unfortunately, neglected to verify this claim. None of these motives was absent from the later developments of mechanization, but if ages passed before they became realizable, it was because these deep subjective impulses could not be harnessed until the necessary mechanical components were invented. Slaves and servants, treated as if they were such mechanical parts, may actually have delayed the coming of automation, for even now, it has been found, human isms are still the best available all-round servo mechanisms, cheaper to produce, easier to keep in order, more responsive to signals, than the most finicking mechanical robot. Once more we come back to the mechanical clock. Apart from feed 177, the invention and perfection of the clock was the decisive move toward automation, for it provided the master model for many other automatic machines, and it reached a degree of perfection finally, in the 18th century chronometer, which set a standard for other technological refinements. The one element lacking in the clock until the electric clock was invented, an automatic source of power, was provided at an early stage for coarser uses by the watermill, the automatic mine-pumping apparatus shown by Agricola in De Re Metallica, and the equally automatic silk reeling machine with multiple spools, illustrated by Zonxa in 1607 in his Novo Teatro dei Machini Edifici, were but the late instances of a series of earlier automatic machines that lacked only a cybernetic regulator of the process and the output to become completely automated. Those who still imagine that automation first took place in the 1940s, and was impossible until the computer was invented, have a lot of homework to do. Purely as a machine, the clock remained until the computer the equal of all other automatic machines in refinement of construction and accuracy of operation, and long before this further improvement took place in any other area, the reduction of the 15th century clock, with its clumsy clanking works, to the small, portable watch set a goal for later forms of miniaturization. What was lacking until the 17th century, then, was not automatons but a fully developed system of automation, and this awaited two things: the construction of the new mechanical world picture and an increase of demand sufficient to justify the installation of expensive prime movers and batteries of elaborate machines, kept in constant use. The sporadic need, the fitful demand, the special adaptation to regional resources or personal desires, all characteristic of small communities and handicraft operations, offered no incentive to complete automation. Rather, they remained obstacles to its achievement. Here we come to the great paradox of both early mechanization and its ultimate expression in automation. So far from being responses to a mass demand, the enterpriser had in fact to create it, and in order to justify the heavy capital investment necessary to create automatic machines and automatic factories that assembled these machines in larger working units, it was necessary to invade distant markets, to standardize tastes and buying habits, to destroy alternative choices, and to wipe out competition from smaller industrial competitors, more dependent upon intimate face-to-face relations and more flexible in meeting consumer demands. Siegfried Gideon's classic analysis of the processes of rationalization and automation, in Mechanization Takes Command, demonstrates that the result of automation is not necessarily a better product, it merely enables the same product to be sold at a larger profit in a mass market. The growth of automated bread making has driven thousands of local bakers out of existence, but the result is neither a cheaper nor a superior loaf. What automation has done is to funnel its local energy economies into long distance transportation, advertising, higher salaries and profits, and further investments in plant expansion to the same ends. The desired reward of this magic is not just abundance but absolute control. Where the industry is sufficiently well unionized, the result is to extend the system of mass control to the labor union itself, under pseudo-democratic self-government. 5. Sand in works. The process of automation has gone on steadily during the last century and a half. In the first stages of mechanization, the number of workers needed to produce the final product was reduced, and the number of operations performed by any one laborer was likewise lessened, with a consequent loss of intelligent participation, as well as initiative, in the process as a whole. But the success of mechanization was gauged in terms of lessening the ratio of man-hours to the units of production, until finally, with complete automation and cybernetic control, only the minimum supervision of the whole plant remained, while the work left was little more than inspection and repair. Though computers and cybernetic controls are necessary when the overall unit is a complex assembly, there are essential likenesses between the automatic loom and an electric computer. For the latter, too, requires a human being to design it, to program it, and to monitor it. When human monitors are lacking, serious breakdowns may occur, as more than one comic incident testifies. Witness the case of a defective machine in a fully automated English nuclear plant, which was programmed to call automatically for help in such case to a London station. Unfortunately, the taped voice which said, "Send an engineer at once," was answered by an equally automated telephone, which replied, "The number you are calling has been changed to," giving the new number. But the calling system had not been programmed to deal with new numbers, so, getting no proper answer, it kept on insistently dialing the original number until the prolonged breakdown tardily awakened a human mind capable of intervening and summoning help. But it is not to point their frailties in operation that I have traced the tendency of mechanization and automation to form a self-enclosed system. One must expect residual errors or malfunctions in any product that comes from the hand of man, and where the object is an appropriate one, the gains from automation may far outweigh the occasional disability. 179. IDAS one encounters. The point is that the most massive defects of automation are those that arise, not from its failures, but from its indisputable triumphs, above all, in those departments where the most optimistic hopes and boasts have been completely justified. Let me emphasize, work in all its aspects has played a decisive, formative part in the enlargement of man's mind and the enrichment of his culture, not because man is identifiable solely as a tool-using animal, but because work is one of the many activities that have stimulated his intelligence and enlarged his bodily capacities. But if, for argument's sake, one accepts the still lingering anthropological identification of man's basic nature with tool-using and tool-making, what then should one say about the cumulative results of mechanization and automation, as they affect man's adaptive intelligence? What merit is there in an overdeveloped technology which isolates the whole man from the work process, reducing him to a cunning hand, a load-bearing back, or a magnifying eye, and then finally excluding him altogether from the process unless he is one of the experts who designs and assembles or programs the automatic machine? What meaning has a man's life as a worker if he ends up as a cheap servo mechanism, trained solely to report defects or correct failures in a mechanism otherwise superior to him? If the first step in mechanization 5,000 years ago was to reduce the worker to a docile and obedient drudge, the final stage automation promises today is to create a self-sufficient mechanical electronic complex that has no need even for such servile nonentities. Curiously, all the while automatic processes were being perfected. In industry, the leaders of 19th century thought stressed, as never before, the human value of work as a way of easing anxiety and increasing the sum total of human happiness. Such a recognition of the dignity and value of work had been going on, sporadically, for a long time. While the pride of craft was an old one, it had been reinforced by the creed of the Benedictine order, which held that to labor is to pray, and it had gained institutional support in the medieval guild, which made a whole network of social relationships center in the workshop and its fellowship. Thus work in all its forms came to be regarded as the central activity of life, was it not? Indeed, on these grounds that both manufacturers and workers despised the idle, playful, landed aristocracy, who for lack of serious work turned fox hunting and grouse shooting, polo and war and amatory adventure, into substitute forms of work, just as active, just as demanding. Surely the time has come to reconsider the abolition of work. If work has been an integral part of human culture, and thus one of the active determinants of man's own nature for at least 500,000 years and had perhaps its dim beginnings 1.5 million years earlier, in the little hominoid ape that many anthropologists have too hastily identified as 180. Man, what will remain of man's life if these formative activities are wiped out by universal cybernetics and automation? Strange to say, it is only recently that the full implications of such a blanking out of the largest portion of man's working life has presented itself as a problem, though automation has been steadily gaining ground. Even now only a few realize that this problem, once honestly stated, seriously calls into question the ultimate goals of automation. As for the eventual assemblage of a completely automated world society, only innocence could contemplate such a goal as the highest possible culmination of human evolution. It would be a final solution to the problems of mankind, only in the sense that Hitler's extermination program was a final solution for the Jewish problem. 6. Here we face the great paradox of automation, put once and for all in Goethe's fable of the sorcerer's apprentice. Our civilization has cleverly found a magic formula for setting both industrial and academic brooms and pails of water to work by themselves, in ever-increasing quantities at an ever-increasing speed. But we have lost the master magician's spell for altering the tempo of this process, or halting it when it ceases to serve human functions and purposes, though this formula, foresight and feedback, is written plainly on every organic process. As a result, we are already, like the apprentice, beginning to drown in the flood. The moral should be plain: unless one has the power to stop an automatic process and if necessary reverse it, one had better not start it. To spare ourselves humiliation over our failure to control automation, many of us now pretend that the process conforms exactly to our purposes and alone meets all our needs, or, to speak more accurately, we cast away those qualifying human traits that would impede the process. And as our knowledge of isolatable segments and fragments becomes infinitely refined and microscopic, our ability to interrelate the parts and to bring them to a focus in rational activities continues to disappear. In even the most restricted area of knowledge, let us say virus diseases in the gastrointestinal tract of elderly earthworms, it is difficult for the most conscientious scholar to keep his head above water. To cope with the tidal wave of rapidly processed knowledge, the academic world has now taken the final step toward total automation. It has resorted to further 1. Mechanization of the world picture. Top: woman as seen and felt by a 12th century craftsman, Saint Lazare d'Autun, France. Center: woman as mapped by a Renaissance painter, using Cartesian coordinates before Descartes. Bottom: woman as translated into fashionable computer language as a pseudo-photograph. See also Plate 29. 1.1. 3. Power. The increase of energy available for both constructive and destructive social uses has been one of the main marks of technological progress, not only from the 13th century onward, as Henry Adams pointed out, but from the earliest beginnings of civilization in the 4th millennium BC. The first great advance came through the use of fire to obtain heat and light from organic materials. This goes back some 500,000 or 600,000 years. But the most massive increase resulted from cultivation of plants which captured energy directly from the sun, and with the cultivation of the hard grains wheat, barley, millet, rice made storage and more equable distribution throughout the year possible, with a great increment of manpower no longer wholly absorbed by agriculture. On this advance all other forms of human power still depend. The major constructive transformations of early civilizations, almost up to the Christian era, rested on the harnessing of animal power and manpower. Except for food power, wind power, and water power, all later sources of energy, dependent upon chemical transformations, coal, petroleum, uranium, have increased productivity at the price of degrading the environment, more or less in direct proportion to the quantity used. The hydroelectric plant shown here, left, comes closest to the ideal requirements for a clean, efficient, non-toxic form of energy. The jet plane, on the other hand, as befits a machine originally designed for strictly military purposes, produces the maximum amount of environmental injury and social disruption. The notion that there are no limits to the expansion of extra-organic energies, since granite rocks, if broken down, hold enough uranium to meet human needs indefinitely, takes no account of the ecological and human effects of such overexploitation. Even carelessly planned hydroelectric installations can despoil precious recreational areas and disrupt wildlife. A biotechnic economy would foster modes of production, transportation, and human settlement that would deliberately reduce the amount of non-organic energy required to the lowest possible level. An economy of plenitude would prudently seek only the optimum amount for daily use, and store surplus power for special uses or emergencies. 4. Speed. Increase of speed in construction, production, transportation, and communication has from the outset been one of the definite marks of the power system. Speed in locomotion was first accelerated by the domestication of the horse, an animal in royal military use from the second millennium on. But apart from horse racing, popular interest in speed as a mode of recreation is a modern development, manifested in the 17th century in the sail wagon, shown here, left, and in the early 19th century shoot-the-chute. With the motor car. Speed here shown, right, in the early form of the steam omnibus was, like so many royal prerogatives, democratized. Though the speed achieved in tobogganing or skiing or motoring brings a certain playful exhilaration, partly derived from tension and danger, partly from a sense of bodily release, speed more widely serves as an ostentatious symbol of power and prestige, part of a more general effort to escape organic limits. Whatever its contribution to social status or recreation, speed in transport and communication has practical political and economic uses. It not merely confirms the authority of the ruling elite but makes it possible for them to exert more effective control over distant territories, tributaries, and markets. From the 18th century on, power and speed became the chief criteria of technological progress, along with quantitative productivity. This raising of the tempo of change, allowing less time for the assimilation of new experience, for feedback and rectification, accounts for many of the worst misdemeanors of industrialization in its destroying valuable parts of the historic heritage and doing permanent damage to the environment. The salutary truth of the old proverb haste makes waste was overridden by the new principle, haste and waste make money. While motor cars are still built with brakes, reverse gears, and steering wheels, as well as accelerators, the power complex today is preoccupied only with acceleration, and cannot concede that it may be necessary, for the preservation of life, to reduce the tempo, to alter the direction, or to bring a profit-making but dangerous process to a halt. In a biotechnic economy, in contrast, speed would be a function, not of power or pecuniary advantage, but of social purpose, and in the interest of health, welfare, or creativity this would, on many occasions, call for deceleration, or even complete stoppage, to ensure the enhancement of more important human values. 5. Remote control. Central to the power complex from the beginning was remote control. As long as the main components of the megamachine were human beings, this required dose-like obedience from every human unit in the chain of command. Such one-way hierarchic order was secured by severe punishment for the slightest disobedience. The transition from this cumbrous and laborious method was facilitated by the introduction of a national educational system, first in autocratic Prussia. In the 18th century, afterward in France under Napoleon. National military conscription, imposed first by the democratic French Revolution, completed this process. The translation of these sometimes inefficient and recalcitrant human automatons into purely mechanical and electronic units made instantaneous remote control practicable. This was the largest possible gift to centralized authority. Not only in government and military affairs, but in the widened operations OT. The great industrial corporations and financial conglomerations that now increasingly operate on a continental or global basis. The control room of the Houston Space Center, here shown, demonstrates this system at its superhuman best, though without the active cooperation of still semi-autonomous astronauts its space missions would have been repeatedly bungled or aborted. Even before the computer and television were in operation, Hitler's direct interference in military battles on the Russian front, by direct contact with even lower field officers, demonstrated one of the inherent disadvantages of remote control: misguided interference. But the basic weakness of remote control is that it is not and cannot possibly become a two-way system open to feedback and revision, without the aid of intermediary units. While electronic processing of information makes instant decision possible at headquarters, the absence OT responsible local units with sufficient authority to form independent judgments, to correct misinformation, and to add unprogrammable data, enlarges the probability of human error. This calls for the rebuilding of decentralized, semi-autonomous if not independent, groups and agencies as an imperative safety device, as well as an essential condition for responsible human participation. 6. Computerdom. As an instrument for organizing large quantities of information, or performing extremely complex symbolic operations beyond human capabilities within a normal lifespan, the computer is an invaluable adjunct to the brain, though not a substitute for it. Since the computer is limited to handling only so much experience as can be abstracted in symbolic or numerical form, it is incapable of dealing directly, as organisms must, with the steady influx of concrete, unprogrammable experience. With respect to such experience, the computer is necessarily always out of date. The computer's lack of other human dimensions is of course no handicap to it as a labor-saving device, whether in astronomy or bookkeeping, but such creativity as the computer may simulate is always in the first place a contribution of the minds that formulate the program. The utter absence of innate subjective potentialities in the computer makes the contemporary art exhibition shown here, in all its pervasive blankness and artful nullity, an ideal representation of its missing dimensions. Those who are so fascinated by the computer's lifelike feats it plays chess, it writes poetry, that they would turn it into the voice of omniscience, betray how little understanding they have of either themselves, their mechanical electronic agents, or the potentialities of life. A city of even 300,000 people, 10% of whom have access to regional or national libraries with as few as 1 million volumes, would actually have a total capacity for storing, transforming, integrating, and not least applying both symbolic information and concrete experience that no computer will ever rival. 7. Pentagons of power. Power, like a desolating pestilence, pollutes whatever it touches, and obedience, bane of all genius, virtue, freedom, truth, makes slaves of men, and, of the human frame, a mechanized automaton. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Though the power system can be adequately represented by abstractions, the concrete form of the Pentagon in Washington serves even better than its Soviet counterpart, the Kremlin, as a symbol of the absurdity of totalitarian absolutism, all the more because this particular megastructure combines a pathetically outmoded Renaissance plan with the current wasteful and inefficient facilities for mono-transportation by private car. Not the least mark of pentagonal authority is its imperviousness to information coming from outside sources and expressing human desires and purposes that have no status in the power complex. This in itself helps explain, perhaps, the increasingly desperate human reactions that the system is now provoking throughout the world. Never before has such a vast number of human beings, virtually the entire population of the planet, lived at the mercy of such a minuscule minority, whose specialized knowledge seems only to increase the magnitude of their incompetence in the very areas of their professional specialization. 8. Divine Kingship, New Style. During the last 3 centuries, absolute power was brought under partial control by the restoration of the old Greek device of voting by secret ballot, and by the gradual extension of this franchise to the whole adult population. Even single-party totalitarian governments find it necessary to go through the mummery of fake democratic elections. With the new dictatorships in Russia, Turkey, Italy, Germany, and China since 1918, the once banished cult of divine kingship was resurrected, made more effective by the new technologies for mass control. By terror and electronic magic, the leader is inflated into the semblance of a god, the Fiera Princip or personality cult. 9. Magnification and mummification. The pathology of the power complex expresses itself publicly in 2 forms, magnification and mummification. As with the colossal statues that dominated the palaces of ancient Egypt and Babylonia, the same effect is produced for the more ephemeral absolute rulers of our own time in blown-up photographs, while by radio, television, and telephoto the image of Big Brother, by sheer repetition and multiplication, becomes inescapable. But the end product of this fraudulent inflation is a mummy, a corpse preserved in the Egyptian fashion, placed in a tomb for public worship. Even Lenin, who according to his widow wanted no memorials to him, could not escape this ignoble deification. 10. Autocratic technocracy. As was demonstrated in Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine, part of the immense productivity of the Pyramid Age was devoted to pyramid building itself, including the extensive mortuary cities that were necessary to ensure the performance of the required rituals. But this ancient power complex likewise produced masterpieces of architecture and engineering, dams, irrigation works, canals, reservoirs, temples, palaces, and cities, the latter often built in Mesopotamia on man-made mounds, high above flood level. As in our own age, these genuine benefits must be balanced off against the use of the same engineering skill in destroying cities, ruining soils, exterminating innocent civilian enemies, and mercilessly exploiting the mass of workers whose forced labor, disciplined to machine-like precision, made these feats possible. Historically, autocracy and technocracy are Siamese twins, and there are many present indications that their nature has not changed. But what archetypal fantasy erupting from the unconscious caused a contemporary technocrat to conceive his ideal collective habitation in the imitative form of a pyramid, big enough to entomb the population of a whole town? There are many contemporary variants of such dehumanized megastructures, apart from Buckminster Fuller's other project of a city under a geodesic dome, plans for underwater cities, underground cities, elevated linear cities, cities a mile high, all compete for attention as the city, read anti-city, of the future. Whatever their superficial difference, all these projects are essentially tombs. They reflect the same impulse to suppress human variety and autonomy, and to make every need and impulse conform to the system of collective control imposed by the autocratic designer. Small wonder that signs of revolt against the mega-machine have broken out, ominously like those which ended the Pyramid Age in Egypt. 1.1. Space rockets as power symbols. The moon rocket is the climactic expression of the power system, the maximum utilization of the resources of science and techniques for the achievement of a relatively minuscule result, the hasty exploration of a barren satellite. Space exploration by manned rockets enlarges and intensifies all the main components of the power system: increased energy, accelerated motion, automation, cybernation, instant communication, remote control. Though it has been promoted mainly under military pressure, the most vital result of moon visitation so far turns out to be an unsought and unplanned one: a full view of the beautiful planet we live on, an inviting home for man and for all forms of life. This distant view on television evoked for the first time an active, loving response from many people who had hitherto supposed that modern techniques would soon replace Mother Earth with a more perfect, scientifically organized, electronically controlled habitat, and who took for granted that this would be an improvement. Note that the moon rocket is itself necessarily a megastructure, so it naturally calls forth such vulgar imitations as the accompanying bureaucratic obelisk, office building, of similar dimensions, shown here, left. Both forms exhibit the essentially archaic and regressive nature of the science fiction mind. 12. Homicide, genocide, and biocide. The ancient practice of exterminating the population of a conquered city was restricted by the amount of hand labor required. Modern techniques has removed such limits. Nuclear blasts and chemical poisons have been treated by professedly humane governments as a justification for returning to indiscriminate attacks, not on armies but on whole populations, as practiced by Ashurbanipal and Genghis Khan. Such atrocities are all the easier to achieve because they can be conducted from rocket centers or from planes by obedient Eichmanns who do not hear or see their tortured victims. This spread of homicide, genocide, and biocide mocks all our boasted life-saving advances in hygiene, diet, medicine, and surgery. From the total destruction of the buildings, as of Coventry in the 1939 war, it is only a step to the defoliation and destruction of a whole countryside by the American Army in Vietnam. The latter practice, too, has an ancient precedent: the salting of the enemy's fields by the Assyrians to ensure starvation. But the same indiscriminate attack upon life, through defoliants, pesticides, and herbicides, has been accepted and even boastfully acclaimed as a progressive contribution to highway upkeep and large-scale corporate farming, despite the immediate danger to human life through eating food, drinking water, or breathing air contaminated by these poisons. Thus the military atrocities committed in Vietnam are sanctified by the commercial atrocities committed daily upon our own native population. Witness the near deaths of a number of children in Fresno, California, from Fostrin, a deadly pesticide accidentally impregnated in the new blue jeans they wore. 1.3. Barbarism. 14-15, Encapsulated man. Behold the astronaut, fully equipped for duty, a scaly creature, more like an oversized ant than a primate, certainly not a naked god. To survive on the moon he must be encased in an even more heavily insulated garment, and become a kind of faceless ambulatory mummy. While he is hurtling through space, the astronaut's physical existence is purely a function of mass and motion, narrowed down to the pinpoint of acute sentient intelligence demanded by the necessity for coordinating his reactions with the mechanical and electronic apparatus upon which his survival depends. Here is the archetypal proto-model of post-historic man, whose existence from birth to death would be conditioned by the mega-machine, and made to conform, as in a space capsule, to the minimal functional requirements by an equally minimal environment, all under remote control. Dr. Bruno Bettelheim reports the behavior of a 9-year-old autistic patient, a boy called Joey, who conceived that he was run by machines. So controlling was this belief that Joey carried with him an elaborate life support system made up of radio tubes, light bulbs, and a breathing machine. At meals he ran imaginary wires from a wall socket to himself, so his food could be digested. His bed was rigged up with batteries, a loudspeaker, and other improvised equipment to keep him alive while he slept. But is this just the autistic fantasy of a pathetic little boy? Is it not rather the state that the mass of mankind is fast approaching in actual life, without realizing how pathological it is to be cut off from their own resources for living, and to feel no tie with the outer world unless they are connected with the power complex and constantly receive information, direction, stimulation, and sedation from a central external source, via radio, discs, and television, with the minimal opportunity for reciprocal face-to-face contact? The stringent limitations of the space capsule have already been extended to other areas. Technocratic designers proudly exhibit furniture planned solely to fit rooms as painfully constricted as a rocket chamber. Even more ingenious minds, equally subservient to the power complex, have already conceived a hospital bed in which every function from the taking of temperature to intravenous feeding will be automatically performed within the limits of the bed. Solitary confinement thus becomes the last word in tender and loving care. Except for meeting emergencies, as with an iron lung or a space rocket, such mechanical attachment and encapsulation presents a definitely pathological syndrome. Increasingly, the astronaut's spacesuit will be, figuratively speaking, the only garment that machine-processed and machine-conditioned man will wear in comfort, for only in that suit will he, like little Joey, feel alive. This is a return to the womb, without the embryo's prospect of a natal delivery. As if to emphasize this point, the actual position of the astronaut here shown, under working conditions, is on his back, the normal position of the foetus. 16. Mechanization takes command. Not merely machines but mechanical order and regimentation spread through the entire environment. Even the drafting room of a large architectural office, despite individual draftsmen not yet computerized, resembles an assembly line. With the mechanization and prospective automation of farming, the aim is not to improve the life of the farmer, but to augment the profits of the megatechnic corporations that supply the machinery and the power needed for large-scale monoculture, with the smallest possible use of human labor. Though this monoculture, through excessive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, deteriorates the environment and creates health hazards, it produces crop surpluses that then draw forth from a compassionate government extravagant subsidies for /zo/z production. A biotechnic economy would reverse these irrational methods by restoring manpower for mixed farming, horticulture, and rural industries, reclaiming the countryside for human occupation and continuous cultivation. 181. Mechanical agents that only aggravate the original condition, because they seek to deal only with the results and do not dream of attacking the causes, namely, their own preconceptions and methods. The exponents of mass production of knowledge have created 100 journals devoted only to abstracts of papers, and now a further abstract of all these abstracts has been proposed. At the terminal stage of this particular solution, all that will be left of the original scientific or scholarly paper will be a little vague noise, at most a title and a date, to indicate that someone has done something somewhere, no one knows what and heaven knows why. Though this program for the automatic mass production of knowledge originated in science, and shows characteristic 17th century limitations, it has been imitated in the humanities, particularly in American universities, as a sort of status symbol, to underwrite budget requests in competition with the physical and social sciences, and to provide a quantitative measure for professional promotions. Whatever the original breach between the sciences and the humanities, in method they have now, Pace Charles Snow, become one. Though they run different assembly lines, they belong to the same factory. The mark of their common deficiency is that neither has given any serious consideration to the results of their uncontrolled automation. Even a generation ago there was still a large margin for free activity and independent thinking within higher education. But today most of our larger academic institutions are as thoroughly automated as a steel rolling mill or a telephone system. The mass production of scholarly papers, discoveries, inventions, patents, students, PhDs, professors, and publicity, not least, publicity, goes on at a comparable rate, and only those who identify themselves with the goals of the power system, however humanly absurd, are in line for promotion, for big research grants, for the political power and the financial rewards allotted to those who go with the system. The voluminous flow of corporate capital into the educational establishment, with a corresponding rise in money incentives for research, has proved in the United States the final step in making the university an integral part of the new power system. Meanwhile, a vast amount of valuable knowledge becomes relegated, along with an even greater amount of triviality and trash, to a mountainous rubbish heap. For lack of a method with built-in qualitative standards, fostering constant evaluation and selectivity, and with assimilative processes that, as in the digestive system, would control both appetite and feeding, the superficial order of the individual packet is offset by the nature of the end product, for to know more and more about less and less is in the end simply to know less and less. As a means for creating an orderly and intelligible world, the automation of knowledge has already come close to total bankruptcy, and the 182 current revolt of the university students, along with the even more threatening regression to total nihilism, is a symptom of this bankruptcy. Do not, I beg, misinterpret this factual description of the automation of knowledge as mischievous satire on my part, still less must it be taken as an attack on science, scholarship, or the many exquisite feats of electronic and cybernetic technology. No one but an idiot would belittle the immense practical benefits and the exhilarating prospects for the human spirit that the sciences, abetted by technics, have opened up. All I am saying here is that the automation of automation is now a demonstrable irrationality in every department where it has taken hold, in the sciences and humanities as much as in industry and warfare. And I suggest that this is an inherent defect of any completely automated system, not an accidental one. This irrationality was humorously summarized, with feigned exactitude, by Derek Price, for he calculated that at the present rate of acceleration in scientific productivity alone, within a couple of centuries there will be dozens of hypothetic scientists for every man, woman, child, and dog on the planet. Fortunately, ecology teaches us that under such conditions of overcrowding and stress, most of the population will have died off before it reaches this point. But there is no need to wait for the ultimate breakdown of the system to foresee its consequences. Long before nearing the theoretic end, the symptoms have become ominous. Already the great national and university libraries are at their wits' end, not merely to find place for the books already acquired, selective though that process has always been, but even to catalogue promptly the annual output of books, papers, and periodicals. Without pausing to weigh the consequences, many administrators are now playing with the desperate notion of abandoning the preservation of books entirely, as an obsolete form of the permanent record, and transferring the contents at once to microfilms and computers. Unfortunately, information retrieving, however swift, is no substitute for discovering by direct personal inspection knowledge whose very existence one had possibly never been aware of, and following it at one's own pace through the further ramifications of relevant literature. But even if books are not abandoned, but continue their present rate of production, the multiplication of microfilms actually magnifies the central problem, that of coping with quantity, and postpones the real solution, which must be conceived on quite other than purely mechanical lines, namely, by a reassertion of human selectivity and moral self-discipline, leading to more continent productivity. Without such self-imposed restraints, the overproduction of books will bring about a state of intellectual enervation and depletion hardly to be distinguished from massive ignorance. As the quantity of information increases in every field, to a point where it defies individual appraisal and assimilation, an ever larger part of it must 183 be channeled through official distribution agencies. Though a trickle of fresh or unorthodox knowledge may still filter through to a minuscule minority by means of print, nothing will be transmitted further that does not conform to the current standards of the mega-machine. This was neatly illustrated during the mounting Vietnam crisis in the United States, when television gave equal time to speakers who favored the official policy of seeking military victory and to those who favored entering into negotiations, but sedulously refrained from inviting those who, like myself, had put the case for unconditional withdrawal of American forces at a time when this could still have been done without confessing a humiliating defeat. Both the ancient and the contemporary control systems are based, essentially, on one-way communication, centrally organized. In face-to-face communication, even the most ignorant person can answer back, and he has various means at his command besides the word: the expression of his face, the stance of his body, even threat of bodily assault. As the channels of instantaneous communication become more elaborate, the response must be officially staged, and this means, in ordinary circumstances, externally controlled. The attempt to overcome this difficulty with opinion polls is only a more insidious way of maintaining control. The more complex the apparatus of transmission, the more effectively does it filter out every message that challenges or attacks the pentagon of power. Though total control over the media of communication seems to give the modern megamachine a great advantage over the crude, earlier model, it is likely that its expansion may in the end hasten its breakdown, because of a lack of information needed for its own efficient performance. The refusal to accept such information even when offered becomes more ingrained as the system itself becomes more closely knit together. Today the increasing number of mass protests, sit-downs, and riots, physical acts rather than words, may be interpreted as an attempt to break through the automatic insulation of the megamachine, with its tendency to cover up its own errors, to refuse unwelcome messages, or to block transmission of information damaging to the system itself. Smashed windows, burning buildings, broken heads are means of making humanly important messages take possession of the unmindful medium and so resume, though in the crudest form possible, two-way communication and reciprocal intercourse. Once automatic control is installed, one cannot refuse to accept its instructions, or insert new ones, for theoretically the machine cannot allow anyone to deviate from its own perfect standards. And this brings us at once to the most radical defect in every automated system. For its smooth operation, this underdimensioned system requires equally underdimensioned men, whose values are those needed for the operation and the continued 184. Expansion of the system itself. The minds that are so conditioned are incapable of imagining any alternatives. Having opted for automation, they are committed to flouting any subjective reaction and to wiping out human autonomy, or indeed any organic process that does not accept the system's peculiar limitations. Here, at the core of automation, lies its principal weakness once the system becomes universal. Its exponents, even if they are able to recognize its deficiencies, see no way of overcoming them except by a further extension of automation and cybernation. Thus a large-scale processing of compulsory leisure is now in order, to find profit-making substitutes for the vanished pleasures of work, which once brought an immediate human reward within the workshop, the marketplace, or the farm, both through the job itself and the many occasions for human association it opened up. The fact is, however, that an automatic system as a whole, once established, can accept no human feedback that calls for a cutback, therefore it accepts no evaluation of its deleterious results, still less is it ready to admit the need for correcting its postulates. Quantity is all. To question the value of mere quantitative increase in terms of its contribution to human well-being is to commit heresy and weaken the system. Here finally we face another difficulty derived from automation itself. As the mechanical facilities of our educational institutions expand, with their heavy investment in nuclear reactors, their computers, their TV sets, and tape recorders and learning machines, their machine-marked yes or no examination papers, the human contents necessarily shrink in significance. What automation has done in every department where it has taken full command is to make difficult, in many cases impossible, the give and take that has existed hitherto between human beings and their environment, for the constant dialogue that is so necessary for self-knowledge, for social cooperation, and for moral evaluation and rectification, has no place in an automated regimen. When Job's life miscarried, he was able, at least in imagination, to confront God and criticize his ways. But the suppression of personality is already so complete in an automated economy that the reputed heads of our great organizations are as incapable of changing its goals as the lowliest filing clerk. It is the system itself that, once set up, gives orders. As for anyone's confronting the principles in person, our automatic agencies are as obscure and as bafflingly inaccessible as the authorities that Franz Kafka pictured in his accurate prophetic nightmare. The trial Humanly speaking, then, the proper name for automation is self-inflicted impotence. That is the other side of total control. While our technicians have been designing machines and automated systems to take on more of the attributes of living organisms, modern man himself, to fit into the scheme, finds he must accept the limitations of the 185 machine and not ask for those qualitative and subjective attributes which the mechanical world picture originally failed to acknowledge, and which the machine process, inevitably, does not possess. What has proved quite as serious is that as the system of automation becomes more highly articulated, and thereby more self-sufficient and self-enclosed, it is less possible for anyone to intervene in the process, to alter its pace, to change its direction, to limit its further extension, or to reorient its goal. The parts may be flexible and responsive, as individual computers that play chess have demonstrated, but the larger automated system becomes increasingly rigid. Automation has thus a qualitative defect that springs directly from its quantitative accomplishments. Briefly, it increases probability and decreases possibility. Though the individual component of an automatic system may be programmed like a punch card on a motor car assembly line, to deal with variety, the system itself is fixed and inflexible, so much so that it is little more than a neat mechanical model of a compule. Zion neurosis, and perhaps even springs from the same ultimate source: anxiety and insecurity. While any new technical device may increase the range of human freedom, it does so only if the human beneficiaries are at liberty to accept it, to modify it, or to reject it, to use it where and when and how it suits their own purposes, in quantities that conform to those purposes. Admittedly, the problem of preserving human freedom in the face of environmental, institutional, or technological pressures did not begin with the automatic machine. Custom, law, taboo, religious dogma, military coercion have all in the past imposed repetitive behavior and rigid conditions of performance upon earlier human communities. Some of this formalization was needful to ensure an underlying unanimity and coherence, serving as insurance against perverse random impulses and destructive acts. But there is little doubt that these uniformities, certainly in tribal societies, and in a large degree even in more open ones, often retarded human development. In almost every age, wise minds have sought to apply selective rational criteria to fixed customs and encrusted institutions, so as to modify if not eliminate constraints that have outlived their time. But such inhibitions, such wariness, such discriminations have not yet been applied to the stream of inventions and discoveries that have come forward in every department. Western society has accepted as unquestioned 186. Able a technological imperative that is quite as arbitrary as the most primitive taboo, not merely the duty to foster invention and constantly to create technological novelties, but equally the duty to surrender to these novelties unconditionally just because they are offered, without respect to their human consequences. One may without exaggeration now speak of technological compulsiveness, a condition under which society meekly submits to every new technological demand and utilizes without question every new product, whether it is an actual improvement or not, since under this dispensation the fact that the proffered product is the result of a new scientific discovery or a new technological process, or offers new opportunities for investment, constitutes the sole proof required of its value. This situation was well characterized by the mathematician John von Neumann: technological possibilities are irresistible to man. If man can go to the moon, he will. If he can control the climate, he will. Though von Neumann himself was properly alarmed by this condition, he himself attributed too glibly to man characteristics that belong only to this particular moment of Western culture, which has so concentrated its energies and its hopes for salvation on the machine that it has stripped itself of all the ideas, institutions, and habits that have in the past enabled other civilizations to overcome these obsessions and compulsions. Earlier communities, in contrast, strenuously resisted technological innovators sometimes quite unreasonably, and either delayed them until they conformed to other human requirements and proved their worth, or rejected them altogether. Now there is no doubt that the irresistible impulse that von Neumann has described actually pervades the present-day scientific and technological world. Hermann Muller, the American geneticist, used von Neumann's dictum as a clincher in his argument for establishing genetic controls by scientists over the breeding of human populations. Speaking of the possibility of using banks of frozen human sperm cells taken from geniuses, as one now preserves similar cells from prize bulls, Muller said, with alarming naivete, their mere existence will finally result in an irresistible incentive to use them. Psychologists know this irresistible incentive in many forms, for at the moment any impulse, however normal, becomes irresistible in its own right, and for no other reason than that it exists, it becomes pathological, and the unawareness of this pathology among scientists whose discipline supposedly serves as a safeguard against irrational conclusions or actions is just a further evidence of that pathology. There is a simple way of establishing the downright absurdity, or more accurately the menacing irrationality, of accepting such technological compulsiveness, and that is to carry von Neumann's dictum to its logical conclusion: / man has the power to exterminate all life on Earth, he will. Since we know that the governments of the United States and Soviet 187 Russia have already created nuclear, chemical, and bacterial agents in the massive quantities needed to wipe out the human race, what prospects are there of human survival, if this practice of submitting to extravagant and dehumanized technological imperatives is irresistibly carried to its final stage? In the light of these facts, the central problem of technics must be restated. It is that of creating human beings capable of understanding the noun nature sufficiently to control, and when necessary to suppress, the forces and mechanisms that they have brought into existence. No automatic warning system can solve this problem for us. But first we must dig deeper into our innermost being to discover the basis for these coercive promptings. We must ask ourselves, why does every permission turn into a compulsion? Why is the secret motto of our power-oriented society not just "you can, therefore you may," but "you may, therefore you must"? Is that the freedom science once promised? What one discovers beneath the surface of this scientific determinism is an even more sinister trait, a primitive fatalism, subjectively conditioned. During the last generation, scientist after scientist has anxiously pointed out, or else boastfully proclaimed, that scientific discoveries and their technical applications were proceeding faster than our ability to assimilate them and direct them to valuable ends. Yet so great is the professional compulsion to apply raw, insufficiently tested knowledge immediately, that permanent damage is still being done to both the environment and all its organisms, not least to man himself. By now it should be obvious that this methodology, which professed to eliminate subjectivity from its world picture, provided no way of recognizing its own subjective inflations, distortions, and perversions. Once the translation of organic and human aptitudes into their system-controlled mechanical counterparts has fully taken place, man will have given up the full use of even his physical organs. There are already areas in the United States where people have lost the free exercise of their legs. In many California suburbs, pedestrians are arrested by the police even in broad daylight as suspicious characters. The next step will be to imprison anyone who uses his own voice to sing instead of turning on his portable transistor radio, and even the possibility of indulging in autonomous daydreams has been largely taken over by centrally directed TV and radio. Big Brother did not wait for 1984 to establish his ascendancy. A host of little brothers, wearing the same badge, have crept into every department. With these ultimate modes of imprisonment I shall deal more fully later. Here I would ask only one question: if man's own life is inherently so worthless, by what magic is it improved by being fed into a collective machine? and if the world we have put together with the aid of science is, by its own definition, a world that excludes values, by what logic can we? 188. Assign values to either science or automation. When one empties out the proper life of man, all that is left, humanly speaking, is emptiness. To find a rational answer to the problem of relating mechanization and automation to the needs of man, we must fill up all the blank subjective spaces that were left vacant in the mechanical world picture. 8. We have become thoroughly familiar with the implications of the statement that the steam engine and muscles both do work, but we are uneasy with calculating machines and brains both think. As the writer of this statement, Professor J.Z. Young, sees clearly, the difference between these two statements is as great as their resemblance, for computers, though they perform some of the most difficult and laborious operations of abstract thought with incredible rapidity, are only automatically carrying out instructions given to them by a mind that does think. Experiment had demonstrated that machines made of solid moving parts can transpose only very elementary mental operations, such as those of an old-fashioned adding machine. When Charles Babbage made his first daring effort to put together his calculating engine, he sought to lighten the drudgery of those condemned to make laborious astronomical computations, but the design and organization of this machine proved so difficult that the original model was never finished, though, incidentally, the further demands it made for clockwork precision helped to develop the skill of a new generation of mechanics, who could build other complex machines that were already in demand. This elementary mode of thought demanded an electronic system capable of operating even more swiftly than the brain. The electronic computer was modeled, if quite unconsciously, upon the human brain, and in turn, by its simplification and reduction of the brain's operations, it threw a further light upon the organic electrochemistry of recording, decoding, and composing messages. And whereas the behavior of ordinary machines can be adequately analyzed by the physical sciences, it is hardly surprising that the functions of a computer call, not only for physicists and electronic technicians, but for brain physiologists, linguists, logicians. The more lifelike computers become, the more numerous and diversified these supernumeraries will be, with the collective consequences, many of them socially disruptive, of extending the operations of the computer into areas hitherto under the 189 direct control of man. I shall deal when we come to examine the new mega-machine, but here one wished to consider only its immediate effect in bringing to a conclusion the processes that began with the mechanical clock. What it is important to realize is that automation, in this final form, is an attempt to exercise control, not only of the mechanical process itself, but of the human being who once directed it, turning him from an active to a passive agent, and finally eliminating him altogether. The scientist who emphasized the function of control, by giving computerized direction the name of cybernetics, was Dr. Norbert Wiener, and probably no one else contributed more to the early development of this series of inventions. Wiener helped endow the computer with some of the specialized attributes of human intelligence, including the capacity to absorb fresh information and to correct its own errors or failures, feedback. Yet, no one better realized the problems that the independence of the computer from human intervention would raise, and no one was more concerned than he over the peculiar fascination automated systems would have for autocratic minds, eager to confine human reactions to those that conform to the limited data they are capable of programming. Technicians who themselves lack other purposes and values, memories, and feelings, see no human deficiency in their seemingly superhuman machine, or in the kind of demands that they themselves make on it. Norbert Wiener, in contrast, respected man's autonomy, his unpredictability, and his moral responsibility, the very qualities that those who now seek to extend the realm of automation in every direction, those priests of power, as Wiener called them, have deliberately sought to eliminate. On this matter Wiener demands to be quoted at length. If we use, to achieve our purposes, a mechanical agency with whose operation we cannot efficiently interfere once we have started it, because the action is so fast and irrevocable that we have not the data to intervene. Before the action is complete, then we had better be quite sure that the purpose put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire and not merely a colorful imitation of it. The individual scientist must work as a part of a process whose time scale is so long that he himself can only contemplate a very limited section of it. Here, too, communication between the two parts of a double machine is difficult and limited. Even when the individual believes that science contributes to the human ends which he has at heart, his belief needs a continual scanning and re-evaluation which is only partly possible. For the individual scientist, even the partial appraisal of this liaison between the man and the process requires an imaginative forward glance at history which is difficult, exacting, and only limitedly achievable. And if we adhere simply to the creed of the scientist, that an incomplete knowledge of the world and of ourselves is better than no knowledge, we can still by no 190 means always justify the naive assumption that the faster we rush ahead to employ the new powers for action which are opened up to us, the better it will be. We must always exert the full strength of our imagination to examine where the full use of our new modalities may lead us. Asterisk. In the natural exaltation of discovering how many lifelike functions can by abstraction be transferred to the computer, its total effectiveness in a real-life situation has been often overrated, and its competitive advantage has been exaggerated. Let me give two significant instances. The National Library of Medicine at Bethesda, Maryland, has an information retrieval service, MEDLARS, designed to index the medical periodical literature of about 2,800 journals. This system has been in operation since 1963 and by 1968 500,000 articles were in storage. To compare the results of a computerized search with those made in a conventional manner, two members of the Radcliffe Science Library staff in England compiled a list of references on the same subject, covering the same period as the MEDLARS taped record. Though 9 relevant references in MEDLARS were not discovered by the library staff, they dug out 13 relevant references not included. Alike on grounds of promptness and low cost and qualitative value, human agents proved preferable to the automation. But an even more dramatic instance was provided by the Apollo 11 moon landing. At a critical moment in making the descent to the moon, the astronauts' computer repeatedly announced its inability to handle the data. In human terms, it panicked, so that the ground control officers were at one moment on the point of aborting the mission. Fortunately, they made the radical decision to close off the computer and let the astronauts alone manage the final stages of the landing. The life efficiency and adaptability of the computer must be questioned. Its judicious use depends upon the ability of its human employers quite literally to keep their own heads, not merely to scrutinize the programming, but to reserve for themselves the right of ultimate decision. No automatic system can be intelligently run by automatons or by people who dare not assert human intuition, human autonomy, human purpose. Curiously, Wiener's anxieties about automatism had been anticipated by John Stuart Mill, for similar reasons, in his essay on liberty. Supposing, Mill said, that it were possible to get houses built, corn grown, battles fought, causes tried, and even churches erected and prayers said by machinery by automatons in human form, it would be a considerable loss to exchange for these automatons even the men and women who at present inhabit the more civilized parts of the world, and who assuredly are but starved specimens of what nature can and will produce. Some moral and technical consequences of automation, in Science, May 6, 1960. 191. What Mill realized at this early moment, and what Wiener later emphasized, is that the sum total of human potentialities in any community is infinitely richer than the limited number that can be installed in a closed system, and all automatic systems are closed and limited, even those computers that are capable of learning through further use of the material already provided. By reason of its very nature, no computer can be as wealthy in life experience and tested information as a great city. Obviously, computers cannot invent new symbols or conceive new ideas, not already outlined in the very setting up of their programs. Within its strict limits, a computer can perform logical operations intelligently, and even, given a program that includes random factors, can simulate creation, but under no circumstances can it dream of a different mode of organization than its own. Faced with the problem of translation from one language to another, a function once hopefully assigned to the computer, its choices become absurd and its meanings scrambled, as in a case of brain damage. Man, on the contrary, is constitutionally an open system, reacting to another open system, that of nature. Only an infinitesimal part of either system can be interpreted by man, or come under his control, and only an even minuter portion accordingly falls within the province of the computer. At any moment new and unexpected factors of subjective origin may upset or falsify the computer's most confident predictions, which latter has happened more than once in election forecasts. Such order as man has achieved through his laws and customs, his ideologies and moral codes, has proved precious, however infirm, precisely because it helps to keep both organic systems open without permitting man's capability for integration to be totally destroyed by exorbitant quantifications or irrelevant novelties. By now it should be plain that many of the exorbitant hopes for a computer-dominated society are subjective emanations from the pecuniary pleasure center. Even hopes for the total elimination of the worker have proved somewhat premature. For every manual worker who is eliminated from an ancient craft or thrown off the assembly line, it turns out that a bureaucratic substitute, capable of feeding and nursing the vast cybernetic pseudo-organism that is coming into existence, will be needed, if not directly at the point of production, then in business corporations and government departments, in the universities and research institutes, in the sanatoria and hospitals engaged in the expansion of both mental and corporeal modes of control. The most sterile form of work possible, paper work, without even such muscular exercise as manual work afforded, has increased by leaps and bounds, and the resulting degeneration of responsive and responsible intelligence is equally patent here. The notion that automation gives any guarantee of human liberation is a piece of wishful thinking. 192. At all events, the most serious threat of computer-controlled automation comes, not so much from the displacement of the worker in the process of manufacture, as in the displacement of the human mind and the insidious undermining of confidence in its ability to make individual judgments that run contrary to the system or that proceed outside the system. I have before me the systemation letters circulated by a branch of a corporation preeminent in inventing and manufacturing computers. It shows how automation extends from the machine back to the organizations utilizing systems methods, with or without computer adjuncts, and from them back to the individual. The point of this letter is that deviation from the system can destroy control. The most disastrous result of automation, then, is that its final product is automated or organization man, he who takes all his orders from the system, and who, as scientist, engineer, expert, administrator, or, finally, as consumer and subject, cannot conceive of any departure from the system, even in the interest of efficiency, still less for the sake of creating a more intelligent, vivid, purposeful, humanly rewarding mode of life. How deeply ingrained the commitment to automatism has become appears from a sad little tale passed on to me by Denis Gabor, sometime professor of engineering at the Imperial College of Technology in London, himself an adept in some of the most advanced branches of science-oriented technology. I do not think that I have told you about a great hope which I had 3 years ago. I heard that IBM France had made a remarkable experiment. In their great factory at Corby-les-Anis they made a break with division of labor. One technician completed a sizable element of a computer, using hundreds of tools, tested it himself, and signed it, like an artist. I heard also that the gain in interest and the development in intelligence of these workmen was fabulous. Thereupon I wrote an enthusiastic letter to IBM France and asked to visit them. I got a crestfallen letter, that until now it was indeed like this, but their new factory will be fully automated. IBM was plainly not concerned with increasing human intelligence or giving back to machine workers the quality of life that once was fostered by the higher crafts. This story sums up what I have been trying to tell. The process of automation has produced imprisoned minds that have no capacity for appraising the results of their process, except by the archaic criteria of power and prestige, property, productivity, and profit, segregated from any more vital human goals. The Pentagon of Power. By its own logic, automation is dedicated to the installation of a system of total control over every natural process, and ultimately over every organic function and human purpose. Not strangely, the one part of the civilization that escapes the principle of total control is automation itself. The country in which this mode of collective servitude has been carried furthest has been taught by its information manipulators, public relations specialists, to call this system free enterprise. No wonder the recalcitrant IBM employee, who sent me the systemation letter from which I have quoted, accompanied it with an IBM punch card on which a single word was written: help. But at this terminal point, where the automatic process is on the verge of creating a whole race of acquiescent and obedient human automatons, the forces of life have begun, sometimes stealthily, sometimes ostentatiously, to reassert themselves in the only form that is left them, an explosive affirmation of the primal energies of the organism. Already we are faced with a reaction from civilization more desperate than any hitherto visible on the historic record, partly a wishful withdrawal, to some more bucolic simplicity, but often in utter desperation to a state anterior to the most primitive human institutions, that which Shakespeare characterized as Caliban, and Freud as the primal underlayer of the human personality, the ID. For mark this, the automaton was not born alone. The automaton has been accompanied, we can now see, by a twin, a dark shadow self, defiant, not docile, disorderly, not organized or controlled, above all, aggressively destructive, even homicidal, reasserting the dammed up forces of life in crazy or criminal acts. In the emerging figure of man, the subego, or ID, threatens to function as the superego in a reversed hierarchy that lowers the authority of the brain and puts the reflexes and blind instincts in command. The aim of this subversive superego is to destroy those higher attributes of man whose gifts of love, mutuality, rationality, imagination, and constructive aptitude have enlarged all the possibilities of life. It is in the light of these impending negations and destructions that the whole concept of subjugating nature and replacing man's own functions with collectively fabricated, automatically operated, completely depersonalized equivalence must at last be repraised. 9. The credit for understanding the full implications of automation belongs not to any contemporary scientist or technician, but to the Victorian satirist Samuel Butler, a true descendant of Jonathan Swift, who anticipates so many of the absurdities and ostentatious trivialities of our present day society in his description of Laputa, in Gulliver's Travels. 194. Butler's original letter to the press in Christchurch, New Zealand, was published in 1863 and reproduced later in his notebooks. As a young sheep rancher with time to ruminate over Darwin's recent work, on the origin of species, daring to draw further conclusions, as no incipient PhD would dare today, even had he the time, Butler sensitively pursued the forces already actively at work in society to their Probable future. Butler was the first to see plainly that if Darwin's theory of evolution was correct, it could not arbitrarily stop short at the physical evolution of man, or assume that this age-old process was now terminated. Like most of his contemporaries and ours, he believed that there are few things of which the present generation is more justly proud than of the wonderful improvements which are daily taking place in all sorts of contrivances. But he could not refrain from asking what the end of this mighty movement is to be. In what direction is it tending? What will be its upshot? His answer was that as the vegetable kingdom had developed from the mineral and the animal had supervened upon the vegetable, so now in these last few ages, an entirely new kingdom has sprung up of which we have as yet only seen what will one day be considered the antediluvian prototypes of the race, namely, the mechanical kingdom. By adding daily to the beauty and the delicacy of the physical organization of machines, Butler observed, man was creating his own successors, giving them greater power and supplying by all sorts of ingenious contrivances that self-regulating and self-acting power which will be to them what intellect has been to the human race. In the course of ages, we shall find ourselves the inferior race. This transposition of life into mechanical organizations will, Butler pointed out, eliminate man's most serious difficulty, that of developing his own capacities to become human. In the moral quality of self-control, the machines would be so superior that man would look up to them as the acme of all that the best and wisest man can ever dare to aim at. No evil passions, no jealousy, no avarice, no impure desires will disturb the serene might of those glorious creatures. Sin, shame, and sorrow will have no place among them. If they want feeling, by the use of which very word we betray our recognition of them as living organisms, they will be attended by patient slaves whose business and interest will be to see that they want nothing. Anticipating Norbert Wiener, Butler even embraced the possibility of a machine's reproducing another machine as at least a remote prospect. Day by day, Butler concluded, the machines are gaining ground upon us, day by day we are becoming more subservient to them, more men are daily bound down as slaves to tend them, more men are daily devoting the energies of their whole lives to the development of mechanical life. The upshot is simply a question of time, but that the time will come when the machines will hold the real supremacy over the world and its inhabitants is what no person of a truly philosophic mind can for a moment question. Having accurately foreseen what is actually happening in the present age, Butler reacted against his own logic by putting forward, obviously with his tongue in his cheek, an absurd remedy. War to the death should be instantly proclaimed against the machines. Let us go back to the primeval condition of the human race. If it be urged that this is impossible under the present condition of human affairs, this at once proves that the mischief is already done, that our servitude has commenced in good earnest, that we have raised a race of beings whom it is beyond our power to destroy, and that we are not only enslaved but are absolutely acquiescent in our bondage. Butler seems to have been frightened by his own intuitions, so much so that he promptly sought security, as many of the readers of this passage will doubtless do, by joining the defenders of total automation. In a second letter to the same newspaper, Butler, on a contrary tack, stated the case for all technical development, from the most rudimentary flint hand axe, to the most exquisitely organized automatic machine. Correctly, he pointed out that the machine is an extension of man's organic properties, a further development of his bodily gifts, enlarging their range and adding new qualities, as musical instruments extend the range and quality of the human voice. As docile slaves, machines are as innocent and as helpful as the fingers of one's hand. But there is a difference between using the machine to extend human capabilities, and using it to contract, eliminate, or replace human functions. In the first, man still exercises authority on his own behalf; in the second, the machine takes over and man becomes a supernumerary. This broad Butler back to the problem he had frivolously evaded when he suggested a massacre of the machines, the question of what changes are necessary in order to restore and confirm man's control over his own creations. When Butler returned to this problem in his topsy-turvy satire, Eruhan, he took refuge in a humorous compromise, allowing a certain basic equipment of traditional machines, but providing for the destruction of machines invented after an arbitrary date, and punishing heavily all future attempts at invention. This was a slippery evasion of the real problem, that of establishing a method of evaluation, selection, and control. Yet Butler's insight, for all his whimsical masking of it, showed a fuller grasp of the difficulties mankind now actually faces than most of our contemporaries yet do, for a large part of advanced thought today in both science and techniques is directed toward feeding into the machine more and more human components, without even a quiver of concern over what will be left of man's life if this process goes on indefinitely. 196. It was Butler's merit to see through this technological obsession, to point out that the beneficiary of total mechanization would not be man himself but the machines which had turned into ersatz love objects, and would soon pass from being fetishes to being gods. Butler saw that the program of mechanization would serve not to make man more powerful and intelligent, but to make him totally unnecessary, a trivial accessory of the machine, a lobotomized dwarf whose immense organic potentialities would be extirpated in order to conform to the requirements of the machine. In foreseeing the blank wall at the end of this blind alley, Butler was prescient. The power of custom is enormous, and so gradual will be the change that man's sense of what is due to himself will at no time be rudely shocked. Our bondage will steal upon us noiselessly and by imperceptible approaches, nor will there ever be a decisive clash of desire between man and the machines as will lead to an encounter between them. Even more accurately, Butler observed in still another passage, in his later fantasy, Eruhan, we cannot calculate any corresponding advances in man's intellectual or physical powers which shall be set off against the far greater development that seems in store for the machines. Some people may say that man's moral influence will suffice to rule them, but I cannot think that it will ever be safe to repose much trust in the moral sense of a machine. Lifted from its satiric setting, what could be a more realistic anticipation of the events, the institutions, and the state of mind we face today? But it is not in the textbooks of physics and engineering, nor yet in the fashionable standardized predictions of the technological future, whether parading as sociology or as science fiction, that these eventualities can be explored. For Butler was not merely dealing with the tangible inventions and discoveries of his period, he had taken note of the possibility of a more profound and universal change, one that would dismember the human organism in order to reconstitute it as a life-simulating, life-replacing collective machine. Butler himself recoiled from this ultimate nihilism, and passed it off as a wry jest. But if he had been a religious prophet, rather than a satirist, he might have uttered the final words on this whole development, words used long ago by Isaiah. Yet turn things upside down. Shall the potter be counted as clay? That the thing made should say of him that made it, he made me not, or the thing framed of him that framed it, he hath no understanding. A century after Butler, these questions now thunder ominously in our ears. Chapter 8. Progress as Science Fiction. 1. Wheels of Progress. Behind the scientific discoveries and technical inventions that rapidly accumulated after the 16th century, one must recognize the constant influence of the cosmic and mechanical world picture which accompanied them. Although the technical innovations themselves were new, the animus behind them had existed in a shadowy form ever since the Pyramid Age. Awaiting only the reincarnation of the sun god, so to say, in order to take effect. The essential feeling of all the earliest work, noted Flinders Petrie of the Egyptians, is rivalry with nature, and this feeling of rivalry, the desire to conquer nature and control all her manifestations, in an almost literal sense to get on top of her, has been one of the distinguishing marks of modern man. In that respect, Petrarch's famous feat of climbing Mont Ventoux for no other purpose than the climb itself, conquering space, rising above the earth, might be taken as the harbinger of this new age. That aspiration has now culminated in a walk on the moon. By the 18th century, a subtle transposition of values had begun to take place, as technics itself began to occupy a larger place. If the goal of technics was to improve the condition of man, the goal of man was to become ever more narrowly confined to the improvement of technology. Mechanical progress and human progress came to be regarded as one, and both were theoretically limitless. To understand how the idea of technical progress achieved such widespread acceptance as a quasi-religious faith during the 19th century, one must examine its history, which is a curiously brief one. There have been periods in every high culture when evidence of technical improvements were plainly visible, as in the replacement of bronze tools and 197 weapons with iron ones, or in the conversion of the rude wooden temples of 7th century Greece to the masterly marble forms of the 5th century, themselves made possible by redoubtable engineering ability in cutting, transporting, and erecting huge blocks of stone. But though these improvements were striking enough to incite imitation, they did not breed any sense of their inevitability, nor did they presage a long series of improvements in other fields. Strangely, those who sought human perfection were still inclined to look for it in an earlier age. They sought to recover a simplicity that had been lost, a humanity that only later had been corrupted. Even the Jewish people, who had a sense of their historic mission, found it easier to go back to Moses than forward to a new Messiah. The earliest idea of progress was perhaps latent in the Christian notion of self-perfection for divine ends, and its ideal consummation, if not reversion to the Golden Age, was that of an equally static future in heaven, a future not to be enjoyed by the whole community, since it also included for the wicked the possibility of an equally long but painful residence in hell. The notion of progress likewise had its roots, as Tubson has demonstrated, in the latter-day belief in a coming millennium, not in a passage to a remote heaven but to a more tangible heaven that was about to arrive on earth. This idea was expressed as early as 1699 by John Edwards, an Orthodox divine. The interesting thing about his statement is that in contrast to the earlier Anabaptists, who, too, had millennial social visions, and even experimented beatnik fashion with their realization, he felt that improvements in natural and mechanic philosophy were being matched by improvements in divine knowledge, so that physical nature and human nature would be renewed simultaneously. Result: the virtuosi will improve natural philosophy, the soil will regain its original fertility, life will be more comfortable. The inheritors of the utopian earth will be not the risen saints but simply posterity. It would be hard to find a single sentence anywhere that encompassed so many of the focal ideas of progress, science, specialized skill, comforts, moral elevation, utopia, the future. In brief, heaven would at last come down to earth, and mechanic philos ophy would bring this about. A few generations later, the idea of progress was put forth in its broadest form by Turgot and Edward Gibbon. Turgot, a minister of state under Louis XVI and an unusually well-balanced mind, did not regard progress as a simple byproduct of technology, but as due to human genius. Much as he admired science and anticipated a time when all truths might be stated in abstract mathematical form, he rather attached the possibility of progress to an innate human tendency to innovate, to create novelty, in counteraction to an equally observable tendency to repress innovations. 199. And reforms, and to take refuge in a state of treadmill repetitiveness. So one turns for a less qualified version of the idea to Gibbon, in his introduction to his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Every age of the world, Gibbon observed, has increased and still increases, the real wealth, the happiness, the knowledge, and perhaps the virtue of the human race. This picture of a steady, persistent, almost inevitable accumulation of improvements reflected not merely the bland optimism of Enlightenment intellectuals, but also their self-flattering notion of their own place in human history. For the leaders of this movement, from Voltaire on, but here one must accept Turgot, believed that past cultures, particularly that of the Middle Ages, had been the victims of blind instincts, besotted ignorance, priestly repressions, and ruthless tyrants. Once the monstrous ideas and practices of the past were extirpated, they were particularly hostile to Gothic architecture. Ere men would be moved and governed by reason alone, in conformity with the innate goodness of human nature. But, if Gibbon's observation was well founded, human improvement had never ceased. It was guaranteed by the nature of things. Each later generation surpassed all earlier achievements. This conversion to the doctrine of progress had come swiftly. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Duc de Saint-Simon described the forebodings of his eminent contemporary Marshal de Catinat as follows. He deplored the errors of the time, which he saw follow each other in endless succession, the deliberate discouragement of zeal, the spread of luxury. Looking at the signs of the times, he thought he discovered every element of the impending destruction of the state, while before him a 16th-century observer, Louis Leroy, had pointed out that every great civilization, after reaching a certain point, had declined. What was a dire, if well-founded, foreboding to Marshal de Catinat became, for the progressive minds of the 18th century, a happy promise. They measured progress by the number of antiquated institutions that could be cast off. If progress be considered a linear movement through time, it may be taken in two ways: getting closer to a desired goal, or getting further away from a starting point. Those who favored progress simple-mindedly believed that evils were the property of the past, and that only by moving away from the past as rapidly as possible could a better future be assured. There were just enough traces of truth in this doctrine to make its radical fallacies more dangerous. All civilizations had carried with them for some 5,000 years, I emphasize again, the traumatic institutions that had accompanied the rise of earlier power systems: human sacrifice, war, slavery, forced labor, arbitrary inequalities in wealth and privilege. But along with these evils had come also a considerable accumulation of goods. 200. Whose conservation and transmission were essential to man's own humanization and further improvement. The exponents of progress were too committed to their doctrine to anticipate that the authoritarian institutions they sought to destroy forever might come back more oppressively than ever, fortified through the very science and techniques that they valued as a means of emancipation from the past. A century later, the curious assumption of continuous and inevitable progress, which made no allowance for observable organic processes, decay and destruction, lapses and breaks, arrests and regressions, would be voiced with fatuous confidence by the popular French philosopher Victor Cousin. Think of it, gentlemen, nothing regresses, everything moves ahead. On that same principle today, contemporary prophets of progress have hailed the supersonic plane, with its physically destructive booms, its violent shock to the nervous system, its pollution of the air, and its eventual deterioration of the climate, as an inevitable contribution to transportation progress, though they have not been able to point to a single function, apart from military assault, that could not be adequately performed, as in the past, with greater comfort and safety, by a less shattering mode of transportation at a lower speed. Now, the strangest part of Gibbon's statement is that it stands at the beginning of a book that exhibited in detail just the opposite process. What Gibbon's grand historic survey disclosed was how the primal flow of energy that had raised Roman civilization to such a high level in so many fields, notably engineering, city building, and public law, was actually, within a few centuries, reversed, how throughout the great Roman Imperium the wheels of progress gradually ground to a halt, how important knowledge was lost, technical efficiency lowered, and once highly disciplined armed forces became greedy, rowdy mobs. Finally, Gibbon's evidence showed how, in a succession of retreats and defeats, the once viable goods of Rome had turned into evils, while the poverty, insecurity, and ignorance it had boasted of conquering had, before the incredulous eyes of cultivated Romans, served as the organizing nucleus of a more creative Christian order, which gathered to itself the ebbing energies of the older culture and polarized them around a negative conception of earthly life. Parallel reversals had taken place, as even an 18th-century historian could know, not once in human history but many times before, with a similar break in tradition, a loss of knowledge, a dissipation of real wealth, to say nothing of outbreaks of violence and a general inordinate increase of human misery. These patent historic facts made nonsense of Gibbon's description of the steady increase of wealth and happiness. And if the doctrine of progress provided a key to a new future, there was certainly nothing in Gibbon's prefatory statement, though much in his historic description, to prepare his own countrymen for the reversal of technology. 201. Cal progress, followed by a similar retreat and collapse throughout the British Empire. In his own imagination, indeed, he had already seen some future Gibbon surveying the ruins of London, as he had viewed those of Rome. What Gibbon was in fact celebrating was not the realities of human progress but the smug feeling of superiority and security enjoyed by the British upper classes, who thought that in time humane intelligence would assume control of every institution and even ensure that the comforts and luxuries of the dominant minority would be passed on in appropriately diluted and vulgarized form, to the rest of the population, the essential doctrine of Whig liberalism. On this assumption Gibbon could even say, only a few years before the American and the French revolutions, actually the beginning of 2 centuries of national uprisings, class struggles, imperialist conquests, and savage repressions, that there was no longer any need for revolutions. The equation of mechanical with moral progress, once implanted in the Western mind, became a generally accepted doctrine, denied only in the Catholic countries of Western Europe, or in backward continents that the machine had not yet penetrated. Each successful new invention only supported further this unqualified faith in a corresponding human improvement. Naturally, the belief in the inevitability of progress tended for a while to bring further evidence of it into existence, just as an unqualified belief in a witch doctor's powers often ensures the working of his magic curses or cures. Since the idea of progress had no way of accounting for new evils or regressions, it tended to sweep away the voluminous evidence, both historic and contemporary, of their existence. To count only the benefits and to take no notice of the losses proved the standard method of retaining the millennial assumptions on which the doctrine of progress had originally been built. But even in material comforts progress had been so uneven that, as Winston Churchill once wryly remarked, English mansions in the 20th century still lack central heating, which had been enjoyed by their Roman prototypes almost 2,000 years before. Progress, naturally, meant different things to different minds, one thing to Diderot and Condorcet, another to Marx and Comte, another to Herbert Spencer and Charles Darwin, and still another to present-day continuators. Meanwhile the valid notion of filling up and drawing upon a permanent cultural reservoir, which still partly made sense to Gibbon, dropped out of the concept. Voltaire's grinning formula for progress to strangle the last king with the entrails of the last priest seemed to fellow enthusiasts an admirable way of wiping the slate clean and setting society up on an entirely rational basis. Even those who might be shocked by this sadistic proposal nevertheless followed in other fields the scorched earth policy of raising the past. 202. As a means of hastening the advance into the future. Gibbon's doctrine had accepted the fact that the goods of civilization are cumulative, rather than successive, but once movement away from the past became the criterion of progress, the function of accumulation was turned over to museums. 2. What was lacking in the new concept of progress were 2 realities that were later included in the concept of evolution, but since the 2 emerged almost simultaneously, they were often, unfortunately, confused in popular thought. Evolution focused on the central fact of organic life itself. In this evolutionary perspective, mass, energy, and motion do not account for anything but the abstract groundwork of life. Unlike physical energies which run only in one direction, downhill, organic activities are bipolar, both positive and negative, active and passive, building up and tearing down, accumulating and selecting, in short, growing, reproducing, and dying. When the positive processes, counter-entropy or growth, have the upper hand, if only by a small and temporary margin, life prospers. Crawling upward on the spiral of form, the earthworm may, in Emerson's laconic metaphor, become a man. The creature does not progress by increasing its rate of growth and becoming merely a bigger earthworm, or the begetter of vaster numbers of earthworms. In countless organisms keeping alive and reproducing, holding their own, does, in fact, constitute their success as a species, though merely by existing they may enrich the environment sufficiently to help other species to prosper, as the lowly plankton supports the sperm whale. Along only one route so far visible has organic evolution resulted in consistent progressive change, in the development of the mammalian nervous system. While the kidneys and lungs were invented tens of millions of years ago, the nervous system has indeed steadily become more ample and adequate, and in man it underwent extraordinary growth during the last 500,000 years. Thanks to this nervous system and the products it has fashioned out of its own mind stuff, signs and symbols, man lives in a world infinitely more wealthy in possibilities than any other creature. There alone, in the human mind, does the idea of progress have a serious content or offer the prospect of a better future. But a salient fact about this singular, evolutionary development must be noted: it has supplemented natural selection by a cultural selection that has not only modified man's own environment and his way of life, but has 203. Brought out new potentialities in his own nature, such as the playful mastery of mathematical abstractions, which could not have been anticipated when man began to count on his fingers. Until the invention of symbols, technological progress through manipulation and manual work played only a small part in that basic transformation. This story, which has been pieced together only within the last century, modifies the whole conception of progress, for it separates mind-forming evolutionary developments within the human species, the culture and the emergent personality, from those purely material advances in tools, weapons, and utensils that colored the 19th century doctrines. But while evolution discloses occasional leaps and creative sorties, it also reveals lapses, reversions, arrests, and lethal maladaptations, and just because of man's superior neural equipment, superior but unstable and extremely fragile, even his best technical advances have often been halted, or have been perverted and misapplied. In mastering the art of flying, for example, man released himself from his land-bound condition. But this triumph carries disconcerting limitations. In pursuit of speed, man has already restored, in even more restrictive form, space rockets, the limitations he sought to escape from, and has become a mere transportable mass, theoretically shrinking in size as he approaches the speed of light, and actually losing his capacity to react in any life-sustaining mode precisely to the degree he increases the speed of his vehicle. In terms of evolutionary experience, there is no reason to think that genuine progress is achievable in any direction except in conformity to the terms laid down by man's biological nature, modified and partly superseded by his historic cultures, as these have been intensified through the development of man's nervous system. As concerns the living environment, many of modern man's imposing, indeed overpowering technological feats have already proved wantonly dangerous, and in some cases, deadly. Had not evolutionary doctrine itself been influenced by the mechanical world picture, and had not mechanical progress been equated with the mal-vision survival of the fittest, these facts would have been identified and appraised long before now. To believe that a later point in time necessarily carries a larger accumulation of values, or that the latest invention necessarily brings a human improvement, is to forget the patent evidence of history, the recurrent lapses into barbarism, most conspicuous, and most dreadful, as Guillaume Tistavico long ago pointed out, in the behavior of civilized man. Was the Inquisition, with its ingenious mechanical innovations in nicely graded torture, a sign of progress? Technically, yes; humanly, no. From the standpoint of human survival, to say nothing of further development, a flint arrowhead is preferable to a hydrogen bomb. Doubtless it hurts the pride of modern man to realize that earlier cultures, with simpler technical 204 facilities, may have been superior to his own in terms of human values, and that genuine progress involves continuity and conservation, above all. Conscious anticipation and rational selection, the antithesis of our present kaleidoscopic multiplication of random novelties. Mainly, it was by centering on the abstractions of time and space and motion that the prophets of progress sought for proof of its validity. The very metaphor was but another name for unimpeded movement over the water, then through the air, and now, with rocket power, through the solar system, propelled further by fantasies of voyages to other stars many light years away. It is not by accident that H. G. Wells' most original work of fiction, The Time Machine, has as its hero an inventor who has learned how to travel through time. The effective symbolic equivalent of that purely imaginary mechanical device is of course the study of history. In vulgar usage, progress has come to mean limitless movement in space and time, accompanied, necessarily, by an equally limitless command of energy, culminating in limitless destruction. Even my old master, Patrick Geddes, still an optimistic Victorian at heart though tempered by the realistic pessimism of Carlyle and Ruskin, used to say equally about ideas or projects, we must be getting on, and he held it a sufficient condemnation of Mahatma Gandhi's method of seeking Mother India's independence via hand-spinning that his ideas came from three main sources: Thoreau, Ruskin, and Tolstoy, all three already 2 generations behind. Despite the wide array of machines produced during the last 2 centuries, it is mainly by vehicles of transportation, the steamboat, the rail, the motor car, the plane, and the rocket, that the advances of modern technology have been identified in the popular mind. Even when one restricts the notion of progress to conquering space and time, its human limitations are flagrant. Take one of Buckminster Fuller's favorite illustrations of the shrinkage of time and space, beginning with a sphere 20 feet in diameter, to represent transportation time distance by walking. With the use of the horse, this sphere gets reduced in size to 6 feet. With the clipper ship, it becomes a basketball; with the railroad, a baseball; with the jet plane, a marble; and with the rocket, a pea. And if one could travel at the speed of light, one might add, to round off Fuller's idea, the Earth would become, from the standpoint of bodily velocity, a molecule, so that one would be back at the starting point without having even the briefest sensation of having left. By so carrying Fuller's illustration to its theoretic extreme, one reduces this mechanical concept to its proper degree of human irrelevance. For like every other technical achievement, speed has a meaning only in relation to other human needs and purposes. Plainly, the effect of speeding transportation is to diminish the possibilities of direct human experience, even the experience of travel. A person who undertook to walk around the Earth 205 would actually, at the end of that long journey, have stored up rich memories of its geographic, climatic, aesthetic, and human realities. These experiences retreat in direct ratio to speed, until at the climax of rapid movement, the traveler can have no experience at all. His world has become a static one, in which time and motion work no changes whatever. Not merely space but man shrinks. Because of the volume of jet travel and the rapid turnover of tourists, this means of transport has already ruined beyond repair many of the precious historic sites and cities that incited this mass visitation. Progress, as our machine-oriented culture defined it, was simply a forward movement through time, and the going, as one pragmatist philosopher defined it, becomes the goal, the early version of the even shallower notion that the medium is the message. Both ideas can, however, be stated in a valid form. the going does indeed become part of the goal and enlarges it, while the medium necessarily modifies the message. But note, at its inception there was some justification for this fervid belief in progress. Too often in the past beneficial innovations had been unable to break through the deep crust of custom. Even the highly rational Michel de Montaigne thought that bad institutions should be maintained, rather than that society should risk the dangers that might attend their reform. To have the freedom now open to us to pick and choose from the past, it was first necessary perhaps to break with it entirely as an Attlees. Saint must break with his parents to become mature enough to take from his elders eventually what will further his own growth. For perhaps the first time the future took possession of men's minds, not as a remote hope of deliverance in a remote static heaven, but as a persistent presence and a realizable promise of further fulfillments. All organisms have much of their future embedded in their life cycle, events still to come, forms still to be realized, constantly impinge on present choices and modify them. Feed forward is the vital complement to feedback. Yet strangely a persistent consciousness of the future, as a dynamic ingredient of present life, seems to have been actively embodied in only one culture, though notably a long-lived one, that of the Jews, and it was in terms of their deliverance and ultimate return to Jerusalem that they survived hardships and ordeals that repeatedly shattered and obliterated other peoples, less confident in their own purposes, less committed to the future. In so far as the doctrine of progress gave as much weight to the future as to the past, it helpfully offset an excessive respect for the outworn institutions and customs that too often had lost their relevance. However arbitrary and ignorant its rejection of the past, the idea of progress was at first a liberating one, a casting off of the rusty chains that had crippled the human spirit. In the immediate setting of Western Europe, 206. This led to an unsparing criticism of many serious evils, and despite the ruling class hostility to reformers and meddlers, it brought about effective remedies. Under this new impetus, free public education was introduced everywhere, the insane were unmanacled, noisome prisons were cleansed and exposed to light, in some countries the populace were grudgingly granted a share in national lawmaking, the deaf and dumb were helped to express themselves, and even those who, like Helen Keller, were blind and deaf too, were with superhuman patience led to talk. For a while even torture was eliminated, at least officially, from criminal interrogation, though the most injurious ancient institutions, notably slavery and war, still kept their grip. One need not belittle the fact that such happy changes were fostered and hastened by the idea of progress. But though these improvements were often notable, it is perhaps even more notable that not a single one owed anything directly to mechanical invention. This is not to deny that from the 18th century on there was an interaction between the idea of progress, systematic mechanical invention, scientific discovery, and political legislation. Success in one department confirmed and supported similar efforts in other departments. Where can the perfect ability of man stop, armed with geometry and the mechanical arts and chemistry? Demanded Louis Sebastian Mercier in his 18th century Utopia, the year 2440. Where indeed? The very choice of that distant year proclaimed that the future had become coeval with the past and even threatened altogether to supplant it. Mercier's was one of the first of the futurist utopias that became common in the 19th century, and not a few of his anticipations have come to pass long before his climactic date. The notion that the machine, by reason of its rationality of design and its austere perfection of performance, was now a moral force, indeed the moral force, one that set new standards of achievement for man, made it easier to equate the new technology, even in its most sordid manifestations, with human improvement. Sinfulness no longer consisted in falling short of human potentialities, it now meant to fall short of the maximum utilization of the machine. In the classic philosophies and religions, the notion of perfection had been directed almost exclusively to the cultivation of self or the salvation of the soul. Only as a byproduct were human institutions considered the object of such effort. Still less was the technical milieu involved, until the Benedictine discipline turned work itself into a form of piety. This divorce and isolation of the self from the economic system and the material culture that helped to form it and give it substance was as crucial an error as any made in the delineation of the mechanical world picture. But it had one merit: it demanded conscious participation and disciplined effort. The doctrine of progress, on the other hand, conceived improvement as exter. 207. NAL and automatic, no matter what the individual desired or chose, so long as the community accepted the multiplication of machines and the consumption of the machines' typical products as the chief goal of human effort, progress was ensured. So rapid, so numerous, so impressive were mechanical inventions that by the middle of the 19th century even such a humane, well-balanced mind as Emerson's was colored by this view, though he rejected the metaphysical foundations of the utilitarian creed. The splendors of this age, Emerson once exclaimed, outshine all other recorded ages. In my lifetime I have seen wrought 5 miracles, namely, 1. The steamboat, 2. The railroad, 3. The electric telegraph, 4. The application of the spectroscope to astronomy, 5. The photograph. That premature eulogy leaves one without adequate words to describe our present miracles: the electronic microscope, the atomic pile, the remote-controlled planet-circling space rocket, the computer. Emerson might in another place wryly observe that no matter how far you traveled, the same old self traveled with you. But it was precisely to evade the axial task of disciplining and directing the personality that the apostles of progress put all their energies into perfecting and multiplying machines, and using in new ways the knowledge that was becoming available. For every human weakness or disorder, there was supposedly a swift mechanical, chemical, or pharmaceutical remedy. Even the electric arc light, when first introduced, was hailed confidently as a preventive of nocturnal crime. Hence the reckless application of X-rays for half a century, before the deleterious effects of many different kinds of radiation were acknowledged, likewise the random and excessive use of antibiotics, or again the too hasty resort to surgery, as in frontal lobotomy, for organic disturbances open to other means of treatment. The hopeful notion of the machine as the favored agent of moral and political as well as material good was, again, expressed by Emerson. This alone shows what a grip the doctrine of mechanical progress had established. The progress of invention, Emerson noted in 1866, is really a threat. Whenever I see a railroad I look for a republic. We must take care to induct free trade and abolish customs houses, before the passenger balloons begin to arrive from Europe, and I think the railroad superintendent has a second and deeper sense when he inscribes his legend over the ways: look out for the engine. Little did Emerson suspect that superior technical equipment might beget not a world union of republics but a hostile alignment of destructive totalitarian military machines. Today there are still avant-garde minds, cast in this old-fashioned progressive mold, who continue to believe that instant communication by television will produce instant understanding, or who are even so bound to their dogmatic faith in technological progress as 208. To believe that the direction of congested and impeded auto traffic by radio from a helicopter is an evidence of superb technical efficiency instead of what it really is, a revelation of a glaring bankruptcy alike in contemporary engineering, transportation planning, social control, and urban design. The early believers in mechanical salvation would have been hard put to it to explain how the very decade that saw the triumph of air transportation likewise saw the universal restoration of national passport restrictions, which had been virtually abandoned by the end of the 19th century. In short, the notion that mechanical and scientific progress guaranteed parallel human benefits was already dubious by 1851, the year of the Crystal Palace exhibition, and now has become completely untenable. Both the early hopes for scientific and technical progress, and the later sense of disillusion, were expressed in 2 poems by Alfred Tennyson, Locksley Hall, 1842, and Locksley Hall 60 years after, 1886. As a young man he had hailed not only the locomotive but the coming of aerial travel, as an achievement that made it better, in his own words, to live 50 years in Europe than a whole cycle in Cathay. But he came finally to a different conclusion: the air war that would usher in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World, no longer seemed likely to have such a happy outcome. Instead of urging forward, forward let us range, he turned on his earlier self with let us hush this cry of forward till 10,000 years have gone. As an ersatz religion, the doctrine of an inevitable mechanical human progress gave the New World picture something that it lacked, an implicit goal, namely, the total demolition of the past, and the creation, mainly by mechanical means, of a better future. Change itself became, in this complex of ideas, not merely a fact of nature as it is but an urgent human value, and to resist change or to retard it in any way was to go against nature and ultimately to endanger man by defying the sun god and denying his commands. On these assumptions, since progress was ordained by heaven, regression was no longer possible. Only a few years before the First World War, in one of H. G. Wells' better novels, The New Machiavelli, the exiled hero, writing about his past life, boasts, "No king, no council, can seize me or torture me, no church, no nation, can silence me. Such powers of ruthless and complete suppression have vanished." At that late date an informed modern mind, confident in the benign workings of science, could not anticipate the possibility of a Hitler or a Stalin or a Mao. He could still believe that human progress was irreversible, though a little later, in 1914, he would himself realistically describe in The World Set Free the destruction of a city hit by a single atom bomb. The popular doctrine of progress gave support to, and in turn claimed support from, the later conception of evolution. But this was an illicit role of Utopias 209. Alliance, since, as Julian Huxley observed, evolution involves not linear progress but divergence, stabilization, extinction, and advance. In organic transformations the forces that resist change and ensure continuity are as important as those that give rise to novelty and bring about improvements. Even what constitutes an advance in one period may turn out to be a maladaptation or a regression in another. At all events, one fact should now be plain: change is not in itself a value, nor is it an automatic producer of values, neither is novelty a sufficient evidence of improvement. These are only the catchwords and advertising slogans of commercial interests with something to sell. As for the notion that technological innovations have been the main source of all human development, this is a disreputable anthropological fable, which does not, as I showed in Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine, stand up under a more comprehensive analysis of man's nature and culture. Once modern man understands the need for continuity and selective modification, in terms of his own capacities and purposes, instead of blind conformity to either nature or his own technology, he will have many fresh choices before him. 3. Role of Utopias. Plato's notion that the human community might be deliberately reshaped and perfected by rational methods, that it was in fact a work of art, came back again with Thomas More. His book on the subject, Utopia, which gave the name retrospectively to this whole literature, appeared within the revolutionary 100 years that witnessed the discovery and conquest of the New World, and the publication of Copernicus De Revolutionibus. And if, as Dr. Arthur Morgan suggested, More himself, like his chosen narrator, Hythloday, had direct news of the system of government imposed by the Incas of Peru, this would only add a final touch of historic authenticity to the resurgent myth of the machine, for the social regimentation and megalithic constructions of the Incas, to say nothing of their religion of the sun, presents a striking parallel, as yet unaccounted for, to those of the much earlier Pyramid Age in Egypt. Compared with the doctrine of progress, the classic utopias from Plato's time onward have had little influence. Certainly it would be foolish to attribute to them directly any of the great social changes of the last 2 centuries, for even those who sought to follow a utopian pattern in found 210 Ideal colonies in America or elsewhere were only a handful, and their inspiration came usually from millennial religious aspirations as in both Mormonism and Zionism. As for the practically successful ideal colonies, like those at Oneida, New York, or Amana, Iowa, they were only tempo. Rarely self-fulfilling and all too soon became self-terminating. Yet utopian literature, from the beginning, had a hidden bond with the emerging system of collective mechanical organization, and it is only now that one can command sufficient historic data to make a plausible tracing of the route followed. If the true goal of human development was the perfection of the whole community, then a system that shaped each specialized part for the more efficient performance of his particular function would in the end perform with the efficiency of a machine. On the surface, the concept of utopia implied just the opposite of progress. Once perfection was achieved, utopian authors saw no need for further change. Even Marx deserted his dynamic Hegelian ideology once communism was supposedly achieved. Thus the ideal society would operate indefinitely, like a well-oiled machine, under the guidance of a collective dictatorship. The behavioral adaptations of the social ants and bees have demonstrated that such a mechanized collective is actually within the realm of organic possibility. While there have been wide variations in the social and economic circumstances envisaged by different utopias since Aristotle made his first comparative survey of ideal Greek commonwealths, there are only a few classic utopias, notably William Morris' News from Nowhere, that reject the basic common assumption, that of designing a whole society in conformity with an ideological blueprint, in which autonomy will be transferred from the individual organism, where it exists in some measure even in the lowest types, to the organized community. Strangely, though the word freedom is sometimes included in the descriptions of utopia, indeed, one 19th-century utopia was called Freeland. The pervasive character of all utopias is their totalitarian absolutism, the reduction of variety and choice, and the effort to escape from such natural conditions or historical traditions as would support variety and make choice possible. These uniformities and compulsions constitute utopia's inner tie to the megamachine. Even before the mechanical world picture had taken hold of the Western mind, the classic utopias, particularly Plato's and More's, the two most influential ones, showed these limitations. Professor Raymond Ruyer, in his exhaustive study of utopias, has confirmed my own original analysis. In 1922, almost all utopias emphasize regularity, uniformity, dirigisme or authoritarianism, isolation, and autarky. Not least, they stress hostility toward nature, which leads to the suppression of the natural environment. Role of Utopias 211. By geometric or mechanical forms, and the replacement of natural products by artificial manufactured substitutes. These fixations seem all the stranger when one finds them in the work of such a sensitive and humane thinker as Thomas More. For in the main, the life More describes is only a robust idealization of the actual practices of the medieval country town and rural manor, as independently described in Stowe's early survey of London. But More superimposes on this a flatly contradictory regime, his ideal one, in which he treats uniformity and regularity as if they were ends in themselves. How otherwise can one account for his singular boast, that he who knows one of the towns in Utopia knows all of them? Beneath the medieval garments of More's perfect commonwealth, an iron robot has already begun to move his artificial limbs, plucking the fruits of life with iron claws. What is the meaning of these many efforts to identify the possibilities of human happiness with an authoritarian, or often indeed a grimly totalitarian society? This sterile fantasy has remained floating in the mind for tens of centuries, like the dream of the mechanical robot, or of human flight. With the coalescence of the mechanical world picture, Utopia took on a new role. It served as a prefabricated ideal model for the actual society that the process of mechanization was rapidly making possible. Though even now few people seem to suspect the ideal form and the ultimate destination of the industrial organization that has been taking shape in our own time, it is in fact heading toward a static finality, in which change of the system itself will be so impermissible that it will take place only through total disintegration and destruction. In short, it turns out that utopia is not so much the distant ideal goal as the imminent operational terminus of our present development. Viewed realistically, the literature of utopias, when further supplemented by science fiction, presents a cross-section of the coming world, as conceived by the accredited ministers of progress. Do not misread this interpretation, there is no causal connection. The actual process of mechanization was not affected in any serious way by the publication of literary and scientific utopias. Except for Bacon's New Atlantis, utopias have had virtually no effect upon technics, though an occasional one, like Bellamy's Looking Backward, may have carried some current innovations to a later social conclusion. Bellamy even provided, as did Fourier in his earlier plans for phalansteries, some of the necessary concrete suggestions that Marx and Engels deliberately refused to offer. It would be truer, indeed, to hold that the exceptional speed of technical progress has, on the contrary, validated the ideal principles of utopia and brought on social consequences that might well have disconcerted the original authors. Utopias, the Russian philosopher Berdyaev remarked, 212. Appear to be much more capable of realization than they did in the past. And we find ourselves faced by a much more distressing problem: how can we prevent their final realization? How can we return to a non-utopian society, less perfect, and more free? Once again, it is not the failures of mechanization, but its achievement of an effortless perfectionism that is in question, and this makes it all the more imperative to look closely at the pictures of supposed social beatitude we find in our technological utopias. The real use of utopias was their service as trial balloons anticipating one or another form of the collective termitary we have been bringing into existence. The various perfect future societies the utopian writers have put forward are not in fact prospectuses for a new golden age, too remote to permit of their realization. On the contrary, they are subjective anticipations of formidable actualities that have proved all too easy to accomplish thanks to technology. Utopia, in other words, is the secret destination of the invisible, all-embracing megamachine, the same destination that Teilhard de Chardin pictured in cosmic terms, and in a strangely euphoric mood, as the omega point. Let us make a brief survey of these warnings, before we confront their eventual terminus. 4. Prefabricated utopias. Anyone who had read the literature of utopias during the past 2 centuries would have had a far better idea of the shape of things to come than a newspaper reader who sedulously followed the random reports of events from day to day. When collated, the overall design that was taking form throughout society became apparent in these utopias, from a generation to a century in advance. If one supplemented this account by wide reading in science fiction, from Poe to Jules Verne through H.G. Wells and Olaf Stapledon, not to mention a multitude of more recent predictions, one would have possessed an almost clairvoyant foreknowledge of present-day society. As early as 1883. For example, one utopian prophet not merely pictured the electric motor car gliding noiselessly over smooth concrete roads, but even added a refinement that was not introduced in the United States till the late 1930s: a dividing line in the middle of the road. Utopian literature has had a distinction that lifted it above the calm. Ismalthiason, Sued. The Diothas. Or A Far Look Ahead. New York, 1883. 213. Compartmentalized thinking characteristic of the mechanistic ideology, it sought in some degree to deal with the ramifying human relationships in a concretely conceived society. And what the main utopias disclosed as an image of perfection was a totalitarian community, so organized that its rulers would, with the aid of the machine, assume control over all human activities, translating a large part of its functions into a mechanical or electronic form, and holding the workers themselves under the strictest possible discipline for their own good. With disarming naivete, Etienne Cabet, the author of one of the most influential mid-19th century utopias, describes this organization. The workers, he said, are divided into as many groups as there are parts to be manufactured, and each of them always manufactures the same parts. There is so much order and discipline that they look like an army. Enough said. Mechanical uniformity and human conformity are embedded in the prefabricated utopias of the 19th century, but it remained for the World's Fair at Chicago in 1933 to proudly emblazon this utopian theme over its portals, in so many words. Science explores, technology executes, man conforms. The mind that coined this slogan undoubtedly believed that this conclusion was so obvious, this result so benign, that they needed no explanatory justification. With exquisite irony, the title of the fair was, "The Century of Progress." Progress indeed. Man conforms. But if that kind of progress had prevailed at the beginning of man's development, he would have conformed abjectly to nature and accepted her conditions with the least possible modification of either himself or the environment, though even the lowest organisms still single out from the wide range of choices nature offers the niche and the mode of life that responds most closely to their own nature and character. In only slightly more sophisticated form, the same kind of fossilized utopia is still rolling off the assembly line, though the technological compulsions may be imposed by a space rocket, a computer, closed circuit television, or a nuclear reactor. Those who have followed my earlier description of the original myth of the machine will see that the classic utopias of the last 2 centuries have been stirred by the same myth as was working in the minds of ancient engineers, bureaucrats, and military commanders. Unfortunately, neither the utopian writers nor our realistic political leaders had sufficient historic background to anticipate that this new assemblage would be accompanied by more savage wars and revolutions, by sadistic terrorisms and psychotic human disorders. Even now, with the record before them, they studiously turn their eyes away from the scene, as one historian of technology was honest enough to remark in a personal letter, lest they be forced to confess to a radical flaw in their own philosophy. 214. But if utopian writers did not anticipate any of the possible malfunctionings of their ideal system, or suspect that the mega-machine most of them were describing was necessarily a minority-manipulated majority-manipulating device, they correctly delineated the most salient characteristics of the new technical and social complex itself. In only one respect did they remain extremely naive. They thought they had caught a glimpse of entrancing possibilities for universal human felicity, and that once utopia was achieved mankind would live happily ever afterward. In retrospect, one of the most fantastic of the progressive 19th century utopias has turned out to be among the most realistic, Bulwer-Lytton's The Coming Race, 1871. In this romance the author, through the very license of his imagination, came much closer to later realities than his more circumspect contemporaries like James Silk Buckingham. Not the least penetrating of Bulwer-Lytton's intuitions was his placement of his utopia in the bowels of the earth. He foretold the collective underground prison that would symbolize to perfection not only man's conquest of nature, but in turn his abject surrender to the machines and utilities that would make that conquest possible. With no direct help from the coming race, this is precisely the denatured environment that hundreds of busy architectural and engineering moles, inspired by the mine, the subway, and the underground rocket control centers, are now projecting universally as the next step in urban development, or, indeed, are already incorporating in equally dismal buildings that still happen to rise above the ground. A generation after Bulwer-Lytton, Gabriel Tarde, the French sociologist, returned to the same habitat in his utopia, Underground Man. The members of the coming race are already in possession of a mysterious source of energy, vril, which gives them the absolute power of destruction possessed by those now in control of hydrogen bombs. But in Bulwer-Lytton's fantasy, this energy was all the more formidable because vril had been miniaturized and was transportable in a hollow rod. By making this new energy the key to both the governance of men and dominance over nature, and by burying his ideal community below the surface of the earth, Bulwer-Lytton anticipated the core features of a new system of totalitarian control. His prevision failed in only one respect. he did not trace the system back to its necessary sources, an all-encompassing organization of trained experts and administrators who would, with the aid of specialized knowledge and equipment, restricted by its nature from easy public access, now propose to control the activities of the mass of men. Instead of depicting this highly specialized military bureaucratic organization, Bulwer-Lytton showed the ruling minority who possessed vril as behaving remarkably like the 19th-century British aristocracy, including both their marital sexual laxity and their unbridled contempt for 215. The lower races who had not discovered vril and so were at their mercy. This combination of relentless control and sexual debauchery for the elite would come back again notably in the Nazi Third Reich. That Bulwer-Lytton, the gentlemanly aristocrat, the lion in curl papers as he was known to his contemporaries, should have conceived this fantasy is an indication of how the original myth of the machine was taking form once more in the human unconscious, long before it had risen to the surface or, at least in the unconscious of ruling groups. Ironically, the only immediate result of this fantasy of super-energy was the bestowal of vril as the last syllable of a once famous British product, an extract of beef called beau. Vril. 5. Bellamy's backward dream. After Bulwer-Lytton, Edward Bellamy's utopia seems too pedestrian to appeal to a modern reader. But as with Bacon's New Atlantis, part of our present boredom in reading looking backward is due to the fact that so many of its boldest proposals have already become daily commonplaces. The marvels of his transformed Commonwealth in the year 2000 are more conspicuous today than the horrors of Orwell's 1984, though these, too, are near enough, if still covered with a slick Madison Avenue glaze. Nothing, certainly, could have been more wildly erroneous than the sober judgment of a reviewer in the Boston Transcript in 1887, who felt that the book contained nothing that might not be possible if only Bellamy had placed his transformation 75 centuries away. Bellamy's imagination was far more realistic than the sober good sense of the Philistines. Bellamy's utopia now reads so strangely, not through the absurdities of his prophecies, but because of the humane hopes that he attached to their fulfillment. For despite his compassion and his democratic ideals, Bellamy unguardedly embraced, under the rubric of the general welfare, the implacable totalitarian features that Bulwer-Lytton shrank from. Bellamy, indeed, was so enamored of the economic potentialities of large-scale organization and mechanization, as in an army, that he did not hesitate to accept military organization as the basic model of his ideal society, merely refining the methods of compulsion long used by the standard old-fashioned megamechanics. Like Cabot, this singularly sensitive mind proposed to combine in a continental totalitarian organization the most ancient methods of control, a disciplined army, conscripted for work, and assigned to their tasks by a central authority plus a large bureaucracy. 216. Efficiently regulating every part of the process and distributing annually equal shares of the total product. In short, Bellamy committed his ideal community to the care of the archetypal megamachine. What makes Bellamy's method of organization even more notable is the fact that conscription on a national scale was so contrary to the New World mores that even its temporary application in the American War between the states had caused violent draft riots. In the United States this mode of organization was still regarded and with justice as a hateful symbol of old world tyranny and oppression, not to be used except in an extremity, when the very existence of the nation was imperiled. Bellamy, and here again he turned out to be a shrewd prophet, made conscription an everyday necessity, not only in war but in peace. Looking backward, then, turns out to be the first authentic picture of National Socialism, German style, or state capitalism, Russian style, in its most insidiously corrupting form, that of the providential welfare state. With all its disciplinary braces relaxed though not removed by a massive bribe. This new form was different from that later instituted on ancient Tsarist foundations in Soviet Russia, because Bellamy pictured it as being brought about by a popular ballot, not by an armed insurrection and a harsh dictatorship of the proletariat. and it was equally different from later forms of fascism because it applied compulsion on the largest scale, without feeling the need to resort to incarceration and torture. Those who did not conform to the national rules and regulations were simply cast out. Bellamy apparently believed that he had avoided the need for compulsion or for punishment by anticipating the Thorndike-Skinner principle of control mainly through rewards, the method whereby animal trainers inculcate obedience and hasten the learning of set responses. Society became, in fact, a gigantic Skinner pigeon box or teaching machine. The bait was extremely tempting, and so plausible, even on capitalistic principles, that it has been put forward once more in our time, namely, a guaranteed fixed income, bestowed on each member of the nation as a citizen. The large yearly income issued again clairvoyantly in the form of a credit card was the equivalent of perhaps $20,000 or $25,000 a year in the present inflation of currency. It enabled the citizen to withdraw equivalent goods from the national storehouses, and by this simple device eliminated any other mode of production and exchange. Bellamy allowed a few minor departures from this system. The conscript might retire from compulsory labor service at 33, at half pay, and if one was an author, Bellamy does not even smile, one might earn unlimited royalties. But the basic fact is that in return for going with the system, both poverty and anxious insecurity are removed. By these provisions Bellamy overcame two of the most serious defects. 217. Of the ancient mega-machine, he substituted reward for punishment as an incentive to labor, and he distributed those rewards equitably throughout the whole community, instead of giving an undue proportion to a dominant minority and withholding them, except by vicarious enjoyment on festal occasions, from the enslaved or disenfranchised majority. This followed, as Arthur Morgan has emphasized, the same general model that the Incas had installed in their Andean empire, though Bellamy added a few embellishments of his own. At the age of 45, for example, all members of the work army became, in our current unctuous locution, senior citizens, that is, they were relieved of all responsibility except that of exercising for the first time, be it noted, political control. As Marie-Louise Bernieri remarks, the joy with which the citizens of Bellamy's society greet their retirement is sufficient indication that industrial conscription is resented as a burden. This singular mode of government would be the equivalent of alumni control in a university, and one can hardly imagine a better means of inducing administrative arthritis, if any institution were ever so ill-advised as to install it. But so firmly was the notion of military discipline established in Bellamy's utopia that the right to vote was not exercised until the citizen ceased to be a member of the industrial army. By now we know from the example of Soviet Russia how such a militarized system would work. The formation of an independent workers' shop committee would be mutiny, the advocacy of a change of method or goal in production would be counter-revolutionary sedition. As for criticism of the central administration, that would be treason. That is the modest price of utopia. Here, then, is the utopian lifespan. 21 years of nurture and education, that is, conditioning, 3 years of forced labor at the more disagreeable tasks and services, 20 years at a favored profession or vocation, as and where indicated by the national government, and finally, compulsory retirement after 45, with the remaining years of life devoted to leisure undiluted by any other duty than public work. Since there are no gradations of income in this society, the chief rewards for outstanding service are honors, status, authority, power. By taking the Constitution of the United States as a model, the President of the country became Commander-in-Chief of the Industrial Army, and since this army is in constant being, the political system is plainly that of a dictatorship. In effect, this mode of economic organization committed the country to a perpetual Cold War. By now, advanced industrial nations have slipped into so many of the grooves indicated by Bellamy that it has become hard for many people to conceive of any other mode of life that would encompass the genuine advantages that our technology now offers. Indeed, The proposed equaliza. 218. Shin of income, duties, sacrifices, opportunities, seems so palpably just and democratic, so unmenacing, so beneficial, that the one element missing in this scheme escapes us because we are already so close to having lost it. Namely, there are no alternatives to the system itself. Such freedom as is granted by the society is the freedom given to conscript soldiers on leave, and no provision whatever is made for conscientious objectors, or for those who would work against the system. The American farmer who lately rebelled against legislation preventing him from growing more than his allotted quota of grain even to feed his own hogs found when he migrated to distant Australia in search of freedom that he had made only one mistake. Even in that seemingly open and independent continent he was subject to a similar set of imbecile regulations. Bellamy leaves no doubt about the totalitarian nature of his utopia. If a man refuses to accept the authority of the state and the inevitability of industrial service, he loses all his rights as a human being. All his rights as a human being? Did this tender-minded reformer realize what these words would mean? If not, our better seasoned generation can tell him, for we have had before us the case of the Soviet Russian poet who was sentenced to jail as a work resister because he devoted his days to translating, and to writing poetry, the wrong sort of poetry of course. In tracing the grim, monolithic outlines of his perfect commonwealth, Bellamy, in his innocence, was more realistic than the anti-utopian Karl Marx, who, once socialism was installed, foresaw the state withering away. Despite all these features, which now seem, in the light of present political experience, so coldly oppressive, many of Bellamy's contemporaries enthusiastically hailed his coming commonwealth as a manifestly desirable, if still improbable, technocratic dream. The fervor to embrace such militarized felicity points to the degrading and harassing conditions under which a majority of farm and factory workers then actually lived, even in a free country. Otherwise, it would be hard to account for the book's popularity, or for the favorable impression it made upon many gentle, sensitive people, such as Ebenezer Howard, the British founder of the Garden City movement, one whose whole bent of mind pointed rather in the opposite direction toward an increase of choices and voluntary initiatives. What made Looking Backward a bestseller in its day? 139,000 copies of the American edition were sold in the first 2 years was that Bellamy set forth the professed goals of scientifically oriented mechanization, wealth, security, and leisure, as immediately practicable. Queerly, he concealed, even from himself, the cost of this achievement. Once the militarized system was accepted as a whole, all its components could be prefabricated and mass-produced, for the mega-machine, by its overproductive nature, was necessarily a communist, whatever the political form. Now. 219. The separate components of Bellamy's utopia were politically neutral and morally innocuous. Many of his practical proposals or his mechanical improvements were neither harmful nor worthless, some indeed were excellent. Even a brief summary of Bellamy's anticipations would show various commendable new features, no less desirable than inventions already available in his day, from surgical anesthesia to the typewriter on which I write these words. In an age of the bustle and the chignon, Bellamy foretold a time when women would boldly expose their limbs and permit their bodies to develop naturally. In an age of coal and smoking chimneys, he pictured smokeless cities, heated and lighted by electricity. Before the phonograph was perfected, when the telephone was still little more than a toy, he described a method of public broadcasting of music and the human voice, by telephonic diffusion, and among other things, he even foresaw the organization of purchase by sample, as in the mail order catalog, or in the sale of bulky articles by department stores. All these things have actually come to pass. So have, for that matter, Roger Bacon's airships, Campanula's automobiles, Moore's incubators, Glanville's magnetic telegraph, and Bacon's foundations for scientific research. These sound utilitarian forecasts of Bellamy's were carried further by the fertile mind of H. G. Wells, who went Bellamy's nationalist utopia one better by giving his modern utopia a planetary scope. Unfortunately, neither Bellamy's military organization nor Wells' caste organization of samurai, who might not even marry outside their caste, were in the least modern except in their technical equipment. The human organization, the pursuit of power, was 5,000 years old. And though these thinkers possessed an immense amount of useful knowledge about the physical constitution of the universe and the fabrication of machines and machine